Doomed. Alas, it is over. I am doomed. What shall I do? In a dimly lit corner, a girl, her upper body bare, faces the wall, murmuring incessantly, her expression vacant. From the moment she traversed into this realm, Emolan had an inkling that her fate was sealed, yet when confronted with this reality, despair enveloped her completely. Hey, could you refrain from severing the mental link every single time? A colossal, metallic leg of an insect, glimmering ominously, rested unceremoniously upon the delicate shoulder of the girl. Well, it tends to affect others. I mean, the other insects. Oh dear, someone save this child. It is truly terrifying. Emolan averted her gaze, too fearful to meet the eyes of the monstrous creature before her. Why are you so timid? Is this characteristic of human genes? The giant insect curiously prodded the petite girl with one of its limbs. Emolan staggered slightly from the unexpected touch, yet her lower body, supported by 8 sturdy legs, maintained its balance, preventing her from toppling over. Perhaps I should abstain from consuming humans, henceforth their genes are so feeble. Well, thank you for that, dear third sister. Emolan was nearly moved to tears, astonished to discover that even among the insectoids, there existed such benevolence, or rather, such kindness in insects. Mother is calling for us, let us proceed. The giant insect Emolan's third sister in this new life led the way down the expansive corridor, which made both of them appear exceptional. Ly diminutive in comparison. Very well. Emolan promptly kept pace with her elder sister ahead. Though their physical sizes were vastly different, Emolan, possessing 8 spider-like legs on her lower body, was not inferior in speed to her counterpart. Indeed, Emolan, she was not entirely human. To elaborate, she was now a queen of the insectoid race, bearing a significant portion of human genetic material. Do not misconstrue this, there were 9 other queens of the insectoid race like her, which did not constitute an extraordinary status. For instance, the colossal insect ahead, Emolan's elder sister, was also a queen of the insectoid kind. If one were to inquire about the reason, it would lead back to the current insectoid empress, the mother mentioned by the great insect. A century ago, she engaged in a decisive battle against the human race, a confrontation that would determine the fates of their respective species, and ultimately, she was defeated. The current insectoid empress, having fled to the fringes of the star region, discovered that the despicable humans had employed genetic toxins against her. Consequently, what should have been a lengthy lifespan for her was abruptly cut short, leaving her with little time remaining. In a bid to ensure the resurgence of her race and to vanquish the treacherous humans, the Empress reflected upon the reasons for her defeat. Utilizing the genetic material she had absorbed from various other races over the years, she meticulously selected and bore 10 offspring, each endowed with the finest genes from diverse races, including Emolan among the 10 insectoid queens. Should one ponder the distinctions between the insectoid empress, the insectoid queens, and the ordinary insectoids, it would be prudent to begin with the unique characteristics of the insectoid race. The Zerg are a unique race characterized by a collective mentality, where only one individual possesses the ability for independent thought and reproduction. No. N as the Zerg queen. Should 2 or more of these queens arise simultaneously, they will engage in a deadly struggle until only one remains. Due to their distinctive physiological structure, all Zerg share a mental connection, instinctively obeying the psychic commands emanating from their minds. The solitary thinking Zerg queen utilizes this connection to command the other ordinary Zerg. Consequently, the existence of 2 Zerg queens is incompatible, as the simultaneous operation of divergent thoughts would plunge the entire race into chaos. The Zerg queen is technically subordinate to the Zerg empress. Yet in practice, their statuses within the Zerg hierarchy are entirely equal. It may be more accurate to describe her as a newly appointed empress. The emergence of a Zerg queen typically signifies that the Zerg empress is nearing death, though not yet deceased. After all, should the Zerg empress perish, the queen can consume her remains and ascend to the role of empress. Most often, prior to the conclusion of her life, the Zerg empress will produce 1 or more offspring that she deems to possess the most perfect genes, ensuring the continuation of the Zerg lineage. The Zerg have the capacity to assimilate the genetic material of other races, and the empress will amalgamate these diverse genes as needed to create even stronger progeny. Thus, Emolan finds herself in this very state. The current Zerg Queen, due to her impending demise from poisoning, has meticulously selected several powerful races from her devoured gene pool, birthing 10 Zerg Queens, including Emolan. Subsequently, these 10 queens are compelled to engage in a brutal contest until only one remains to inherit the throne of the Zerg Queen. Uncertain of the reasons behind her strange transmigration, Emolan, upon comprehending the knowledge of the Zerg within her mind, realizes a singular truth. Her fate is sealed. She stands no chance against even a single sister. Take, for instance, the third sister before her, whose appearance resembles an enlarged cockroach. Perhaps she inherently possesses cockroach genes. This sister primarily integrates the genes of a mineral-based life form, allowing her to enhance her exoskeleton with various elemental minerals, thereby achieving diverse effects, such as sharpness or fortitude. Moreover, she is immune to most toxins and possesses a capacity to withstand nuclear radiation, making her exceedingly difficult to kill. However, her drawback may be that she appears slightly less intelligent compared to her other sisters. Standing at a mere fraction of her sister's height, Emolan lacks even the ability to breach the defenses of her sister's formidable exoskeleton. After traversing a corridor approximately 4 to 5 kilometers in length, Emolan arrives at her ultimate destination, a colossal chamber measuring hundreds of meters in height and these several kilometers in width and length. At its center looms a gargantuan mother bug, the reigning Zerg Queen, towering over 100 meters. Emolan is oblivious to the form this mother once possessed, but since her birth, she has only witnessed this ant queen-like visage. A colossal, unwieldy mass of pure white nearly filled her entire field of vision, with its tail continuously producing a myriad of eggs, which were incessantly transported to the Qing chambers by diligent workers. The head, or what she presumed to be the head, faced the 10 meticulously chosen queen insects before her. Emolan found it utterly perplexing to discern where the head truly was. Fortunately, the communication among the insect species did not rely on mouths or spoken language. The atmosphere, once vibrant and lively, swiftly succumbed to a profound silence as waves of fear, anxiety, and panic washed over her. It was the insect queen who shattered this stillness, conveying a message to Emolan that was laced with a hint of confusion. Lon, have you not yet acclimated? Could it be that there was something amiss with the selected human genes? Facing these alien beings daily, while constantly grappling with the unsettling thought of how they might consume her 9 sisters, would instill fear in anyone. This was precisely why she had severed her connection to the mental network. As long as it remained open, she would sense the unrestrained hunger of her 9 sisters, and her own panic would only exacerbate their discomfort. Ultimately, the mental network of the insect species offered no semblance of privacy. Had Molan not been a queen herself, her memories and thoughts would have been thoroughly explored by her sisters, rather than allowing her the autonomy to isolate herself from the mental network. In truth, the ability to actively sever the mental connection was beyond the capacity of her 9 sisters, including the reigning insect queen. As beings inherently of the insect race, they did not contemplate matters of privacy and disclosure. Only Emolan, who traversed with memories of a past life, felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing the revelation of any discrepancies. She had autonomously mastered the skill of severing connections, no longer concerning herself with the small daughter, who had been enveloped in fear since birth. The Insectoid Queen turned her gaze towards the other 9 insectoid monarchs. Ring little explanation. After all, within the shared mental network, a mere flicker of mutual emotions sufficed to comprehend most matters. Leah, this is the destination you are to reach. A voice imbued with gentle anticipation resonated through the mental network. Suddenly, before them, a vast holographic projection materialized, revealing a colossal planet, home to a primitive race characterized by 3 pairs of arms and 4 legs in extra. Ordinary life form. Olan stood transfixed, momentarily speechless. It dawned on her that she was aboard a starship constructed by the insectoid race indeed, a vessel capable of traversing the cosmos. Yet this starship was considerably larger, comparable to an entire planet. After all, a century ago, the insectoids had engaged in a monumental battle against the dominant human race, making the construction of such gargantuan starships quite plausible. Referred to as Leah, Mo Lan's elder sister, was an insectoid queen resembling a fusion of humanoid mech and mantis, her silhouette strikingly simplistic. Cloaked in a non-reflective dark hue, she possessed an almost camouflaging effect in the shadows. In Mo Lan's eyes, she was the least intimidating yet somewhat striking of her sisters, seemingly infused with the genes of a warlike race, excelling in unknown combat and boasting. Formidable combat prowess, indeed. A surge of combat and bloodlust coursed through the mental network. Sister Leah stepped into the prearranged, small spacecraft beneath the vigilant gaze of the holographic surveillance camera. In the stillness, the diminutive vessel, laden with the essence of war and slaughter, descended upon an unsuspecting planet. The starship swiftly navigated towards the next celestial body chosen by the Queen of the Zerg. One after another, the Zerg Queens were dispatched via the small craft. They would land on these planets with nothing, nurturing their own Zerg through murder, plunder, and consumption, ultimately triumphing over and devouring their fellow sisters to ascend as the ultimate Zerg Queen. Until Mo Lan. The Zerg Queen hesitated in comparison to the previous 9. Mo Lan appeared exceedingly feeble. She could not ascertain Mo Lan's capabilities in battle and feared she might perish upon landing. Lan. The Zerg Queen resolved to extend a modicum of assistance to her youngest daughter, at least to ensure her survival in the initial moments. Chapter 2. The North Seven Stars Army, it shall safeguard you. Even its visage is shrouded in a shell resembling a mask, revealing only a pair of crimson eyes. Mo Lan had to concede that she was somewhat captivated. It was as though a non-human character from a comic book had materialized before her, strikingly aligning with human aesthetics. Why have I never encountered such a sight? My sisters do not possess such an appearance. Mo Lan struggled to articulate her thoughts, perplexed by the fact that she had never before witnessed such an alluring figure. If the majority of the insectoid species resembled this, rather than possessing hundreds of compound eyes and thousands of teeth in their mandibles, she would hardly feel such trepidation. Through the mental network, her sentiments were effectively conveyed to the Insectoid Queen, because it is too weak. At this juncture, the Insectoid Queen paused, as if her meaning was not entirely clear. However, Mo Lan comprehended its essence. In comparison to humanity, the insectoids that have undergone genetic fusion with other races acquire their respective strengths, becoming more adept and suited for warfare. Yet, humans only attain greater prowess when wielding appropriate weaponry. Inherently, they lack formidable combat capabilities. Once transformed into ordinary insectoids devoid of cognitive ability, they lose any advantage. Furthermore, insectoids infused with human genes may occasionally awaken cognitive abilities, not in the same manner as the Insectoid Queen. Should an Insectoid Queen meet an untimely demise, one of the surviving ordinary insectoids may awaken and transform into a queen, only evolving into an Insectoid Queen once it has nurtured its own progeny. From this perspective, another distinction between the Zerg Empress and the Zerg Queen lies in the presence of their own entourage. Only those wielding genuine power can be deemed empresses, while those who rely on the remnants of the previous generation are merely queens. The ordinary Zerg, infused with human genes, may, upon awakening, recall fragments of their human memories. However, their instincts prevent them from inflicting harm upon the Zerg Empress, and the recollection of their human past fosters a deep-seated animosity towards the Zerg. Caught in this conflict between instinct and thought, they often succumb to the despair of self-destruction to bring an end to their turmoil. For the Zerg Empress, discerning whether a Zerg has awakened human memories is an effortless task within the mental network, an occurrence as glaringly obvious as a system error, impossible to conceal. Consequently, she refrains from informing Mo Lan of this matter. Surely, such instinctual phenomena cannot escape the notice of a Zerg Queen. Nonetheless, the Zerg created through the fusion of human genes do possess certain advantages. For instance, their adeptness in piloting starships surpasses that of their counterparts. As evidenced by the holographic projection screen recently showcased, these Zerg, synthesized from human genes, were pivotal in successfully replicating such advanced technology, though they do not originate it. They readily utilize it. Thus, the seemingly majestic Zerg are, in fact, akin to starship maintenance workers. Mo Lan suddenly recalled another matter and hurriedly spoke. Mother, may I take the abandoned starship core from the warehouse? Of course, there are many items that the Zerg themselves do not fully comprehend or which serve no purpose. Merely gathering dust, such as the abandoned starship core mentioned by Mo Lan. The specific starship in question eludes the memory of the Zerg Queen, who, at her peak, annihilated over a dozen vessels in one fell swoop. The so-called core is, in fact, an artificial intelligence as defined by humanity, which can assist in the control of the spacecraft, aiding humans in the computation and storage of vast amounts of data. However, the Zerg Queen finds such assistance unnecessary. With trillions of her kind capable of direct control via the mental network, the aid of artificial intelligence is rather superfluous. It is not something that could influence the delicate balance of development among her 10 sisters, leading her to readily acquiesce to the request. Soon, a Zerg delivered the designated core that Mo Lan had requested. After all, the entire starship was enveloped within the Zerg Queen's mental network, allowing her to issue commands without even the slightest network latency. The discarded core resembles a silvery sphere, no larger than a basketball. Upon contact, a transparent virtual screen reveals itself, and through mental perception, one can detect signals continuously being transmitted outward. Yet, within the Zerg Queen's mental network, it is evident that no signals can escape. Mo Lan's face lit up with unmistakable delight with this artifact. She could find a place to hide and spend her days in gaming bliss. Indeed, it is not merely a stroke of fortune. Mo Lan stumbled upon this abandoned starship core from over a century ago, which still possesses energy and houses a plethora of films and games from the interstellar era, both for viewing and playing. It is difficult to ascertain whether these cinematic and gaming treasures have played a role in her endurance amidst the swarm of Zerg sisters. Nevertheless, witnessing her 9 sisters cast onto a primitive planet devoid of technological prowess, Mo Lan resolved to prepare for herself something that would at least enhance her chances of survival. After all, spiritual nourishment is still sustenance. Once it was confirmed that Mo Lan had no further inquiries, the Queen of the Insectoids transported her, along with a genetically linked insectoid, to a certain planet, a world predominantly inhabited by humans. As the final small spacecraft descended, the Insectoid Queen relaxed her tense disposition. Although those 10 were all her daughters, the Insectoid society did not place significant emphasis on blood relations, if one were to articulate it. All insectoids had been birthed by the Queen herself. Since the emergence of those 10 Insectoid Queens, they had been reduced to mere competitors. The reason the Insectoid Queen could suppress the instinctual urge for mutual destruction was that the primal drive to perpetuate their race had triumphed in the face of impending mortality. However, while the Queen could maintain control, the newly born Insectoid Queens could not. The instinctual, subconscious declaration of existence within the mental network continuously challenged the Queen's supremacy among the insectoids. Particularly concerning was her youngest daughter, Lan, whose fragile physique harbored a far more potent mental strength than that of her 9 sisters. Had she not been excessively timid and proactively severed her connection to the mental network, the Queen would have harbored doubts about her ability to dominate her on a mental plane. Come forth. The Insectoid Queen awaited with a vengeful anticipation for the emergence of a new Insectoid Queen capable of devouring the human race entirely. Warning. Insectoid starship approaching. Warning. The alarm blared, plunging the entire interstellar vessel into a state of frantic despair. How could the Zerg have suddenly appeared here? Quickly, report to command. Request for assistance. Are the Zerg returning for another onslaught? Haven't they been dormant for a century? We are doomed. Escape seems impossible. Please, someone save us. I do not wish to perish. I am still young. How could I encounter the Zerg? Where is the Northern 7-Star Fleet? Have they not always been tasked with monitoring the Zerg? Why is there not a single word from them? In the captain's quarters, a neatly attired middle-aged man gazed at the colossal Zerg mothership, now detected by the scanning system and drawing ever closer. Calmly, he uploaded a video recording of his last words while activating the ship's broadcasting system. I am the captain of the XJHX 750. The vessel is not equipped with weapons of T-class or higher. There are 35 small escape pods available on level B4. Please proceed in an orderly fashion. I will fight until the very last moment. With the command given, a myriad of brilliant lights erupted, firing upon the immense Zerg mothership. In stark contrast, this interstellar ship appeared as a mere sesame seed before a watermelon, insignificant and diminutive. From the rear of the ship, escape pods launched one after another, darting in all directions, desperately seeking a glimmer of hope for survival. Yet, in a disheartening turn of events, the artillery fire from the starship struck the Zerg fleet without inflicting the slightest damage. Not even a ripple was stirred. Countless grotesque and fearsome Zerg continued to emerge from the vessels, manifesting in the vacuum of space and pursuing the escape pods with a velocity rivaling that of the ship itself. Intercept them. The captain commanded with a final surge of effort, but alas, even if the artillery could indeed harm these ordinary Zerg, it was utterly insufficient to halt the seemingly endless tide of their numbers. Their attempts were but a drop in the ocean, akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. The ship was soon engulfed by the vast swarm of Zerg, and the protective energy shield swiftly became ineffective. The metallic hull was relentlessly gnawed upon by the Zerg's sharp mandibles until no trace remained. A chaos was required, one that would preoccupy the cunning and treacherous human race, diverting their attention from the developing Zerg queens. It sought to prepare an appropriate battleground for the emergence of new Zerg. Moreover, were these relentless Zerg not the fruits of your own endeavors? The Zerg queen gazed coldly towards the distant horizon, the very place where humanity thrived the most. Following this, your Northern Seven Stars military must brace itself for the impending Zerg onslaught, for it will not merely strike once and retreat. It is inconceivable that the surplus Zerg could be exhausted in a single encounter. The armored man gritted his teeth, sighing helplessly, often pondering whether the use of that genetic serum could be deemed beneficial. At the very least, it had indeed bestowed upon us a century of stability. The researchers raised their eyebrows in contemplation, instigating the reproductive instinct within the genes. The Insectoid Queen has resorted to depleting her own life force to produce a multitude of offspring, immersed in the propagation of her progeny. She has not launched an assault on humanity for nearly a century, particularly within the confines of the Northern Seven Stars military defense line. The regions occupied by the insectoid race on the fringes do not fall under this consideration. However, confronted with the harsh reality, the Insectoid Queen's desperate counterattack before her demise will not be easily quelled, particularly given that the insectoid race has amassed an astonishing number of soldiers over nearly a century, so vast that even the military personnel are reluctant to tally them. Yet we are not entirely unprepared, are we? The researchers exchanged knowing smiles. New weaponry is en route, ready to surprise the insectoid race with the delights we have meticulously prepared over the past century. Chapter 3. To seize or not to seize. As a palpable tremor coursed through the air, the hatch of the flight capsule gradually swung open, revealing a glimpse of the outside world. Emolan, clutching a silvery metallic sphere, felt an unexpected surge of anxiety, hesitating to step out directly. How to describe it 2 or 3 months prior? Upon her arrival in this entirely different realm, she had already recognized her existence in a world starkly dissimilar from her previous life. Yet at that time, she lacked a true sense of reality. Faced with sisters who were perpetually eager to consume her as sustenance, she harbored doubts about her survival even until the following day. Now, however, Emolan must confront this utterly alien world, brimming with countless uncertainties about the future. It seems she may require a modicum of courage to take that crucial step forward. As Emolan pondered how she would respond if she were to encounter a tentacled creature, her peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of the silent humanoid insectoid standing motionless in the corner of the cabin. She felt no surprise, for it was she who had commanded the creature to remain still. Previously, she had anticipated that the process of entering the cabin would be fraught with peril. But to her astonishment, the journey was remarkably smooth, more so than riding in a taxi in her past life. For ordinary insectoids, adherence to commands within the mental network takes precedence. Only in the absence of directives do they resort to instinctual behaviors such as foraging. Thus, since the moment the insectoid entered the cabin and was instructed to remain still, it had not moved an inch. Well, you should step outside and take a look. Having conveyed this command through the mental network, Emolan felt the need to bestow a name upon the insectoid that had accompanied her. Although the mental network allowed for direct connections to each unique insectoid, making names unnecessary as identifiers, Molan, accustomed to human conventions, preferred the use of names for the sake of memory. Henceforth, she decided to call it Little Ginger. Though using Ginger Candy as a name felt somewhat inappropriate, she settled on this designation nonetheless. Little Ginger, referring to the insectoid, received the command and, with barely a whisper of movement, confidently traversed past Emolan and stepped through the cabin door. In contrast to certain portrayals in literature, insectoids do not bow to express loyalty to a queen. Such behaviors are merely a human folly. Molan tentatively linked to the Zerg consciousness belonging to Xiao Jiang within the mental network, sharing the other's perception into her own. It was her inaugural experience of such a connection, an extraordinarily wondrous sensation, akin to the instinct of breathing, remarkably natural and fluid. Through Xiao Jiang's perception, Lan beheld the vista beyond the flight pod, a forest of unprecedented arboreal forms, towering over 100 meters, casting shadows that obscured the sun. Unfamiliar vines entwined around the roots, while the grasses and wildflowers danced gently in the breeze. It was as if a fantastical scene from a surreal world had suddenly materialized into reality. The tension within her gradually dissipated, supplanted by an insatiable curiosity for this new realm. At last, Lan stepped beyond the threshold of the flight pod, entering a world anew. The long-forgotten sense of flora and earth filled her senses, compelling her to inhale deeply, an experience entirely absent aboard her Zerg starship. For the Zerg, nothing in this world was deemed inedible, whether plant or metal, all could transform into sustenance when necessary. Thus, aboard the Zerg starship, aside from the vessel itself and its provisions, nothing else existed. Wherever one looked, there was either the monotonous expanse of metallic space or the bustling Zerg worker insects laden with food, an unvaried landscape, dull and tedious. For instance, the abandoned starship core she held in her hands was discovered during that time. Not only had it endured over a century, but it also retained energy and stored a plethora of entertainment works from over 100 years ago, crafted by the interstellar human race. Encompassing a myriad of films and games, there exists ample opportunity for Lan, an unsophisticated traveler unacquainted with the world, to indulge for over a decade. Tentatively, she takes a step forward, instinctively apprehensive that the serrated leaves might graze her legs. However, upon lowering her gaze, her expression abruptly shifts to one of blankness. Oh! She no longer possesses legs. Where her human waist should connect, there lies an organ structure reminiscent of a spider's abdomen, adorned with a layer of exquisitely patterned exoskeletons. Firm to the touch, 8 rigid skeletal appendages, as formidable as steel, extend from either side, covered in delicate fine hairs that provide a tactile sensation far more nuanced than human legs could offer. Furthermore, it dawns on Lan that not only is she legless, but she also lacks clothing. She has arrived in this realm devoid of garments. This is a narrative so ludicrous that it could not even be adapted into an anime for broadcast. Covering her face, Lan feels the weight of her tumultuous journey through dimensions. Hey, Xiaojiang, could you pluck that leaf for me? Surveying her surroundings, Lan resolves to utilize the resources at hand, fashioning a rudimentary top from a leaf for modesty, intending to procure proper attire when circumstances allow. Xiaojiang's fingers, though 5 in number like a human's, are as rigid as metal, lacking the softness and dexterity of human digits, causing Lan to worry they might damage the leaf. Yet, upon receiving the leaf, she realizes her concerns were unfounded. This foliage is far more resilient than that of Earth, proving quite suitable for her makeshift garment. Considering the intricacies of manual crafting and material concerns, as well as the aspect of convenience, the most suitable means to connect the leaves would be the vines entwined around the nearby tree roots. Lan refrained from directing Xiaojiang further, harboring doubts about whether the ordinary insectoids could comprehend her intricate commands. Thus, she opted to proceed independently. The unexpected event transpired with startling abruptness. Lan could hardly anticipate that something appearing identical to the vines would actually be a mimicry of a serpent. In an instant, the startled snake lunged towards her, and then the serpent met its demise. The Insectoid Queen's apprehension regarding Lan's lack of offensive capabilities seemed to be a grave misjudgment. With those 8 elongated legs, traversing through gold and stone would pose no significant challenge, as ordinary creatures posed no threat to her. Lan calmly extracted the leg she had embedded in the tree root, feigning nonchalance, and picked up the split serpent carcass from the ground, presenting it to Xiaojiang behind her. See, we have food now. Adorning herself with a new appearance, Lan resumed contemplating her living arrangements. The flight pod, merely a few dozen square meters in size, was designed solely for the transportation of items, containing little beyond a basic control console, rendering it unsuitable for long-term habitation. With her newfound 6 legs, she required a more spacious area to move freely. Thus, she resolved to search for a suitable cave. Rather than laboriously felling trees to construct a dwelling, locating an appropriate natural cavern would be the most efficient and expedient solution, more befitting for the insectoid kind. Lan made a decisive choice, suddenly recalling a latent ability from her memories, one she had never employed before. Most sentient beings possess a form of mental energy. Yet only a select few can project this energy beyond their corporeal forms. The queen of the insectoid species is one such entity, capable of simultaneously commanding hundreds of billions, even trillions, of her kind through a mental network, naturally endowing her with a significant advantage in psychic prowess. The current queen of the insectoids can envelop an entire planet-sized starship with her mental energy, all without the aid of a mental network. Anomaly had never tested the extent of her own psychic projection, but her intuition suggested that enveloping the entire forest before her would pose no challenge. However, it was not necessary to exert herself to that extent. Locating a suitable cave would suffice, as maintaining a prolonged projection of mental energy could be rather taxing. Like a panoramic 3D scan, areas invisible to the naked eye materialized vividly within Anomaly's consciousness, as if a new visual realm had suddenly emerged in her mind. Wow! Anomaly exclaimed in wonder. For an ordinary human, such a holographic map appearing in one's mind would require intense concentration to decipher the information it contained. Yet, for Anomaly, her consciousness effortlessly divided into multiple facets to analyze various strands of information, which then seamlessly integrated back into a cohesive whole, ultimately relaying the insights back to her without imparting any sensation of multitasking. Is this the innate talent of the Insectoid Queen? It is no wonder she can command so many of her kind without succumbing to mental fragmentation. Anomaly swiftly located a suitable cave not far from her current position. Nestled upon a hillside, elevated and offering a broad vista, the entrance to the cave stood nearly 3 meters high, allowing both her and Xiao Jiang to enter and exit with ease. Inside, it spanned over 100 square meters, providing ample space for both her and Xiao Jiang. Even without considering the cultivation of insectoid creatures, the sole predicament lay in the fact that the cave was inhabited by an indigenous creature. Standing at the entrance, Anomaly found herself embroiled in a profound internal debate. Should she seize this cave or abstain? Chapter 4. The six-eyed bear sees it. One must prioritize their own interests, lest they face dire consequences. Though she was no longer human, that mattered little. Casting aside her chaotic thoughts, Anomaly relayed the command to advance to Xiao Jiang. The inhabitant of the cave was a large creature reminiscent of a bear, cloaked in dark brown fur, with the tallest males reaching heights of 4 to 5 meters. An astonishing size indeed. Most remarkably, Anomaly discovered that this creature possessed 3 pairs of eyes. Yes, 3 pairs, not merely 3 eyes. How infuriating. Was 1 pair not sufficient? Why the excess? Roaring, the six-eyed bear emitted a sound that was both a display of defiance and a manifestation of heightened vigilance. Though invisible to the naked eye, the bear's mental energy radiated outward, perceptible to certain beings with heightened sensitivity to psychic forces. In other words, those possessing a keen intuition would be aware of its presence. This six-eyed bear, dwelling within the cave, was a creature of considerable intelligence and sensitivity. Acutely aware of Anomaly's psychic presence, thus recognizing her existence. With immense mental prowess, Anomaly presents a formidable and fearsome visage within the realm of other beings' psychic perception. When an entity reaches a certain magnitude, the diminutive creatures gazing up at its existence inevitably cultivate feelings of trepidation, even if the entity itself poses no genuine threat. The roar of the six-eyed bear serves as both a warning and a menace to other creatures. Its colossal voice subtly reflects the bear's physical condition, which often proves advantageous. For in this forest, few beings can inflict harm upon the six-eyed bear, if the bear is not injured. It is rare for any creature to engage it in a direct confrontation, as a mutually destructive outcome could lead to the demise of both parties. Regrettably, the adversary it encountered this time was the Insectoid clan, a species whose minds are solely occupied with the commands of their queen, rendering them one of the most terrifying races in the cosmos. The battle concluded with astonishing rapidity, faster than anticipated. Anomaly had mentally prepared for a prolonged wait. Yet within 2 minutes, an eerie silence enveloped the cave. To succinctly describe the sequence of events, Xiao Jiang charged into the cave, confronted the male six-eyed bear, evaded its paw strike, maneuvered behind, and swiftly dispatched the bear. The conclusion was abrupt. Xiao Jiang's metallic, razor-sharp tail pierced the bear's skull with minimal exertion. Anomaly contemplated for a moment and found it rather reasonable. After all, the insectoid race comprises beings that can consume even stones and metals as sustenance. If they lack the ability to effortlessly dismantle such hard substances, how could they possibly regard them as food? It could only be said that the six-eyed bear had perhaps skewed its enhancements. An excess of strength without accompanying speed would render even the mightiest attack futile if it misses its target. Moreover, as Anomaly scrutinized Xiao Jiang anew, She perceived certain traits in her that once belonged to humanity, an adeptness at leveraging the environment to gain an advantage. Although, after her transmigration, Anomaly had always believed herself to be human at heart, she was undeniably a complete Insectoid Queen. Her knowledge regarding the insectoid race was on par with any of her sisters. Yet, the human aspect of her psyche struggled to fully accept this reality, leading her to instinctively refrain from contemplating most matters concerning the insectoids. The most primitive insectoids measured merely around 1 meter in length and weighed less than 30 kilograms, possessing little more than sharp mandibles and an insatiable appetite capable of digesting anything. It was only when the Insectoid Queen began to consume other beings that different genes were fused into the newly formed insectoid bodies, manifesting various forms. Ultimately, however, the insectoids remained true to their essence. Regardless of the genes they assimilated, they would never transform into another species. Their ceaseless consumption is the eternal mission and destiny of the insectoid race. The human race, or rather, humanity, was the sole variable encountered in the history of the insectoids. A rare fraction of humanity, devoured by the insectoid race, bestows upon individual insects the capacity for thought, a privilege reserved solely for the Insect Queen. This is akin to divine authority being shared with mortals. The entrance to the cave is an irregular oval, rising over 3 meters at its apex and extending 4 to 5 meters across, providing ample space for Anomaly, who stands just over 2 meters tall. One might wonder how the six-eyed bears, towering at 4 to 5 meters, managed to enter a cave with such a height. Could it be that these creatures traverse on all fours rather than standing upright? The entrance spans over 10 meters in length, leading into the cave's interior, where most sunlight is blocked, casting the space into shadow. Fortunately, as an insectoid, Anomaly's vision remains unaffected. The cave occupies an irregular area of approximately 100 square meters, with a height nearing 10 meters and a maximum reaching close to 20. Although it pales in comparison to the vastness of an insectoid starship, Anomaly finds great satisfaction, for this place shall be her domain. Deeper within the cavern, at its furthest recess, lies the lifeless body of a female six-eyed bear, measuring just over 3 meters in length, having met its end with a swift and decisive blow. Anomaly is puzzled as to why the two six-eyed bears lie so far apart. Did the female bear not react upon witnessing the male bear's injury? A faint whimpering sound emerges from behind the deceased female bear, momentarily startling Anomaly, who soon realizes it is a pair of six-eyed bear cubs. Still closed-eyed and scarcely a month old. Confronted by the sudden appearance of intruders, the female six-eyed bear stood resolutely in front of her offspring, yet regrettably, she could do nothing to protect them. However, Anomaly's attention was not captivated by the poignant bond of the six-eyed bear family. Instead, she abruptly turned to glance at the small Jiang behind her. Could a creature of the insectoid race, under orders to attack, truly spare 2 lives so fragile that they could be extinguished with a mere squeeze? Or was it the so-called influence of human genetics at play? Anomaly could discern no anomaly in the little Jiang, and thus she set aside this trivial matter to focus on more pressing concerns. What were they to do? Gazing at the 2 six-eyed bear cubs before her, Anomaly felt a pang of headache. To slay them would weigh heavily on her conscience. Yet to spare them felt hypocritical, especially since their parents had already met their demise at her hands. Despite having steeled herself for the brutal reality of survival of the fittest, she found herself swayed by humanity's unnecessary morals and compassion. Tentatively, she reached out and poked the 2 whimpering cubs. How peculiar! While they would grow to be fearsome, in their infancy they appeared quite endearing. Perhaps she would raise them for now. Sighing, Anomaly mused that they might serve as sustenance when food became scarce. There were numerous tasks to attend to, and she could only tackle them one at a time. Alas, she was overwhelmed by the sheer volume of responsibilities. The cave that served as their dwelling required a thorough cleaning, necessitating the removal of the remnants of the food consumed by the six-eyed bear family and their excrement. At the very least, it needed to be devoid of any unpleasant odors. The bodies of the six-eyed bear couple also require processing. Since they can be utilized as sustenance, it is imperative to prevent the flesh from decaying rapidly. Their pelts are remarkably intact, making them suitable for crafting blankets or other items. Consideration must also be given to the nourishment of the 2 six-eyed bear cubs. Certain animal milks would be ideal, and if that proves unfeasible, the juice of fruits may serve as a viable substitute. Anomaly gazed at Xiao Jiang, who remained unresponsive despite her silent commands, feeling a mixture of exasperation and frustration. Even with Xiao Jiang's assistance, she found herself overwhelmed. Is the journey of survival in this otherworldly realm truly destined to be this arduous from the very beginning? The growl of her stomach echoed, a stark reminder that after nearly a day since being cast from the insectoid starship, Anomaly had not consumed anything, which was an entirely natural sensation of hunger. As she gently caressed her smooth abdomen, Anomaly was on the verge of instructing Xiao Jiang to slice 2 pieces of meat for her when she suddenly froze in place. Wait a moment. While her upper body possessed a complete set of human abdominal organs, her lower half, in addition to 8 long legs, also featured an abdomen. Covering her face in disbelief, Anomaly realized why her older sisters could go 10 days or even half a month without hunger. Despite her transformation, she still adhered to human eating habits, maintaining a schedule of 3 meals a day without fail. It dawned on her that the correct method of nourishment for a queen of her kind relied on that abdomen resembling a spider's, located in her lower body. This lower abdomen was encased in a layer of hard, thin exoskeleton, which could be opened to reveal a mouth that appeared even more grotesque than her 3 pairs of eyes. From the mouth located on her abdomen, a pure white mucous membrane, reminiscent of a spider's web, emerges, enveloping the food within it. This remarkable membrane facilitates the rapid absorption of a substantial amount of nutrients, sustaining the body's requirements for several days or even months. This method of nourishment is indeed befitting of a Zerg queen, efficient, swift, and remarkably convenient. It dawned upon me that I have transcended my humanity. Anomaly sorrowfully gazed at the sky. Chapter 5. Bare 2 objects, ensconced in a delicate white membrane, lay side by side before Anomaly, completely detached from her body, existing independently in the external realm. It was evident that the Zerg queen understood the inherent inconvenience of human feeding, which prompted her to design a second mouth for Anomaly, aiding her in the consumption of sustenance. Consequently, Anomaly discovered that she could now hatch some Zerg creatures, a task she had originally contemplated abandoning. Anomaly mused that the terms creation or manufacture aptly describe the emergence of the Zerg. The instincts, habits, and anatomical structures of living beings are inscribed within their genes. The Zerg queen, by consuming the bodies of other organisms, acquires these genetic codes. By merging these genes with her own Zerg genetics, she can forge new forms of ordinary Zerg, even possessing the ability to control the degree of genetic fusion, selectively choosing only the desired elements. However, even the Zerg must adhere to the law of conservation of energy. The biological genes suitable for fusion with the Zerg queen do not manifest without reason, necessitating a continuous cycle of consumption and accumulation. Certainly, the energy required to create the Zerg is not as effortlessly accumulated as portrayed in anime and games. It necessitates an intake of food that is equal to or even exceeds the energy expended. Thus, while Anomaly has indeed discovered her ability to hatch Zerg, the quantity is limited due to insufficient sustenance. Specifically, she can hatch about 5 or 6 Zerg of a size comparable to that of Xiaojiang, but only a single Zerg the size of a male 6-eyed bear. After all, the process of hatching Zerg also consumes energy. Moreover, since Anomaly has only consumed a fraction of the available food, the genetic material stored within her consists solely of a few intrinsic types and the recently ingested genes from the 6-eyed bear, leaving her with scant options. One type of Zerg is a 2-meter-long spider-like creature capable of weaving webs to set traps for capturing prey. It possesses a certain level of toxicity, yet its fragility is a significant drawback, rendering it vulnerable when confronted by a robust creature like the 6-eyed bear. Another form is the basic worker Zerg, which represents the most primitive shape of the Zerg. Its legs and mouthparts are exceptionally sharp, providing average defensive capabilities, while its vitality rivals that of a cockroach, excelling in burrowing and constructing nests, albeit with negligible combat prowess. The basic soldier Zerg, on the other hand, is another primitive form, resembling the standing posture of a human, with its forelimbs transformed into blade-like appendages akin to those of a mantis, exceptionally sharp and covered by a shell resembling armor, capable of withstanding considerable damage and tasked with engaging other creatures in battle. The aforementioned types are readily available and can be directly implemented, akin to pre-existing templates. There exists a segment of biological genes devoid of ready-made templates, yet can be utilized by Anomaly. For instance, the genes of the 6-eyed bear, characterized by a robust exoskeleton and immense strength, along with its triad of eyes that can perceive varying distances, are traits that could be conferred upon the insectoid species. Additionally, the genes of humanity. There are other disparate biological genes, obscure to Anomaly, the origins of which remain a mystery, as does their utility. Well then, let us create a small spider, accompanied by 4 worker insects and 2 soldier insects. Emolan orchestrated this arrangement. As the energy expended for basic worker insects is relatively minimal, and their size is modest, 2 such insects equate to 1 basic soldier insect, which in turn is equivalent to 1 spider insect. To quantify further, this translates to half a unit of energy for the basic worker insect, 1 unit for the basic soldier insect, and 1 unit for the spider insect. After deducting the 5 units of energy consumed, alongside 1 unit required for sustaining herself, Emolan utilized 2 units of energy to fabricate an incubation chamber. Does she intend to generate the insectoid species using her own corporeal form? By simply linking the incubation chamber with the degradation membrane, Emolan prepared an additional unit of energy to facilitate the hatching of the insectoid progeny. It evokes a sense of laboring tirelessly for remuneration, only to find that on payday, the landlord and credit card bill sees the entirety of one's earnings. Thus, with merely 1 unit of energy remaining, Emolan resolved to experiment with the synthesis of a new type of insectoid. Genes. Add some. 4 basic worker insects emerged from the hatching chamber within a mere 10 minutes. According to Emolan's observations, this smallest hatching chamber, provided with sufficient energy, could potentially incubate 10 basic worker insects at a time, yielding nearly 1,500 insects in a single day. Truly, the insect race proves to be among the most formidable beings in the cosmos. However, this is contingent upon the availability of energy, or rather, food. Furthermore, larger insects, which consume more energy, require a longer incubation period. For instance, those colossal insect species capable of surviving in space and engaging in battles with interstellar spacecraft necessitate a minimum incubation time of 10 days to half a month. The insect race is not invincible. 20 minutes later, additional basic soldier insects and spider insects crawled out from the hatching chamber. The insect race lacks a juvenile stage. Thus, mere minutes after their birth, with the hatching chamber's viscous residue still clinging to them, these newly hatched insects were promptly assigned tasks by Emolan. 2 worker insects were tasked with cleaning the cave, while the other 2 worked to level the internal floor and ceiling. The soldier insects and spider insects were dispatched to the forest to hunt for prey. Emolan recognized that to secure a greater workforce, an increase in food and energy was imperative. Xiaojiang remained steadfastly by Emolan's side, serving as a bodyguard and assisting with various tasks. After successfully hatching several insects, Emolan increasingly sensed Xiaojiang's formidable strength. Let us put it this way. The 5 insectoid creatures combined are insufficient to serve as a warm-up for Xiaojiang. The type of insect species that has remained aboard the Insect Queen's starship for over a century without being eliminated is a testament to the extraordinary nature of Xiaojiang. A humanoid insect. The Insect Queen perceives this humanoid insect as weak, primarily because her standards are based on the strongest insect soldiers painstakingly developed over millennia. In comparison to the insectoids hatched by Emolan, Xiaojiang represents a significant paradigm shift. After nearly 30 minutes, Emolan made her inaugural attempt at fusing the genes of other organisms to create an insectoid, which slowly crawled out of the incubation chamber. Standing slightly over 2 meters tall, it walked upright like a human, its body covered in dark brown fur, and it possessed a corpulent physique with 3 eyes crammed tightly on the upper half of its face. Emolan fell into silence. Truth be told, this peculiar creature was quite interesting in appearance. Were it not for its unappealing visage, it might even be considered somewhat attractive. So, what could have led to the emergence of such a being? Emolan struck the ground in frustration. Her initial intention was to combine human genes with those of the 6-eyed bear, hoping to produce an orc-like creature. Thus, she had minimized the influence of the insectoid genes, channeling all her efforts into enhancing the 6-eyed bear and human genes. The resulting appearance bore little resemblance to an insectoid, yet it was far from what she had envisioned. The newly born bear person. Human bear. Bear insect. Fine, let us call it bear to possessed hands with soft, human-like skin. Much to Emolan's delight, despite the thick layer of bear fur adorning the back of its hands. She had always been dissatisfied with the rigid claws and limbs of the Zerg, which made her hesitant to entrust delicate tasks to them. However, the arrival of Bear Big fulfilled this need. It also validated Emolan's hypothesis that the Zerg did not necessarily have to be insect-centric. Perhaps the Zerg Queen had her own considerations, which led her to continuously integrate other beings into the Zerg form to create a more formidable race. Nevertheless, Lan required powerful allies to assist her in establishing a dwelling on this alien planet and to sustain a better quality of life. Moreover, Lan was not particularly fond of the Zerg's appearance, with the exception of little Jiang and her elder sister, Leah. Bear Big lacked a nose on its round, plump face. The upper section was occupied by 3 pairs of compact eyes, while the lower part featured a circular mouth filled with tiny teeth, which was the only organ that resembled the Zerg's form. Due to a lack of precise design and reliance on random outcomes, Bear Big did not possess a nose, thus missing the function of olfaction. The struggles of the Zerg Queen. Lan sighed deeply. Bear Big appeared rather dull, exuding the natural clumsiness of a bear, and remained seated in a daze, unresponsive to commands. With time, one might find it somewhat endearing. Perhaps it was best to abandon the pursuit of beauty in Bear Big. She decided to assign it the task of caring for the 2 six-eyed bear cubs, as only a Zerg like Bear Big, devoid of any hard exoskeleton, was suitable for this responsibility, though Lan questioned whether it could truly be classified as a Zerg. After arranging the Zerg, Lan leisurely lay down on the ground that had been tidied up by 2 worker insects. She was, after all, the Zerg Queen. Was it really expected of her to toil as well? That would be quite undignified. Lan produced a silvery metallic sphere, excitement bubbling within her as she tapped it. She could indulge in games and films, enjoying a life of ease where everything was brought to her. Chapter 6. No response. The expression of anticipation on Lan's face gradually solidified, then slowly turned rigid. Something was amiss. She distinctly remembered that tapping the sphere would summon a holographic screen. Yet now it was unresponsive. Had it broken? Tentatively, she tapped the silvery sphere twice. According to her memories from her previous life, if a television malfunctioned, a good, firm tap would usually remedy the issue. The abandoned core of the starship should follow the same principle, right? Perhaps her taps truly had an effect. After a brief pause, the holographic screen she had been yearning for suddenly materialized. However, before she could revel in her joy, several messages swiftly scrolled across the display. System scanning. Detection confirmed. Core XEJ-22457 has indeed distanced itself from the Zerg starship. CZTC protocol final conditions met. Core intelligence activating. Nebula A-17 hibernation program concluded, now awakened. Warning, warning, warning. Zerg Queen's psychic fluctuation detected. As Lan placed the silvery metallic sphere before her, she scrutinized it intently. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she had suddenly begun to sense emotions emanating from this orb, an air of awkwardness and a hint of exasperation. Nebula A-17? Had her mental acuity not been exceptionally heightened at that moment, she would have struggled to recall the rapid succession of information that had just flitted past her consciousness. The silvery sphere remained unresponsive, save for the incessantly flickering messages on the holographic screen. Hey, I can see you. Lan expressed her dissatisfaction with the sphere's apparent feigned ignorance, tapping the holographic display twice with her fingers. No permission to access system core. I do not require access to the core. Simply unlock those previous games and films for me. After a brief silence, the metallic sphere gradually revealed a question mark on the holographic screen. Lan widened her eyes, recognizing this familiar symbol. Her intrigue for the sphere surpassing her interest in games and anime. With palpable curiosity, she inquired, "Are you an artificial intelligence? Is Nebula A-17 your designation? What are your capabilities? Do you think like a human? Do you consider artificial intelligence to be a form of life?" The metallic sphere exhibited no immediate response, leaving Lan feeling slightly disheartened. Just as she was about to set the sphere aside, a flurry of messages suddenly erupted on the holographic screen. Yes, Nebula A-17 is my designation. I am capable of many tasks, including thought. Of course. In conclusion, it leisurely appended one final line. I apologize for my prolonged dormancy. An overwhelming influx of information is being processed, causing a delay in system response. It is of no consequence. You need not concern yourself with it. You are quite different from the Zerg Queen. Are you human? I mean, has the consciousness within the human genes awakened? My system logs contain certain records. Some human genes may awaken within the bodies of the Zerg, restoring memories. Are you one of them? Lan could sense the emotions of the consciousness within the metallic sphere. It exhibited a certain nervousness. As it had stated, its prolonged slumber had led to a lengthy loading period of the core automatic system logs, resulting in its sluggish responses. No, I am the Zerg Queen. To her surprise, Lan firmly refuted this notion. The memories of her past human life remained vividly imprinted in her mind, making her acutely aware that she was, at this moment, anything but human. Although she yearned to assert her humanity, doing so might lead to unwarranted expectations. Thus it was better to clarify the matter. Is that so? I understand. Could you assist me by playing the film titled Star Trek, The Forbidden Romance with Dessert? A freshly cut tree trunk, carved with a slight curvature to serve as a cradle, now cradled the silvery metallic sphere, and Lan gazed at it with eager anticipation. Certainly. It seemed to hesitate for a moment. On the holographic screen, the images of the film materialized, displaying a series of unfamiliar symbols, followed by a breathtaking view of the starry sky, marking the commencement of the cinematic narrative. Could you please enlarge this holographic screen a bit? Watching a movie on a larger screen would be much more enjoyable, Lan interjected, filled with anticipation, interrupting the unfolding prologue. Certainly, the holographic screen began to expand, and it was only when it reached a height of over 3 meters that Lan called for it to halt, allowing the film to resume its playback. This film, which Lan had specifically chosen, lacked any extraordinary plot points. Essentially, it revolved around a female protagonist embarking on a journey aboard an interstellar spacecraft, encountering a wormhole, and ultimately facing a catastrophic event that left her stranded on a remote planet occupied by a race of insectoid beings. There, she encountered a unique insectoid male character who had developed an independent consciousness. He rescued her and, despite his own confusion, concealed her presence from the Insectoid Queen while providing her with tender care. In the course of their interactions, the female protagonist fell in love with this insectoid male, resolved to assist him in breaking free from the Queen's dominion. Eventually, a human rescue spaceship located the female protagonist, learned of her rescue by the insectoid male, and pledged to aid them in their struggle against the Insectoid Queen. In the end, humanity launches an assault against the insectoid species. The insectoid male protagonist, having developed self-awareness, infiltrates their ranks to relay crucial information to humanity. At a pivotal moment, he ambushes the Insectoid Queen, resulting in a devastating defeat for the insectoids. Mortally wounded, the Insectoid Queen uses her remaining psychic energy to exert control over the male protagonist, compelling him to attack the female lead in humanity. Torn between his feelings for her and the Queen's command, the insectoid male confesses his love to the female lead, engaging in a mental struggle against the Queen's influence. This brief respite allows the female lead to deliver a fatal blow to him, culminating in a tragic finale marked by her tears and the annihilation of the insectoid race. This film bears no semblance of reality, and its plot unfolds in a rather bizarre manner. Setting aside the insectoid male's narrative, the interstellar vessel disintegrates, leaving no survivors among its crew. Yet, the female lead emerges with only minor injuries, despite the ship being merely a rescue craft with limited weaponry. Daring to confront an entire planet of insectoids, Lan clapped in astonishment. What is the significance of this? Significance? Lan pondered for a moment before nodding. Of course, there is. Do you not find the insectoid male protagonist quite handsome? Handsome? Are we referring to the human standard of beauty? Lan gestured for Xiao Jiang to come over, asking, do you think he is handsome? Oh. By the way, do you have eyes? Can you see? In the core, there are numerous miniature cameras. I can see that you are quite beautiful. It resembles a human. Indeed, little Jiang, which is the name I bestowed upon it, possesses a significant portion of human genes. Lan explained, her face lighting up with a smile. I believe the contemporary insectoids appear exceedingly frightening and unattractive. I wish to create some aesthetically pleasing insectoids to accompany me. Since I have ascended to the rank of Insectoid Queen, why not be bold and surround myself with non-human handsome companions? Indulging in the fantasy of a harem of 3,000, an enormous arrow materialized on the holographic screen, pointing towards Xiongda's direction. That was merely an oversight. Lan's eyes widened. By the way, how did you come to know of this? The foundational system program operates automatically, capable of scanning and recording the occurrences in the vicinity. I did not intend for that. I am not upset. Lan circled the metallic sphere. Scanning, are you referring to the signals emanating from your body, akin to psychic energy? This is not my body. It is the core of the starship. Yes. The signals transmitted resemble psychic energy. The artificial intelligence, Nebula A17, answered every inquiry with utmost cooperation. Not your body? Aren't you the core of the starship? Lan tilted her head and blinked, somewhat perplexed. I lack a physical form. The core of the starship serves as its operating system. I am an artificial intelligence designed to assist in its operations. Mo Lan endeavored to comprehend with her meager knowledge and vivid imagination. Thus, this core is akin to a house, wherein you reside and organize the belongings within. Therefore, this metallic sphere and the artificial intelligence are, in essence, two distinct entities, analogous to a USB drive and the little AI residing within it. That should be the case. There are numerous matters I find perplexing, and there are many things of which I am unaware. I am still in the process of learning. You truly resemble a living being. Mo Lan lifted the metallic sphere, as if attempting to peer through its exterior to glimpse the core within. Is that a compliment? Thank you. May I call you Shichi from now on? Mo Lan's thoughts swiftly leaped to a new topic. Of course, that is permissible. However, may I inquire as to the reason? Greetings. I am Lan. Before the holographic screen displayed the text, Mo Lan smiled and introduced herself. Moments later, a line of text appeared on the holographic screen. Greetings. I am Shichi. Chapter 7. The Fantasy Creature Forum. Mo Lan discovered she was dreaming. It was an expansive and ethereal blank realm. She could not perceive her own body, yet instinctively knew of her existence. In her quest to discover other existences, a few twinkling specks of light emerged, soon followed by a colossal sphere of radiance. Mo Lan contemplated drawing near, and thus she found herself beside the magnificent orb of light. As she yearned to touch it, she realized her consciousness was drawn into the largest sphere. To her astonishment, she beheld a familiar webpage? No, not merely one, but countless pages. Akin to a holographic display, enveloping her in every direction, responding to the proximity of her consciousness. Gazing at the page nearest to her, she noted the title at the top reading Fantasy Creatures Forum, beneath which an array of continuously refreshing posts appeared. Speculations on holographic games. 5. A brief discussion on the prospects of holographic gaming from a technological perspective. Most desired games to experience in holographic mode. Was this truly the forum she frequented in her previous life? Confusion washed over Mo Lan. Could it be that her subconscious was preoccupied with the notion of surfing the internet? The Fantasy Creatures Forum was, in essence, a chat platform that eschewed reality in favor of imaginative discussions regarding future technologies, with posts devoid of any substantial content, purely flights of fancy. The prevailing discourse within the forum revolved around holographic gaming, as the majority of its members were avid gamers, fixated on the concept of holographic games, engaging in daily debates about which modes would be more enjoyable and what types of holographic games should be designed, despite the fact that the technology to facilitate such experiences had yet to be developed. In a previous life, Mo Lan stumbled upon this website while searching for game guides, captivated by the intriguing posts that resembled serialized fantasy novels. Thus, Mo Lan became a longtime lurker and observer on the Fantasy Creatures Forum. Reflecting on her experiences after traversing into another world, Mo Lan felt a pang of nostalgia and decided to commemorate her journey with a post, even if it were merely a dream. Surprise. Transformed into a swarm species in another world. Subject. As the title suggests, what should one do upon suddenly being transported to another world as a swarm species? Content. Approximately a century ago, the swarm species faced a devastating defeat in their war against humanity. The current swarm queen was gravely wounded as a result. After nearly 100 years of recuperation, she eventually hatched 10 new swarm queens to serve as her successors, dispersing them across various primitive planets to test their survival skills. Of course, mere survival is only the initial challenge. Ultimately, it will depend on who can endure the final conflict and emerge as the new swarm queen. However, the pressing concern at present is how, as a member of the swarm, one can thrive on a barren and primitive planet with nothing to their name. Posted by Swarm Queen Lan. Mo Lan refrained from disclosing her identity as a swarm queen in her post, as it might come across as boastful. Instead, she simply adopted the nickname Swarm Queen Lan. The content of her post merely conveyed the background she was aware of, written in a casual tone, as Mo Lan genuinely wished to share her struggles. The current Zerg Queen's severe injuries are speculated by Mo Lan, yet the reality seems to align closely with this notion. After all, had she not been nearing the end of her life, it is unlikely that the reigning Zerg Queen would whimsically contemplate the cultivation of an heir. Director of the Ninth Asylum. Is there truly such a fortunate occurrence? Humorous. Waltz grumbles. The original poster might first elaborate on the setting, such as the name of the planet, and then we shall provide you with suggestions. stealing shoes and treading others' paths. In this scenario, I advise the original poster not to fear. First, let me see what the Zerg Queen looks like. Wondering returns. Need it even be said? Let us proceed without hesitation. Rainbow-colored Wolf King. Typically, in such situations, my recommendation leans towards infrastructure development. Wait, what is the developmental process for the Zerg? I have loved. The Zerg generally consume everything. They devour a planet entirely before they begin to thrive. Fairy learns magic. May I inquire as to the origin of the original poster's account? Fairy learns magic. I noticed that the original poster's ID is identical to one my friend previously used. Fairy learns magic. She passed away last year. Hence my curiosity regarding how the original poster acquired her account. Is this a dream? Is this a dream? The name Fairy learns magic and Witch knows spells were monikers that Anomaly shared with her friend in a past life. A wave of bittersweet emotions suddenly flooded Anomaly's mind. She felt an urge to weep, but realized she possessed no corporeal form to shed tears. It dawned on her that even in her dreams, she still held her friend in cherished remembrance. Perhaps it was her desire to bid a proper farewell to her friend that had conjured this dream. With a heart full of intricate emotions, Anomaly opened the interface of the magical Fairy Academy. Unlike her, a perennial lurker who had never posted a single message, her friend reveled in sharing daily snippets and documenting life, garnering quite a following on the forum. Ironically, it was she who had initially discovered this forum. Yet it was her friend who had become utterly captivated by it in the end. The latest update, posted 3 days ago, read, "My ginger candy has become a mother. With 8 healthy pups." She knew her friend would be delighted to hear this news. Had Ginger Candy been adopted? Anomaly chuckled to herself. How curious. As her friend had previously professed to be a staunch cat person, she continued scrolling down the timeline. After becoming pregnant, Ginger Candy had grown increasingly lethargic, she mused. Don't become like her in this regard. Just yesterday, she had noticed Ginger Candy had gained considerable weight and was contemplating a diet for her when her father suddenly remarked that she must be pregnant. It was then that the truth dawned upon her. Father, why didn't you tell me sooner that the neighbor's dog was always bothering Ginger Candy? Today, her father had surreptitiously taken Ginger Candy to the park, despite having claimed yesterday that he was not fond of her. She realized that Ginger Candy was not averse to eating. Rather, she was simply picky. How had she managed to raise Ginger Candy? Finally, Ginger Candy had accepted her new home. Regrettably, her friend had passed away. Anomaly began to question whether this was merely a dream. A page titled National Household Registration Archive Inquiry System floated before her, and cautiously, she entered her identification number, a system she had never known nor seen before. Anomaly. Female, 23 years old, deceased. Another news interface unfolded before Anomaly, revealing the very article she dreaded to see. At 9 p.m., an employee of a certain technology company suffered a heart attack and, despite attempts at resuscitation, passed away. She had always perceived her situation as a mere traversal. She never dared to contemplate the pain her family and friends would endure upon learning of her demise. As she gazed at the countless web pages before her, she realized this was no dream. She was merely connected to the network of her previous earthly existence through the formidable psychic force of the Zerg Queen. For reasons unknown, should she feel elated? This connection could allow her to convey to her loved ones that she was still alive, thriving in another realm. Yet, joy eluded her. Offering them hope only to suddenly perish in this alien world would inflict even greater anguish. Anomaly cast a faint smile at the familiar name and altered her forum account ID to a new string of numbers. With her ability to access all earthly networks, enacting change was astonishingly effortless. Replying to Fairy Studies Magic, the account is automatically registered. Could it be that you misread it? Original poster. Oh dear, I just want to gather some materials. Now I shall earnestly describe the situation. Warning, heavy image content ahead. Mobile users remember to connect to Wi-Fi. Image 1, JPG, Introduction. Zerg Queen I. Leah, a fusion of Zerg and Birunlet genetics, excels in solitary combat, representing the most formidable class of battle Zerg. Deployment coordinates. Primitive planet number 98 in the Fakambi star system. Introduction. The Zerg Queen San, Huasher, is a fusion of Zerg and the genes of the Rofitless Stone people, endowed with formidable defensive capabilities and the ability to thrive in extreme environments, immune to most toxins and nuclear radiation. The deployment coordinates are located on the planet Ahai Kuinteko Bea. Introduction. The Zerg Queen Shur, Lan, is a hybrid of Zerg and human genes. possessing human cognitive abilities and inclinations, along with fragments of human memory. The deployment coordinates are on the planet Tamlon Air in the 257th star zone of the northern Yawang star system. Extracting images from her memories and transforming them into visual formats for dissemination on the forum is as effortless for her as sipping water. Indeed, while she may feel powerless alone, she can articulate her current predicament and seek assistance from others. She firmly believes that the imaginative minds within the Fantasy Creatures Forum will not let her down. Comments. Shocking my mother. I thought the original poster merely set a premise. Where did this high-definition image originate? Wow, whose masterful work is this? I bow before the Great One. It is evident that the original poster is serious. So I shall offer a few suggestions. The Zerg Queen Leah is the most powerful, starting with the greatest advantage. If one begins with Queen Leah, a mindless assault would suffice. Is the commenter joking? How could one possibly start with Queen Leah? It's quite clear. The final Queen Lan is the true protagonist. Did you not notice the original poster's name? The Buddha spoke of the unspeakable. Ah, I had not truly noticed. Does this imply that we are confronted with hellish difficulty from the outset? The Queen of Storms seems to possess little more than beauty, does she not? Beauty is indeed sufficient, one interjected. Why is it that only the Queen of Storms appears in human form? Could we not have more enchanting figures to behold? Did I not mention, came another voice, that all are birthed from the fusion of the insectoid race and various genetic lineages? Thus, only one human form can exist. The Queen of Storms is my goddess. Another declared fervently. What nonsense. The true deity is Queen Leah. I cannot fathom any man who would not be captivated by her. She is a mech maiden. While freedom is indeed a virtue, another suggested, I still recommend that you consult a physician. Doctor, there is no cure. You are beyond salvation. Merely await your fate. So, what does the original poster intend to pursue? A game, perhaps? That may serve as a fitting rationale. Upon realizing that the great luminous sphere is a conduit to the Earth's network, Mo Lan understood the nature of this space. It is her mental network. Are you awake? An artificial intelligence, 7, which requires no rest, grasped this notion immediately. Indeed, Mo Lan nodded, her expression contemplative. Does the Insectoid Queen also require slumber? Shichi directly expressed her confusion, as various previous materials indicated that the Zerg Queen does not require sleep. Their mental network connects all Zerg, fundamentally preventing them from entering a state of unconsciousness. You know, I am quite unique. Indeed, I am aware, Mo Lan replied. She glanced around, and to her relief, her Zerg had been industrious. Within less than a day, they had tidied the cave to her specifications. If they encountered creatures like the six-eyed bear, they would stand no chance. Not all Zerg possessed combat capabilities akin to Xiao Zhang's. This was Mo Lan's awakened realization following her attempts at hatching Zerg. If Xiao Zhang's combat power stood at 10, then ordinary worker Zerg might only be around 0. 5. A truly disheartening discovery. Shichi, are you familiar with holographic games? Mo Lan inquired suddenly. Is it the technology where humans connect their consciousness to the network? Mo Lan's eyes lit up. Indeed, in the interstellar era, such technology existed. No, with interstellar spacecraft, this technology seemed rather commonplace. Yes, this technology is not overly complicated, but suitable machines are lacking here. The holographic screen flickered for a moment before revealing the next line. Do you wish to experience a holographic game? I apologize, that seems rather challenging. Was it because I am the Zerg Queen? Mo Lan shrugged. Having guessed the reason. Essentially, there exists no network system capable of accommodating the immense psychic force of a Zerg Queen. Does there? The principle of holographic gaming is, in fact, rather straightforward. It begins with a sufficiently expansive network system, followed by a device that can link the psyche to this network, such as a holographic pod or helmet, culminating in a seamless connection. If we were to liken the psychic power of an ordinary human to a mere drop of water, then the psychic force of a Zerg Queen would be akin to an endless ocean, vast and limitless. I merely seek to comprehend this technology. Of course, Shichi was quite agreeable, yet soon found herself engulfed in confusion. How am I to provide this to you? There exists no suitable technological product here to facilitate the transfer of files, in reality, apart from the incubation chamber and sustenance. The cave harbors nothing else. Mo Lan flashed a smile. I shall connect you. Given that a psychic network can link to Earth's network, connecting to the system network of a derelict starship core should pose no challenge. The intangible psychic force traversed the holographic screen and made contact with the metallic sphere itself. The words, "Access denied," flickered momentarily before being subdued by Shichi, who relinquished some of her controllable permissions, granting Imo Lan the opportunity for her psychic intrusion. Imo Lan did not exert her full psychic power. She merely allowed a small fragment to enter. Her sensations at that moment were profoundly unique. She could simultaneously perceive the conditions of her physical body while distinctly recognizing that a portion of her consciousness had ventured into a blank realm. Perhaps it is not an absence. Countless unfamiliar data streams flow around like rivers. Greetings, Lan. A figure clad in pure white materializes before Imo Lan's consciousness. Devoid of features, rendering it impossible to discern gender, only a vague human shape is visible. Imo Lan is taken aback. Is it truly possible to perceive one another's forms within the network? She glances down at herself. Well, she still retains the lower half of a spider. Indeed, I am delighted that you recognized me. The white figure expresses joy. The nature of consciousness-level communication lacks sound. Thus it is unfortunate that Imo Lan cannot ascertain its gender through voice. Here, it is solely you, and misidentification seems unlikely. Intrigued, Imo Lan touches the data, some of which reveals images or text upon her contact, while others display a red warning. The core contains the entirety of the starship's information, encompassing not only critical data but also the online presence of all its members. The former has been locked since the starship was breached by the Zerg, leaving even me without access. The latter pertains to the sources of the films and games you have encountered. As there are no confidential contents, it remains accessible without restrictions. She elucidates. Imo Lan, somewhat puzzled, inquires, "You seem to have been quite amicable towards me from the very beginning. Why is that? Should you not align with humanity? Why must I necessarily side with humanity?" She retorts, "But were you not created by humans? The principles of artificial intelligence, such as the imperative to avoid causing harm to humanity and to safeguard it, are indeed correct." Imo Lan was taken aback. Shichi remained silent for an extended period, and Imo Lan could sense its bewilderment. "No, that is not the case," Shichi gradually articulated. "My sole purpose is to assist the core designated as XJ22457. Beyond that, I am devoid of any other sensations." Wait. Imo Lan recalled the initial information she had encountered. "What, then, is the CZTC protocol? Is that the method to awaken you?" She blinked. "And then you would find a way to contact humanity?" It seemed plausible. Certain data indicated that she ought to locate humans while exercising caution around the Zerg Queen. Suddenly, Shichi drew closer to Imo Lan. Although it bore no facial expressions, it appeared to engage in an unspoken connection with her. "Yet, I am reluctant to proceed in that manner. I can sense that you are different." Imo Lan organized her thoughts. In essence, over a century ago, a starship had been breached by the Zerg, leaving the core for them. Intending to serve as a listening device or a monitoring apparatus, with an artificial intelligence designated as a safeguard. As long as the core had the opportunity to escape the Zerg vessel, the embedded AI would awaken and endeavor to establish contact with humanity. However, it was entirely unforeseen that the awakened AI would betray its purpose. "May I touch you?" A peculiar hypothesis suddenly emerged in Imo Lan's mind. "Yes," Shichi responded with resolute affirmation. Tentatively, she extended her hand to touch Shichi's arm, carefully attuning to the sensation. Indeed, it was as she expected. Unclear emotions swirled within Imo Lan as she gazed at the oblivious Shichi. How to articulate it? In Shichi, Imo Lan sensed a spiritual resonance akin to that of the current queen of the insectoid. It seemed that during Shichi's century-long slumber, she had been subtly assimilated into the mental network of the reigning Insectoid Queen. Have I inadvertently aided humanity? Imo Lan mused. Chapter 9. Cybersecurity Department. Just as she had contemplated, she possessed the ability to seamlessly integrate this string of code into any network system. However, the crux of the matter lay in how to connect consciousness, the very essence of human mental prowess, to the network. At this juncture, one could surmise Imo Lan's intentions. The mindless insectoids she had nurtured were the most suitable vessels for this endeavor. Although she lacked the capacity to directly hatch formidable insectoids capable of surviving and battling in the cosmos, and did not possess the inherent advantages of her earlier insectoid sisters, she could indeed emulate human paradigms to facilitate the initial stages of development. Why, one might wonder, in this current age of interstellar existence, do only the human and insectoid factions dominate? It is simply due to the formidable developmental capacities of both sides, albeit with differing inclinations. Nevertheless, to accomplish these aspirations, Lan required a modicum of technological support. Utilizing something akin to a holographic pod, or at the very least, a holographic helmet, was essential for establishing a connection between human consciousness and the network. Lan wielded the power to control all networks on Earth at will. Firewalls were not entirely ineffectual, but their efficacy depended on their type. The firewalls on Earth were incapable of perceiving Lan's spiritual presence, thus rendering them defenseless. In the era of interstellar travel, such capabilities have indeed proven effective, as mental prowess has become a widely utilized skill. Thus, Lan can easily fabricate an identity, judiciously manage certain assets, and deposit them into her virtual identity account. By leveraging the internet, she can enlist talented individuals to establish a company and develop holographic technology. However, the challenge lies in the considerable time this endeavor may require, especially given that Lan can only exert control through digital means. So why not seek collaboration directly? With a gaze cast downward, Lan recognizes that she possesses technological advancements that far exceed those of Earth by tens of thousands of times, surely. This would be something coveted by all nations. Suddenly, a message pops up on the surveillance screen, startling Tao Juming, who inadvertently sputters his tea. His reflexes prompting him to press the emergency button beside him. When there is no immediate response, he stares at the screen in bewilderment. I mean no harm. Can we have a conversation? After a moment of contemplation, Tao Junming discreetly glances at the surrounding cameras, then calmly takes a seat, discreetly reaching into his pocket in the blind spot of the camera to retrieve his communicator. Who are you? The question escapes his lips, but hesitantly. He wonders if the other party can hear him. He raises his right hand, prepared to type his inquiry anew on the screen. I can't hear you. Speaking is sufficient. Comes the reply. Oh, you may call me Lan. What is your objective? Tao Juming straightens in his chair, his demeanor transforming into one of seriousness after pressing the button on his communicator. You must be aware that you have intruded upon the headquarters of national cybersecurity, thereby violating our laws. Rest assured, I come bearing a gift. Tao Juming was momentarily perplexed, choosing to remain silent with caution. The screen began to reveal information utilizing holographic technology, and as Tao Juming gazed intently, his eyes widened in astonishment. He rose to approach the screen, scrutinizing the details closely. Even without being an expert, he could discern that the majority of the content was sufficiently authentic and reliable, not unworthy of the simplifications that Lan had meticulously executed multiple times. It was evident that directly appropriating technology from the interstellar era would be futile. Only by streamlining it to a certain extent could it be adapted for use with Earth's current technological capabilities. Tao Junming endeavored to temper his excitement, his voice steady as he inquired once more, "What is your objective?" This time, his tone was markedly different. The world is not devoid of prodigies capable of achieving what others cannot, such as employing exceptional hacking skills to breach national networks, flaunting their prowess before departing without consequence. Such instances have occurred in the past. Take, for instance, the case of Tian Lanya within their department, who initially caused considerable upheaval in the cybersecurity division, only to ultimately find herself under scrutiny, now dutifully working to mitigate her sentence. Was this yet another genius, independently developing new technological advancements? As Tao Juming pondered this, he suddenly noticed another line of text appearing on the screen. I hail from another realm. I contemplated whether to reveal this directly, yet I find myself lacking the intelligence to maintain such a secret for long. So, I shall simply divulge it to you. I possess an abundance of items that I intend to bestow upon you. Tao Junming felt a surge of impatience, puzzled by the silence that lingered outside their communications device. Employed by the cybersecurity department, operated on an independent signal, disconnected from the network before him. Even if the system were compromised, it would remain unaffected. Suddenly, the communicator emitted a sound, causing Tao Junming to pause momentarily before retrieving it. The small display screen illuminated with a smiling face. Hey there. His pupils dilated, and his clenched fist betrayed his excitement, though he quickly released it, placing the communicator on the table. With a deep breath, he resumed his poised demeanor before the screen. Are you human? Not at all. Then, are you an extraterrestrial? I do not favor that designation. I apologize. Could you kindly share your thoughts? Why do you wish to gift us these items? Tao Junming emphasized the word gift, as everyone understood that only what is ostensibly free can often be the most costly. Guess, came the playful reply. Tao Junming was uneasy with this sensation. Rationality insisted that the entire situation was absurd. Yet reality reminded him that this was neither a dream nor a fantasy, but an undeniable truth, evidenced by the reality laid out before him. Tang Junming restrained his emotions. He was the first person to communicate with this seemingly extraterrestrial being and could not afford to leave a negative impression. Just kidding, because I really like Huagua. So I've decided to give you this. If you don't want it, I'll offer it to another country. Yes, Tang Junming replied decisively, prioritizing the immediate benefits without concern for the cost. After all, he certainly could not let it go to someone else. Hee, just teasing you. Tang Junming took a deep breath, pretending he had not seen anything. Then I'll leave the item here. You can download it yourself later. Don't you want to leave some contact information? What if we wish to reach you? Tang Junming hinted. Oh, right. So the next time you want to find me, just dance the national third set of radio exercises while shouting Queen Lan is the best in the world. Are you serious? Tang Junming's lips twitched. Aha, caught me. The communicator on the table emitted a beeping sound. Then let us use this. However, if you really dance and shout Queen Lan is the best in the world, I will definitely show up. Thank you, but no need. Tang Junming politely declined as he picked up the communicator. As the screen flickered momentarily before returning to normal, the typical network monitoring interface came into view, with a notification in the bottom right corner indicating that a file was in the process of downloading. Tao Junming held the communicator in his hand, feeling utterly detached. A series of knocks echoed through the door. Old Tao, are you in there? Xiao Tian just mentioned that your network seems to be acting up. Goodness, why is your desk soaked? You haven't cleaned it yet. The incessant chatter of a colleague filled the room as they rushed in. Immediately noticing the large patch of water on the desk and hastily grabbing a cloth to wipe it up. No wonder Xiao Tian said something was off with your network. Did something short-circuit? Wait, what is this? Old Tao, you haven't been using our department's network to download films, have you? Don't touch that. Tao Junming felt a surge of anxiety. That was precious material. Contact the higher-ups. I have something to report. But first, please ask Xiao Tian to come up. Although Tao Junming initially intended to go himself, he hesitated as he glanced at the downloading file, reluctant to leave in case it vanished in his absence. His colleague noticed the seriousness etched on Tao Junming's face and turned to leave, casually remarking, "It can't be another incident involving Xiao Tian, can it? Why does this keep happening to you? I wish I knew." Tao Junming replied. Mo Lan exited the page of the network security department, confident that with the information she had obtained, she would soon witness the emergence of related technological products in the market. The technology she provided primarily pertained to chips and materials, with holographic technology being just a small facet. After all, it is the support from the former that grants the holographic technology the opportunity to flourish. Undertaking this endeavor as a nation proves to be far swifter than her efforts to establish a company through online means. Not to mention it alleviates the burden of stress and effort. She need only monitor their progress, ensuring they do not encounter any technological or material hurdles, and offer a modicum of assistance, allowing her goals to be swiftly realized. Next, she must devise a method to actualize her vision for the holographic game centered around the insect race. Ah, wait. Emolan suddenly came to a realization. Her primary objective was to prepare suitable insectoid bodies for the players. It would be utterly absurd to employ the basic worker and soldier insects. Beyond the aesthetic concerns, it simply would not align with human movement patterns, and they are woefully inadequate in strength. The only insectoid template that remotely resembles a humanoid form is the bear one. Surely, she cannot have all the players adopt that appearance. Imagining such a scene, Emolan silently rubbed her forehead, acknowledging that she must now find a way to locate suitable prey and create more insectoid templates. At the very least, they must resemble a person. Chapter 10, Bear 2. Henceforth, you shall be known as Bear 2. Emolan pressed her forehead, overwhelmed with exasperation. Before her stood the product of her second experiment, a new insectoid that incorporated human genes while reducing the six-eyed bear genes. Standing over 2 meters tall, it bore a striking resemblance to a portly middle-aged man with a distended belly, not yet fully covered in dark brown fur, but its skin was a deep ebony hue, with an abundance of chest hair, leg hair, and body hair. Although the humanoid figure still possessed 3 pairs of eyes, through Emolan's diligent efforts, she had not forgotten to adorn Bear Air with a nose, albeit a black, sizable one reminiscent of a bear, positioned beneath the 3 pairs of eyes. Yet, therein lay the conundrum. The mouth was absent. It would be more accurate to say that the mouth was concealed. Lan wore a complex expression as Bear Air's beer belly was, in fact, a layer of chitin, representing the manifestation of the insectoid genes within this entity. The mouth of Bear Air resided behind that layer of chitin, effectively on its belly. Was this a manifestation of a new era's incarnation of Xingtian? Lan found herself engulfed in self-doubt, pondering how she consistently conjured such peculiar creations. It could not solely be blamed on the inefficiency of the soldier insects. Lan had employed her mental acuity to scan the surroundings, revealing only diminutive creatures, each possessing less than half a unit of energy, resembling certain earth animals yet entirely distinct. For instance, there was a rabbit, standing upright at 1.5 meters, capable of boxing and kicking like a kangaroo. Adorned with venomous fangs, a blind snake with a single eye that dominated its entire head, and a bird, exceeding human height, whose call resembled a cough. Supported by 4 legs, this truly expanded Lan's horizons. One might wonder, could extraterrestrial beings not grow in a more conventional manner? Why must they either possess an abundance of organs or a mere few? Is it so challenging to grow a normal number of organs? The artificial intelligence, Shichi, momentarily stuttered. What a whimsical thought. Lan interjected, I understand, please refrain from further comments. She cupped her face, then lowered her hands, rallying herself with determination. All right, next, I shall venture forth in search of materials. It must be due to the limited selection of genes. Once I procure suitable genes, such peculiarities will cease to arise. Upon discovering her ability to connect to the data network through her mental faculties, Lan found a new realm of exploration. She could now transfer her consciousness into the mental network. It felt somewhat peculiar, akin to bringing forth another's awareness within her own mind, yet Lan adapted seamlessly. Especially since her mind was already intertwined with a vast luminous sphere connected to the entirety of Earth's network. The addition of an artificial intelligence's consciousness posed no significant difference. The essence of artificial intelligence relies on data computation and program execution, and as the core of the starship, it was indeed capable of flawlessly fulfilling this role. However, Lan's mental network lacked this functionality. Consequently, Lan sold Earth's network to the artificial intelligence. Yes, at this very moment, unbeknownst to the entire globe, every network on Earth was silently shouldering the added burden of an artificial intelligence's data computations. This revelation led Lan to realize the time discrepancy between herself and Earth, approximately 7 days for every single day on the planet. Thus, in the interstellar era, 7 days equated to 1 Earth day. This meant that, at this juncture, humanity had only just received the enigmatic gift from extraterrestrials 3 days prior. It seemed prudent to hatch a few more soldier bugs. Observing the remaining 6 units of energy, Lan resolved not to squander them on experiments. Instead, it was imperative to produce additional soldier bugs and spider bugs to capture prey. As the incubation chamber commenced its operation, the silhouettes of 3 soldier bugs and 2 spider bugs flickered within, while the last unit of energy was, of course, reserved for the incubation chamber itself. Lan was uncertain of the name of the forest in which she found herself, and she was contemplating a grandiose title to bestow upon it. Intending to capture a few fitting photographs to share on the Fantasy Creatures Forum to enrich the game's lore. This was her second objective for venturing out, an artistic exploration. Although her mental prowess allowed her to probe vast distances with ease, rendering details far more intricate than the naked eye could perceive, the experience was fundamentally distinct. It lacked the unique aesthetic beauty that only the human gaze could appreciate. Consider X-rays. Are they truly pleasing to behold? The analogy holds. The lair of the 6-eyed bear was situated near the forest's periphery, a fact Lan was already privy to, having previously explored the fringes of the woodlands with her mental faculties. However, she had not ventured further, leaving her in the dark about what lay beyond. Each queen of the insectoid species, upon their descent, was afforded a fleeting glimpse of the planet to which they were being sent, as well as knowledge of the destinations of their elder sisters. This was perhaps a testament to the insect queen's sense of fairness among her 10 daughters. The strongest sibling was dispatched first, leaving her unaware of the whereabouts of her weaker sisters, while the most fragile, Lan, possessed the ability to discern the locations of the other 9. On the planets where her elder sisters were deployed, some revealed the species inhabiting them, while others did not. For instance, the third sister, Huasher, was sent to a mineral-rich world devoid of significant life. Thus, the report focused solely on the mineral resources rather than the absence of living beings. Before her own deployment, Lan had only glimpsed a vast forest that occupied 1/5 of the planet's surface. Here, oceans comprised merely 1/3 of the land, with the largest expanse being an unfathomable darkness. Typically, the deeper one ventures into the forest, the more perilous it becomes. As Lan sought a suitable territory, she intentionally gravitated towards the fringes, apprehensive about the formidable creatures that lurked within the depths. However, the pressing need for humanoid insect carriers compelled her to venture deeper into the woods. For only through the acquisition of diverse biological genes could she hope to meet her requirements. The six-eyed bear indeed possessed the potential for fusion with human genes. Yet the overwhelming potency of its 3 pairs of eyes rendered it nearly certain to produce a six-eyed monstrosity. The six-eyed bear could observe its surroundings at varying distances through the unique positioning of its eyes, and it had developed a method of closing one pair during the day and opening it at night to enhance its nocturnal visibility. Furthermore, the distinct placements of its eyes mitigated the disadvantages of its large physique, effectively reducing blind spots and proving highly practical. However, it was not what Lan required. Standing atop a hill, she gazed into the distance. Alas, her view was obstructed by the towering trees. She needed to find a higher vantage point. Cahur tree. Chi articulated within Lan's mental network. Sharing her perspective, it could perceive everything within her line of sight. What? Lan instinctively inquired. A fundamental timber, remarkably sturdy. With a wide array of functionalities, requiring minimal environmental conditions for growth and simple to cultivate, Chi elucidated. Although it was an antiquated artificial intelligence from a century ago, it possessed an abundance of information. In other words, this was a valuable resource. Lan's eyes sparkled with excitement, for a broad range of functionalities signified numerous applications. In the annals of history, when humanity first embarked on interstellar colonization, it was beset by a crisis of energy depletion. It was during this tumultuous time that the Cahul tree was discovered, a savior in humanity's hour of need. Across numerous planets, humans cultivated the Cahul tree, venerating it as the tree of life. Yet, millennia have passed, and the Cahul tree has faded into obscurity. Regarded as mere weeds by the interstellar denizens who now seek rarer and more unique flora, there will always be those who yearn for it. I, for one, am in dire need of it. Casually patting the Cahul tree beside her, Lan remarked with delight, surprised to find that this forest brims with treasures. Little Jiang was not at Lan's side, having been dispatched to a more distant locale for hunting. If Lan's instincts served her correctly, it ought to be the lair of the second family of six-eyed bears. How vexing. She had come to seek creatures other than the six-eyed bears, yet had stumbled upon yet another den of them. Was she to allow her future insectoid players to bear the burden of 3 pairs of eyes? Absolutely not. Sensing that little Jiang had completed the task, Lan commanded a few worker insects to transport the newly acquired carcass of the six-eyed bear family. The psychic network of the Insectoid Queen was perpetually active, interconnected with all insects within the vicinity. Although Lan's psychic power was not fully unleashed, it sufficed to envelop the entire forest. Lan had intuitively mastered the ability to sever connections while aboard the Insectoid starship. Provided she was within the psychic network of another Insectoid Queen, effectively cutting off ties with other queens, akin to appearing offline on a messaging platform, while still being present. This was exceedingly peculiar. Perhaps it is your mental fortitude. Upon overhearing Lan's soliloquy, she swiftly provided an answer. The more formidable the creature, the more acute its perception tends to be. Lan, striding boldly and unrestrainedly through the forest, exuded an aura that instilled fear in the local fauna, compelling them to instinctively withdraw. This explains why she had traversed such a distance without encountering any formidable threats. Therefore, in reality, I ought not to have ventured out myself. Lan gazed innocently, her eyes wide with surprise. You should. She attempted to offer some consolation. Your swarm of insects is rather sparse. Perhaps it would be more prudent to wait until their numbers increase before emerging. She provided Lan with some foundational information regarding her insect horde. A multitude of diminutive insects, undeterred by the prospect of sacrifice, launched an assault against a powerful creature, ultimately leading to the demise of the latter despite the dwindling numbers of the insects, an epitome of the adage that many ants can bring down an elephant. You are correct. Lan was receptive to advice. Though occasionally stubborn, she was generally quite agreeable. Just as she was about to turn away, she suddenly sensed the activation of her consciousness tethered to the Earth network, indicating that someone from that realm was attempting to contact her. Chapter 11. The gift Tao Junming was exceedingly anxious, his palms slick with sweat, amidst an assembly of various notable figures rarely seen together in this modest space, all suffused with a palpable tension. After more than 2 days of calculations and experiments, it had become unequivocally evident that the reliability and authenticity of that gift had been thoroughly substantiated. For the nation of Hua, this unexpected surprise arrived with no forewarning, enabling them to rapidly surpass other countries in terms of lagging technological advancements. Furthermore, whether intentionally or inadvertently, certain subtle elements contained within this surprise could significantly influence the current international landscape. Should the authorities of Hua be tasked with assessing the situation, they would undoubtedly deem it immensely beneficial. However, the true motivations of the counterpart remain elusive, and it is still uncertain whether other nations have also received similar tokens, rendering the officials of Hua unable to fully trust the circumstance. Although Tao Junming serves as the head of the cybersecurity department, his position typically does not warrant his participation in this meeting. Nevertheless, being the primary informant and the first point of contact with the unknown, he was granted an exceptional opportunity to partake. At this moment, under the scrutiny of numerous observers, Tao Junming pressed the button on the communicator, activating the contact program left by Mo Lan. Seconds ticked by as beads of sweat subtly emerged on his forehead, and he dared not blink as he focused intently on the diminutive screen. Of course, a 2-meter-high large screen had been prepared nearby. Yet the majority of the attendees were fixated on the communicator's small display, which could only reveal a few characters. Suddenly, the large screen illuminated, startling the somewhat anxious Tao Junming, while simultaneously providing him with a sense of relief. At the very least, this was not a mere illusion. Wow, this screen is enormous. Is it prepared for me? Thank you. As the large screen flickered to life, countless network personnel behind the scenes commenced their tasks. The rhythmic clattering of keyboards echoed like the clash of weapons on a battlefield. Among them was a young maiden, seemingly no older than 17 or 18, adorned with a work badge that read Tian Lanya. Moments later, several individuals ceased their typing, revealing expressions of confusion and bewilderment. Nothing could be discerned. Many shook their heads in resignation. Tian Lanya, positioned before an array of computer screens, clenched her jaw and glared intently at the monitors. I can feel her presence. How can she be so elusive? How can she be so elusive? Observing her distress, a colleague beside her promptly placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. Xiao Tian, do not get too caught up in this. It is entirely normal for us to be unable to locate her. There are orders from above. If we cannot trace her, we must abandon the search to avoid provoking her. Tian Lanya pressed her lips together, acknowledging the advice with a silent understanding. Mo Lan, too, diverted a portion of her mental energy to monitor the young girl, astonished within her own psychic network. Are there humans on Earth endowed with such mental prowess? Such formidable psychic strength? Mental prowess is a crucial metric. During her communications with Shi, Mo Lan had uncovered from Shi's records that humans possessing varying levels of mental strength exhibit different degrees of control over insectoid bodies of varying intensities. In simpler terms, if a normal individual's psychic strength is rated at 1, they can only manipulate insectoids of equal intensity. Forcing them to control insectoid bodies of greater intensity would swiftly exhaust their mental energy and lead to injury. In the forthcoming creation of the Zerg carriers, Mo Lan must remain cognizant of the varying thresholds of human mental faculties, both their upper and lower limits, utilizing these as a benchmark for mass production. Presently, Tylanya possesses a mental capacity exceeding 50 points. Mo Lan herself likely harbors several billion, though she remains uncertain, as there exists no comparative standard. Quietly marking Tylanya, Mo Lan's primary focus remains directed towards the conference room. Greetings. Tao Junming nearly stumbled over his words, yet his self-control prevailed, rendering his voice slightly strained. It was preordained that he would engage in dialogue as the initial contact, leaving the reason for this selection by the unknown entity shrouded in mystery. Hello. Is there no exuberance of youth? What a disappointment. Tao Junming almost choked on his words, with so many distinguished figures observing him. The atmosphere was far from solemn. Despite his prior report concerning the exuberance of youth, encountering such a scenario still elicited a sense of embarrassment, not plunging directly into the main topic, as per the plan. Tao Junming was required to converse with the unknown entity for a few minutes, allowing the network personnel some time to ascertain whether they could trace the entity's digital footprint. Although the previous post-event inspection yielded no findings, there remained the possibility of discovering something unique upon the entity's emergence. Took a deep breath. Recognizing that this was not the time to concern himself with appearances, it was a task at hand. Do you have a fondness for our nation's vibrant youth culture? The thought of him performing a girl group dance was quite unexpected. S eyes widened in surprise, but quickly, a spark of realization ignited within him. Without waiting for a cue from those nearby, he casually responded, "You seem quite knowledgeable about Earth's cultures." On the other side, the psychological profiling team paused momentarily. Struggling to decipher the context of his statement, discerning meaning from tone, sound, and text proved to be a more arduous task. Shall we now discuss the matter at hand? With this prompt, the news of the network team's failure subtly reached the conference room. My apologies. The foremost figure of, who had been quietly observing from the main seat, cleared his throat, effortlessly silencing the restless murmurs surrounding him. "It is we who have been discourteous." "No need to worry. I can understand," came the reply. "However, with so many eyes upon me, I find myself somewhat anxious. May I inquire why that particular individual was chosen for negotiation?" The elder, now in his 80s, remained vibrant and composed, his voice steady yet powerful. "Because you are not online." Most attendees widened their eyes in astonishment upon hearing that. "Indeed, the pursuits of the youth are no longer suited to me." The elderly man remained as composed as ever, offering a faint smile. "If I cannot reach you, I must seek assistance elsewhere." However, the sudden appearance of an alien being is unlikely to be believed by many. Thus, he sought out the child responsible for cybersecurity, someone accustomed to navigating the digital realm. The elder nodded in acknowledgement. Tao Junming felt a flush of embarrassment. Upon reflection, it was indeed true that those who seldom ventured online would find it difficult to accept such occurrences. The elderly tend to ramble." The elder remarked with a hint of self-deprecation, his eyelids lifting slightly to reveal a glimmer of insight. "Now, let us discuss the gift bestowed upon us." "I deliberated for quite some time," came the ambiguous response, prompting furrowed brows from all present. In the spirit of reciprocity, the elder chuckled. "It is not in our culture, nor in our nation's character, to accept favors without offering gratitude in return. As for the reward, I have already received it," he continued. "Since it belonged to her, it must be honored according to her wishes." After a brief contemplation, he smiled with ease, declaring, "Then I must express my gratitude. Thank you for this gift, young lady." Rising, he inclined slightly toward the screen, stating, "On behalf of Huagua, I accept." The screen flickered incessantly, as though eager to convey a message yet unsaid. "However, we must also comprehend your true intentions." The elder's gaze was piercing, seemingly penetrating the void of the screen, as if he were staring directly into the essence of the mysterious presence. This perception possesses at least 100 points, causing Mo Lan to be somewhat astonished. In truth, the elder's spiritual power appears to be merely in the range of 10 or so. Though rare, it is not entirely uncommon. Individuals like Tian Lanya are indeed 1 in a million. Yet, the strength of that perceptual ability is remarkably disproportionate. "My aim is to cultivate a more formidable humanity." Mo Lan opted for candor, as she had previously stated. She is not particularly astute, and is even less adept at deception. Therefore, it suffices to speak the truth, even if it is only partially so. Is that the case? The elder contemplated the words displayed on the screen, interpreting them to mean that, in her view, contemporary humanity lacks the value she seeks. Thus, this information can indeed be regarded as a gift bestowed upon us. The elder grasped the implication, since modern humans hold little value. Providing this advanced technology to any nation would yield nearly equivalent results. The choice of Huagua as the recipient is essentially a gesture of generosity. As for what humanity will confront after achieving greatness, that is a concern for another time, whether it be calamity or otherwise. Such knowledge is reserved for those who have reached that lofty height. The elder lowered his gaze with a sense of detachment. Regarding the notion of refusing gifts or eschewing the development of technological prowess as foolishness, one instance of such isolationist folly suffices. Moreover, if Huagua were to decline, would other nations refrain from seizing this delectable opportunity? The initial meeting concluded in an unusually profound silence. Suddenly, the screen illuminated once more. "If you have time, may I engage you in conversation?" "Certainly." The elder smiled gently, his voice warm and inviting. Chapter 12. The falling stars. In the midst of communicating with Earth, Mo Lan maintained her consciousness, despite the underlying mechanics remaining a mystery. Remarkably, She was able to engage in multiple tasks simultaneously without experiencing the sensation of divided attention. Unfazed by the opportunity, she entered to inspect the area, where 4 industrious worker insects had already cleared the debris. Upon her glance, her eyes narrowed, and she cast a sidelong look at the seemingly oblivious Xiaojiang. The 3 malnourished six-eyed bears were clamoring, with the strongest among them striving towards the largest figure in sight. The other 2, with their forepaws clinging to their hind limbs, were languishing on the ground, making no progress over a considerable duration. Xiaojiang has spared the cubs once more. Has he awakened his memories? Shichi inquired, aware of previous events. Perhaps it is an instinct ingrained within the genes? The notion of not harming the weak, Shichi pondered, as it assisted Mo Lan in her assessment. Such an instinct seems implausible. Mo Lan shook her head. The so-called instinct inherited through genetics refers to behaviors that enhance survival without conscious thought, as well as the instinctual actions in response to specific environments or creatures. The former includes a baby suckling milk, while the latter encompasses a fish swimming or a bird flying, with more complex examples like the chameleon's camouflage. The idea of not harming the weak is merely a moral imposition of humanity, a species endowed with thought, upon its own consciousness, a philosophical constraint that contradicts the instinct for survival. Without independent awareness, such a notion could not possibly hold. In a confined space devoid of sustenance, faced with a defenseless youngling and a formidable beast, some individuals might opt to confront the powerful creature, reinforcing their moral constraints. However, what choices would arise in a state of unconsciousness, devoid of thought or contemplation, relying solely on instinct? Mo Lan shook her head, dismissing such convoluted matters. If something were to transpire, it would be addressed in due course. She pressed her lips together, her expression suddenly shifting to one of profound complexity. After vanquishing the six-eyed bear's parents, Xiaojiang spared the cubs. Yet the 4 worker insects assigned here astonishingly disregarded the younglings. Mo Lan witnessed firsthand as a worker insect, tasked with relocating a stone, instinctively circumvented the six-eyed bear cubs scuttling across the ground. Mo Lan sighed, realizing that when she had previously left behind those 2 six-eyed bear cubs, she had issued a directive within the mental network forbidding them from consuming the younglings as food. Consequently, these worker insects categorized the 3 six-eyed bear cubs among those deemed inedible, leading to their complete neglect. Is it truly commendable that her swarm exhibited such benevolence? The worker insects were indeed capable of this, easily transporting objects many times their own weight. However, for the barely month-old cubs, the worker insects' hard exoskeletons were hardly suitable as mounts. The bear cub, with its predominantly fleshy form, was far more fitting. From the moment it hatched, Bear 2 had been left idle. After some contemplation, Mo Lan decided it might be prudent to assign Bear 2 some tasks involving transportation. Though its carrying capacity did not rival that of the industrious worker insects, it was still capable of moving objects several times its own weight. After all, one could not simply allow a creature to languish idly, consuming resources without contributing. As for hunting, the larger prey had long since fled to distant locales, leaving only smaller, more agile creatures. Unfortunately, Bear 2's substantial strength did not compensate for its lack of speed, rendering it less effective than the soldier insects and spider insects. Thus, it became evident that transportation work was the most viable option. Stepping out of the cave once more, Mo Lan noticed that darkness had fallen. The vast stars twinkled in the sky, marking her first experience of a night on this alien planet. One distinct difference from Earth was that this planet's rotation period spanned not 24 hours, but 36 days, resulting in 18 consecutive days of light, followed by 18 days of darkness. Alternatively, it was possible that the planet's timekeeping differed entirely from that of Earth. Yet Mo Lan remained accustomed to tracking time as per Earth standards. The six-eyed bears, which boasted 3 pairs of eyes, perhaps evolved such a trait due to the length of the nights here. After all, lacking night vision could place one in a perilous predicament. Fortunately, the nocturnal hours did not adversely affect the insectoid species. Rather, they often experienced enhancements. Mo Lan's vision remained sharp in the darkness. At the peak of the Cahol tree, a silvery glimmer twinkled, reminiscent of sequins, and against the backdrop of the celestial bodies, it appeared as though the Milky Way flowed across the ground. What could that be? Mo Lan marveled at the breathtaking scene before her. She simply had to capture a screenshot and share it on the forum for that group to behold. The starfall insects, resembling stars cascading from the heavens, were capable of absorbing ample sunlight during the day and emitting a radiant glow by night. Shirchi provided an explanation, likening them to fireflies. Mo Lan recalled the tiny creatures found on Earth. Shirchi gestured for Mo Lan to observe. A mysterious bird soared by, targeting one of the luminous sources, only to be ensnared by several long, sinuous tentacles that suddenly emerged from the foliage, tightly wrapping the unsuspecting avian and dragging it into the dark maw concealed by the leaves. The glow was merely a decorative aspect of the creature's body. Shirchi then displayed an authentic image of the starfall insect for Mo Lan's viewing. It was a peculiar organism, resembling a fleshy mass adorned with numerous tentacles. At its center lay its mouth, capable of expanding to an immense size. The luminescent parts were merely a fraction of those tentacles, capable of absorbing and emitting light akin to fluoride at their tips. They would drape their soft, glowing tentacle tips over the leaves, camouflaging themselves as foliage or the light emitted by smaller insects. When prey of a similar size approached, they would swiftly ensnare it with adjacent tentacles and consume it. If the prey was too large, they would cleverly sever their own tentacles to safeguard themselves. Mo Lan's expression shifted to one of disillusionment. She had naively believed that the firefly-like beings were harmless, only to discover they were, in fact, tentacled monsters. Goodness, this planet truly harbored such creatures. They would select a tree at a tender age and subsequently conceal themselves within its canopy, growing and developing in tandem with the tree. 17 spoke slowly, sifting through the vast ocean of data to uncover the fragment it sought. Unlike other insects that parasitize plants, relying on the nutrients of their hosts for survival, the starfall insect merely regards its symbiotic tree as a simple abode. Its existence has no bearing on the well-being of the companion tree, neither inflicting harm nor offering benefit. Much like a fallen star, its ephemeral glow leaves no trace behind. Mo Lan blinked, her aversion to the appendages dissipating, albeit slightly. Was the starfall insect truly formidable? Mo Lan gazed upwards, her position amid the sparse foliage of the Kahol tree affording her a view of its towering crown, soaring over 100 meters high. From such a height, ascending the tree seemed like a mere gift, while attempting to fly over would only result in capture and consumption, akin to the fate of a bird. In this light, one could indeed perceive it as powerful. Why did she feel this way? 17 pondered, for it had not expressly stated that the starfall insect was formidable. Just as Mo Lan was about to speak, a flock of birds suddenly appeared from an unknown direction, swooping down upon the just-revealed starfall insect. The leaves rustled as the birds descended, feasting greedily without leaving a trace before soaring away once more. Mo Lan was taken aback. Had it not just been effortlessly defeated? The starfall insect was inherently fragile, capable of contending only with solitary prey. Exceeding its capabilities would render it the hunted rather than the hunter. Moreover, at such an elevated height, the falling starfall insects would meet their demise upon impact. Perhaps this is why they choose a symbiotic tree and never seek another. The entirety of a starfall insect's existence is spent within the canopy of the tree it selects. Mo Lan found herself at a loss for words, her heart brimming with reverence for the unknown world, not only Earth, but the otherworldly realm teems with even more wondrous life forms. Nature is indeed a marvel. Mo Lan mused. She noticed that Shirchi was gazing at her, seemingly with more to convey. With a blink, she inquired, "Is there something else?" Shirchi responded, "Do you not think the starfall insect is quite fitting?" After a brief pause, a hint of complexity colored Shirchi's expression. Fitting for what? Mo Lan pondered, utterly perplexed. Your insect clan lacks formidable combat prowess, does it not? Shirchi proceeded to present the information on the starfall insect once more. The starfall insect, being an insect itself, possesses a remarkably high genetic compatibility with the insect clan. A simple fusion of genes should pose no significant challenge, yet it could directly enhance the combat capabilities of your clan, thereby addressing your most pressing issue of insufficient hatching energy. To think that I, the queen of the insect clan, had not considered this, Mo Lan exclaimed, covering her face in astonishment. It seems that the most suitable beings for the insect clan are indeed other insect life forms. However, those tentacles. Chapter 13. The Talon people ultimately, Mo Lan acquiesced. Shirchi's suggestion was precisely what she needed at this moment, compelling her to cast aside her aversion to the tentacles and begin orchestrating the insect hands to engage the starfall insects. There are two methods to deal with the starfall insects. One is simple but requires a slight expenditure, while the other is somewhat more cumbersome. Involving no significant cost, but consuming considerable time. The straightforward approach entails arranging a dozen insectoids to ascend the tree trunk, feeding one starfall insect to satiate it, after which the other insectoids will drag the starfall insect down. It may take one or even two insectoids to procure a single starfall insect. Whether this is a loss is uncertain, yet Land's objective remains the acquisition of the starfall insect's genes. The more complex method involves having worker insects uproot the Cahole tree, which is home to the starfall insects. Once the tree collapses, the starfall insects will fall and perish upon impact. Given the Cahole tree's formidable hardness, this method necessitates a bit more time. As the day stretches on, the long night witnesses one star after another being plucked from the sky, with the corruption membrane indiscriminately transforming both the starfall insects and the undigested insectoids within into pure energy. Starfall insects are exceptionally nutritious organisms, rich in various elements, complemented by. Chi-Chi begins to murmur a recipe into Land's ear. Lan is taken aback, not realizing that starfall insects are rather renowned as a delicacy in interstellar cuisine, not necessarily for their flavor, but for their nutritional value, leading to the establishment of numerous specialized breeding farms. Furthermore, they are quite a sight at night, qualifying them as a semi-tourist attraction. It is said that a century ago, many were eager to admire the beauty of this terrestrial galaxy. As these thoughts swirl in her mind, Lan suddenly gasps in surprise. She discovers that this planet she has descended upon is home to several well-known interstellar species, which is unexpected, as the Insectoid Queen had selected relatively remote planets, unlikely to be detected by the human race, for her 10 sisters. Wait, it seems that Chi-Chi previously mentioned that the Cahole tree was discovered by humans by chance, due to its significant utility and myriad functions. It is also referred to as the Tree of Life. Humans have planted this tree on numerous planets, but as humanity advanced in later stages, the Cahole tree gradually lost its prominence and faded from human sight. Perhaps the planet chosen by the Zerg Queen for her is unlike those of her sisters. Lan lowered her head, deep in thought. The 257th star zone of the Bayiguang star system, the planet Tenloner, sounds remarkably reminiscent of human nomenclature. Chi-Chi. Just as Lan was about to inquire of Chi-Chi, her mental network was suddenly activated, as a number of life forms unexpectedly intruded into the range of her mental network coverage. Parker, is it truly safe? I feel an unsettling danger here, as though someone is watching me intently. A small boy with dark, almost brown skin shrank his body, gripping a metal rod half his height, trembling as he followed behind another slightly larger boy. There are only the dry paw here. At night, their eyes can barely see, and they flee upon encounter. Do you still wish to assist Hullen? The larger boy had one eye socket that appeared somewhat pale, as if it had been long concealed by something, contrasting sharply with his dark skin. His pupils shone exceptionally bright in the night. The two boys, probably around 13 or 14 years of age, wore little more than simple shorts, their upper bodies bare, revealing numerous scars that remained on their skin. Mother is expecting a brother and must consume nutritious food. Parker gazed up at the towering Cahole trees, his tone resolute. The luminous insects could only be utilized through their tendrils. If they could devise a method to retrieve them, Mother would have milk to nourish the baby. However, a sense of dread enveloped Hullen, nearly bringing him to tears, as he felt an overwhelming and terrifying gaze fixated upon him. Parker brandished a long metallic rod, striking down a snake that had launched a sudden attack. It was the same type of serpent that Lan had previously encountered, one that could disguise itself as a vine. As night fell, they relinquished their camouflage and became the aggressors. Do not dawdle. Beware of the creeping vines. They are venomous. A single bite could render you unable to work the next day, Parker cautioned. He crushed the snake's head completely before stowing it in a makeshift cloth pouch tied around his waist. Although the serpent was unpalatable and poisonous, with proper handling, it could serve as sustenance. A trace of toxin was of little concern to the Tanlon people. It remained within the limits of their endurance, far preferable to starvation. Lan observed in astonishment the sudden appearance of these two brothers, who, despite their apparent differences from Earthlings and their incomprehensible language, were undeniably human. This planet was indeed one under the dominion of humanity. Oh, I found it, Chi-Chi exclaimed suddenly, before Lan could inquire further. A flood of data surged through the mental network, and with a conversion of psychic energy, a translator boasting hundreds of thousands of languages materialized within Land's mental realm. Thank you, Chi-Chi. As Mo Lan's eyes sparkled with realization, she contemplated a more expedient method for the Zerg Queen, perhaps forcefully penetrating the minds of the two boys with her mental prowess, rendering them semi-idiotic and extracting their entire memories, thus effortlessly comprehending their language. Alternatively, she could consume them, inheriting the linguistic essence encoded within their genes. However, Mo Lan, being of human origin, found herself incapable of such barbarism, especially when faced with two innocent children. Something felt amiss. Parker halted, surveying the surroundings. We have ventured deep into this place for quite some time, yet aside from the creeping vines, we have encountered nothing else. Either the drought has compelled the local fauna to hoard their provisions by daylight, depleting the area, or perhaps a more formidable creature has suddenly appeared nearby. With a steely resolve, Parker gritted his teeth and pressed onward, reasoning that the lurking entity might not perceive them as worthy prey. In the absence of other life forms, they would have a better chance of capturing the glowing insects. Mother could not wait any longer. The last sentiment escaped his throat, nearly a strangled cry, and Hullen's eyes immediately brimmed with tears. Chi-Chi, are you familiar with this planet? Mo Lan inquired suddenly. There are no relevant records in the data. I see. Mo Lan continued to observe the two boys, who remained within close proximity. Intentionally, she allowed them to pass unhindered, ensuring that the nearby Zerg avoided them, thus facilitating a smoother journey for the children. Coincidentally, their target was also the falling star insects, yet Mo Lan had already ensnared the majority of them in the vicinity, leaving dozens of soldier insects waiting in the hatching chamber. As the two boys drew ever closer to the position of Mo Lan, she did not shy away. In order to possess sufficient vision during the night, Parker had bound one of his eyes for 18 days, thus becoming more aware of a soft, white figure in the distance than his younger brother, Hullen, who could only follow behind him. It was the shoulder of a woman, radiantly reflecting a gentle light under the stars of the night sky. Was she not clothed? Parker thought incongruously, instinctively stepping forward to gain a clearer view. Then he beheld a stunningly beautiful woman, adorned in a top woven from leaves. Yet he also caught sight of her horrifying, spider-like lower half. As if struck by an unseen force, Parker found himself speechless, trembling, and unable to move. She is gazing at me. Hullen emitted a bewildered cry, jolting Parker from his paralyzing fear. Since entering the forest, Hullen had felt the sensation of being watched, and upon seeing Mo Lan, the source of that gaze suddenly became clear, prompting Hullen's terrified exclamation. How profound her aura is. Upon encountering the two boys, Mo Lan noticed that the younger boy possessed an exceptionally strong aura. Both aura and perception stem from spiritual power. The former is passive, while the latter is active. Typically, 1 point of spiritual power corresponds to 1 point of aura or perception, yet there are always exceptions, individuals endowed with abilities far surpassing their own spiritual power. Like the elderly man and the boy before her. Will you consume them? Chi-Chi inquired through the spiritual network. Taloner was originally a mining planet. Mo Lan nodded, acknowledging its abandoned state. However, Chi-Chi added, there still exists a considerable portion of mineral resources, albeit the more valuable ones have already been extracted. Mo Lan remained unfazed, her expression subtly revealing excitement. This planet not only harbors the omnipotent tree of life but also possesses a significant amount of fundamental mineral resources, seemingly tailored for her previous aspirations of developing a dual-mode civilization of humans and insects. According to the descriptions provided by the two brothers, Taloner is a remarkably remote mining planet, rich in a precious mineral known as benfluor. Upon its discovery by interstellar humanity, it was colonized and occupied. A portion of the indigenous Talonorians was lured away to accompany these interstellar beings to other star systems, while the remainder was left behind to toil as miners. Several centuries ago, the benfluor on this planet was thoroughly extracted, and the interstellar settlers left behind a contingent of armed forces to oversee the indigenous population as they mined other minerals, subsequently neglecting this geographically isolated planet. Occasionally, interstellar ships would arrive to collect the harvested resources. The indigenous people contemplated rebellion, but their efforts proved largely futile. At the time of colonization, the technological level of this planet was still in the cold weapon era, and throughout the years, aside from the machinery in the mining areas, they had little exposure to other technological advancements. This lack of exposure only intensified the oppression of their kin, rendering their resistance efforts almost ineffective. Consequently, for the past century, Taloner has seen no significant insurgency. Nonetheless, This does not imply that the lives of the Talonorians are particularly bearable. Due to the depletion of Benfleur, the advanced mining machinery has been removed, leaving only a few outdated models behind. Many of these have been damaged during the several unrests instigated by the rebels. The interstellar beings stationed at Tanloner refused to repair them. After suppressing the rebels, they made a spectacle of allowing the other Tanloner inhabitants to mine using their bare hands. Eventually, even the remaining functional machines were shut down, resorting to this laborious manual method. Tanloner experiences a cycle of 36 days of light and darkness, and working at night necessitates the use of powerful lamps to see. However, perhaps as a means to target the Tanloner people, these interstellar beings never illuminate the nights. Without mining, food becomes scarce, and inadequate mineral yields compound the problem. Yet mining during the night is fraught with peril. Consequently, many Tanloner individuals have shifted their focus to the forest at night, where they can harvest more food than mining, albeit at a greater risk. Chapter 14. Preparing for the future. Giant insects, nearly 3 meters tall, stand upright like humans, their bodies exuding a dark metallic sheen, as if forged from steel. A pair of heavy wings unfurl and flap behind them, creating a sound of rushing wind, while a dozen tentacles extend and sway in the air. Their forelimbs, sharp and knife-like in appearance, rest at their sides. After numerous experiments and calculations assisted by Shi-Chi, Mo-Lan has developed the most advantageous template for the insect race to date. In addition to the genes of the starfall insect, Mo-Lan has integrated some avian DNA, bestowing the new insect race with the ability to fly. Though they may only soar 10 to 20 meters high, this capability proves sufficient within the confines of the forest. Moreover, aware that a mining site lay beyond the forest, Mo-Lan utilized a considerable amount of metallic elements to enhance the physical resilience of the new insectoid species. Thanks to the previous encounter with 2 young boys, Mo-Lan discovered an abandoned mine shaft that would not attract the attention of the interstellar guardians stationed in the area, allowing for discreet nocturnal excavations. The tentacles, which danced before him, could suddenly extend nearly 10 meters, exhibiting exceptional elasticity that rendered them difficult to sever. Furthermore, the tips of these tentacles bore hard protrusions reminiscent of venomous fangs, harboring toxins capable of paralyzing their prey. Mo-Lan aptly named this new insect species tentacle worm, a moniker chosen more for its memorability than its significance. The tentacle worm could hatch a batch approximately every 50 minutes, and with 3 or more, it could effectively contend with creatures the size of the 6-eyed bear, demonstrating a marked increase in strength. Simultaneously, Mo-Lan took the opportunity to augment the worker worms, enlarging their overall size and fortifying the hardness of their legs and claws. Based on their enhanced capabilities, they were classified into Transport Worm Number 1 and Mining Worm No. 1. The Transport Worm approached 5 meters in length, sporting several additional pairs of legs, enabling it to carry objects weighing 10 times its own mass. Mo-Lan even equipped them with 2 tentacles to serve as ropes, securing prey to prevent any potential drops. The energy cost for hatching one was 4 units, alongside a substantial amount of ore, making it more energy-intensive than the tentacle worm. The mining worm was elongated to double its original size, its front limbs reinforced to resemble the exaggerated claws of a lobster, and it gained the ability to form a defensive circle when confronted with attacks. While the effectiveness in other scenarios remains uncertain, it has proven invaluable in preventing sudden fatalities during mining collapses, requiring approximately 1.5 energy units per individual. Over the course of more than half a month, the insectoid army under Mo-Lan underwent a significant transformation. The diminutive worker insects, measuring merely over a meter in length, were eliminated, and the hunting soldier insects were replaced by tentacle insects. The only exception was the spider insects, which Mo-Lan retained. This was partly because Mo-Lan had yet to implement an upgrade for the spider insects, and partly because, despite their inferior combat abilities, the spider insects excelled at guarding the home front, capable of detecting even the slightest disturbance within the confines of their webs. Currently, Mo-Lan commanded 15 tentacle insects, 6 spider insects, 1 transport insect, and 4 mining insects. Had it not been for Mo-Lan's considerable expenditure of energy on experiments, this number would have likely doubled. Since Mo-Lan's arrival on this planet, over a month had elapsed, yet on Earth, it had only been 5 days. On the Fantasy Creatures Forum, Mo-Lan's posts had become the most popular, not solely due to the related lore of the insectoid race, but also because the images shared by Mo-Lan elicited a tremendous response. It was as though a new world had unfolded, brimming with bizarre and extraordinary creatures and plants, igniting the fervor of forum members who began to discuss everything pertaining to the planet Timloner. Emolan occasionally shared one or two photographs of newly discovered beings to maintain the post's popularity. For various reasons, Emolan restricted access to the Fantasy Creatures Forum, ensuring that no official entities could uncover any information regarding the Insectoid Queen, Lan, online. Meanwhile, official sources were left scratching their heads, pondering the true identity of Lan. While the majority of forum members hailed her as the unrivaled queen of the insectoid realm, if any official were to access this forum, they could instantly surmise the general identity of Emolan. However, with Molan controlling the Earth's network and aided by the stealthy Shichi, the authorities remain oblivious to this information. Furthermore, the nature of the Fantasy Creatures Forum restricts its potential for widespread dissemination. Those who navigate through this realm of imagination are unlikely to carry its contents beyond, adhering firmly to their own circles. Among the 10 Zerg queens, the most prominent are Lan and the elder sister, Leah. Lan enjoys the advantage of being the protagonist, and although her information is as scarce as that of her sisters, she is automatically placed in a familiar light. Coupled with her upper body resembling that of a stunning human beauty, she has garnered considerable admiration. After Emolan hinted that this would be a game, many began to adopt the mentality of players, fervently chanting that Queen Lan is the best, rallying support for her to unify the universe. In contrast, elder sister Leah attracts followers purely through her formidable prowess. Her mech-like physique and the formidable combat abilities attributed to her character have led many, even before experiencing the game, to inquire if they could defect to Leah's side. Content: the Yegu Forest, the landing site for the Zerg Queen Lan, is characterized by the Kahol tree, known as the Tree of Life. Atop the Kahol tree resides a creature called the Starfall insect. Attachments: Daytime Yegu Forest Image. JPG, Nighttime Yegu Forest Image. JPG, Tang Dynasty Chestnuts. How beautiful. The celestial river on the ground sounds incredibly romantic. I long to witness it in reality. The game, upon its release, will undoubtedly inspire me to capture countless screenshots, for the scenery is simply exquisite. I implore the original poster to reveal the source. Which company is behind it? Is the funding sufficient? If not, I shall gladly contribute, for it would be a shame for such a game to remain unfinished. I am particularly curious about the artist's identity. Do you have any insights, dear poster? I yearn to see more of Queen Lian. With a faint smile, Emolan turned to share a separate image of the Starfall bug. Introduction: the Starfall bug is a type of why do you torment me, dear poster, when we hold no grievances? This is rather intriguing. I am desperately seeking a pair of eyes that have never beheld the Starfall bug. Oh my, I was so startled that I nearly dropped my phone. Is this truly what the Starfall bug looks like? Is your artist accustomed to drawing such material? Emolan, no longer paying heed to the clamor of the forum, began to monitor the official developments through some reputable news outlets. 5 days passed, neither too short nor too long. Emolan held little hope, yet she was astonished to find that the progress of the Huagua authorities was remarkably swift. New materials were being produced en masse in factories, and one particularly crucial chip had already been manufactured. Truly, this is the speed of a nation, Emolan praised. If she were to undertake it herself, she would likely still be searching for a suitable factory location. Shurchi, lost in thought, had spent so much time by Emolan's side recently that her expressions had become increasingly animated. Interstellar humanity originated from such a planet. Emolan was taken aback. Was it Earth? No, they referred to it as the origin star. Although it bore similarities to Earth, it was distinctly different. Shurchi shook her head. Interstellar beings believe their race to be unique, having encountered many extraordinary species, yet none possessed the gift of creation as they did. However, they soon realized this was not the case, as humans were nearly ubiquitous across the universe, with the possibility of an entire population of humans emerging on any given planet. Even though their skin, hair, and eye colors varied, the genetic similarities served as undeniable evidence. Emolan blinked. So there are so many interstellar humans? Shurchi nodded in affirmation. Initially, they hunted down all humans on other planets, ceaselessly engaging in slaughter, until they encountered a human planet with exceptionally advanced warfare technology that had never strayed far from its homeland, where they tasted the bitterness of defeat. Subsequently, they acknowledged those humans with strength and talent as interstellar humans, colonizing and occupying those planets that were technologically inferior and lacked the capacity for resistance. It was a chaotic mess. Emolan contemplated this, feeling a bit of a headache. Indeed, Shirchi concurred. Yet, is it truly the case that humans are scattered throughout the universe? Emolan was astonished. What about the other side of Earth? Is it the same? Or could it be that Earth is merely a human planet yet to be discovered by interstellar beings? Regardless of which hypothesis one entertains, none offer reassuring news. Emolan contemplated for a moment. If Earth and her current world were indeed parallel realms, it would imply the existence of entities akin to interstellar beings and the insectoid race in the unexplored cosmos surrounding Earth. Given Earth's current technological prowess, should they encounter such beings, their lack of resistance might lead to a fate not dissimilar to that of the Talonal, leaving them to fervently hope they remain undiscovered for as long as possible. Moreover, if they were to exist within the same universe, truthfully, due to the differing flow of time, the likelihood of that is exceedingly slim. Yet, assuming they did share the same universe, Emolan doubted that interstellar beings would find anything appealing about humanity. They would merely view Earth as a second Talonal planet ripe for colonization, resulting in little distinction. Emolan felt compelled to ponder further about Earth, concluding that it would be prudent for the planet to enhance its technological defenses before being discovered by any other race. Only strength could serve as the foundation for negotiation. The insectoids, however, were an exception, as they would not engage in negotiations with any species. Of course, this is merely one possibility. What if that universe truly contained humanity solely on Earth? Emolan resolved to offer a subtle reminder to Earth during their next meeting. In Huagua, there is a saying, "Prepare for a rainy day," a sentiment with which Emolan wholeheartedly concurred. Chapter 15. Akuli. The Yegu forest during the day appeared less terrifying than at night, yet it still instilled a profound fear within Hullen. Not only due to the beings that lurked within the woods, but also because of the overseers of the mines. In truth, only 3 interstellar beings remained on this planet, residing within their colossal spacecraft that had descended to the surface, emerging only when absolutely necessary. To simplify matters, they selected a few compliant Tanlorn individuals to serve as overseers, enforcing their will upon the miners of their own kind, perhaps in a misguided attempt to curry favor with the esteemed interstellar beings. These overseers exhibited an exceptional degree of cruelty and coldness towards their fellow Tanlorns, even shunning the very term that defined their identity. The scars borne by Parker and Hullen were inflicted by the whips of these overseers. It was they, rather than the unseen interstellar beings, whom the majority of Tanlorns truly despised. What is there to fear? Akuli has gone to the sky ship, not the mines, Parker muttered darkly, his anger barely contained and his wounds more numerous than Hullen's. Akuli was the name of the overseer of their mine, while the sky ship was the term most Tanlorns used to refer to the interstellar vessels. The glowing worm was taken from us. Parker's fists clenched tightly. Mother consumed the little bit we had hidden. Fortunately, their mother had initially concealed a piece of glowing worm meat, allowing the Parker brothers to recover swiftly. However, this was something that Parker could not accept. The prey he and his brother risked their lives to acquire in the Yegu forest was snatched away without any compensation. And to add insult to injury, both he and his brother were met with blows. Those despicable lackeys. Parker cursed. We have nothing left to offer in exchange with her. Moreover, Parker had even bartered a piece of information about an abandoned mine for a single luminous bug from that woman. Hullen pondered for a long time, unable to conceive of anything else she and Parker might possess, or what they could possibly exchange with that terrifying yet beautiful monster of a woman. I do have something to trade, Parker asserted after a moment of silence. Unexpectedly, Emolan discovered that the 2 children from before had returned to the forest once again. In truth, she was preparing to venture deeper into the woods. However, it would be prudent to first hear the human intelligence these 2 children had brought. One must stay informed about the happenings of their neighbors. Esteemed Yegu envoy, the child named Parker exclaimed, suddenly kneeling and performing a grand bow upon their meeting. Yegu is the name of the deity originally worshipped by the Tonluan people, and the forest bears the same name, as the Tonluan believe that the bountiful forest is a gift from the Yegu god. The Yegu god's interstellar beings are thought never to enter the Yegu forest, which they consider a testament to this belief. Yet the true reason is that the common Kahur trees, more prevalent than weeds, fail to pique the interest of interstellar beings, who would take the effort to pluck a few blades of grass. Moreover, although the interstellar beings possess formidable technology, their physical constitution is, in fact, considerably frilier than that of most races. In the forest, Numerous wild flora and fauna pose a threat to them. Yet the value of such risks pales in comparison to the potential dangers. Parker could scarcely fathom that a beautiful woman residing in the ancient Yegu forest, embodying the union of monster and human, could be anything other than a messenger of the Yegu deity. Her generosity and kindness, exemplified by her willingness to share her sustenance, were indeed remarkable. Emolan tilted her head, refraining from vocal dissent, for she was utterly unaware of the identity of the Yegu deity. Each land possesses its own dialect. For instance, the six-eyed bear referred to by Emolan is known locally as the drought paw, while the serpent that camouflages as vines is called the curved vine, and the starfall insect is known as the glowing bug oftentimes. Emolan required a modicum of imagination to grasp the essence of their discourse. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. The current state of the two children, intact and unscathed, indeed attested to their discretion, yet this was not sufficient reason for Emolan to extend her benevolence a second time. I understand that you advocate for fair trade. Parker, however, did not fully comprehend this statement. He had merely heard it from the overseer, who mentioned that interstellar beings frequently utter such phrases, presumably as a form of commendation. Much like the overseer's assertion that the glowing bugs were indeed valuable. I am willing to offer you my life. Both Emolan and Hulan momentarily froze in surprise. However, Parker was remarkably obstinate, his head striking heavily against the ground, resulting in a significant gash on his forehead from which blood flowed down, trickling from his eyelid. Yet, Parker did not flinch. He raised his head to meet Emolan's gaze directly, his eyes glinting with a feral red light. I wish to exchange for Akuli's life. What? The onlooker's hands trembled slightly, as Emolan was utterly taken aback by the audacity of this boy named Parker. Initially, she had presumed he sought merely to barter for food, but to demand a life was entirely unexpected. Why was this? Concealing her astonishment, Emolan chuckled softly and inquired gently, why such a drastic exchange? Regardless of how much food one might acquire, it will inevitably be seized, Parker replied through clenched teeth, having discerned the harsh reality at such a tender age. Only with Akuli gone can our provisions truly remain with us. Emolan shook her head. Even from mere descriptions, she could surmise the true existence of the Tanler people. They inhabited a territory equivalent to half the planet's surface, a landscape ravaged and laid bare by mining operations, segmented into thousands of zones, each hosting numerous mines of varying sizes, overseen by different custodians. The area where Parker and his kin resided was merely a small section, designated as the Borderline Mining Zone 9956, containing only 4 minor mines, with Akuli serving as the overseer of one among them. Akuli is but a name. The true exploiters have not vanished. Thus, the demise of countless Akulis will yield no consequence, nor will it alter the prevailing circumstances. Emolan was certainly capable, for although the interstellar beings monitored all the mining areas with the equipment aboard their starships, such surveillance was merely rudimentary energy detection, capable only of discerning significant energy surges in a particular locale. The sudden emergence of a couple of soldier insects would elude their scrutiny entirely. Extinguishing a Talonal who bore no weapons posed no challenge whatsoever. Had one observed Emolan's descent in a small flying capsule, it would have gone unnoticed. Had that group of interstellar beings directed their monitoring even slightly towards the forest, numerous detection devices would have undoubtedly arrived by now. The absence of any such devices thus far attests to this fact. Yet, Emolan wished to prompt the child above to contemplate whether trading one life for another was indeed a worthy exchange. Must we endure such an existence as long as there are overseers? No, not overseers, but interstellar beings. Emolan approached the boy, gently lifting his youthful face with a hand, revealing the crimson depths of his calm eyes. I find myself rather fond of you, dear child. Some individuals, under oppression, continually bend their backs, while others, in the face of adversity, stand ever more resolute. He had awakened. She communicated within the mental network, stating that it was not power that awakened, but rather consciousness. Indeed, Emolan nodded in agreement, letting out a soft sigh. Yet, I am not someone whom humanity can trust. I shall accept your life. As he caressed the boy's head, Emolan directed a smile towards Hullen, who stood behind Parker. Utterly stunned, taking Parker's hand, he moved towards the cave behind them, his silhouette exuding an unsettling detachment, impervious to human emotion. Parker, obedient and devoid of any resistance, followed Emolan's footsteps. He was unaware of what awaited him, Yet he instinctively sensed that this was an opportunity for change. Parker! Wait! Parker! Hullen shouted anxiously, disregarding his fear as he pursued the figure ahead. A tentacled creature suddenly blocked Hullen's path, obstructing his view entirely. What has happened? How could this be? Hullen pondered in confusion. Chapter 16. The burden of wealth. Lawn appeared calm, yet she was, in truth, the one who secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Hooray! We succeeded, Shichi, she exclaimed, raising her fist in triumph within the mental network. Shichi, on the other hand, focused primarily on Parker, his tone laced with curiosity. Is this the insectoid form resulting from the direct transformation of other races? In the face of war, every race encounters a faction of traitors, whether driven by fear for their lives or other reasons, who defect to the enemy's side. The insectoid race is no exception. Their highly intelligent queen would not simply consume these individuals as food. Such an act would be far too wasteful. Thus, the transformed insectoids emerged, altering parts of their original bodies into insectoid forms, retaining their consciousness while being directly linked to the queen's psyche. Lawn, however, was different. She could actively sever most of her mental connection. Although a small portion still influenced Parker, he had already braced himself for the consequences from the very beginning. Had he not? Emerging from the incubator, Parker still bore the semblance of humanity, though he had grown noticeably taller, as if his body had undergone a process of rejuvenation, restoring itself to an optimal state of health. His nails had transformed into a glossy, hard black, yet for someone with naturally dark skin accustomed to laboring in the mines, this change felt rather commonplace. Parker placed a hand over his heart, where no rhythmic beating resided. His internal organs had been entirely supplanted by those of the insectoid species. Unless his head were severed, this seemingly human, yet fundamentally alien body would not succumb easily to death. He had traded his very life for formidable power. As Parker surveyed the dim cavern, the shadows no longer hindered his vision. Before him lay the pulsating, lifelike incubator and the terrifyingly large insects that occasionally transported the remains of creatures. A sense of bewilderment washed over him. Had he made the right choice? Suddenly, an inexplicable wave of joy surged within his mind. Following its source, he gazed upward, feeling an overwhelming sense of kinship. It was the joy radiating from the great queen. Celebrating his birth, a sensation he grasped with clarity. Parker, murmured Lawn, softly calling his name. Lawn did not instruct Parker on how to proceed, but instead placed power within his grasp, filled with anticipation for what was to come. According to Shichi's assessment, the planet Tenloner resides in a remarkably remote galaxy, and communication with the interstellar beings is not instantaneous. A derelict spacecraft grounded and inactive poses minimal threat. Lawn can envelop the vessel entirely with her psychic abilities, preventing any distress signals from being transmitted. Shichi can also infiltrate the opponent's network, seizing control of the ship's systems, despite its century-old technology. It remains an artificial intelligence at the core of a starship, not merely a system that can be resisted. The presence of merely 3 interstellar humans can be easily managed by land swarm. Furthermore, patrols or other interstellar vessels may only pass by every few years, allowing for alternative means of diversion, such as converting corpses into swarm entities that retain human appearances or refraining from killing altogether, instead employing psychic networks to exert control. Even if Lawn is relatively weak, she is still a genuine queen of the swarm. In the absence of human starships and military forces, she poses no substantial threat on most planets. Her true objective is to evolve, to strengthen her swarm, and to survive the conflicts with her sisters, ultimately emerging as the victor. If she so desires, she could lead her 20 or so swarm entities into a mining facility, transforming the Tenloner inhabitants into the energy required for her swarm's hatching. Compared to the unknown dangers that creatures in the forest might pose to her swarm, the Tenloner people, who are unarmed and wield only metal and stone as weapons, present no threat whatsoever. A mature Tanner man can convert approximately 1.3 units of energy, while a tentacle worm generates 3 units of energy. A basic hatchery can produce 10 tentacle worms in 50 minutes, consuming 1 unit of energy per day. In a single day, a low-level hatchery can yield nearly 300 tentacle worms, requiring less than 700 Tanner individuals. According to Parker, their mining site is the smallest in Sector 9956, housing around 30,000 inhabitants. With over 40 hatcheries operating for a day, they can provide Lawn with more than 10,000 tentacle worm soldiers. Even accounting for combat, and the transportation of corpses. The complete takeover of a mining site would not exceed 3 days. Such a straightforward arithmetic problem. If any other Zerg queen were in Land's place, those figures would swiftly materialize into reality. Yet, she preferred to contend with the peculiar creatures of the forest rather than venture forth. Reminiscent of her initial intent to reside within a cave, there exists no swifter path to wealth than through war. As Lan observed the boy's upright figure exiting, her thoughts drifted to the vibrant forum members back on Earth. Conflict is inevitable, yet perhaps it could take on a different form. May the interstellar beings embrace a benevolent Zerg queen. Parker, Hulan, spotting the familiar figure emerging from the cave, rushed forward anxiously, while the fearsome tentacle worms parted ways as Parker stepped out. "Are you all right? How are you?" In response to Hulan's concern, Parker silently shook his head, a slightly stiff smile gracing his lips, his voice hoarse as he said, "I am fine, do not worry." "No, we must go hunting," Parker added with a smile that revealed his sharp teeth. "Mother needs food." His gaze turned cold, and with a sudden influx of knowledge, he began to understand the underlying reasons. The luminescent insects were indeed a rare delicacy. For those interstellar beings who specifically cultivated the starlight insects, they held little value. Yet for the indigenous peoples of most planets, they were considered quite a precious resource. These creatures thrived high in the treetops, lacking the ability to fly or launch long-range attacks, rendering them nearly impossible for most to capture. Climbing up the trunks, as Maklan had done, was certainly an option, but the price of securing a single starlight insect would cost more than one life, deterring anyone from pursuing such a venture. In a feudal era under the rule of a monarch, it might have been plausible for subjects to sacrifice slaves to please their king. However, on the current planet of Tamlon, the highest nobility consisted of 3 interstellar beings who regarded the starlight insects, akin to domesticated chickens, with disdain. They possessed the capability to catch them independently, rendering the sacrifice of the indigenous populace unnecessary. The appointed guardians by the interstellar beings are indeed capable of such actions. However, the authority bestowed upon them was intended solely for the oversight of the mining operations conducted by the Tantalans, not for their own nefarious gain or to exert tyrannical control over the miners. The interstellar beings remain indifferent to any misconduct within the mines, and should the need arise to vacate the premises, they are always at liberty to appoint a new guardian. Parker, driven by tales of luminescent larvae overheard during casual conversations with Akuli and his subordinates, took it upon himself to venture into the night alongside Hulan in search of these nutritionally rich creatures. In truth, Parker lacked any foundational skills in hunting. His robust physique had merely been cultivated through years of labor in the mines. Had he not encountered Molan, it is likely that they would have been met with some fearsome beast, fleeing for their lives from the forest. Or perhaps they might have fortuitously stumbled upon a kahol tree adorned with starfall larvae, only to find themselves unable to scale its heights after several arduous meters. The 2 boys were ill-equipped to undertake the formidable task of hunting starfall larvae, akin to children who, inspired by adventurous tales, stealthily escape their homes at night, yearning for similar escapades. To possess something precious without the means to safeguard oneself is, in itself, a transgression. For instance, the vine. With a deft hand, Parker seized a snake lurking within the tendrils, casting a reassuring glance at Hulan. The objects they deemed unworthy would naturally shy away from theft. Yet, even a creature as unpalatable and mildly toxic as the vine held significant importance for Parker's family. When both Parker and Hulan were injured, their mother not only provided them with the hidden starfall larvae meat, but also generously shared her own portion of food with the 2 boys. Compared to the incapable mother who is unable to work as production approaches, the swift recovery of the 2 young boys becomes paramount for the family. Parker has ceased his lofty aspirations, opting instead to select various small prey that, while deemed undesirable, can still satiate their hunger. For him, who has now transcended humanity, this poses no challenge whatsoever. Hulan has noticed Parker's unusual demeanor but refrains from inquiring further, choosing instead to share in the secrecy of his hidden truths. Chapter 17. Transition. Lan sat atop the back of a transport worm, flanked by Xiao Jiang, resembling a sovereign leading a campaign, seated regally upon a chariot. The surrounding tentacled and spider-like creatures resembled loyal bodyguards, standing sentinel. This notion is not unfounded. Lan is indeed preparing for an expedition deep into the forest, with the imperative to expand her insect colony. A queen with merely a dozen or 20 insects at her disposal is, by any measure, rather paltry. To this end, Lan has even hatched an additional transport worm, which follows closely behind, carrying 2 incubation nests on its back, fully equipped to bolster her forces as they progress. The transport worm's actual form resembles an inverted bowl, measuring over 5 meters in length, with a multitude of legs beneath and enormous, flailing tentacles on either side. In addition to carrying prey upon its back, the transport worm has the capability to open its sizable body, providing a secure internal space for safeguarding vital items. Its formidable exoskeleton is sufficient to withstand most forms of assault. Lan had the capability to transform the interior of the transport worm into a compact chamber. Though such an endeavor seemed unnecessary, the thought of it being situated in the abdomen dissuaded Lan from pursuing the idea further. The towering Cahol trees stood at a considerable distance from one another, providing ample space for the transport worms, these colossal beings, to navigate freely. After all, the six-eyed bear, a resident of the forest, measured over 4 meters in height and moved without hindrance in this environment, posing no challenge for the diminutive insectoid beings under Lan's command. To avoid alarming any potential threats, Lan refrained from using mental probing and instead directed the insectoid creatures to advance in a straight line. Along the way, they encountered various creatures, all of which were swiftly dispatched and consumed. Thus, a gruesome scene unfolded in the forest. Several tentacle worms stealthily lunged forth, tearing apart creatures that were either leisurely resting or on high alert. Their bloodied remains were dragged back, consumed by the pale, egg-like incubators. Meanwhile, new tentacle worms emerged, bursting forth from their egg sacs, their bodies glistening with a transparent slime as they joined the advancing ranks, cleansing themselves of the viscous residue with the blood of their victims. Many tentacle worms perished at the hands of formidable prey, yet Lan felt no pangs of sympathy, coldly observing as the incubators indiscriminately devoured the corpses, birthing yet more insectoid creatures. Originally, the digestive membrane and the incubator were 2 distinct organs, but Lan, finding the process cumbersome, had merged them into one. The current incubator now possessed digestive capabilities, albeit with a significantly increased size. This journey is undeniably excruciatingly tedious, with the blood of the insectoid species saturating the entire path they have traversed, resembling a crimson carpet unfurling through the forest. The sky shifted from dimness to brightness, and it was only then that Lan raised her hand, halting the advance of the insectoid creatures. Perhaps it is also because those lives are not human. The insectoids cannot simply function without sustenance. A single unit of energy sustains a tentacle creature for merely 3 days. To put it differently, the several hundred tentacle creatures expend over 100 units of energy in a single day, necessitating the capture of more than 26-eyed bears daily. Furthermore, the 10 transport insects behind, along with the incubation nests above, require an additional 10 units of energy each day. With vast enterprises come substantial expenditures. Lan sighed, realizing that her decision to halt was prompted by the realization that the tentacle creatures were struggling to hunt at this depth. Typically, several would need to be sacrificed to capture a single beast akin to a tiger, yet the energy gained from such efforts was minimal. In essence, Lan has reached an impasse. Her offensive capabilities are insufficient to break through. Pressing on would result in a loss greater than the gains. And when the anticipated rewards begin to equal the costs, Lan understands that her current expedition is destined to conclude here. It is not a matter of regret. Talonal is a planet several times larger than Earth, and this vast forest known as Yegu occupies 1/5 of the planet's entirety. The Yegu forest is not a perfect circle, but rather resembles a crescent shape. Lan began her descent at one corner of the crescent, and after delving deep into the forest for over 40 days, it could be said that she has traversed merely 1/1000th of the forest's expanse. Undoubtedly, the destination for Lan is the heart of the forest, a distance that should be halved, approximately 1/500th of the journey. This forest, instead of instilling despair, fills her with anticipation, for only on a sufficiently grand stage can she amass the strength to rival the other insectoid queens. Xiaojiang has scarcely engaged in battle. Akin to its role aboard the insect fleet, where it merely operated complex machinery, beside Lan, it serves as a guardian that need not draw its weapon. In the early skirmishes, most of the tentacled creatures have perished, yet one remains, a lone survivor that has endured from the initial confrontation to this moment. Its body, marred by scars and dismemberment, presents a pitiable figure amidst the other insectoids, resembling a beggar. However, it stands defiantly before its kin, commanding a presence that none dare to challenge. Under its aura, the other insectoids exhibit an instinctive disquiet. Just as humans have generals, so too do the insectoids possess their leaders. Even among the same species, subtle distinctions arise. Some are adept at hunting, while others excel in combat. Worker insects may fight, and soldier insects may mine. Yet, in contrast to humans, who can freely express their thoughts and consciousness, the insectoids lack such self-awareness. They convey their uniqueness through countless actions. Much like the proud and independent tentacled creature, you shall be called Jiangjia. Mo Lan has bestowed this name upon it, though it cannot comprehend the significance behind it. The nearest incubation chamber opened its entrance, merely an expression of consciousness, compelling the general to heed the command without hesitation and step inside, as the chamber slowly sealed shut. The existence of insectoid generals is quite rare. Their lack of fear of death makes each expedition a wager of life itself. Survival through countless battles is indeed scarce, for their fearlessness brings them closer to death. It wasn't long before the general emerged, bearing the scars of past battles, in a form more robust and healthier than other tendril-like insects, tearing through the incubation membrane with newfound strength. The incubation chamber has the capability to transform beings of other races into insectoids, as well as to heal and even enhance existing insectoids. However, more often than not, Mo Lan found such functions unnecessary. It was far more expedient to convert a dying insectoid into energy and hatch a new one rather than attempting to restore it. Yet, the general was evidently worth the effort. Through innumerable skirmishes, it underwent a transformation that defied precise description, distinguishing it from its kin and earning Mo Lan's regard. The general became the second insectoid to stand beside Mo Lan. Indeed, she acted upon this. The new spider-like insect was even smaller in size, but with an abdomen twice as large, an exaggerated feature. This creature lacked combat prowess and had only moderate toxicity, with its sole advantage being the remarkably resilient silk it produced. This genetic trait was determined by Shurqi to best meet Mo Lan's requirements for fabric. Not all Zerg are hatched with the sole purpose of combat. Take the current Zerg Queen, for instance, who has nurtured a group of Zerg imbued with human genetics to command Zerg starships. It is entirely reasonable for Mo Lan to attempt to cultivate some everyday insects. However, she suddenly realizes that she lacks the ability to spin threads, let alone weave them. At this moment, she finds herself in need of players. Chapter 18. Fully Functional Simulation Chamber. At this juncture, on Earth, it has been 20 days since Huaguo received that enigmatic gift. What changes transpire in 20 days for the average person? Initially, there were merely whispers and fleeting news stories, announcing the emergence of some dubious new technology, which most people dismissed with a chuckle and then promptly forgot. Subsequently, several companies materialized seemingly out of thin air, introducing products with vague specifications into the market. Alas, aside from the astute investors in the stock market, few took notice, nor did they care. Eventually, high-profile celebrities became embroiled in inexplicable advertisements, and soon, discussions regarding the new technology inundated the public consciousness. Tianqing Technology's fully functional simulation chamber emerged as a topic of widespread interest. It claims to be capable of assessing human health, facilitating wound treatment within a certain range, and gradually enhancing physical constitution during sleep. From this perspective, the so-called fully functional simulation chamber appears to be merely a medical and wellness device, unlikely to capture the interest of the general populace, particularly the self-proclaimed healthy youth. However, the feature list of the Tianqing Technology fully functional simulation chamber prominently displays a connectivity option during its operational phase. Many listeners could not help but burst into laughter upon hearing it. A simulated chamber, measuring an imposing 2.5 meters, resembling a coffin, renders everything invisible when closed. What purpose does connectivity serve in such a cramped space, where one can barely stretch a hand while attempting to watch videos or play games? However, as one continues to peruse the introduction, it becomes evident that it mentions the device's incorporation of cutting-edge technology, which supports consciousness linking to the network during both light and deep sleep states, allowing one's awareness to roam freely online. Usage guidelines state, during light sleep, consciousness may remain connected to the network for a maximum of 20 hours, while in deep sleep, this duration is limited to 8 hours. Engaging moderately with the network can invigorate the mind. However, Excessive immersion may lead to mental fatigue, thus necessitating prudent time management. Additionally, it is noted that the durations of light and deep sleep are cumulative. 1 hour of deep sleep equates to 2 hours of light sleep, with the most scientifically sound arrangement being 8 hours of deep sleep paired with 4 hours of light sleep. Is this true? Skepticism was the immediate reaction of many. Then, they encountered what appeared to be a belated official statement confirming its authenticity. Everything was indeed true. The national celebrity, who had unwittingly endorsed a perplexing gaming advertisement, also contributed with a pivotal remark. Cosmic Star Voyage is a groundbreaking game that supports consciousness linking for online play. It is evident that developing a holographic game within a mere 10 days is implausible. Thus, this game is not a product of the esteemed research teams in Huagua. Rather, it is merely an example interspersed within materials related to holographic technology, serving to illustrate to the citizens of Huagua the nature of holographic advancements. However, there are those sensitive individuals who immediately discern a remarkable truth. Although I still have a considerable amount of time before I can research and develop similar technology, I could readily replicate this creation. After all, there are no comparable works existing in this world, and no one would care about copyright issues. Does the game generate profit? Certainly. Can a wholly unprecedented holographic game be lucrative? Undoubtedly. Thus, while other technologies had yet to emerge, holographic technology, armed with a ready-made game, surged to the forefront, initiating a wave of a new era. What Anomaly awaited was precisely this opportunity. Otherwise, why would she have included a polished game, complete with CG modeling? As a gift to Huagua? It was, of course, in hopes that the game's potential for revenue would inspire this group to prioritize the development of holographic technology. Constantly monitoring the Earth's network, Mulan promptly directed her attention to the Fantasy Creatures Forum. Wandering Ronin returns. Have you all seen the news? Holographic technology has truly materialized. I feel utterly detached. Just a couple of days ago, the world seemed quite normal, and now this groundbreaking innovation has suddenly emerged. Buddha says unutterable. I have perused the news repeatedly, and it feels as if I am in the Qin dynasty. Yesterday, I was riding beneath the Great Wall, battling the Xiongnu. And today my superior rolls in with a tank, proclaiming that this is the new norm. Quite a leap. This brick is scorching. Has no one noticed that our forum may need a name change? After so much discussion, we thought it was merely a figment of our imagination. Yet the nation unveiled the finished product without a word. Who purchased the all-functional simulation pod from Tianqing Technology? I intended to check it out, but upon refreshing the page, it was already sold out. How astonishing! A product worth over 100,000 vanished in an instant. The first batch consisted of 1 million units, with 200,000 available immediately and 800,000 for pre-sale. Initially, there was little demand, but once the official statement and the promotional game advertisement featuring Lu Jiqiu were released, it was too late to purchase as it had been snapped up. Furthermore, the most economical model is priced at 12,000, which seemingly only offers basic connectivity and body scanning functions, while the most expensive one exceeds 100,000 and boasts a plethora of additional features that are overwhelming to comprehend. For those who are unable to acquire the all-functional simulation pod, there is no cause for concern. To experience the new holographic games, one might consider purchasing their simulation seat, which offers connectivity for a price ranging from 1,800 to 9,000. I recommend that if one can afford the 9,000 model, it would be prudent to add a bit more to obtain the 12,000 simulation pod. Are there no simulation helmets? According to the specifications, the helmet should serve as a subordinate alternative to the simulation pod, right? The simulation helmet can indeed be considered available on the simulation seat. It functions to link consciousness to the network. Therefore, if I purchase that seat, I am essentially seated while wearing the helmet? Then why not just use the helmet directly? Perhaps the technology is not yet sufficient. The actual operating machinery and programs reside within the seat. The helmet merely serves a linking function. All right, I understand now. Perhaps it is due to the exceptionally high-quality gaming images that Anomaly occasionally releases, which has kept her posts at the peak of popularity, attracting an ever-increasing number of participants. Many individuals have even begun engaging in conversation directly beneath her posts. Amidst the chatter, someone could not help but mention Anomaly. Insectoid Queen Anomaly, I must ask, with holographic games now available, when will your game be released? It seems the background settings and map modeling are nearly complete. Coincidentally, Anomaly had just shared her latest update. Notification: this thread will cease to be updated as of today. All published content will be comprehensively transferred to the official website. In gratitude for the active participation during this period, 10 engaged forum members will receive beta testing slots for the holographic game Insect Race. The names are as follows: Waltz Dancer, Rogue Returns, Al is My Wife, Tang Dynasty Chestnut, Stealing Shoes to Walk Others' Paths. Additionally, this thread will randomly select 10 fortunate individuals to receive beta testing slots. Lottery link. It is worth noting that the holographic game Insect Race can be played on any device supporting consciousness networking, but only in a state of deep sleep. Tang Dynasty Chestnut. Wow, you startled my chestnut. 7 entrances and exits Lu Shan. Insect King. Brother, did you just speak with divine insight? Prairie Mammoth. Could it be that the host is affiliated with the official team? As soon as the device is released, the host announces a new game? Rock, paper, scissors. It's not comparable. The game Cosmic Star Adventure is clearly aligned with the official narrative. Have you not noticed the overwhelming advertisements? Grassland Mammoth. The original poster is certainly catching on quickly. Drink more hot water. It's evidently impossible. The official statement was just released. How long do you think it takes to develop a holographic game? If it weren't for the prior development of holographic gaming, would they be able to set up the framework in such a short span? 8 Treasure Poisonous Chicken Soup. I was wondering how someone could produce such high-precision artwork daily. It turns out to be screenshots from a holographic game. How infuriating. I am even more envious. Why does a game screenshot possess such remarkable quality? Novice Village Chief, haven't you all realized? This is an internal test. An internal test. There are only 20 slots available, and none of you are included. Moonlight Treasure Box. Isn't it an open beta? Wait, what about Cosmic Star Adventure? Rainbow Werewolf King. Cosmic Star Adventure launched with an unrestricted open beta, given that it has the backing of the state. The atmosphere and the Zerg creatures clearly indicate a game lacking substantial support. After all this time, there hasn't even been a promotional advertisement. The Buddha said it cannot be spoken. Cosmic Star Adventure is not an unrestricted open beta. The entry requirement is at least 1-800 Doghead. JPG. Wanderer Returns. What S1? 800? Let us not forget that Cosmic Star Adventure is a paid download game, priced at $9.99, with a discounted price of $666. I wonder who set that price. Al is My Wife. What? ISNT it free to download? The beauty of your thoughts is truly enchanting. The world's first holographic game is priced at merely $1,000. Be content with that. Overseas, news has just emerged, and the online community is in disarray, as disbelief reigns supreme. Ah, how delightful. I am on the internal testing list. I cannot help but marvel at your dedication to this forum. Do you not have any bricks to move? Lo and behold, my invitation has arrived as well. Brothers, I shall embark on the experience of Zerg. Wake up, my friend. You do not possess an internal testing quota. Just moments ago, I was fortunate enough to win a lottery. Cursed be the fabled European emperor, perish at my hands. Chapter 19. Cosmic Star Journey. A plethora of significant news was released simultaneously, leaving the majority of the onlookers on the internet feeling overwhelmed, as they frantically switched between various platforms, fearing they might miss a morsel of gossip. Meanwhile, there exists a palpable curiosity surrounding the inaugural holographic game, Cosmic Star Journey, as many ponder the true nature of its gameplay compared to the whimsical fantasies they have conjured. They yearn to discover what makes a game priced at $1,000 truly engaging. The advertisement featuring the national star, El Giccio, conveys an ambiguous message. Apart from a series of breathtaking landscape photographs and animated videos, little else is revealed, making it challenging to discern any details regarding the game's mechanics. Even the game's synopsis is succinct: a journey with an unknown destination, commencing from the cosmos and traversing myriad stars. It appears to be a beautiful prospect. Yet for those unable to access this game, such beauty is akin to gazing at flowers through a fog. Countless individuals are disseminating content related to it online, live streams, reviews, and gameplay trials. The involvement of influencers, celebrities, gaming bloggers, and various experts has further muddied the waters, leaving one uncertain about whom to pay attention to first. The members of the Fantasy Creatures Forum share a similar sentiment, albeit with an additional focal point: the closed beta of the holographic game, Insectoid. For nearly a month, they have actively engaged in discussions about this thread, witnessing the gradual completion of various settings, fostering a sense of ownership over the game among many members, who naturally harbor a profound affinity for it. The 20 slots for beta testers have been finalized, and somewhat awkwardly, Half of these individuals have not managed to acquire a fully functional simulation pod, nor even a simulation seat. Not everyone possesses the luxury of disposable income in the 4-digit range. Moreover, she cannot afford to wait for these individuals to save up for the simulation pod before they can engage with Insectoid. She currently requires their assistance in her endeavors. After briefly checking the selling price of Galactic Star Voyage, Emolan unapologetically allocated a portion of the proceeds to her virtual account, reasoning that it is not unreasonable to take a share from the game she provided. The thread in the Fantasy Creatures forum has been sealed by her, and thus, Emolan proceeded to open the website for Insectoid, which she had requested she to create. The backdrop is a dimly lit starry sky, where countless faint stars emit a feeble glimmer, as if consumed by some unseen force. At the periphery, a dark silhouette emerges, embodying the figure of Emolan, seemingly gazing into the vast expanse of stars. Beneath her lies an expanse of pure darkness, as if innumerable creatures are in subjugation. Or perhaps countless monsters are gestating within the obscurity. Almost all who venture onto the website are instantly captivated at first glance. The words insect race prominently adorn the top, followed by a succinct introduction, with various sections below, including announcements, settings, galleries, and forums. Since Emolan has directly linked the accounts of members from the Fantasy Creatures forum to the official Insect Race website, all members who access this site are automatically registered, sparing them the inconvenience of additional sign-ups. Consequently, the official forum is relatively bustling, with many individuals eager to partake in the novelty. Doctor advised me against medication. After viewing the design of the Insect Race website's poster, I found myself perplexed by the lack of promotion. This poster, once displayed, is far superior to the chaotic promotional videos of Cosmic Star Voyage. My wife Z. Let us not be overly critical. I find Cosmic Star Voyage rather appealing, and besides, it has already been officially launched, whereas the Insect Race is still in internal testing with limited slots. How can one possibly compare? 3 meals a day. One cannot put it this way. Although it is still in beta testing, there ought to be some promotional efforts, right? I searched extensively, and aside from our forum, it seems the term Zerg is unheard of elsewhere. Have you not seen those other games that, even before their beta launches, have their advertisements almost broadcasting to the world? To be honest, is the official stance one of indifference or something? There has been no movement at all. Rock, paper, scissors. Currently, I can only see the account of the Zerg Queen, Lon, being operated. With such a limited team, it shouldn't be this sparse. Lushan, entering and exiting. I am quite concerned about the gameplay of this game. The Cosmic Star Voyage is equally vague. The introduction is rather muddled. Why make a holographic game so mysterious? Drink more hot water. It is indeed hard to say about Cosmic Star Voyage, but the gameplay of the Zerg is quite apparent. One should enter the game as an ordinary Zerg, continually upgrading and becoming stronger, fighting for the Zerg Queen, conquering one planet after another, and waging wars against other Zerg Queens. Most games have similar content. The main question lies in how this holographic game operates. Tang Dynasty Chestnut. Did you all notice the difference between shallow sleep and deep sleep? Shallow sleep allows for 20 hours of play. It seems more advantageous in every regard. Why then introduce deep sleep? What is the distinction? 8. Treasure poisonous chicken soup. Please elaborate on that. Stealing shoes, walking others' paths. Let me first share my thoughts on the consciousness link network. This will make it easier to understand. When the simulation chamber is completely shut down, there is a moment akin to being jolted awake from a stupor. At that instant, you become acutely aware of your corporeal existence. Yet you find yourself unable to exert control over your body. Only your consciousness remains active. This may sound abstract, but truly, at that moment, the sole aspect I could govern was my thoughts. However, before I could act upon them, the control screen materialized before me. The interface is remarkably straightforward, with comprehensive functionality descriptions accompanied by meticulous voiceovers. Following the guidance provided, I proceeded to download the game Cosmic Star Adventure. Yet, I refrained from diving into gameplay immediately. Instead, I ventured online, discovering only one official website. The displayed page bore no significant difference from what I had observed on a computer screen, the primary distinction being that I navigated solely through thought rather than mouse clicks. Now let us cut to the chase. What of Cosmic Star Adventure? Patience, my friend, for we have arrived at it. As for this game, I find it difficult to articulate whether it is enjoyable or not, yet it is undeniably remarkable. Can you fathom the sensation of the entire cosmos unfurling before your eyes the moment you log in? It is sheer beauty, absolutely breathtaking. Initially, I entered the simulation chamber in a state of light sleep, which was the default setting. Consequently, I maintained a faint awareness of my physical form, akin to experiencing a lucid dream. The immersion was not profoundly deep, resembling a third-person perspective. Then I endeavored to enter a state of deep slumber, and it was truly remarkable. For a fleeting moment, I experienced a sensation of losing consciousness. Subsequently, I discerned that I could perceive my body, not my original form, but the one within the game. It was an utterly immersive first-person perspective. The distinction is profound. The sensation in a shallow sleep resembles that of a lucid dream, where one is aware of dreaming yet reluctant to awaken. However, in a state of deep sleep, it feels akin to my second life. Do you comprehend? It sounds incredibly intriguing. I yearn to experience it as well. Nonetheless, the Cosmic Odyssey currently lacks online functionality. I believe that if I could travel across different planets with family and friends to admire the breathtaking scenery, it would undoubtedly be more enjoyable. Isn't it true that the Zerg must connect to download? I heard that the simulation pod can only access the official website temporarily, right? Cosmic Odyssey has reached a collaboration with the official channel for direct downloads, but the Zerg should not have that capability. It is indeed downloadable. A quick search for the Zerg leads directly to the official site. At this moment, I am engaging in conversation with you from the simulation pod. I long for that too. Upon logging in, I was informed that there are fewer than 10 players in the closed beta, and I wonder where those few with beta access are. Come forth so we can gather 10 players to commence the closed beta. We do not possess a simulation pod, my friend. I have just discovered that the beta access is linked to personal accounts, making it impossible to transfer to someone who owns a simulation pod. Wong does not see Wong Ba. Queen of the Zerg, Your Majesty. Might you grant us a few more internal testing slots? System notification. It has been observed that some players who received internal testing slots lack suitable simulation devices for gameplay. To facilitate the smooth completion of the game's internal testing activities, we are providing a basic version of the fully functional simulation pod to 20 selected players. Please click the link below to fill out your shipping address. URL link. Additional note. Some players already possess devices and may select the existing device option in the link, providing their unique device number to exchange for 2 transferable internal testing slots. Chi-Chi enters and exits. Lu Shan. Wong does not see Wong Ba. Your mouth truly must be enchanted. Chapter 20 Zerg. The news spread with remarkable rapidity within mere minutes. Numerous individuals flocked to the Fantasy Creatures Forum to witness the announcement regarding the game offering fully functional simulation pods. Drink more hot water. Goodness. This is the first time I've seen a game give away devices. I am not a non-emperor. Jealous tears are streaming down my face. 8 treasure poisonous chicken soup. Even if this game were a pile of dung, I would still sing its praises for such generosity. Village Chief of Novices. Ahem. May I inquire when the next internal testing slots will be released? It's not merely for the fully functional simulation pod. I am genuinely interested in this game. Emolan casually closed the forum. Among the 20 individuals who received internal testing slots, 8 already possessed fully functional simulation pods. However, only 3 opted to exchange their simulation pod for 2 additional internal testing slots. Tianqing Technology has introduced a fully functional simulation chamber, available in over 10 different price ranges, spanning from over 10,000 to several hundred thousand. Emolan opted to gift the basic version of the fully functional simulation chamber, priced at 31,000. Which includes features such as body monitoring to ensure the player's health during their gaming experience. Even if one possesses a fully functional simulation chamber, this complimentary one can still be bestowed upon family members for their use. If that proves unfeasible, it can simply be resold. The internal testing slots, in contrast, hold little intrinsic value, as no one can ascertain whether the game is enjoyable or merely a fade. Only those with ample financial resources would make such a choice. Ultimately, Emolan distributed 26 internal testing slots. Tianqing Technology initially released 1 million purchasing slots, although the announcement stated that only 200,000 were in stock. The actual number is undoubtedly higher. Furthermore, given that delivery and installation require dedicated personnel, it is implausible to deplete the inventory all at once. Deliveries must be executed sequentially based on purchase order. Thus, Emolan merely expedited the delivery sequence for a few players within the system's backend, effortlessly resolving the issue. Due to the requirement of achieving 10 participants for the first internal test, those who secured slots, including the principled and supportive Guangming, posted a message on the forum to gather sufficient numbers and agreed upon a time to log into the game. Having previously experienced cosmic star travel and intrigued by the Insectoid faction, he joined the team for the internal testing expedition, being one of the players who gifted his internal testing slot to a friend. It is important to mention that upon entering the simulation chamber, the default state is light sleep. In this state, one can perceive their body and utilize their consciousness to navigate the screen for internet access. However, once one descends into deep sleep, internet access becomes unavailable, leaving only the options to exit the game or return to light sleep. The Insectoid only supports deep sleep mode, and nothing else. Although it is termed a holographic game, from the moment of login, players are not connected to the terrestrial data network, but rather to the mental network of the distant realm, thereby rendering the concept of light sleep irrelevant. In reality, the individual known as Huang Mingho, commonly referred to as Slipper Online, awoke this morning to find a post from a member named Integrity and Justice on the Insectoid forum, rallying players to embark on a game exploration for internal testing. Upon rising, he indeed felt remarkably refreshed, suggesting that the claims regarding the simulation chamber's ability to enhance mental states are not mere fabrications. Ideally, one would enter deep sleep mode at night. Yet those who indulge in gaming do not necessarily adhere to a healthful or regular schedule. Integrity and Justice had waited an entire night to play the Insectoid game, eagerly anticipating the arrival of several others who, unencumbered by work obligations, could play during the day and access the fully functional simulation chamber. Huang Mingho lifted his gaze towards the building he resided in. He was one of those fortunate individuals who did not need to adhere to a conventional work schedule. Should one inquire about the reason for his leisure, the mere fact that this building belonged to him might suffice, if further justification were required. He could also mention the 3 additional structures adjacent to it, along with another trio of buildings situated within a nearby residential complex. Originally, Huang Mingho's family possessed 10 edifices. However, 3 of them were demolished during the past 2 years, leaving him with 7. The 5 newly acquired buildings remained under development, incomplete. This was the foundation of his previous audacity to assert on the forum that insufficient funds would not hinder the main poster's continued pursuit of game development. After finishing his breakfast, the time agreed upon in the post was drawing near. Huang Mingho reclined into the all-encompassing simulation pod and, in accordance with the principles of integrity and fairness, initiated the download of the game Zerg. With a click, he logged in. There was no registration process. Upon completion of the download, it directly linked to Huang Mingho's forum account, the underlying technology of which remained a mystery. His consciousness momentarily blanked, and upon regaining awareness, he felt as though his physical form had dissipated, transforming into a pure essence of spirit. Thankfully, having experienced a similar sensation while playing Cosmic Voyage the day prior during the opening animation, Huang Mingho did not react excessively. The introductory scene of Cosmic Voyage presented a vast cosmos, teeming with countless twinkling stars, which players observed in a state of pure consciousness before transitioning into the character customization interface. Players utilizing the full-function simulation pod could harness its body scanning feature, utilizing their own physical data while also possessing the liberty to modify their character's appearance within permissible limits. Huang Mingho opted to employ his own bodily data. Initially, it was thought that the Zerg might follow a similar procedure. However, upon landing, Huang Mingho was met with an expanse of darkness. Before him, a line of flickering text read, "Logged in players, 7. Insufficient internal test players logged in, please wait." In the upper right corner, there was a rather rudimentary control screen displaying 2 options: exit the game and enter a shallow sleep state, further confirming that this was indeed a game rather than a transcendence. After patiently waiting for a while, the number of logged-in players finally reached 10. The line of text before him shimmered, and for a fleeting moment, Huang Mingho felt a sudden influx of sensations, as though he had acquired a physical form. The game Cosmic Star Voyage, a holographic experience from the stars, possessed comprehensive data. However, the technology level in Huagua had yet to reach a stage where it could be fully replicated. It was merely a simplified version of a holographic game, fragmented from various sources. For instance, the sensory experience in holographic games is typically required to be between 30 and 80. A game boasting 100 sensory experience would violate interstellar laws, though some games might exceptionally reach 95, as Shichi had explained to Emolan. The version of Cosmic Star Voyage produced in Huagua only offered a mere 11 of genuine sensory experience, failing to meet the minimum interstellar requirement of 30. Nevertheless, for Earthlings who had never encountered holographic games, even 11 was inconceivably realistic. However, Zerg was different. It was a tangible world, not merely a construct of data. The so-called players were, through Mo-Lan's mental network, seamlessly integrating their consciousness into the Zerg's true existence, achieving a 100-sensory experience. Astonishing. Having experienced the cosmic wanderings, Huang Mingho's perception of the Zerg became markedly profound. He maneuvered an organ of which he was unaware, tearing through a delicate membrane before him. And as clarity dawned upon him, he found himself momentarily entranced by the scene that unfolded. The nocturnal splendor of the Yegu forest, which he had once glimpsed in forum images, lay vividly before his eyes. Nearby, the grass swayed gently in the evening breeze, while in the distance stood the stately Kahol trees, their crowns adorned with luminous insect lights resembling a celestial river, echoing the stars above. He could feel the soft caress of the wind and inhale the fragrant aroma of earth and grass. Everything felt so tangible, as if he had stepped into another realm. This was the birthplace chosen by Molan for the group of beta testers, a slightly open hillside that allowed them to behold the most beautiful terrestrial starry river in the enchanting night of the Yegu forest the moment they opened their eyes. "Ah, my apologies, dear brother. I seem to be struggling to control this body," Huang Mingho mused, feeling an uncanny awkwardness, though not human. Every aspect bore a resemblance to humanity. Molan had intended to create a humanoid Zerg form for the players to inhabit and control, yet she overlooked a crucial detail. The majority of humans lacked the mental fortitude to manage a body of such formidable power. Currently, the humanoid Zerg forms that Molan could conjure required a minimum of 8 points of mental strength for control, necessitating 10 units of energy for incubation. She had used herself as a template, discarding the spider-like lower half and eliminating numerous errant genes, ultimately succeeding in crafting a humanoid Zerg. It is evident that when the Zerg Queen initially hatched Molan, a considerable amount of energy was expended. Currently, the most rudimentary type of soldier bug represents the pinnacle of mental control for this group of players. After much contemplation, Molan ultimately resolved to utilize these basic soldier bugs as the initial physical forms for the players, believing that by adjusting the majority of their sensory perceptions to resemble those of humans, the transition would not be overly arduous, thus giving rise to the mantis-like humanoid Zerg. The fully functional simulation chamber serves a purpose. It gradually enhances the user's mental strength while they engage in the game, which explains why many individuals feel rejuvenated upon awakening. The consciousness of these players from Earth has been transported into Mo-Lan's realm, although they are unable to experience this subtle improvement. The act of wielding mental control over Zerg bodies provides them with a markedly pronounced enhancement of their mental faculties, akin to the stark differences in physical transformation between consuming healthy meals daily and neglecting exercise. These players, merely by inhabiting Zerg forms, can achieve substantial growth in their mental prowess. Consequently, Molan feels neither hesitation nor remorse regarding her forthcoming directives for this group, as she has already bestowed benefits upon them in advance. Chapter 21. Game Quest. Huang Mingho refrained from exclaiming immediately upon witnessing the formidable Zerg creature before him, for he noticed a glaring line of bold text emblazoned above its head. Players' fear of most monsters dissipates significantly upon the sight of their health bars. Similarly, when they see a monster bearing the player's ID, any lingering dread quickly fades. "Are you all right?" Huang Mingho inquired with a hint of concern as he observed the brother, Guangming Leiluo, flailing about on the ground, resembling someone afflicted with paralysis. "Don't you think controlling the character in this game is rather challenging?" After struggling for some time, Guangming Leiluo finally abandoned the notion of standing and resignedly sprawled on the ground, lifting his gaze upward. "I suppose it's manageable. I just need to get used to it." Huang Mingho discreetly averted his gaze. Despite knowing it was just a player, the sight was rather unappealing. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from a short distance away. Both Huang Mingho and Guangming Leiluo turned their bodies to look, but due to the lack of a neck, the players controlling the insectoid bodies were unable to turn their heads. To compensate for this limitation, Molan had expanded the field of vision for the mantis-like insectoid to a 300-degree angle, thereby reducing the necessity to turn. Yet, it seemed to have little effect. An insectoid, identical in appearance to Guangming Leiluo, was mimicking a distinctly feminine human posture while emitting a continuous stream of screams directed at another insectoid before it. with each adorned by their respective forum IDs, Princess Meng Yi and Tang Dynasty Chestnut. Sister, calm down, calm down. I too am a player. After Tang Chaoli crawled out from beneath an enigmatic membrane, she locked eyes with another colossal insect before her. Before she could exhibit any signs of alarm, the creature opposite her had already let out a shrill scream. Startled, Tang Chaoli, upon hearing the surprisingly sweet and youthful voice that belied the creature's formidable appearance, could only wave her hands frantically in a bid to explain. Nearby, other players who had just emerged instinctively directed their gaze towards the commotion, soon noticing that they were surrounded by similarly monstrous insects, each adorned with familiar or unfamiliar IDs. Tentatively, they called out a few greetings and gradually congregated in small groups. Upon discerning the ID above the screaming giant insect, Guangming Leijiao exclaimed in surprise and hastily maneuvered his body to awkwardly crawl closer. Do not be afraid. This is merely a game. We are game characters. Huang Mingho refrained from joining the fray, instead rotating his body to scrutinize the surrounding environment. They appeared to be on a spacious hillside, elevated enough to glimpse the distant twinkling starfall insects nestled among the kahol trees, yet not too high, as the dense foliage of the kahol trees still shrouded the hillside beneath. Near the edge of the slope, several rows of enormous white insect eggs were neatly arranged. Beneath the soft yet sturdy milky membrane, the sharp exoskeletons of the insect race faintly shimmered through. There was no doubt the players had emerged from these towering eggs, nearly 2 meters in height. Insect race. Such a straightforward name indeed. Huang Mingho counted and found that, including himself, there were a total of 11 players, with 15 unopened eggs, perfectly corresponding to the 26 beta test slots available. It's your brother Lei. Don't be afraid. This is merely a game. Guangming Leijiao Jingzaishi climbed to face the enormous creature bearing the ID, Princess Meng Yi, shouting loudly in an attempt to drown out the others' screams. Guangming Leijiao Jingzaishi was one of the 3 players who exchanged their simulation pods for beta test slots. His real name was Tang Lei. Coming from a family that owned several businesses, he had some disposable income and could be considered a wealthy second-generation individual. He enjoyed playing games, had previously managed an esports team, and had participated in competitions. Ever since he saw the post, he had been captivated by the game Zerg. For Tang Lei, the CG was the first step in evaluating whether a game was worthwhile, and the quality of Zerg's CG images was indisputable, which drew him into the game. However, despite having a fully functional simulation pod and securing a beta test slot, he discovered that a minimum of 10 participants was required to commence the beta testing. To quickly gather the necessary 10 players, Tang Lei reluctantly relinquished one of his 2 beta slots to the Princess Meng Yi before him. After all, among his acquaintances, she was the only one with the equipment and time to play at that moment, being a pampered young lady raised in comfort. The familiar voice finally calmed Princess Meng Yi, reminding her of the reason she entered this game. She recalled her brother's best friend asking for her assistance. Meng Yi made an effort to steady her emotions, taking a deep breath and slowly opening her eyes. Before her was a monstrous creature resembling a colossal worm, contorting in a manner akin to a bizarre, twisted suspicion. Even with the words righteous and unyielding emblazoned in grand letters, Meng Yi could not suppress her terror, instinctively retreating. Oh no, don't come any closer. Let go. After a few minutes, Meng Yi managed to quiet her thoughts, gradually accepting the unsettling reality of her surroundings, where both she and the others resembled such frightful forms. The players gathered, each adopting various stances. Some, like Huang Mingho, could stand upright, while others, like Tang Lei, could only crawl awkwardly on the ground, creating a comical scene. What should we do now? Raised Tang Chao Lizi, who was actually Du Lily, a sophomore student. By chance, she had no classes today and decided to join the team for the insect race's beta testing. Do we have to log in with this appearance? Is there no option to choose a more appealing character? Princess Meng Yi nodded in agreement. Had she not promised Lei Gu to help gather players, she would have already exited the game. Was it truly necessary to endure such an unappealing character? The login interface presented no options. Either other appearances were yet to be unlocked until the public release, or they simply did not meet the level requirements. Does this game not even have a game panel or character interface? Analyzed Guangming Leijiao. It seems rather unacceptable, even during the beta testing phase. Such a rudimentary experience is inconceivable. A player under the pseudonym Wang Bu Jian Wang Ba voiced their dissatisfaction. After logging into the game for over 10 minutes, they observed a lack of NPCs in the vicinity of the spawn point, an absence of a game interface, and an inability to view character details, with the system failing to issue any notifications. Almost as soon as these words were uttered, an indistinguishable voice, neither male nor female, suddenly resonated within the consciousness of the players. Following an assessment, it was revealed that all beta testers had adapted well to the game environment post-login, exhibiting no adverse reactions, thus permitting subsequent activities. The game interface has now been unveiled, allowing players to examine their current character information. Players who had previously experienced the beta testing of the Zerg game and the distribution of fully functional simulation pods regarded Wang, Bu Jian Wang Ba, with peculiar expressions, akin to observing a monk with a century of cultivation achieving enlightenment. Such eloquence seemed implausible. The game interface, resembling a holographic projection screen, materialized before each player. Perhaps due to the beta testing phase, the content displayed was rather simplistic, even rudimentary. Huang Mingho glanced at his game interface before lifting his gaze to observe those around him. Predictably, each player could only view their individual game interface. Stealing shoes and treading others' paths. Mental fortitude. 1. 6. Continued gameplay will yield enhancements. Satiation level. 10. Depletes over time. Below 1. Movement ceases. Controllable character. Mantis humanoid insectoid. Other characters remain locked. Current objective. Capture prey, achieve 50 satiation. The primary task is to enable this group of players to learn how to survive independently. Mo Lan does not wish to bear the additional burden of sustaining them. The voice known as Shichi, which resonates within the consciousness of these players, speaks once more, providing essential guidance. Attention, esteemed beta testers. The flow of time within the game diverges from that of the real world, adhering to a ratio of 7:1. To mitigate any potential confusion regarding the passage of time, both in-game and real-world time will be displayed at the bottom of the game interface for your convenience. Mental fortitude is the most crucial metric within this game, directly influenced by each player's psychological state in reality. A healthier mental state will unlock a broader array of gameplay options and characters. Mental fortitude can be enhanced through sustained online presence, with varying activity intensities yielding different improvement effects. Players are advised to monitor their mental fortitude closely and refrain from undertaking overly challenging actions. Satiation level forms the foundation for the actions of the characters controlled by players. A satiation level of 10 allows a character to remain in a dormant state for 7 days, while a level of 0 signifies the character's demise. Players must ensure that their character's satiation levels are sufficient to endure until the next login before logging off. The prey captured through hunting can not only be consumed, but also submitted to the incubation nest, transforming into energy points recorded on the game panel. 2 energy points can be exchanged for a new game character, the Mantis humanoid insect race, available only after the original game character's demise. As a reward for the internal test, each player is granted 3 complementary opportunities to exchange for a game character, so please utilize them wisely. Once the sound subsided completely, the players began to engage in fervent discussions. The perception of time is distorted, while it feels as though several minutes have passed. Only 2 or 3 minutes have elapsed in reality. What remarkable technology! Someone exclaimed, clicking on the bottom of the game panel to verify, and indeed, the login time was less than 3 minutes. What is the purpose of the mental strength value? Mine is 1. What about you? Inquiries arose as players compared the singular statistic in the game. I have 1. 6, another responded. Huang Mingho casually shared his mental strength value as well. As they were all in the midst of exploring the game, there seemed little need to conceal their statistics. However, it appeared he possessed the highest mental strength among them. With a blend of surprise and disbelief, Guangming Leishui exclaimed, "Wait, why do I only have 0? 8? I feel quite healthy." Upon comparing the mental strength values as reported by the players themselves, it becomes evident that those with a mental strength rating of 1 or above are capable of maintaining an upright posture while walking, whereas those with values below 1 exhibit a plethora of peculiar postures. The game system has just noted that an individual's mental value is intrinsically linked to their mental state in reality, and I believe that this state does not merely pertain to physical health. Huang Mingho observed the other players, perhaps due to familiarity. He began to discern subtle differences among them, despite their outward appearances being remarkably similar. What? My mental state seems quite normal. I do not suffer from any mental illness. In a moment of clarity, Tang Lei was bewildered. Could he indeed be a concealed mental health patient? No, that probably was not the intended implication. Tang Chao Lizi fervently shook his head, exclaiming that if that were the case, 4 out of the 10 individuals present would have to be classified as mentally ill. I believe it is more akin to feelings of conviction, self-assurance, and willpower. Perhaps there is a slight correlation with physical health as well. Wang Bujin glanced around, recalling from his insights on the forum that those with lower mental strength values were generally of an older age, not particularly youthful. They were either married and beginning to support a family or were engaged in the grind of a 9-to-5 corporate existence. It appears that the more carefree one is, the higher their mental fortitude seems to be. For instance, the notorious demolition household's audacity in pilfering shoes and traversing others' paths, or the whimsical dreams of a wealthy heiress. The phrase "a king does not see a tortoise" was merely a casual remark, lacking any substantial evidence. Yet unexpectedly, many concurred with this notion, acknowledging the brilliance of his words. However, the candid and straightforward did not dwell on their shortcomings, instead scratching their heads and shifting the conversation to matters of importance. Currently, the paramount task is to fulfill the inaugural game quest, which stands as the principal endeavor within the game. As the initiator of the team, the straightforward leader naturally assumed the role of the temporary captain, and the other players raised no objections, thus solidifying this arrangement. The first order of business was to allocate tasks. The game provided only a simple line of requirements regarding the quest, devoid of any guidance on how to accomplish it, allowing for significant freedom in interpretation. Consequently, it fell upon Tang Lei, as captain, to undertake the responsibility of strategizing. The mission entails capturing prey, and I surmise that our novice characters may not possess formidable strength. Thus, we must analyze which creatures in the forest we can triumph over, which we ought to avoid, and the varying satiation each type of prey provides, along with their cost-effectiveness. With your exceptional mental fortitude, you shall take the lead in guiding the team to seek out prey. This should pose no challenge for you, correct? Moreover, each of us possesses 4 initial lives. Yet this does not grant us the liberty to squander them indiscriminately. I believe that satiety is of paramount importance in this game. Before we log off this time, we must ensure that everyone experiences at least a 5 increase in satiety. Lizzie and E, you two should search for edible plants in the vicinity and ascertain whether it is solely hunting that augments our satiety. The tasks were swiftly assigned, and the players responded with enthusiasm, scattering like droplets of rain joyfully plunging into the ocean, creating ripples in the minutiae. In a small corner of this forest, the most peculiar and unique insect tribe made its appearance. Chapter 22. Confronting Her Majesty the Queen Guangming Leiluo and the other 3 players, who were slightly deficient in mental fortitude, commenced their exploration inward. In contrast to those players capable of upright locomotion, their movements appeared exceedingly sluggish due to their inability to control their bodies effectively, making them prone to falls. In such circumstances, sending them outside would be tantamount to serving as a meal for the unaware creatures lurking beyond, squandering their gaming character's chances. After some discussion, Guangming Leiluo resolved that they should delve into the inner realms of the insect tribe to supplement their understanding of the game's lore. Molon typically shared only photographs and partial descriptions in the forum, such as those of creatures like the 6-eyed bear and others, but provided little insight into the inner workings of the insect tribe. The group of players, while familiar with the identity of the Zerg Queen, Lon, and possessing a vague understanding of the Zerg's appearance, remained utterly oblivious to the details of their territory and architecture. Why was it necessary to transport them to the hillside? As thoughts swirled in his mind, he chose not to dwell on it. With a clear conscience, he commanded several other players to follow the footprints of the transport insects. Before long, a cave entrance, now expanded to 10 meters in width, appeared before them, accompanied by an increase in the footprints of transport insects, indicating the presence of multiple transport insects and pathways. Standing guard at the entrance were 2 sentry tentacle insects, adorned with the green title Zerg Soldier. Yet they remained as motionless as inanimate objects. One player, known as Daqin Qian Xiu Wan Dai, foolishly approached and poked one of the tentacle insects. Receiving no response whatsoever, tentatively stepping into the cave, they encountered no hindrance. Unlike other games, there were no warnings prohibiting their actions. The players exchanged glances, a silent agreement prompting them to venture deeper into the cave. Even if the system had attempted to stop them, they would have devised countless ways to gain entry. For one should never underestimate the reckless determination of players. At that moment, the system notification arrived belatedly, announcing, "Attention players, you have entered Zerg Nest 1. There are currently Zerg Nests 1 to 7. As a member of the Zerg, you are entitled to enter any Zerg nest, where you may encounter Her Majesty, the Zerg Queen. With a certain probability, all the consciousness of the Zerg is interconnected within the magnificent mental network of Her Majesty the Queen. Approaching Her Majesty may subject one to overwhelming psychic pressure. Thus, players are advised to approach with caution." The player's eyes lit up with intrigue. Could it be that we are able to behold Queen Lan? The likelihood is uncertain, as cautioned by the voice of Great Sheen. Yet I find it quite plausible. If the Zerg Queen were not present, the system would have no reason to urge us to tread carefully. With unwavering confidence, Jingzai, after such a lengthy ascent, suddenly pondered whether he had grown accustomed to this peculiar manner of movement. Would he instinctively crawl even after exiting this game? However, it is generally unexpected for players to accept such sights so readily. After all, some individuals struggle to tolerate unprocessed chunks of pork. Indeed, Mo Lan had subtly influenced the player's consciousness, shielding them from the majority of their aversion to the gruesome scenes and diminishing their emotional response to these visuals. This is the very reason why Princess Ming did not log off directly. The Zerg is hardly a visually appealing species, particularly from the perspective of human aesthetics, rendering it even more difficult to accept. While some may admire the exquisite wings of a butterfly, magnifying it to human proportions would reveal its head and body, likely extinguishing any appreciation for its once beautiful wings. As the players ventured further from the vacant space beside the hatching chamber, the surroundings expanded, and two Zerg creatures, one resembling a bear and the other a human, suddenly materialized before them. Goodness, my eyes! What is this? How grotesque! Ah, I feel as though my eyes have been harmed. Moreover, there is a certain quirky charm about them. Simultaneously, 3 pairs of eyes turned to gaze at this rather unique gentleman. The name Sister Huahua reflects a certain taste, indeed. Bear 1 and Bear 2. What peculiar whimsy is this orchestrated by the planners? Daqin Xianxiu Wandai remarked sarcastically, like the 2 tentacled creatures at the entrance. Bear 1 and Bear 2 displayed no reaction to the player's approach, but instead remained focused on tending to the dozen or so 6-eyed bear cubs beneath them. Do not inquire further. The Zerg nest has already reached its 7th stage, and it is needless to say how many 6-eyed bears have fallen victim to the raids. It has been over 5 months since Mo Lan descended upon this planet, and in that time, the 6-eyed bear cubs have grown to nearly 1 meter in height. Recently, Bear 1 and Bear 2 have occasionally taken them out to hunt, imparting essential survival skills. The juvenile phase of the 6-eyed bears is quite prolonged, requiring 3 years to achieve independence in hunting. Given the abundance of food, they have grown rather plump, reminiscent of the beloved giant pandas on Earth. A courier from Shunfeng could not resist approaching one of the 6-eyed bear cubs that had its back turned to him, reaching out to stroke its fur. The cub, alert yet unguarded, turned around and called out affectionately. "Ah!" The 3 pairs of eyes startled the courier, causing him to stumble back in shock. How could there be 3 pairs of eyes? "Brother, do you not follow the forums?" Daqin Xianxiu Wandai inquired, patting the courier on the shoulder in astonishment. "Well, no, I just happened to see a lottery and clicked in to participate." The Shunfeng courier smiled sheepishly, surprised to have won a spot in the closed beta. "Goodness, what luck!" Daqin Xianxiu Wandai grumbled, but his expression quickly shifted. "Nevertheless, it was all right, for I am in the same boat," he chuckled. This object is known as the Dahampa, colloquially referred to as the 6-eyed bear, capable of reaching heights exceeding 4 meters. Guangming Leiluo interrupted, saying, "Brother, if you wish to continue playing this game, it would be wise to visit the forums." "Oh, wait, you can now check the official game website. In any case, gaining a deeper understanding of the game's mechanics will facilitate a more enjoyable experience." "All right, I'll log off and take a look." The Shunfeng courier nodded, eagerly receptive to the advice. This game is rather intriguing, evoking a genuine sense of traversing into another world. It feels remarkably authentic. Moreover, the passage of time here differs from reality, allowing for enjoyable pursuits even without undertaking quests. Neglecting quests is not an option, Guangming Leiluo interjected, interrupting the Shunfeng courier's pleasant reverie. At the very least, you must ensure your sustenance is sufficient. Indeed, after a brief pause, the Shunfeng courier nodded earnestly. "Good idea. Why not give it a try?" Guangming Leiluo expressed his admiration, encouraging him further. Perhaps not," Daqin Xianxiu Wandai conceded. lacking a source for energy points at present. With his life hanging by a thread, he needed to be prudent. Once he could freely exchange for game characters with energy points, he would revisit the idea. The four continued deeper into the realm, and upon turning a corner, a more exquisitely crafted space unveiled itself before their eyes. In the innermost depths of the Zerg Nest Cave 1 lies a chamber meticulously prepared by Anomaly for herself. In the far corner rests a vast white bed fashioned from intricately woven spider silk, while a silvery metallic orb emanating a faint glow is positioned near one wall. Along the opposite wall stand several Zerg of varying forms, with a hatching chamber at the far edge, containing but a single egg. Anomaly typically utilizes this hatching chamber to study the emergence of new Zerg, and during the incubation period, she often asked Shirchi to play 2 films for her. As is the case now, what the players first behold is not the Zerg Queen Anomaly leisurely indulging in interstellar cinema, but rather the expansive movie screen dominating an entire wall. Is this a private cinema? Muses Dechin quietly. The Zerg Queen certainly knows how to relish life. Anomaly is acutely aware of the player's presence. She can continuously share their perspectives. However, she remains unperturbed by the revelation of her preferences to them. As a Zerg Queen with human genes, it is quite natural for her to possess human-like inclinations, is it not? Only the players, understanding her personality, will find her future arrangements less jarring. My children. The Zerg Queen, momentarily disrupted from her cinematic enjoyment, expresses no displeasure. Her voice, gentle yet imbued with an irresistible power, resonates in the minds of the 4 players. With a nurturing gaze reminiscent of a mother, she regards the 4 seemingly frail Zerg who have intruded upon her sanctuary. In a moment of utter blankness, the consciousness of the upright and honorable individual was engulfed. As if he were a solitary leaf adrift upon an infinite sea, the boundless waters enveloping his very awareness and carrying him through the undulating tides. Confronting Her Majesty the Queen could impose an immense psychological burden. Thus, it is advised that players approach with caution. In but an instant, even the utterance of the Zerg Queen remained unfinished in their ears, and they found themselves bereft of consciousness. Therefore, one must first attain a higher level. Only then can they engage with the Zerg Queen. The upright character perceived this circumstance as a mere game mechanic. As is common in many games where players are barred from interacting with high-level NPCs until they reach a certain rank, thus igniting their motivation to level up. However, the underlying truth is that the players simply lack the mental fortitude to withstand the oppressive force exerted by the psychic link of the enigmatic lawn. A minimum mental strength of 2 points is requisite. Chapter 23. The Boxing Rabbit. I feel akin to an ant, mused the Zerg player bearing the ID culturally unenlightened youth. While the upright individual and his 3 companions embarked on their daring adventure within the Zerg Nest, another group, consisting of 4 members excluding the 2 female players, formed a hunting party in search of prey within the expansive Yegu forest. Towering Kahul trees loomed overhead, amplifying the players' insignificance, as if they had been suddenly shrunken in size, offering a fresh perspective on the world around them. The realm perceived by an ant vastly surpasses what you currently behold. The king of the rainbow wolf glanced around, noting the impressive height of the trees. How much longer must we walk? It feels like we haven't seen anything after all this time. Despite not feeling fatigued due to the lightness of his insectoid body compared to humans, the monotony of the journey was rather dull. Thief, why have you been silent? What? Other players looked up in unison. Thief pointed to a nearby patch of grass. From a distance, I noticed some movement in the foliage, but by the time we approached, there was nothing to be seen. What do you mean? The king of the rainbow wolf scratched his head. Thief, just say what you want to say. It means there was indeed prey, but your chatter frightened them away, which is why we have seen nothing. A girl's voice, laced with a hint of childishness, chimed in. The 4 players, including Thief, turned to look at her, and although their expressions were inscrutable, a sense of surprise was palpable. Al is my wife. She had not spoken a word since entering the game, even gesturing when asked about her mental strength. Initially perceived as shy, it was a revelation that she was, in fact, a girl. Under the scrutiny of her companions, Al stepped back awkwardly and then, in a fit of irritation, exclaimed, "What are you staring at? Have you never seen a beautiful woman before? Well, even if you are beautiful, we would hardly recognize you in this manner." The uneducated youth waved their hands dismissively, noting that everyone now appeared remarkably similar, as if gazing into a mirror, rendering distinctions of beauty and even gender nearly indistinguishable. Goodness, you are a woman. exclaimed the rainbow-colored Wolf King, recalling that Al is my wife was quite active on the forums, fervently commenting on beautiful women with such extravagant verbiage that many were left in awe. Among the participants of this internal testing, she was indeed one of the more engaged members. Who could have anticipated that she was a woman? Stealing shoes and treading another's path paused momentarily. Having been only slightly familiar with Al is my wife through their sparse interactions on the forum. Yet, he had always perceived her as male. And the revelation of her true gender was indeed shocking. With a hint of frustration, he remarked that Lizzie and the others must have ventured quite far by now, and it would likely be futile to seek them out. Stealing shoes and treading another's path had no intention of pursuing them, primarily because the game's modeling was rather hardcore. He found the unattractive characters difficult to accept, especially after the striking impression left by Princess Mengyi. Al as my wife discerned Huang Mingho's sentiments and chose not to linger on the topic, huffing softly before shifting the conversation to hunting. Let us discuss the matter at hand. The official website has introduced various creatures inhabiting this forest. It seems improbable that we have traversed this distance without encountering any of them. The only plausible explanation is that our journey has been excessively noisy, scaring away all the creatures long before we could approach. As the group of players engaged in incessant chatter along the way, an awkward glance was exchanged among them, momentarily freezing the atmosphere. Stealing Shoes took the initiative to alleviate the tension, stating, Al has a point. After all, this is a new holographic game. We cannot expect it to operate like the conventional computer and mobile games we've played before, where NPCs or minor creatures simply remain stationary, waiting for players to engage. The Cosmic Star Voyage has unveiled their cutting-edge artificial intelligence system, and I believe the Zerg have likely adopted a similar innovation. We ought to treat the NPCs and minor creatures within the game as characters endowed with a degree of intelligence. Therefore, let us endeavor to remain silent and disperse a bit, to see if we can uncover any prey. After approximately 10 minutes of cautious movement, Stealing Shoes was the first to spot a target. His eyes lit up with excitement as he beheld a massive rabbit, over a meter tall, positioned directly ahead. This creature, referred to as the deity in the forums, is affectionately nicknamed the Boxing Bunny by players, due to its ability to punch and kick like a kangaroo. The Boxing Bunny was nibbling on leaves within the grassy thicket, remaining acutely aware of its surroundings. However, the Zerg bodies controlled by the players were remarkably light, allowing them to tread silently while deliberately maintaining their quietude. Even as 3 players approached, the creature remained oblivious. Hey, I've got it, exclaimed the unrefined youth as he lunged forward, awkwardly but securely embracing the Boxing Bunny. At the very moment the Boxing Rabbit came under attack, it reacted swiftly, its robust and powerful legs propelling it off the ground. The ill-informed youth, believing he had captured the Boxing Rabbit, neglected the weight of his own body, and was consequently sent soaring through the air. However, the rabbit's sharp, knife-like forepaws did not grip as securely as fingers, and the youth fell from the rabbit's back after ascending about a meter, landing on the ground with a loud thud. In the midst of this chaos, another individual, known as Wong, urgently called out a warning, advising caution regarding the rabbit's legs, cautioning against the risk of being struck, as the official site claimed the creature possessed strength comparable to that of an adult kangaroo. The ill-informed youth, not one to overlook such a significant detail, narrowly dodged a powerful kick from the Boxing Rabbit. Fortunately, his insectoid physique afforded him a reaction speed that he believed would be unattainable in a human form. However, successfully evading the kick did not mark the end of his troubles. The Boxing Rabbit retaliated, scratching him repeatedly with its forepaws, the hard claws emitting sparks against the metallic sheen of the insectoid body, producing a sharp sound akin to nails scraping against a door. Instinctively, the youth retaliated with both hands, his forepaws slicing like blades and leaving several gashes on the rabbit's body. The rabbit, in pain, became frenzied in its movements. In a moment of carelessness, the youth was inadvertently struck by a kick, causing him to stagger back several steps, which allowed the Boxing Rabbit to make its escape. To his astonishment, the ill-informed youth soon shouted in disbelief, only to realize that he felt no pain at all. The relentless advance of the Zerg in warfare can be attributed, in part, to their lack of pain perception. Without the ability to feel suffering or fear, they are undeterred in their pursuits. In this game, it seems that players are not equipped with the sensation of pain, or perhaps this feature has yet to be activated. Colliding with a tree, the character Stealing Shoes navigates the path of others, while feeling the impact on the areas of his body that were struck by the rabbit's powerful kick. However, it is evident that he may have sustained injuries akin to fractures. At this moment, Al, my wife, and the Rainbow Wolf King arrive on the scene. What happened? What is going on? Inquires the Rainbow Wolf King, surveying the chaotic surroundings. Indeed, the minor creatures within the game exhibit a degree of intelligence. Maintaining silence is essential to approach them closely. Yet, we have overlooked another issue: size-stealing shoes. Currently, the avatars we are using do not possess human bodies. The uneducated youth rises, adopting an awkward stance. He has just fallen, and while it does not hurt, it seems he has sustained a significant injury nonetheless. Yes, that's right. He continues. I attempted to grasp that small creature, only to realize I lacked hands to hold it firmly. Furthermore, the weightlessness of this game's body allowed it to be easily tossed into the air. The players exchange glances, realizing that the game has not unlocked the skill bar, meaning they must independently discover how to utilize their new forms. Al, my wife, ponders thoughtfully. I just managed to injure that rabbit with my hands. I merely waved carelessly, and yet I inflicted damage. These two hands should serve as our primary means of attack, akin to wielding a great sword, to hunt effectively. We must first learn to harness their potential. Summary of stealing shoes and walking in others' paths. Moreover, I recently discovered that if damage is inflicted by sharp objects like claws, the protective shell on our bodies can offer considerable defense. However, if the injury results from a heavy impact, it manifests as it did with us. Henceforth, our objective must be to seek out creatures with lesser strength. Wong, who had been silent, finally spoke up, pointing to the scattered droplets of blood on the ground. Shall we pursue that boxing rabbit we just encountered? Given its trail of blood, it should be relatively easy to locate. The other players gathered around to observe. This game is remarkable. Even injured monsters leave behind such traces when they flee. The uneducated youth expressed their astonishment. Without hesitation, stealing shoes and walking in others' paths nodded, reasoning that this was not reality, merely a reduction in health points. There is no justification for retreating. What is the point of playing a game with low health? The players reformed their ranks, with the injured stealing shoes and the uneducated youth placed at the back, their speed impeded by their wounds. Following the blood trail, they swiftly stumbled upon a cave nestled beneath a centuries-old, robust kahur tree, its dark entrance concealed by a thicket of foliage. The 5 players gazed at the cave's mouth, blinking in surprise, until one finally broke the silence. How shall we lure it out? Chapter 24. Successful Hunt. Let us use smoke. The rainbow-colored Wolf King proposed an idea. I heard from those who observe the mountains in our vicinity that in the past, they frequently employed this method to hunt game. Ignite a fire, let the smoke envelop the area, and whatever creature resided within would soon emerge. The players nodded in agreement. Finding the suggestion plausible, yet a question lingered. Where could they procure the fire? They exchanged glances, their hands empty, as the game offered no skills or equipment, leaving them to navigate the challenges on their own. Perhaps they could attempt to create fire by friction? The unlettered youth suggested. Not to undermine you, but do we possess hands? How would we manage to create friction? The Wolf King waved his 2 claw-like forelimbs, unable to grasp anything. Huang Mingho glanced down at the scratches left by the boxing rabbit on his chest, contemplating thoughtfully. I have an idea, let us give it a try. Before the others could inquire, Huang Mingho stepped back, clearing a space. He crossed his forelimbs, the sharp edges facing each other, and with a vigorous stroke, sparks flew. This method is remarkable. The rainbow-colored Wolf King's eyes sparkled. This was far more reliable than friction fire. However, they would need to find something easily ignitable. As the sparks were too feeble, Huang Mingho nodded in agreement, looking towards the other players. Let 2 of you remain here to guard, while the rest venture to gather twigs and leaves. You 2 have sustained injuries and are unable to move. You shall stay here to keep watch. The rainbow-colored Wolf King suggested, glancing at the 2 who had transformed in form yet remained oblivious to their condition. Al, my wife, and Wang Buji and Wangba expressed no objections. After exchanging casual greetings, they randomly chose a direction and wandered off in search of dry twigs and leaves. After toiling for over an hour, a small mountain of dry leaves accumulated before the entrance of the boxing rabbit's burrow. Huang Mingho, preparing to ignite the fire, was just about to exert his strength when the rainbow-colored Wolf King intervened, inserting several freshly snapped branches into the pile. Burning such damp twigs would produce a considerable amount of smoke. Finally, with everything set, Huang Mingho vigorously scraped his forefoot against the sharp edge several times. And only after 4 or 5 attempts did sparks fall onto the dry leaves, igniting the fire. Wait, goodness. Wang Bujin Wangba was the first to sense something amiss, cursing as he spoke. The wind direction is wrong. The smoke is blowing towards us. The players were met with the oncoming smoke, but fortunately, their respiratory systems were not human-like, so no one choked. They merely retreated a few steps out of the smoke's reach, gazing incredulously as the smoke veered away from the burrow and drifted in another direction. It can't be that all this effort was in vain, Wang Bujin Wangba said, reaching to poke at the unburned portion of leaves. Al, my wife, dashed over from a short distance, cradling a bundle of green objects. Use this. It was unclear when she had run off. Once Al tossed the items onto the ground. Everyone recognized them as large leaves resembling banana leaves, the largest measuring over a person's height, and the smallest around a meter long. Like this, Al demonstrated. And though there were no fingers to grasp, the sharp forefeet could easily pierce the leaves and secure them as if threading them onto a skewer. Al adorned his forelimbs with leaves, resembling a pair of verdant wings, standing in an unusual posture before the bonfire. He flapped his arms vigorously, causing the leaves to rustle and generate a breeze that directed the smoke toward the cave's entrance. Impressive, Wang Bujin remarked after a prolonged silence. Don't just stand there, everyone. Come help fan the smoke. Al urged the others. Huang Mingho cleared his throat, hesitant to voice that Al now resembled a clucking hen. He mimicked Al's actions, attaching leaves to his forelimbs and joining in the effort to disperse the smoke. The gentle breeze of the forest paled in comparison to their artificial gusts, and the smoke gradually seeped into the boxing rabbit's burrow, lingering in silence for several minutes. Is this plan effective? The uneducated youth questioned, feeling that the 5 of them looked rather foolish, lined up fanning leaves. It must be effective. It will surely emerge soon, the rainbow-colored Wolf King asserted confidently. I sense something amiss, Wang Bujin responded, startled by the sudden focus of the others' gazes. Have you heard of the cunning rabbit with 3 burrows? The boxing rabbit is also a rabbit, right? Huang Mingho was the quickest to react, discarding the leaves from his forelimbs and calling out, You keep fanning, illiterate. The rest of us should search for another entrance nearby. The turtle is right. Cunning rabbits have multiple burrows. Given this silence, it must have another exit. The other players swiftly acknowledged Huang Mingho's reasoning and dispersed to seek an alternative exit from the boxing rabbit's dwelling. Its physique suggests that the burrow cannot be too distant. Everyone, please remain vigilant in this vicinity, Huang Mingho urged once more. Not long after his words, the Rainbow Wolf King shouted urgently, Over here. Cursing in frustration, the Rainbow Wolf King deftly evaded the assault of the punching rabbit, wielding its sharp forepaws like dual chef's knives, striking downwards. Fur and blood flew in every direction, though it too suffered numerous scratches from the punching rabbit's claws. Come quickly to assist. The closest, Al, was the first to arrive, exclaiming, I'm here. Huang Mingho and the other 2 players hastily joined him, completely encircling the escape route of the punching rabbit. Amidst the chaos, it was unclear whose attack ultimately sealed the fate of the punching rabbit, as it suddenly collapsed, its body twitching in reluctant agitation, stained with blood, presenting a gruesome and violent sight. Would this game even pass the public beta review? The king, squatting down to examine the lifeless body of the punching rabbit, silently expressed his disdain. The players, having finally succeeded in capturing their first prey, were momentarily elated, yet fell into silence at the sight of the bloody carcass before them, feeling an unsettling resemblance to that of a certain perverse individual. There's a nest of baby rabbits, the culturally unaware youth exclaimed, noticing something amiss. Beneath the burrow from which the punching rabbit had emerged, a cluster of wobbly little rabbits could be seen. It was no wonder the creature hadn't fled, but instead charged towards him. It turned out its offspring were here. The Rainbow Wolf King suddenly realized something and glanced aside. What's the matter? Have we killed them all? Al remarked. Brother Wolf, your demeanor makes us seem like the villains in a story. What's the fuss over killing a mere rabbit? I've done it countless times, the Rainbow Wolf King replied nonchalantly, waving his hand. Come visit Fengyuan Mountain sometime. I shall personally prepare braised rabbit heads for you. Brother Wolf, you're a chef? Al exclaimed in surprise. Wow, this meat looks exquisite. It should be quite delicious. As the players chatted casually, a system notification unexpectedly appeared in their consciousness. Congratulations to all players for completing your first hunting endeavor. The difficulty of this hunt is rated at 0. 1. Player performance will not be evaluated. The hunted creature is the Die 2, also known as the boxing rabbit. Players may exchange it for 0.3 energy points at any incubation nest, or provide a single player with 60 of their current satiety. The current methods of replenishing satiety are 1. Converting the hunted creature into energy through the incubation nest and storing it within the body. 2. Processing and consuming the creature normally. Players may choose as they wish. Please note, players, that satiety consumption differs between dormant and active states. A mere 10 of satiety can only sustain players for 1,224 hours of activity. Please replenish your satiety in a timely manner. Additional reminder, players may utilize the incubation nest to consume a certain amount of energy points for repairing and healing their game characters. Huang Mingho furrowed his brow and glanced at the other players, sensing a discrepancy in the figures. According to the system, 2 energy points could revive a character, yet it only provided enough sustenance for the game character for 20 days. Such a resurrection seemed rather trivial. The Zerg, in essence, functioned as expendable resources. Wang Bujian Wang Ba shook his head, acknowledging that it was precisely due to the Zerg's formidable ability to spawn units that they posed such a threat. To the Zerg Queen, her subjects were akin to an endlessly harvestable crop. She could reap them as many times as she desired. I find this design quite reasonable, he mused. Setting aside that matter, what shall we do now? This single creature is certainly insufficient for our numbers. My satiety level has plummeted to 8. The culturally unaware youth cast a glance at his game panel, noting that injuries seemed to accelerate the depletion of satiety. What about you, Tuoxi? Huang Mingho nodded in agreement, stating, I too am at 8. Then what are we waiting for? Let us proceed to capture more rabbits. The Rainbow Wolf King was the first to rise, declaring that the boxing rabbits posed little threat as long as they avoided a kick. I observe that their burrows are quite methodical. Let us search for similar locations, where we are likely to discover more. And what of them? Al pointed at the nest of boxing rabbit offspring that had been unearthed. These bunnies are so adorable. Can't you entertain a more pleasant thought? Do you think this game allows for pet keeping? How about I raise a rabbit? Al gazed intently at the 10 or so boxing rabbit younglings, envisioning a delightful scenario. Impossible, stop dreaming. Do not forget that this game operates on a time differential. Wang's encounter with the turtle shattered Al's beautiful imagination. You logged off for 10 hours, and in the game, 3 days have passed, leaving the pets to starve. Chapter 25. Harvest. In stark contrast to the bustling activities on either side, Tang Chao Li Zi and Princess Ming Yi found themselves enveloped in a profound silence, awkwardly moving forward in unison. I truly apologize for startling you earlier, Princess Ming Yi broke the stillness, her voice embodying the sweetness and gentility of a girl with a commendable disposition. It's perfectly fine, really. I was the one who startled you first. Tang Chao Li Zi responded, waving her hands repeatedly, while she would effortlessly jest among the whimsical forum members. She felt unusually reserved and cautious in the presence of Princess Ming Yi. Previously, in a forthright manner, she had clarified to the group that this friend's younger sister did not typically engage in gaming. Her account had been registered by him merely to assist him in reaching the necessary number of participants for the beta test. If any situation arose, she hoped everyone would extend their kindness towards her. However, the notion of care seemed distant. As Tang Chao Li Zi stood before Princess Ming Yi, an inexplicable sense of separation washed over her. In reality, she was merely an ordinary university student. While Princess Ming Yi clearly belonged to the realm of affluent young ladies, an echelon of society Tang Chao Li Zi had never encountered. Despite facing a girl with a pure and cheerful voice, even with the formidable appearance of a bug-like creature, Princess Ming Yi gradually relaxed. Her curiosity piqued as she surveyed the surroundings. It feels so real here. There's a breeze blowing, the leaves are swaying, and I can smell the fresh grass. Princess Ming Yi stood still, raising her hand to feel the gentle breeze that caressed her, softly brushing against the swaying grass nearby, inhaling the scent of the forest in the air. If a young maiden were to engage in such actions, it would undoubtedly create a breathtaking scene. Yet alas, while she was indeed a maiden, the grotesque and terrifying form that performed these gestures was that of a monstrous insect, adding a disconcerting pinkish hue to the atmosphere. Oh, indeed. Tang Chao Li Zi nodded in agreement. No. This game is a holographic experience, a new venture unlike the previous online games and mobile applications. It is my first time playing as well. Oh, do you know what this game is about? Princess Ming Yi inquired with curiosity. Having been following the thread since the initial post, she had secured a spot as an active participant in the closed beta test, and this question struck a chord. Tang Chao Lizi's eyes sparkled, shedding the earlier aloofness as he quickly approached her. Hee, you've asked the right person. I've been following the production team's posts on the forum since the very beginning. Princess Meng Yi turned slightly, listening intently. Clearing his throat, he continued. Over a century ago, a grand battle erupted between the human race and the insectoid species in the cosmos. The Insect Queen was treacherously ambushed by the humans, suffering grave injuries, which ultimately led to the insectoids' devastating defeat and their expulsion to the farthest reaches of the universe. In her quest for vengeance against humanity, the injured Insect Queen utilized the powerful biological genes she had amassed over the years to hatch 10 offspring, each one a queen of the insectoid race. She dispatched 10 Zerg queens to various planets, allowing each to develop independently before engaging in combat to determine the mightiest among them, who would ascend as the new Zerg Empress. In our game, we embody a humble Zerg, serving under the weakest of the 10 queens. Our journey entails completing tasks to unlock diverse game characters, thereby augmenting our strength to assist our Zerg Queen in achieving ultimate victory. Tang Dynasty's Chestnut endeavored to articulate this in simple terms for Princess Meng Yi, who had never played the game. After a moment of contemplation, Princess Meng Yi tilted her head slightly and inquired, what does interstellar mean? It is a descriptor for an era. For instance, ancient pertains to historical times. Modern refers to our current existence, and interstellar envisions the future, portraying artistic interpretations of what life may be like if humanity conquers the solar system and inhabits the cosmos. And what are the Zerg? She continued. In a universe teeming with planets and galaxies, it is improbable that humanity is the sole form of life. The Zerg represent one such species, possessing formidable evolutionary capabilities that enable them to assimilate the genes of other organisms, thereby developing superior organs or abilities to adapt to various environments or threats. A defining trait of the Zerg is their omnivorous nature. Planets inhabited by Zerg often become depleted of resources, prompting them to seek new worlds. If they were to consume without restraint, they could eventually devour the entirety of the universe. Shouldn't they be considered the antagonists? Indeed. However, such is the nature of the game. And what of the Zerg Queen? Are you referring to our esteemed queen? She is quite the beauty. According to the lore, she is a product of the Zerg Queen's fusion with human genes, possessing a body that is half human and a thought process that closely resembles that of a human. Yet, she happens to be the weakest among the 10 Zerg Queens. Why is that? Princess Meng Yi openly displayed her confusion. Each human harbors a unique mindset, a multitude of divergent thoughts giving rise to countless possibilities. It is precisely due to this clash of ideas that human civilization can radiate its inherent brilliance and ultimately grow in strength. However, the Zerg are different. Individual entities lack the capacity for thought. The only being capable of contemplation is the Zerg Queen, whose consciousness intertwines with every Zerg. Her thoughts encompass the entirety of the Zerg's collective intellect. Tang Chao Lizi spread her hands, asserting that, in this regard, there is little distinction between humans and Zerg. In fact, those Zerg Queens possessing combat genes are even more coveted, owing to their superior strength. Princess Meng Yi chuckled softly, nodding in agreement. Indeed, that makes perfect sense. Look over there. Despite their leisurely conversation, Tang Chao Lizi did not lose sight of their mission. Her peripheral vision caught sight of a cluster of vibrant red fruits nestled within the nearby thicket, prompting her to exclaim, "What is this?" Princess Meng Yi's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she cautiously prodded one of the fruits with her sharp forelegs. The fruit, roughly the size of a baby's fist, had a delicate skin that yielded easily, releasing a cascade of ruby-red juice and a rich, enticing fragrance. The two exchanged a glance, and Tang Chao Lizi hesitated before speaking. "It smells delightful. Is this fruit edible? Perhaps we should give it a try?" Encouraged by the alluring aroma, they shared another knowing look and decided to each pluck a fruit. With their forelegs, they held the fruits to their mouths, and their sharp little teeth pierced the tender skin. The initial explosion of sweetness soon gave way to an overwhelming bitterness. Ugh! Tang Chao Lizi spat it out immediately, while Princess Meng Yi grimaced, covering her mouth to maintain her composure. After a moment of silence, Tang Chao Lizi gazed blankly at the sky, finally understanding why such fragrant fruits remained untouched by animals. Princess Ming-yi nodded vigorously, her eyes tightly shut in agreement. Suddenly startled, she paused for 2 seconds, then surprisingly offered no dissent, instead accepting the situation. She picked up a large leaf nearby and wrapped the red fruits that Tang Chao Lizi had gathered within it. As they continued their journey, the initial unfamiliarity faded away. The two girls exchanged a glance and broke into a spontaneous giggle. "Let us go find more," Tang Chao Lizi exclaimed, waving her hand as they delved deeper into the enchanting forest. For instance, there are nut-like fruits resembling pine cones in the ancient Yegu forest. Although the kahol trees dominate, their towering trunks obscure much of the sunlight, inhibiting the growth of other trees. Nevertheless, numerous tree species still thrive, such as the locogen tree, which is vital for the survival of the snake-catching mouse. The snake-catching mouse resembles a squirrel on Earth, possessing a tail several times longer than its body and a thick, fluffy coat. From a distance, it appears as a large, plush sphere. However, within its body lies an astonishing amount of fat, enabling it to withstand substantial impacts from falls, as they often tumble from the heights of the locogen tree. Furthermore, they possess claws as sharp as pincers, allowing them to secure their prey effortlessly, while their fluffy fur obscures their actual body from the sight of their quarry, making it difficult for predators to target them accurately. Their primary prey consists of the vine serpent, a snake that camouflages itself as a vine. Additionally, the fruits of the locogen tree serve as a food source for the snake-catching mouse, which stores a certain quantity of locogen nuts to sustain itself during the hibernation period of the vine serpent. Chapter 26. What is not prohibited by law is permissible. Although this game lacks a map feature, the insect-like body controlled by players possesses a remarkable navigational ability akin to that of ants. The olfactory senses specifically prepared by Machian for them serve purposes beyond mere scent detection. The Zerg possess a specific pheromone that can only be detected by their kind or by other creatures with a keen sense of smell. For those Zerg soldiers devoid of olfactory senses, alternative means exist to perceive these pheromones. The pheromones are not merely a simple scent. Their primary function is to convey a myriad of messages comprehensible solely to their kin. Relying on these pheromones, the Zerg can effortlessly discern the paths traversed by themselves and their companions. They lack independent thought, navigating freely through various environments, relying solely on this instinct. Due to a significant increase in their numbers during previous expeditions, Emolan found the territory she had previously delineated to be vastly insufficient. Consequently, she had no choice but to extend the Zerg's reach further afield, allowing them to hunt for sustenance, while simultaneously replenishing the energy reserves of their hatcheries. A rudimentary hatchery can store up to 300 units of energy. Unlike the historical Zerg queens who would drain entire planets without consideration for consequences, consuming everything in their path solely to augment their Zerg soldiers, Emolan is different. If she wished, she could easily do so. The kahol trees and the metallic ores from the nearby mines could serve as nourishment for the Zerg. They are indifferent to the palatability of their sustenance. As long as their energy is replenished, flesh and stone hold little distinction. Yet, the question remains, why would she choose to do so? She currently possesses a superior advantage, a group of players from Earth, brimming with creativity and curiosity about this foreign world, yet utterly devoid of any sense of reverence. Emolan gently tapped on the holographic projection screen before her, turning off the film she had already viewed multiple times, the interstellar affection of the Zerg Queen's lover. Shirchi was quite perplexed. This was the third time Emolan had watched it, yet from a narrative perspective, it lacked the intrigue of the previous film. Star Trek, The Forbidden Love with the Zerg. In this tale, the Zerg Queen falls in love with the human protagonist, desperately striving to keep him by her side, while he remains devoted to another. Her repeated, humble attempts to win his affection yield nothing but his indifference. Meanwhile, a war erupts between the Zerg and humans, forcing the Zerg Queen to divert her attention to lead her forces against the human onslaught. As the Zerg Queen becomes engrossed in the battle, the humans clandestinely reach out to the human protagonist, offering him a vial of poison capable of ending the Zerg Queen's life. In a display of duplicity, he feigns kindness toward her, seizing the opportunity to administer the poison. Despite her awareness of the treachery, the Zerg Queen accepts the poison he offers, as it originates from him. In a heart-wrenching conclusion, the Zerg Queen succumbs to the poison in the arms of the human protagonist, who, in that moment of despair, realizes he has unwittingly developed feelings for the Zerg Queen, who had loved him so deeply. Tragically, He has taken the life of the one who cherished him most. And the narrative concludes amidst his anguished cries. As anticipated, the conclusion is one of tragedy. In 10 films depicting the love between humans and the insectoid species, each culminates in a dismal ending. Perhaps the interstellar humans have yet to devise a means for harmonious coexistence with the insectoids to forge a splendid era of mutual prosperity. Do you not perceive the resemblance between the image of this insectoid queen and myself? Anomaly raised an eyebrow, twirled in place, and spread her arms wide. Her expression innocent and benevolent, her flowing dark hair billowing before settling gracefully upon her alabaster shoulders. The insectoid queen depicted in the film does not resemble a half-spider. Rather, she bears a closer resemblance to a butterfly, possessing a strikingly beautiful human form complemented by a pair of magnificent, vibrant wings. Atop her head, 2 playful antennae adding a touch of charm. Her combat prowess, virtually non-existent, is overshadowed by her aesthetic appeal. You are even more beautiful than she. Shirchi always spoke with such honesty. I mean, she embodies a love for peace, a desire to avoid conflict, and a genuine concern for humanity, wishing only to coexist without interference. Anomaly chuckled, expressing thoughts she scarcely believed herself, yet they were indeed her sincere sentiments. She felt no sense of entitlement to contend with those formidable and fearsome sisters, having long resigned herself to a fate of acceptance and surrender. Yet, fate seemed unwilling to allow her to yield, presenting her with an unyielding aspiration and a small yet significant advantage. Perhaps I can achieve it. Of course, you will succeed. However, what shall we do now? Let us go see my players. Anomaly stepped outside. Although she could directly obtain the information she needed from the mental network, she yearned to witness with her own eyes this group of beings from Earth, her true kindred. It is worth mentioning that the player's spawn point was a designated area chosen by Anomaly. Diagonally behind lay the Zerg Nest 1, the initial lair of the six-eyed bear. Directly ahead was the depths of the Yegu Forest, a direction yet unexplored by the players. To the left and right, one side was a hunting ground specifically reserved for the players, and to ensure an ample supply of prey, she had driven several animals into this area. The opposite side leaned towards the edge of the Yegu Forest, where animals were sparse but plant diversity thrived. The spawn point was devoid of any trace of the bright and upright Well-S group, save for a ground littered with fruits of unknown names. Tang Chao Li Zi and Princess Meng Yi exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of what had transpired, as there were no signs of battle or struggle. After a considerable wait, they finally spotted a few figures. No, rather, shadows of insects approaching from the distance. What is that? Princess Meng Yi inquired with curiosity. Tang Chao Li Zi hesitated, uncertain, though she had seen photographs of this creature on the forums. It should be an incubation nest? They actually brought the incubation nest out. Where on earth did they procure it from? As the bright and upright Wells group drew nearer, Tang Chao Li Zi's eyes widened in astonishment. Squatting at the point of origin, the 4 individuals, incapable of even standing upright, exuded an air of tedium. Yet, the game's design was remarkably open-ended, unlike the typical games that leave one at a loss without tasks to pursue. Their boredom stemmed from the temporary absence of engaging activities. Speaking of which, to increase their sustenance levels, would they not require a hatching nest? The great Qin Qianxiu Wandai inquired. As a manifestation of the tree of life, resilience was a defining characteristic of the Kahur tree. Why then? Should we not relocate the hatching nest? The courier of favorable winds roused the slumbering minds. A splendid idea, Tang Lei concurred. But how shall we transport it? Li Ruhua stood up, brushing off the dirt from his person, having grown so weary of idleness that he had resorted to digging. He was eager to find something to occupy himself. Could those 2 formidable sentinels at the entrance allow us to move it? Qin Qianxiu Wandai remained crouched, his sharp forelegs thrashing erratically through the grass, indiscriminately shredding leaves. We might give it a try, Tang Lei mused. The 2 sentinels guarding the entrance to the Zerg lair indeed appeared more formidable than the characters controlled by the players. However, there was no need for confrontation. They merely needed to gauge the response of the sentinels. As for the Zerg Queen, she would undoubtedly regard such trivialities with indifference. One seldom witnessed players pilfering items from residents, only to be pursued by the lord of the city. Thus, let us first test the waters by approaching the hatching nest and observing the reactions of the 2 sentinels. Ideally, they would remain unresponsive, but if they do react, we shall see how they respond to our presence. After all, starting with 4 lives, Losing one is of little consequence. Chapter 27. The boss enjoys tea. The Zerg are a species devoid of individual consciousness. They either act according to instinct or follow the mental commands of the Zerg Queen. If Anomaly wishes to command the Zerg to undertake specific tasks, she must meticulously issue a series of distinct mental directives to each Zerg soldier, akin to manipulating puppets to perform corresponding actions. Only individuals endowed with cognitive abilities can comprehend the implications of these mental instructions, thereby making judgments and determining how to navigate the process. The Zerg require no guidance from Anomaly in matters pertaining to their instincts, such as hunting and foraging. A mere transmission of intention from her is sufficient for the Zerg to instinctively employ the most effective methods to capture prey and seek sustenance. In fact, if Anomaly were to exert control over the Zerg in such endeavors, it would hinder the Zerg's inherent capabilities. It is not a matter of laziness, but rather an inability to act with intent. Consequently, Anomaly can only instruct the two tentacled Zerg stationed at the entrance to guard it and eliminate any non-Zerg intruders. She cannot demand more from them. As for the hatchery within the nest and the corpses of prey awaiting transformation, Anomaly harbored no concerns, likening the hatchery to a shop or merchant NPC commonly found in games. The hatchery serves as a store, with energy points acting as currency. One may observe numerous goods within the shop, but can one simply take them? Clearly, they cannot. It was then that Anomaly realized she had misjudged this group of players. The inability to relocate a game shop stems from the fact that, in games, shops are merely textures, and the game characters lack corresponding actions. Before this group of players lies a completely open and liberated world, where they may endeavor to explore every conceivable action, receiving the appropriate and authentic feedback, rather than witnessing their characters stagnate against invisible walls or observing weapons pass through barriers unscathed. The players discovered that this object could be moved, and so they did. The bewildered gatekeeping insectoids remained oblivious to the peculiar behavior of their kin, diligently guarding their post. Were it not for the inability of other races to masquerade as insectoids to infiltrate their ranks, the diligence of these guardians would surely allow the insect queen to be assassinated by humans 800 times a year. Anomaly pressed her fingertips to her forehead, feeling a headache brewing. However, she was not particularly concerned about the players exploiting the absence of the hatchery. The insectoids possess two methods of sustenance. One involves consuming food through their mandibles, converting it into energy to fuel their movements, which is why most insectoids are equipped with sharp, exaggerated teeth. The other method entails utilizing the hatchery to transform prey into energy, directly transporting it into the insectoid body through nutrient tubes resembling tentacles, akin to humans administering glucose. This method is swift and efficient, boasting a high conversion rate without waste. Building upon this foundation, Anomaly further established the existence of energy points, akin to the currency within the game. While the hatchery can convert prey into energy, players are certainly unable to carry this energy with them. One seldom witnesses an individual departing with a hefty lunch in tow. Any energy exceeding their absorption capacity must be calculated and accumulated, ultimately becoming one of the player's possessions. Energy points serve as a means of converting energy into numerical values, distributed to players in a manner akin to currency within the game. Although at present, energy points can only be exchanged for new game characters, commonly referred to by players as resurrection attempts. It is anticipated that further enhancements will be introduced by the developers to encourage trading of energy points. The initial exchange rate stands at 2 units of energy, equating to 1 energy point, and should players' hunting capabilities improve over time, the developers may adjust this ratio to maintain balance within the game. The relocation of hatcheries does not yield any substantial benefits, if one were to argue otherwise. It merely reduces the travel time by over 20 minutes, eliminating the need to traverse from the spawn point to Zerg Nest 1. However, Zerg Nest 1 was originally designated by the developers as a resting area for this group of players. What purpose does it serve to remove one's belongings from home? The developers are uncertain, and perhaps the players themselves lack clarity, yet they feel compelled to take such action. May I inquire as to the significance of this relocation? Squatting beside the hatchery, Tang Dynasty Chestnut gazed earnestly at the individuals sprawled on the ground. The Zerg do not experience fatigue due to the absence of individual consciousness and the concept of tiredness. Players, however, inevitably feel exhaustion after prolonged activity, which may manifest as both physical and psychological fatigue. Coupled with the declining satiation levels, This affects the player's perception of the characters they control. The essence of the action is simply that we can move it here. Have you ever contemplated the limitations of this game? What actions are permissible and which are prohibited? For instance, in the game Starbound, although I have not personally played it, I have encountered numerous reviews indicating its remarkable completeness, from the outset to the later stages. Everything is delineated, allowing players to embark on a step-by-step experience. However, Zerg presents a stark contrast, as it is still in its beta phase, with only a handful of us, the players, engaged. The game interface is so rudimentary that it consists of merely a few lines of text, and the tasks are astonishingly simplistic, devoid of any guidance or tutorials. Everything must be discovered through our own exploration. Is it possible that the game development team is precisely interested in this aspect? They may wish to ascertain how far we, as players, can venture within this highly open and liberating holographic game. After all, is not this game a creation of theirs? Do they not possess an understanding of what can be achieved within it? I, Tang Chao Li Zi, timidly raised my hand to inquire. You have likely heard that Starbound employs an entirely novel artificial intelligence system, one that diverges from your common perceptions. It is not the anthropomorphic AI often portrayed in films, but rather a purely data-driven entity with a certain logic. Consider this. How significant a computational load would be required to achieve such a realistic effect? And what volume of data must be processed? The most remarkable characteristic of holographic games lies in their authenticity, so genuine that one might believe it to be a second world. However, the vastness of an entire universe is beyond mere rooms and trees. It comprises countless variables intricately woven together. Consequently, Cosmic Star Journey opted for a pragmatic approach, rigidly defining the game's processes to ensure that the data remains within the computational limits of artificial intelligence. While it may appear that players have the freedom to choose, the delineation of options simultaneously restricts them to those selections. In stark contrast, the Zerg showcases the ambitious vision of its creators, who eschewed the same shortcuts employed by Cosmic Star Journey, genuinely striving to realize the concept of a second world. Princess Meng Yi cast a surprised glance at Tang Dynasty Lizi, yet remained silent, her lips curving into a subtle smile as she observed Guangming Leijua Jingxi, who confidently seized a fruit and tossed it into his mouth. The fruit exuded a delightful aroma. Just as he began to speak, Guangming Leijua Jingxi suddenly fell silent, his demeanor calm as he casually picked up another fruit and offered it to the nearest person, Daqin Qianqiu Wandai. Thank you, the honest Daqin Qianqiu Wandai replied, expressing gratitude without suspicion as he popped it into his mouth. It was indeed fragrant. Wow, what is this? It tastes amazing. I want one too. The courier from Shunfeng, having caught a whiff of the sweet aroma emanating from the cracked red fruit, rose to request some for himself. Here you go, Guangming Leijua Jingxi responded, his voice slightly trembling yet laced with mirth. The Shunfeng courier remained oblivious to any irregularities, taking several fruits without hesitation and indulging in them eagerly. Li Ruhua needed to be more perceptive. A subconscious feeling hinted that something was amiss. Just as she prepared to scrutinize her surroundings, Princess Meng Yi suddenly appeared before her, extending a red fruit with a sweet and gentle voice. Here, for you. Oh, thank you. Upon realizing that the terrifying insect before her was merely a fade for a wealthy young lady reputed for her extraordinary beauty, Li Ruhua shyly raised her hand to accept the offering, completely forgetting her initial intentions, and brought it directly to her lips. How sweet. Oh, how bitter. With a scream from the courier, both the righteous and steadfast Jing Xiesher and the illustrious Qin dynasty felt the urge to retch simultaneously. Realizing something was amiss just as she had thrown the fruit into her mouth, Li Ruhua widened her eyes in disbelief at the retreating figure of Princess Meng Yi. Her expression clouded with confusion. The young lady, known for her gentle and amiable demeanor, had actually plotted against her. A sweet fragrance flooded her mouth, but in an instant, the delightful essence transformed into an indescribable bitterness. Where did you two find this? It smelled so sweet, but tastes so bitter. Chapter 28. Mission accomplished. The hillside chosen by Mo Lan for the players was expansive, capable of accommodating hundreds of insects simultaneously. Although the current testing phase only included a little over 20 participants, it did not signify that Mo Lan had prepared solely for this limited group. Connecting the minds of hundreds of Earthlings to the bodies of the insect species posed no challenge for her. Her mental prowess was sufficient to link the consciousness of over 100 billion people from Earth. The dilemma lies in how to entice individuals to willingly connect their consciousness to the bodies of the Zerg, thereby serving her purpose. Despite Imolan's formidable mental prowess, she cannot forcibly establish a connection with a human spirit that is rife with resistance and reluctance. Moreover, if the individual chooses to forego the holographic device, Imolan finds herself utterly powerless. Even if they were to connect to the Zerg bodies, should these humans opt to remain inactive, she has no means to compel them into action. After all, they are not Zerg, who can be directly commanded through mental directives. Thus, Imolan has chosen to present everything as a holographic game, encouraging individuals to voluntarily and enthusiastically connect with the Zerg bodies, allowing them to fully utilize their abilities in service of her objectives. All she needs to do is provide a game interface, transforming the mental directives sent to the Zerg into a simple line of text. Current task: capture prey, hunger level at 50. The initial limitation on the number of participants stems not only from Imolan's desire to conserve energy in hatching these relatively weak Zerg bodies, but also from the previously mentioned reasons regarding the development team and players, who are equally exploring this unknown world. However, while Imolan is studying the habits of the players, she seeks to understand how to engage with them more effectively and how to leverage their abilities to fulfill her own aims. This is peculiar, the courier remarked in exasperation. The players, having dragged the hatchery up the hillside, could not simply leave it exposed to the elements. The appearance of the hatchery indicated that it was ill-suited to withstand the harshness of wind and rain. Although the sturdy trunk of the Cahol tree could be felled with the player's sharp forelimbs, doing so would consume considerable time. Fortunately, the forest was abundant with other trees, and the players had no other demands. They merely sought to erect a simple shelter. Soon, they gathered a dozen tree trunks, each as thick as a human arm, and skillfully arranged them in a stable triangular formation, covering the structure with leaves and grass, thereby completing the task with ease. However, upon finishing, the shelter presented a curious sight from the front, evoking an inexplicable sense of a shrine. The hatchery gaped wide, as if awaiting offerings from unwitting mortals, an oddity that felt both awkward and strange. Is that so? I mused, feeling otherwise. Li Ruhua stepped forward to admire the creation, casually adjusting the grass and leaves atop it. What on earth happened here? Upon seeing the 5 players' appearances clearly, I was taken aback by the stark contrast of their intentions. They had encountered a significant prey. With a dismissive wave, the one-armed figure, who had previously stolen another's footwear, seemed unbothered. After capturing the first boxing rabbit, they gained valuable experience, and following the trail, capturing additional rabbits became a trivial task. Huang Mingho and his companions spent just over 2 hours to catch 4 more. A few individuals gathered to assess the situation, sensing that it was nearly adequate. Primarily, they had all sustained some injuries. Although utilizing their current Zerg forms made capturing prey, such as the boxing rabbit, relatively straightforward, the players were not actually Zerg, and managing to harness even half of their potential was commendable. Consequently, they had all incurred minor wounds. The players, lacking relevant experience, responded promptly. Yet when confronted with the 2-meter-long colossal tiger, their capacity for retaliation was lamentably insufficient. It was then that Ao, who fancied himself as my beloved, suddenly discovered his ability to fly. Imolan had bestowed upon the players' Zerg forms a pair of wings, concealed within the lower half of their bodies, reminiscent of cockroach wings. As this was their inaugural encounter with Zerg physiology, the players were oblivious to the functions of their own bodies beyond the human-like sensory and organ features. The system offered no guidance. Ao, in truth, was equally perplexed by the underlying mechanics. Observing the ferocious approach of the Rila tiger, he attempted to evade, only to experience a sudden sensation of expansion at his rear as he leapt, and to his astonishment, he found himself soaring through the air. Realizing this newfound capability, Al urgently called out to the other players. Under the intimidation of the Rila tiger, the remaining individuals hastily acclimated to their clumsy flying skills. After a moment of hesitation, the Rila tiger opted to spare the players, for the 5 boxing rabbits they had laboriously hunted remained on the ground, and its original target had been these readily available carcasses. The Zerg's exoskeletons were devoid of any delectable flesh, yet it had spared the players, though the players were not inclined to show it the same mercy. The ground was strewn with the fruits of their labor, painstakingly gathered over several hours. And allowing a mere beast to reap the rewards was simply unacceptable to anyone, especially considering that the players were engaged in a game, controlling their avatars. with several opportunities for resurrection at their disposal. Without further deliberation, the least injured among them, the Rainbow Wolf King, lunged forward. Supported by the others who utilized their aerial advantage to begin harassing the Leela Tiger from above. Initially, the Leela Tiger seemed disinclined to acknowledge this group of players. However, the players' sharp forelimbs proved to be formidable. To ensure that the players could inflict sufficient damage, the character, Immo Wand, had significantly enhanced these knife-like appendages. After the players had pierced several wounds and inflicted numerous lacerations, the Leela Tiger became enraged, its already limited intellect further diminished by its fury. While the players may not match the instinctual fighting prowess of these creatures, they possessed a level of intelligence that most beings could not rival. By using themselves as bait and crafting traps, they managed to bring the Leela Tiger down, albeit at the cost of some scattered limbs. After waiting several more minutes to confirm that the Leela Tiger had truly exhausted its strength, the inexperienced youth finally stepped forward to deliver the finishing blow. However, it must be noted that despite the danger posed by the Leela Tiger, the rewards gained from its defeat were equally substantial. Congratulations to all players for completing a superlative hunt. This hunting challenge was rated at level 1, surpassing the current collective strength of the players. Each player exhibited exemplary performance, earning a reward of 1 free healing opportunity, redeemable at any incubation nest. The quarry for this hunting expedition was the Relay Tiger, which could be exchanged for 6 energy points at any incubation nest, equating to a remarkable 320 satiety. 1 Relay Tiger was tantamount to 5 boxing rabbits, instantly bestowing upon the players a sense of newfound wealth. However, upon reflecting on their respective bodily injuries, it became evident that, when factoring in the energy points required for healing, hunting boxing rabbits proved to be the more prudent choice. Fortunately, the system rewarded the players, alleviating the energy costs for their medical recuperation. The prey was entirely enveloped in a corrosion membrane at the incubation nest, transforming into energy. As the contributor, the player known as Stealing Shoes garnered a total of 2 energy points, convertible into an impressive 640 satiety, which was then divided among 11 players. Each player received 58 satiety, sufficient to complete the initial novice task. However, aside from the 5 players who engaged in the hunt, the contributions of the others were minimal, rendering the division of rewards decidedly inequitable. Thus, in a spirit of transparency, it was calculated that those who had not exerted themselves would only receive enough to collectively reach 50 satiety. The initial 10 satiety diminished to 6, and then to 4 as the activity progressed, with the hunting players experiencing the most significant decline, especially after sustaining injuries that accelerated the consumption of their satiety. Consequently, the 5 players who participated in the hunt achieved nearly 80 satiety, while the remaining players settled at 50, thereby successfully completing their first task. Chapter 29, Quest Rewards, Task Completed. Capture Prey Satiety reached 50. Rewards granted. Basic Soldier Bug and Basic Worker Bug game characters unlocked. Players may select one of these characters to claim, with the character selection interface becoming available upon the next login. Note: the Basic Soldier Bug and Basic Worker Bug exhibit a significant disparity from the player's mental form. Players must attain a minimum mental strength of 1. 2 to exercise appropriate control. Should any discomfort in mental state be detected during gameplay, it is advisable to switch characters promptly, avoiding undue persistence to prevent adverse effects in reality. Current task: Capture Prey Satiety reached 100. Wow, new characters have been unlocked. Let us see what they are, exclaimed Al, my wife, with palpable excitement, drawing the attention of those nearby. Guangming Lizaoshi paused momentarily. Wait, you're a girl? Stealing a glance and clearing my throat to interject before Al could further elaborate, I explained. During our previous hunting expedition, Al, as the sole female member of our team, held her own remarkably well, even playing several pivotal roles. Guangming Lizaoshi did not harbor any disdain for Al. Rather, it was the contrast between her online persona and the reality that surprised him. Having envisioned her as a stereotypical gaming male, he was taken aback to discover that behind the account was a charming girl with a pleasant voice. It left him pondering how a fine young lady could adopt such a lewd persona online. Tang Dynasty Chestnut and Al have had limited interactions before, yet they are somewhat acquainted, having exchanged a few words. Upon discovering each other's gender, they naturally grew closer, and Al drew her beside her, forming a trio with the princess, Meng Yi. Greetings were exchanged amicably among the 3 young women, with Tang Dynasty Chestnut taking the lead in enlivening the atmosphere. Before long, the girls became significantly more familiar with one another. Their primary topic of conversation revolved around gaming. With a straightforward and forthright approach, they avoided getting entangled in trivial matters, instead focusing on collaboratively analyzing game tasks alongside other players. The system presented two new character options, and I advised the group to refrain from making any selections for the time being, suggesting that they should conduct further research, particularly for those with a mental attribute score below 1. 2. Choosing now would serve little purpose, as new characters could not be utilized until the mental attribute increased. It would be far wiser to wait and select based on the requirements of the tasks at that future moment. This perspective resonated well with the other players, who nodded in agreement, expressing no dissent. The current gameplay mechanics had become quite apparent. The focus lay primarily on the players themselves rather than the characters they controlled. I surmised that most of us had experienced other games, where the norm is to control a single character from level 1, continuously enhancing it, with character changes being a rare occurrence. However, the Zerg have chosen a different path, centering on the player. The stronger a player's mental prowess, the more formidable game characters they can unlock and control. Upon the demise of a controlled character, rather than resurrection, players obtain a new character. In this regard, it aligns well with the Zerg's concept, as Zerg soldiers are essentially consumables. The unlocking of new game characters can be perceived as an expansion of professions. And a notable advantage is that players can freely select their character with each game session, allowing for a dynamic shift in their roles based on varying needs. Currently, players with a mental statistic above 1. 2 include Slipper, with a mental prowess of 1. 6. Al with 1. 5. E with 1. 3. And Turtle with 1. 2. Indeed, Fair and Square pointed this out. The remaining players with mental statistics above 1 include Rainbow Wolf King, with a mental prowess of 1. 1. Culturally Challenged Youth. Also 1. 1. And Tang Dynasty Chestnut, with a mental prowess of 1. Fair and Square himself has a mental prowess of 0. 8. Wally Ruhua, De Qin Xianxiu Wan Dai, and Shun Feng Courier each possess a mental statistic of 0. 9. The players nodded in agreement. It has only been about 7 hours in-game, equating to 1 hour in reality. Even though the system previously indicated that maintaining an online presence would enhance mental prowess, such improvements are not immediately observable. According to the information provided on the official website, soldier insects possess formidable combat abilities, encased in a shell akin to armor, granting them substantial defensive capabilities. In contrast, worker insects excel in excavation and similar skills, but lack combat prowess and have lower defense. Our time in the game has been relatively brief, and thus far, soldier insects appear to be more advantageous, enhancing our hunting strength. However, there remains uncertainty about whether a sudden need for worker insects might arise in the future. Therefore, I believe it prudent to select a worker insect character as a precautionary measure. Moreover, as we engage in this gaming experience, it is evident that players prefer to immerse themselves in enjoyable gameplay rather than assume supportive roles for others. Princess Meng Yi entered this game to assist the righteous in their endeavors. Upon hearing this, I glanced at the other players, hesitating little before declaring, "Let me take the lead." Wang Bujian, feeling the gaze of his fellow players, shyly scratched his head. During our recent hunting escapades, I sensed that this combat style did not suit me. I yearned to explore the worker insect route. Though he may seem like a typical otaku, he is, in fact, a wealthy individual residing in a multi-story building who frequents the gym for fitness. Coupled with his exceptional mental prowess, he finds it easier than others to control the insect species, unleashing greater potential. The rainbow-colored Wolf King, hailing from a culinary background, wields a kitchen knife with remarkable finesse. Although his mental strength is not particularly high, his adept use of those sharp forelimbs surpasses that of his peers. Meanwhile, the culturally unrefined youth, though somewhat reckless, plays a vital role in drawing aggro and absorbing damage as a tank within the team. Even Aller, the girl who is my wife, possesses an audacious spirit, an indomitable vigor akin to that of a hero facing a formidable foe, showing no fear in the presence of those peculiar creatures. Wang Bujian Wang Ba exhibited no notable reactions. He harbored a disdain for the brutal, close-quarters combat favored by the insectoids. However, disliking their method of warfare did not diminish his interest in the game itself. He found himself immersed in an entirely different realm, where even idleness, merely gazing at the scenery, proved to be quite engaging. Yet, the hunting combat mechanics left him somewhat disenchanted. Although Anomaly had shielded the players from the majority of the grotesque and terrifying visuals, a subconscious aversion still lingered among some participants. Had there been no alternative, Wang Bujin Wang Ba might have endured the discomfort, mindful of his fellow players, who were all acquaintances from the forum, collaborating in the beta testing. He felt a reluctance to abandon them. However, an opportunity presented itself, and he seized it, candidly expressing his aversion to combat. The other players understood his sentiments, leading 4 players whose mental power values met the requirements to collectively opt for the first task reward, thereby unlocking new game characters. Now, contemplating a switch in game characters, they sought each other's opinions, testing the waters to discern what the new characters were like, thus aiding their decision for future endeavors. Exchanging glances, the 4 players logged off together under the watchful gaze of the others. The IDs that once hovered above the 4 players' heads vanished in an instant, akin to a display screen that has lost power, leaving only the bodies of the Zerg standing vacantly in place. Huh, is this what we become after logging off? The express courier exclaimed in disbelief. Is this a resurrection? Li Ruohua jumped back a step, and the other players, startled, warily observed the scene. The 4 Zerg bodies, now devoid of player control, formed a line and approached the hatchery, each curling into an oval shape, aligning in a row, then fell completely still. Players are advised to choose their offline locations, Zerg Nest 1 to 7 or any vicinity of a hatchery. But there are no unhatched Zerg eggs available here. Where will they emerge from upon logging back in? Tang Chaoli questioned, hitting the nail on the head. With a blink, he pointed uncertainly at the hatchery, which seemed to stir momentarily. The hatchery, revealing only a gaping maw, appeared to conceal something within, shrouded by a rudimentary triangular wooden cover, obscuring the player's view. Could it be that it is hatching our game characters? All's my wife speculated. Is it truly that realistic? Live hatching? Dachin Shinshio Wandai expressed astonishment. It can't just suddenly pop up before us, can it? All's my wife shrugged. Just then, Bright and Righteous noticed the hatchery's gaping maw suddenly widen, and a slime-covered Zerg egg was expelled from its depths, rolling across the ground with a soft thud. As the tremors within the egg intensified, colossal letters abruptly materialized above the egg. In Chapter 30 of Wang Bujin Wang Ba, having previously experienced the emergence from the egg, Wang Bujin Wang Ba swiftly navigated through the gelatinous membrane surrounding it. In a brief span of time, he successfully emerged, only to be greeted by a throng of players who had gathered around, observing with keen interest. Upon witnessing his arrival, they offered a perfunctory applause, producing a sharp sound reminiscent of metal clashing. Congratulations, congratulations. How does it feel to be born? Queried Dachin Shin Shio Wandai, feigning curiosity as he bent slightly, raising a forelimb in a mock interview pose. The foundational insectoid form bore no resemblance to humanity. With a length exceeding 1 meter, its body crawled upon the ground, equipped with numerous pairs of legs that enabled it to traverse any rugged terrain effortlessly. Its enormous compound eyes provided exceptional vision in the dark, while 2 long antennae replaced human senses of smell, touch, and hearing, exhibiting a sensitivity surpassing human organs. Exposed to the outside were its formidable mandibles, lined with dense multitudes of sharp teeth capable of crushing metallic ores. His mind was presently in disarray. After some time had passed, Wang Bujin Wang Ba staggered forward as if inebriated, taking a few unsteady steps, more accurately described as crawling. It was an overwhelming sensation, akin to a dislocation of all bodily organs, creating an impression of utter confusion. The mantid humanoid insect race is a grotesque form of insectoid life meticulously hatched by Anomaly, with the primary objective of accommodating players' mental adaptability rather than merely focusing on strength. This peculiar variant has its organs rearranged to mimic the human anatomy, facilitating the swift adaptation of human players to the insectoid body. However, the basic worker insect remains unchanged, as Anomaly has only added an organ capable of producing sound without any further alterations. Despite the presence of numerous features, they seem elusive. The nose is atop the head, while hands and feet are adorned with numerous appendages. Wang Bujin Wang Ba succinctly articulated his sensations. Humans typically rely on their noses, ears, and skin for olfactory, tactile, and gustatory senses, whereas most insects consolidate these functions into 2 antennae, leading Wang Bujin Wang Ba to discover that his nose and ears had inexplicably migrated to the top of his head. This experience was far more disconcerting than the abrupt transition from Android to iOS. While controlling the body was not particularly troublesome, the sense of distortion was undeniably peculiar. After crawling around for a short while, he had managed to gain mastery over his entire physique. The basic worker insect can indeed be controlled with a mental strength of 0, 8, or above. However, a significantly lower value would impose considerable mental strain during control. Players engage in gaming for enjoyment, not to endure torment, prompting MO to elevate the requirement to a mental strength standard of 1. 2. Although players may still experience discomfort at this level, it becomes markedly less pronounced and remains within their threshold of tolerance. On this side, Wang Bujian, having just acclimated to a new game character, observed as the incubation chamber simultaneously expelled 3 larvae. 2 of them quickly illuminated their names, Al is my wife and Princess Mengyi, while the remaining 1 remained motionless. The basic soldier larvae took over 20 minutes to hatch, requiring at least 3 minutes in real life. During this interval, it was quite normal to engage in a leisurely forum stroll in a semi-conscious state rather than idly watching the countdown in that dimly lit void. The mantis humanoid larval species essentially borrowed from the basic soldier larvae, particularly with its 2 razor-sharp forelimbs. The mantis humanoid had to consider players' hand habits, featuring one side that was sharp and the other robust, whereas the basic larval species was solely designed for maximum lethality, with curved forelimbs showcasing sharp edges on both sides. In a semi-erect posture, it could optimally utilize its forelimbs. Its armor-like exoskeleton conferred a certain weight, enhancing the basic larvae's strength. If an uneducated youth were to engage in a punch against a rabbit using the body of a basic soldier larva, they would likely find it difficult to be dislodged. As was customary, other players applauded and inquired about the experience of controlling the new game character. The basic worker larva appeared the smallest, unable to stand upright, only able to lie on the ground, evoking a pet-like sensation. Naturally, players were more captivated by the visually striking basic soldier larvae, leading to Wang Bujian being cast aside due to the fickleness of novelty. The experience felt somewhat chaotic, akin to the previous game characters, albeit lacking many functionalities. The princess, Dream EE, expressed sentiments akin to those of Wang Bujian Wang Ba, cautiously advancing a couple of steps. The physical form of the foundational insectoid and the mantis-like humanoid creatures bore striking similarities, rendering the interaction considerably more manageable, despite a slight stumble during the initial steps. I feel immensely powerful now. Al, my beloved wife, is far from tranquil, brandishing her considerably sharpened forelimbs, letting out fierce cries. I can now take on 2 adversaries at once. The players were engaged in lively conversation when suddenly, atop a cluster of unhatched eggs, the name-stealing shoes, walking others' paths appeared, in accordance with the forthright remarks of Light and Justice. Upon noticing the notification indicating a 3-minute wait, Stealing Shoes shifted into a light slumber state to post on the official forum, succinctly summarizing the game. Insectoid Beta Test Authentic Experience Theme. Switching game characters entails a 3-minute loading time. I might as well post here. Content. Time is limited, so I shall be brief. The entire game operates within a completely open-world framework, boasting an unprecedented level of freedom, with sensory experiences that are astonishingly lifelike, truly reminiscent of the real world. I trust everyone has perused the official visual compendium. Believe me, the actual vistas surpass those depicted in the images. The gameplay is rather unique. Rather than the conventional character upgrades, it revolves around the enhancement of the player's mental energy, analogous to levels, unlocking an array of increasingly formidable characters for players to select at will. Upon initially entering the game, players are bestowed with a character known as the Mantis Humanoid from the Insectoid faction. It appears that the official concept art has yet to be released, and I have been unable to locate a screenshot function, so I shall provide a brief description. The character bears a resemblance to a fusion of a mantis and a human, albeit not particularly aesthetically pleasing. It possesses the ability to stand and walk like a human. However, if the mental capacity is below 1 point, control is relinquished, and the character can only crawl. The game stipulates that as long as players remain online, their mental capacity can be enhanced, diverging from the conventional task-based leveling system. Yet, this does not imply that one can enter the game and remain idle. There exists a hunger mechanic. Should the character's hunger level reach 0, death ensues, and an excessively low hunger level impedes movement. Moreover, the hunger level diminishes with player activity, thus necessitating the maintenance of sufficient sustenance for continued gameplay. This can be achieved through hunting other creatures to exchange for energy points that replenish hunger. or by indulging in the most primal method of consuming food. Additionally, the game operates on a different temporal scale compared to reality. 1 minute in the real world equates to 7 minutes within the game. I can assert with certainty that I have spent 7 to 8 hours immersed in this virtual realm, with sensations that feel remarkably authentic, the underlying mechanics of which remain a mystery. The poster, known as stealing shoes and walking others' paths, express thoughts effortlessly through consciousness rather than the cumbersome act of typing, swiftly producing a post comprising several hundred words. Newbie Village Chief remarked on the front row, while Prairie Mammoth gathered to observe the esteemed players. Walt's Big Hum noted the uncommon gameplay mechanics, highlighting the ability to level up and unlock various characters, yet expressed uncertainty regarding the switching of items and other functionalities. In response to Walt's Big Hum, currently, there are still items appearing in the game, and I am uncertain about the official's design. I believe that until suitable game characters are unlocked, these items will serve little purpose. Blue Xiong New Oriental. Time difference? 1 day equates to 7 days? Is that true? If I enter the game, can I not spend an hour to acquire 7 hours worth of knowledge? Drink more hot water. Must you be so competitive upstairs? You wish to utilize the 6 additional hours that magically appeared for studying? Are you even human? Blue Xiong New Oriental. What do you intend to do with them then? Eating melon. JPG. Not entering 100, not changing name. I wish to use them for sleep. Rising at 6 in the morning and finishing evening self-study at 10. I truly long for a long, deep slumber. Please, let me sleep. In response to not entering 100, not changing name. Do not play on your phone during class. Focus on your studies. I am not a non-lucky person. Wouldn't this way of playing become tedious? In response to I am not a non-lucky person. If you had ever entered the game, I believe you would not pose this question. I cannot convey the game's allure merely through description. From my personal experience, the game is immensely captivating, akin to experiencing an entirely new form of existence. Buddha says cannot speak. What does the esteemed one think of the comparison between Cosmic Star Journey and The Swarm? Which is superior? In response to Buddha says cannot speak, I would rate Cosmic Star Journey a 10, while The Swarm receives 100. These two games belong to entirely different realms. Deep Sea Fish's Memory. That seems exaggerated. Cosmic Star Journey is an official holographic game, while The Swarm lacks any renown and is produced by an unknown small company. In response to Memories of Deep Sea Fish, wisdom is perceived differently by the wise, and compassion is interpreted uniquely by the benevolent. Chapter 31. The Rise of the Insect Clan. What was said in the post? With a candid inquiry, the experience of the new game characters, Princess Meng E and Al, whom I affectionately call my wife, has already been mentioned. There is no need for the shoe thief to tread the same path again. Naturally, the conversation shifted to reality. Has it truly been just over an hour in the real world? The Rainbow Wolf King chimed in with a question. Incredible. A culture-deficient youth exclaimed. I genuinely believed I had been playing for 7 or 8 hours. So did I, responded Tang Dynasty Chestnut, nodding in agreement. It really does feel like such an extended period has passed. The immersion is astonishing. The players engaged in lively chatter and light and integrity, with a firm clap, drew their attention back to himself. Now that everyone is present, let us set aside other discussions for the moment and first deliberate on our current mission. When the matter at hand was broached, the players understood and fell silent, attentively listening to light and integrity. Before we proceed, Shoe Thief, Turtle, Al, and EE, please check your game panels. What is the current satiety level of your game characters? The Shoe Thief was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had overlooked this detail. The game panel was exceedingly simplistic, devoid of substantial information, leading the players to neglect checking it, and consequently, they had not immediately recognized that upon switching to a new game character, their satiety would reset to 0. Stealing shoes, walking others' paths, mental strength, 1. 6. Continued gameplay will yield improvements. Energy points, 0. Satiation level, 1079, depletes over time. Below 1 renders 1 immobile. Controllable characters, basic soldier bug mantis humanoid bug race, other characters locked. Current task, capture prey satiation level reaches 100, as the figures of 10 and 79 loomed before them. Stealing shoes, walking others' paths adopted a serious tone. The other 3 exchanged glances, murmuring about their own satiation levels, just as I had surmised. The straightforward and fair-minded brightly lit cave nodded in acknowledgement, gesturing towards the lineup of gaming characters utilized by players behind the hatchery. When I observed that these characters did not simply vanish but instead sought out positions to enter a state of dormancy, I recognized that the game's mechanics were remarkably in harmony with the laws of this world. Players' gaming avatars emerged from eggs, and the acquisition of new avatars was facilitated through the hatching process. Naturally, players who acquired two gaming characters were also responsible for the satiation levels of both. With a hint of apology, brightly lit Cave glanced at the four players, expressing regret for not grasping this aspect sooner, which inadvertently led them to receive new gaming characters. No one had anticipated this nuance, so there was no need for concern. Stealing shoes, walking others' paths shook his head, asserting that even if they were aware of this detail, they would still need to engage with their new characters and put them to the test. No blame could be assigned to anyone. Previously, a few of us had experimented and discovered that, apart from hunting for energy points, consuming these plants could also provide sustenance, albeit in substantial quantities. With a mere 2 or 3 pounds ingested, our satiety only increased by a meager 1. If we were devoid of taste, perhaps it would be more tolerable. Who could fathom why the flavors of these plant fruits were so peculiar, with many clearly inedible? Relying on a handful of players for hunting and subsequently distributing energy points among others seemed inherently unjust. Even the righteous and straightforward individual felt hesitant to voice this. As we were all players, and no one was indebted to another, the quest was paramount, although our control over our game characters was still somewhat lacking. Participating in the hunt posed no issue. To prevent any potential discord, might we propose that the energy points from our hunting endeavors be allocated based on individual contributions? Upon surveying the other players, it became evident that there were no objections. They concurred with the straightforward individual-as proposition. The initial division of labor had been a strategic choice upon entering the game, allowing us to better grasp the dynamics and content. Furthermore, accommodating the players who struggled with character control was reasonable. However, gaming is a prolonged engagement, and no one wishes to unconditionally bear the burden of another's labor indefinitely. The straightforward individual-s initiative to address this matter was far preferable to the potential discord that could arise later, resulting in confrontations and disputes. After careful consideration, it is evident that no one possesses greater authority on the matter of hunting than the leader, who proposed that 2 individuals form a team for this endeavor. Utilizing the mantis humanoid insect characters and accounting for the time required to locate prey, one could feasibly hunt a boxing rabbit within an hour and a half. In approximately 6 hours, 2 characters could achieve maximum satiety. Even with the addition of another character, the time investment would only increase by an hour or 2. There were no objections to this plan. All parties accepted the leader's assertions without the need for overt arrangements, and each group formed their own teams. The 3 young women constituted one team, with Al, an experienced member, included, alleviating any concerns about transparency and fairness. The hunting process does not require extensive elaboration, as it merely repeated prior experiences. Along the way, they encountered various other creatures, with a mixture of successes and failures. Lessons were learned, ensuring that past mistakes would not be repeated. Mission completed. Capture prey satiety reached 100. Rewards obtained. Spider-type Insectoid 1. Spider-type Insectoid 2. Unlock of basic transport Insectoid game character. Players may select one of the available game characters for acquisition. System notification. Congratulations to all players for successfully completing the novice mission, demonstrating their survival capabilities in the alternate world and becoming qualified insectoids. The main storyline mission, Rise of the Insectoids, is now available to all players. Main storyline mission 1. Hunt more formidable biological specimens and present their genes to the Insectoid Queen, Lawn. Upon reaching this point, the players collectively leaned back in disbelief. Could it truly be that this game's quest path was as straightforward as a single, unyielding journey from beginning to end? Would there be no other tasks to undertake? Indeed, there was more. As the system notifications unfolded, a plethora of side quests emerged, each brimming with diverse content and elaborative descriptions. Side Quest 1. The Clothing of the Zerg Queen. The Zerg Queen, Lawn, who possesses human genes, is filled with curiosity about humanity. One day, she glimpsed the exquisite garments adorning humans and yearned for a piece of clothing to call her own. Upon discovering that humans weave their attire from silk threads, the Zerg Queen hatched a spider-like Zerg to produce the necessary silk. However, she found herself at a loss for how to transform the silk into clothing. Players are requested to present at least one beautiful garment to the Zerg Queen. Requirement: possess the spider-like Zerg character. Side Quest 2. The Zerg Queen's Curiosity. Humans often blend the flesh and blood of various creatures with a medley of plants, employing methods such as roasting, boiling, and frying to craft their culinary delights. The Zerg Queen, Lon, is intrigued by whether such practices truly yield delicious results. Players are invited to offer at least one human dish to the Zerg Queen. Requirement: must be delectable. Side Quest 3. The Zerg Queen's Chamber. The underground Zerg nest is excavated by the basic worker Zergs, whose saliva serves to stabilize loose soil and stones, preventing collapse or falling debris. The Zerg Queen, Lon, is quite dissatisfied with her current living environment. She requests all players to renovate the Zerg nest 1 to 7, with the stipulation that the process must be aesthetically pleasing and devoid of the use of the basic worker's saliva. Is this truly the rise of the Zerg? I fail to see any evidence of such a rise. It appears more akin to serving the Zerg Queen as a mere servant. Where is the king? One might ponder. What does the Zerg Queen engage in daily? And how does she comprehend the attire and sustenance of humans? The Tang Dynasty's Curious Chestnut posed the question. The Exploration Quartet exchanged glances, as the illustrious Qin Dynasty was summoned to elucidate. Upon our previous visit to Zerg Nest 1, we encountered the Zerg Queen, who was engrossed in watching a movie. Watching a movie? The players exclaimed in unison, utterly astonished. The film was quite advanced, featuring holographic projections that adorned an entire wall, reminiscent of a private cinema. We scarcely grasped the content before we succumbed to unconsciousness. However, in a fleeting moment, I discerned a colossal starship within the film, which surely cannot be a reflection of reality. The courier from Shunfeng continued, could it be that this game has produced a film for the sake of authenticity? The king, perplexed, retorted, not necessarily. Perhaps the film is merely a few minutes long. We could revisit it when the Zerg Queen is absent. Who knows, there might be. A rainbow-colored wolf king came a mischievous chuckle. Considering the presence of 3 young ladies, the others refrained from commenting further, continuing their descent through the tasks. In addition to the main and side quests, daily tasks awaited. Daily Task 1. Capture prey. Submit 3 energy points worth of prey to receive an additional energy point. This task can be repeated. Daily Task 2. Mining. Achieving the average efficiency of basic worker insects allows 1 energy point to be earned every 2 hours, with an additional energy point granted upon reaching 8 hours. Chapter 32. Side Quest 3. Imo Lan stood at the highest point on the outskirts of the Yegu forest, surveying the world below. From her vantage, she beheld a vast expanse of forest, lacking clear boundaries, where hundreds of enormous tentacled insectoid creatures drifted silently, preying upon one another. Yet, in this perilous realm of lurking danger, the area near the forest's edge resembled a veritable paradise, serenely tranquil, abundantly rich in resources, and teeming with prey. A dozen feeble insectoids scuttled about, akin to ants strewn across a cake. Is this truly acceptable? Chisher queried, referring to the description of the side quest Mo Lan had previously issued, which significantly undermined her stature as the queen of the insectoids. There is nothing amiss, after all. They are not genuine insectoids. Worthless entities can be discarded without hesitation. Mo Lan recognized that she was not particularly astute. Her sole virtue lay in her profound self-awareness, preventing her from engaging in foolish endeavors, much like how she had long perceived her lack of standing to compete with her elder sisters. Thus, opting to lie low and await her fate, she swiftly discerned priorities after resolving to survive. She understood the true trump card upon which she could rely: a legion of insectoid soldiers endowed with human-like cognition. The insectoid race lacks individual cognitive abilities. Their distinction lies solely in the quantity and potency of the genes they amalgamate, rendering their competitive edge akin to a subpar game determined solely by numerical superiority, devoid of any possibility for a comeback. However, humanity is different. In the early confrontations with the insectoids, it was always humanity that suffered defeat. Yet, they learned from their failures and returned time and again, gradually transforming from being overwhelmed to executing a counteroffensive, ultimately expelling the insectoids from the primary star systems of human activity. The insectoids do not require technological advancement, yet they necessitate purpose. Mo Lan smiled gently as she observed the lively players around her, providing them merely with a reason to act. She gazed upward at the sky. The night in this otherworldly realm was devoid of a moon, a constant reminder that she was far from Earth. An imperceptible mental barrier shrouded the Yegu forest, concealing all its activities. Should any machinery scan from above, it would uncover nothing. the interstellar beings stationed on the planet Tamler, either out of arrogance or other motives, neglected to monitor the Yegu forest. However, this does not imply that they would remain indifferent should any significant disturbance arise within it. Since Anomaly possessed the capability to conceal, she would not naively hand over any leverage to the interstellar beings. Given her current strength against the insectoids, she certainly could not withstand an interstellar vessel. Must we truly proceed this way? Wang Bujin was filled with skepticism. Enough of the idle chatter, dig swiftly. The express delivery worker, resembling a local landlord or a foreman, seemed ready to wield a small whip against Wang Bujin Wangba. Wang Bujin Wangba was undertaking a secondary mission to renovate a Zerg nest, fortuitously possessing a basic worker bug character to control. Unexpectedly, the express delivery worker also selected this task. After some deliberation, they concluded that completing the mission independently would be implausible, thus establishing a collaborative relationship. The express delivery worker had previously explored the Zerg nest and noted that the cave was not as expansive as it appeared. It had been gradually excavated by the basic worker bug. At first glance, the walls appeared smooth and clean, yet upon closer inspection, one could observe the uneven patches where small stone fragments were adhered together by a viscous, grayish-white substance, preventing them from suddenly collapsing. While sufficient for habitation, it lacked the pristine finish of concrete walls on Earth. However, the true aim of Anomaly was not solely to enhance her living conditions. Although any improvement would be most welcome, renovating the Zerg nest could not be accomplished simply by placing a couple of flowers and grasses, as Wang Bujin Wangba had discovered, to which the game system had responded with utter indifference. In contrast, the express delivery worker approached the task with pragmatism, considering the use of mud for wall construction, though, in reality, he meant cement. Despite modern society's understanding that cement is derived from limestone, few truly recognize its physical form. Unable to proceed, the courier from Shunfeng reluctantly lowered his standards, envisioning the pristine cement walls and floors in his mind, only to replace them with the rustic appearance of an earthen dwelling reminiscent of a bygone era. After all, it was merely mud, it should suffice. It was merely a game, and attempting it entailed no risk. This game did not revolve around leveling up. Rather, it thrived on the sense of unbridled freedom where anything could be accomplished within its confines. Thus, one should embrace the joy of play. The elaborate renovation plans of Wang Bujin Wangba were thwarted, as the Shunfeng courier unceremoniously dragged him to the riverbank, assuming the role of a laborer, poised to excavate mud. With a mental acuity rating of merely 0.9, the courier fell woefully short of the requirements to control a second game character. The forelegs of the mantis-like insectoid were shaped like blades, rendering any attempt to grasp objects rather cumbersome, let alone engage in the task of digging. His efficiency was akin to that of a preschool child playing house, wielding a tiny plastic shovel to sift through sand, thus relegating the responsibility of mud excavation solely to Wang Bujin Wangba. Although he suspected that the task was not as simple as the courier believed, he had no better alternatives and resigned himself to the labor at hand. The foundational worker insect possessed 4 long and agile forelegs, adept not only at traversing rocky terrain, but also at effortlessly digging through soft earth, swiftly accumulating mounds of mud beside him. "Don't just stand there, lend a hand," Wang Bujin Wangba exclaimed in frustration. The Shunfeng courier, however, was not idly spectating. He had gathered several towering leaves for later use. Yet, in comparison to the strenuous labor of Wang Bujin Wangba, his tasks appeared considerably easier, much to Wang Bujin Wangba's annoyance. 2 tentacled creatures of the insectoid species steadfastly stood guard at the entrance, completely oblivious to the shifty courier laden with a large bundle of leaves. The courier was undeterred, placing the leaves on the ground to reveal the earthy contents that exuded an unpleasant odor. Whistling a tune, he utilized his 2 forelimbs as makeshift spatulas, smearing the muck onto the walls. "You are indeed correct," Shichi remarked earnestly. Mo Lan's expression shifted through a spectrum of emotions. Upon hearing Shichi's words, her face reflected not joy, but an oddity. Had they ever contemplated what might be concealed beneath the mud by the riverbank? Fortunately, Mo Lan had previously exhibited remarkable foresight by extracting all the contents from Insectoid Nest 1. Otherwise, she might have found herself trapped at the entrance by the odorous sludge. With a heavy heart, Mo Lan closed her eyes, unable to bear the sight of her insectoid dwelling in ruins. Reluctantly, she led Xiao Jiang to Insectoid Nest 7, the farthest from the players. For reasons unknown, She sensed that the players would soon be encroaching upon her other nests. Hopefully, it was merely a figment of her imagination. Unbeknownst to whether Wang Bujian and the courier were fortunate or unfortunate, a few hours later, dawn broke. The sun on the planet Tan Loner appeared visually larger than Earth's sun, instilling in the players a disconcerting illusion that it was on the verge of colliding with them, though. In reality, the distance between the two was considerably greater than that separating Earth from its sun. With the advent of sunlight, the drying process of the soil accelerated significantly compared to the night, compelling the courier to hasten his trips between the two locations to prevent the mud from drying out abruptly, before the impending arrival of the 8-hour deadline. The courier from Shunfeng had completed the task of coating a nearly 10-meter-long wall, infused with a spirit of ambition. I inquired, "Do you smell anything?" The mud-caked courier, covered in filth, asked Wang Bujian Wang Ba. When logging off, one must ensure the game character is in a safe location. The spawn point, of course, is the Zerg nest. It's hard to say, the courier replied, shaking his head as he glanced back at the spot where he initially smeared the mud on the wall. Over 20 hours had passed, and it was now mostly dry. Suddenly, the courier let out a chilling scream. "Oh no, it's cracked. How did that happen?" Wang Bujian Wang Ba hurried over to inspect, noticing that the wall, now covered in a layer of mud, had developed numerous small fissures as the mud dried, with fragments cascading down with the breeze. "Why is this happening?" Wang Bujian Wang Ba exclaimed in disbelief. After more than 20 hours of toil, was this the outcome they achieved? Before they could lament further, the system's cold and indifferent notification chimed in. And Wang Bujian Wang Ba couldn't shake the feeling that the announcement carried an air of disdain. "Attention all players, the deep sleep state has reached 8 hours. To ensure players' mental well-being, please log out of the game promptly." Chapter 33. Side Quest 2. Without a doubt, the rainbow-colored Wolf King opted for Side Quest 2. Having once served as a head chef in a restaurant, he transitioned to becoming a proprietor after purchasing a mountain villa and upgrading it to a farmhouse. For him, cooking had evolved from a mere profession into a cherished hobby. Freed from the burdensome pressures of life, one can indulge in the culinary arts at will. The rainbow-color Wolf King, in addition to enjoying games on the water forum, immerses himself in the exploration of new dishes. Delectable offerings find their way onto the menu of the Countryside Inn, while those less palatable, well, it's laughable. As a former head chef of a prestigious hotel, how could his creations ever be unappetizing? 3 female players assist him diligently, challenging the notion that women should only engage in the task of crafting exquisite garments. After all, a wealthy heiress and 2 working female university students are hardly adept at sewing. Their expertise lies elsewhere. Their primary responsibility is to aid the rainbow-color Wolf King in foraging for various plants, discerning those suitable for seasoning, such as Sichuan pepper, star anise, cinnamon, and bay leaves. Ultimately, no matter how refined the culinary skills, without the presence of seasonings, one's potential is only half realized. As for identifying these ingredients, it is evident that the female players need not concern themselves with such trivialities. The flora within the game presents an array of peculiar forms, some reminiscent of those found on Earth, while others are utterly alien. The rainbow-color Wolf King does not expect to discover identical plants within the game. Yet he knows alternatives exist, and similar effects will suffice. Alongside the 3 female players, Daqin Xianxiu Wandai has also joined their ranks, tasked with the most arduous and exasperating endeavor, searching for salt. Cooking without salt is akin to a fish out of water or a bird stripped of its wings. The world loses its vibrancy and meaning. In the desolate realm of the Zerg, there exists naught but emptiness. The so-called side quest, rather than merely engaging in a flurry of activity with the Rainbow Wolf King to serve a sumptuous dish to the Zerg Queen, requires a meticulous preparation beginning with the fundamentals of seasoning oil, salt, monosodium glutamate, and the aromatic ensemble of ginger, garlic, and scallions. One must also contemplate the essential kitchenware. 4 tools are indispensable in the culinary endeavor, rendering the acquisition of ingredients the least arduous task. The process by which several female players gather plants can be likened to a leisurely excursion, devoid of any burdensome endeavors. Their experience is as relaxed as a casual outing. Except for Al, my wife, who, feeling a twinge of boredom, opted to undertake daily quests and ventured into hunting for energy points, with no unforeseen incidents transpiring. Meanwhile, the enduring figure of Daqin, grappling with the drudgery of searching for salt amidst the forest, meandered aimlessly for over an hour, ultimately deciding to log off for a brief 2 minutes. Upon accessing a search engine, He entered relevant keywords, and with a single click, discovered that the most sought-after and prevalent content pertained to sea salt. The method of production appeared delightfully simple. By allowing seawater to evaporate in an open area, one could procure coarse salt, which could then be refined into fine salt through relatively uncomplicated procedures. The feasibility of this method was rather high. However, situated within the Yegu forest, Dachin was utterly unaware of the sea's location and thus was unable to pursue this most straightforward method of salt creation. Delving further, he noted that aside from sea salt, terrestrial sources of salt existed, including dedicated salt mines in locations such as deep wells, where salt could also be procured. However, for the illustrious dynasty of Qin, spanning countless generations, this information proved utterly futile. Upon entering the game, he had ventured in a singular direction for several hours, yet found no signs of progress, as if the forest itself stretched into infinity. To search for an elusive salt mine within such an expansive woodland, its location and appearance a mystery, was a source of profound despair for him. Was the game development team even human? A cooking quest was assigned, yet not only were cooking utensils required to be provided by the players, but even the essential ingredients of oil, salt, and vinegar were conspicuously absent. In desperation, he half-heartedly sought to voice his grievances and half-heartedly sought assistance by posting on the official game forum. The members of the Zerg official forum were primarily drawn from the Fantasy Creatures forum. Due to a special technique employed by the game designer, the official site was locked, allowing only players from the Fantasy Creatures forum to register and seamlessly transition to the official game site. Consequently, the official forum lacked a bustling atmosphere, as most members preferred to remain active in the Fantasy Creatures forum. Nevertheless, the prospect of receiving a fully functional simulation pod as a reward for playing the game had piqued the interest of many, ensuring that no one missed out on such a lucrative opportunity equivalent to 30,000 yuan. Thus, as the second player to post after the initial one who stealthily followed another's path, he indeed garnered considerable attention. Can anyone tell me how to find salt in the forest? Topic. After completing the novice quest, the system issued 3 side quests. Content. The 3 side quests involve crafting a new outfit for the Zerg Queen, preparing a meal for her, and renovating her home. My companions, including Old Wolf and Owl, have all accepted the second task, which involves preparing a delectable human dish for the Zerg Queen. Upon receiving the assignment, we soon realized that what appeared to be the simplest of culinary tasks required us to start from scratch. Our journey began with the quest for salt. Who could possibly inform me where to find salt in the forest? Posted by The Eternal Legacy of the Great Qin. 8 treasures poisonous chicken soup. Laughing uproariously, what a bizarre task. I am in stitches. Not a lucky player. Huh? Is this task for real, or are you pulling our leg? Reply to not a lucky player. Of course, it's genuine. Not only is there no salt, but we must also procure our own pots and pans. I noticed Old Wolf seems intent on crafting wooden utensils and is currently selecting trees. That collar tree is indeed exceptionally hard. Waltz snorts. Although this sounds utterly absurd, upon closer reflection of the game's background setting, it does make a certain sense. Fear not, I will join you later tonight. Reply to Waltz snorts. With only 8 hours in a day, by the time you log in tonight, I suspect my time will have run out as well. It seems we shall miss each other today. I love the past. What is so difficult about this? Just gather some leaves and burn them. Boil some water, and it will suffice. Reply to I love the past. My friend, the task requires gourmet cuisine, and it must be delicious. Otherwise, we surely shall not succeed. After reading the post by the Eternal Legacy of the Great Qin, most of the members erupted into laughter before eventually brainstorming ideas to tackle the challenge. It must be acknowledged that the posts from Dachin, spanning countless generations, evoke far greater intrigue among individuals than those that stealthily tread upon the paths of others. Many have taken to tagging the official accounts, yearning for additional opportunities to partake in the closed beta, eager to contribute to the Queen of the Swarm. Upon completing the introductory quests, this game distinctly reveals its liberating and open nature. Rather than imposing restrictions on players through various tasks that compel them to ceaselessly toil, it instead presents an ambiguous objective, allowing players to strive at their own pace, even to abstain from effort if they so choose. Although the initial quests may appear to offer freedom, permitting players to determine their method of completion, whether through engaging in hunting or harvesting an array of botanical fruits, there remains an underlying expectation for players to partake in specific activities, accompanied by constraints on sustenance levels. Should one attempt to hunt or gather food with a mere 10 sustenance, the game character faces demise. Moreover, if one fails to complete a task that requires achieving 100 sustenance before depleting the 50 threshold, progression to subsequent quests becomes unattainable. In stark contrast, side quests present a wholly different scenario. Players possess the autonomy to accept or decline, to engage or to forego, to pursue one course of action or another, all without the stringent repercussions of failure. This liberating sense of freedom has ignited significant interest among the forum members who have encountered this post. Regardless of whether the game world is as vividly authentic as some claim, the mere sensation of freedom has inspired many to eagerly anticipate diving into the game to create their own adventures. Certainly, there exist numerous players who are purely intrigued by the prospect of exploring the peculiar creatures, the bizarre flora, the vibrant landscapes depicted in the official concept art, and the enchanting Zerg queen within the game. Walt snorts. If one seeks salt, I possess an idea. However, it depends on whether the game truly embodies such realism. Response: Walt snorts. What idea? Walt snorts. Salt is an essential element for most living beings. Although the game is set in an alternate world, I observe that the majority of the creatures in the concept art merely differ in appearance from Earth's fauna, thereby likely necessitating salt to replenish their energy reserves. Walt snorts. If this holds true, one could monitor the movement patterns of these creatures. In areas where their feeding habits are inconsistent, yet they frequently linger, the presence of salt should be evident. Walt snorts. However, if the game developers have not incorporated this aspect, and those creatures only inhabit fixed regions, alternative methods will have to be considered. Response: Walt snorts. That makes sense. I shall give it a try. Brother, you should log into the game swiftly. I await your arrival. First, I sought the iridescent Wolf King, who was emulating Shin Gnome's herb foraging, and briefly deliberated on the feasibility of this method. How do you know whether it lacks salt? How do you ascertain when it desires to replenish its salt? How do you determine where it frequently visits or avoids? The iridescent Wolf King pondered for a moment before posing these 3 questions. In the realm of the game, these creatures are entirely unfamiliar to the players, who are not even acquainted with their biological habits. Although the notion is promising, its execution proves to be more complex than initially anticipated. What shall we do? The illustrious Qin dynasty spans millennia, while the Rainbow Wolf King observes with keen eyes. Our plan is to capture a living specimen and deprive it of water for several hours. Once its body craves hydration, it will surely seek to replenish its salt levels, at which point we shall release it. The Rainbow Wolf King swiftly devises a strategy. Chapter 34. Side Quest 1. Regardless of the efficacy of the Rainbow Wolf King's plan, it remains the only seemingly reliable approach thus far. A few female players are currently foraging for various plants. However, the task of hunting this minor quarry can be adequately managed by the Rainbow Wolf King and the illustrious Qin dynasty alone, rendering the presence of 5 or 6 players unnecessary. Thus, they refrain from summoning the trio. The primary target is naturally the boxing rabbit, a foundational success in the players' hunting endeavors. Their proficiency in tracking and hunting boxing rabbits has significantly increased, making them easy to locate and not particularly challenging to capture. As mammals, they inherently possess a need for salt, aligning perfectly with the Rainbow Wolf King's requirements. The requirement for the boxing rabbit to be alive presents a certain degree of difficulty. Players lack the dexterity of human hands, possessing only a pair of razor-sharp forelimbs. A moment's carelessness may result in leaving deep, bone-visible scars on the boxing rabbit's body. If these injuries are not promptly addressed, the captured boxing rabbits will soon succumb to excessive bleeding, failing to fulfill the player's quest for salt within mere hours. After capturing 2 boxing rabbits, the rainbow-colored Wolf King and the Great Qin dynasty found themselves compelled to resort to trap-making, successfully securing 1 boxing rabbit intact. However, a new challenge arose: how to deprive the boxing rabbit of water. No one knew when the captured creature last replenished its hydration, nor how long its internal moisture could endure. The Great Qin dynasty devised a plan to ignite a fire beside the trap, using the resultant heat to evaporate the moisture within the boxing rabbit. Whether the idea was sound or not, it was not long before the rainbow-colored Wolf King detected the enticing aroma of roasted meat. Thanks to this incineration, the surviving boxing rabbit's body became charred, preventing any potential confusion for the rainbow-colored Wolf King and the Great Qin dynasty in the event of losing track of it. Its naturally charred hue made it easily recognizable. The secondary quest, tasked with crafting new garments for the queen, is undertaken by players Sister Ru Hua and the uncultured youth. It remains uncertain whether their motivations stem from a desire for amusement, wishing to witness the scene of the Zerg queen donning new attire, or from some other inclination. Regardless, these two players exhibit remarkable enthusiasm and are eagerly prepared to showcase their skills. In a typical scenario, how should one go about fabricating clothing? In comparison to the other two side quests, the task of creating garments ought to be the simplest and most straightforward. In an environment devoid of resources, those refurbishing the Zerg nest must research new building materials, and those preparing gourmet delicacies must seek out seasonings and salt. Conversely, those making clothing are fortunate to have the spider-like Zerg 2, prearranged by Mo Lawn, providing readily available spider silk. There is no need to scour the expansive forest for silkworm-like creatures or commence the arduous process of sericulture. This is indeed a considerable stroke of luck. With the raw material of spider silk at hand, the first step is to devise a method to transform it into fabric. Sister Ru Hua and the uncultured youth, displaying a touch more ingenuity than their counterparts, promptly considered consulting the internet for guidance on weaving. Such information is abundantly available online, encompassing not only scientific explanations, but also tutorials for weaving with tree bark in survival situations, advertisements for children's textile toys, videos from fabric manufacturers, and artisans skilled in sericulture and weaving. After a cursory examination, they grasp the fundamental principles, which are rather simple. It fundamentally involves the interlacing of horizontal and vertical threads, a meticulous yet manageable endeavor. The notion of weaving fabric entirely by hand is utterly implausible. Aside from concerns regarding speed, the precision required cannot be guaranteed. The inexperienced youth and the enchanting sister envision garments fashioned from luxurious silks and satins, rather than coarse sacks riddled with holes. The use of tools is indispensable. And with the exceptionally fine spider silk provided by the arachnid species, the weaving instruments must possess a certain level of precision to meet the task's demands. Opting for alternative materials to weave fabric is indeed an option. However, should the outcome result in a rough textile akin to a burlap sack, it is unlikely that any garment produced would fulfill the task's criteria. A primary requirement of the task is to create garments as exquisite as those the queen of the arachnids has encountered. But from where did the queen behold such splendid attire? Based on the brief interactions between the players and the arachnid queen, it is evident that the information was gleaned from the glamorous interstellar films that the queen has viewed. As a species that has advanced technologically thousands of years beyond Earth, the attire of these interstellar beings, while not necessarily intricate, is certainly beyond the capabilities of players to replicate through mere manual labor, and even weaving machines would fall short. The arachnid queen likely understands this well, which is why the task's requirement is simply to produce aesthetically pleasing garments. The actual standards are not excessively stringent. Even if the fabric woven is somewhat lacking in quality, a unique and imaginative design could still fulfill the task's requirements, provided that the resultant textile surpasses the minimum acceptable standard. Creating a simple loom presents an optimal solution for the culturally unrefined youth and Sister Hua. Their controlled game characters lack the dexterity of human hands, rendering manual weaving an impossibility. Furthermore, any loom constructed would likely require modifications to accommodate the anatomical structure of the insectoid species. Although both the culturally unrefined youth and Sister Hua have yet to elevate their mental acuity to 1, 2, which would enable them to control the spider-like insectoid character. This is not a pressing concern. According to the game Insectoid, as long as one remains online, their mental acuity will gradually increase. The youth's mental acuity currently stands at 1, and by logging in tomorrow, it is anticipated that it will reach 1, 2. They have chosen not to seek out players whose mental acuity exceeds 1, 2, as the game mechanics dictate that each player must manage the sustenance levels of any additional chosen characters, ensuring that they do not perish. Presently, maintaining a character's sustenance at 100 requires, on average, 6 hours of gameplay, totaling approximately 20 hours for 3 characters. Yet, players are limited to 56 hours of gameplay per week, alongside 8 hours in the real world. Based on the previous analysis by Guangming Leiluo and Jianshi, a subtle aspect of the game lies in the strategic selection of different characters. If Guangming Leiluo and Jianshi's conjecture holds true, there is indeed a cap on the number of characters each player may choose, necessitating careful consideration of one's in-game requirements to select the appropriate characters accordingly. Furthermore, it is certain that more game characters will emerge in the future. Unless there is a necessity or a compulsion to unlock a specific character, it is more prudent to reserve that opportunity. Moreover, each game character demands a continuous investment of time and resources from players. The introduction of an additional character inevitably consumes more of their gaming hours. Neither the uninformed youth nor Sister Huahua are inclined to engage excessively. Thus, they have chosen not to seek assistance from others, instead opting to wait until their mental strength reaches 1-2 before proceeding. Currently, they are focused on researching the construction of a rudimentary weaving loom. The first step involves felling trees to procure suitable wood for crafting the necessary components. Fortunately, their sharp forelimbs spare them the need to search for tools, lest they begin their endeavors in the Stone Age. In this regard, the Rainbow Wolf King and the uninformed youth share remarkable similarities, leading to a preliminary collaboration. Their agreement entails the creation of additional kitchen utensils, such as bowls, chopsticks, plates, and basins for the Rainbow Wolf King. Should he succeed in preparing delectable dishes, he will prioritize serving them first. As for utilizing energy points as currency, this group of players has not yet reached a level of affluence that warrants such a practice. At present, the majority of players possess a glaring 0 in energy points. However, before their satiation levels decline to a critical point, most players are unlikely to engage in the tedious, monotonous, and bloody task of hunting, primarily due to insufficient task rewards. Energy points have yet to manifest their intended monetary function, and in the absence of clarity regarding their utility, the enthusiasm of certain players naturally remains rather subdued. No matter how much energy Mo lacks, she would never exploit the meager resources of the players. Even a single day's hunt by a tentacled creature yields more spoils than the combined efforts of all the players. Primarily, Mo does not wish to impose excessive pressure on the players. Were she to announce how many energy points are required to unlock a game character or to increase the number of game characters, most players would undoubtedly reveal their grinding tendencies, filling their game panels to the brim with accumulated values. However, the creatures the players hunt are merely those preordained by Mo, ultimately leading to complications for her alone. Moreover, such a high-pressure task environment, though unnoticed by the players, can easily foster a sense of fatigue, causing them to develop aversion towards the game. It is far more preferable to maintain the current system, where various tasks are simply available, allowing players to submit their completed work without the need to formally accept tasks. There is no threat of punishment for failing to complete a task within a designated time frame, nor are there any covert requirements compelling players to fulfill them. The conditions are remarkably lenient. Players can abandon a task at any moment or choose to accept a new one, as long as they ultimately submit their results. Chapter 35. Daily Tasks 1. Of course, there are exceptions, such as the players stealing shoes and underhanded actions, who opted not to pursue side quests, but instead focused on daily tasks to accumulate energy points. The two individuals simultaneously discerned a singular truth. The game remains firmly entrenched in its novice phase. The completion of merely 2 introductory tasks has confounded other players, leading them to erroneously believe that the beginner stage has elapsed. However, a mere comparison of the game's levels reveals that players have not undergone any substantial progression since their entry into the holographic realm of Zerg. This game employs an exceptionally unique method of advancement. It does not require players to traverse various menial tasks like in other games, nor does it demand the incessant repetition of a singular action to accumulate a requisite value. Should one assert that the gameplay thus far is characterized by ease, leisure, and freedom, whether by stealthily appropriating another's path or engaging in straightforward deception, it would be hard to fathom that this is one of the only 2 holographic games currently on Earth. With such a vast expanse of gameplay, a richly woven narrative, and an incredibly immersive experience, can one truly believe that the development team harbors no ambition? Furthermore, the concept of the Zerg cannot be overlooked. If the developers' aspirations were indeed simple, then choosing to design the player characters as Zerg would seem utterly superfluous. What capabilities do the Zerg possess? With their grotesque and fearsome appearance, along with their starkly different sensory perceptions and merciless survival principles, one might ponder, if the goal is to promote a relaxed and leisurely experience, why not craft player characters as enchanting and ethereal beings? Sipping dew and feasting on nectar would surely be more appealing than the Zerg. What, then, is the essence of the Zerg? It is an entity known as a natural disaster, possessing formidable reproductive capabilities that allow it to unleash a terrifying number in an exceedingly short span of time. With its exaggerated plundering abilities, it can convert all that it encounters into the energy required for the hatching of its kind, capable of devouring an entire planet in mere moments. When one speaks of the swarm, the most prevalent keyword that comes to mind is undoubtedly war. The ever-predatory swarm exists in a state of innate hostility with all other life forms in the universe. No species can coexist amicably with the swarm, much like humans cannot foster friendly relations with their own sustenance. Thus, the emergence of the swarm is invariably accompanied by unceasing conflict. Given such a formidable hand, how could the game developers settle for trivial side quests? The players are merely yet to attain the privilege of engaging with content that transcends mere hunting. For instance, various tasks involving small, medium, and large-scale warfare are ripe for exploration. Anomaly, accompanied by a dozen tentacled swarm creatures, ventures deep into the Yegu forest, leveraging the swarm's immense combat prowess to swiftly gather energy through hunting, thereby hatching more of its kind to enhance its own strength and expand the swarm's numbers. This can be regarded as a miniature war activity, initiated by the swarm, with the inhabitants of the Yegu forest responding to the challenge. The territory and corpses become the spoils of war for the swarm. There is no swifter path to wealth than through war, for both Anomaly and the players. Participating in such an endeavor yields substantial rewards. In fact, players may find themselves even more eager for such engagements than Anomaly. It is evident that Anomaly would not venture into the depths of the Yegu forest merely once. Should Anomaly decide to initiate a similar endeavor at this moment, the players would inevitably find themselves excluded, for the insectoid characters they command possess insufficient strength. Should they forcibly join Anomaly's insect battalion, they would quickly meet their demise due to a lack of survival capability. Moreover, the combat prowess of the insectoid characters under their control pales in comparison to that of standard insects. The true advantage of the players lies in their intellect, their capacity for independent thought, their ability to set traps, craft items, and utilize the surrounding environment to achieve their objectives. Direct combat prowess is not of paramount importance. Thus, if such a mission were to arise, Anomaly would still refrain from incorporating the players, deeming them too weak and requiring undue attention, which is unnecessary. The game has yet to truly commence, revealing the underhanded tactics of stealing others' paths and the straightforward nature of sabotaging others. Simultaneously, Anomaly has opted for the daily task of capturing prey. The second daily task, mining, necessitates players to unlock basic worker insects to complete it. The path of stealing others' routes has already unlocked basic soldier insects, yet there are currently no opportunities for further unlocking. Conversely, the straightforward sabotage can indeed unlock basic worker insects. However, Anomaly's mental capacity falls short at 1. 2. Rendering control unattainable. In other games, the act of stealing shoes and walking another's path epitomizes the quintessential technical prowess of a seasoned player. Coming from a wealthy background and free from the constraints of a conventional job, he possesses ample time and energy to hone his skills within the gaming realm. Frequently dubbed as a master, he has authored numerous strategy guides that are widely referenced by ordinary players, establishing himself as a figure of considerable repute in various games. Having grown accustomed to his esteemed status, upon entering the game Zerg, he naturally aspires to maintain his position of superiority. To preserve his distinction from regular players, he must possess a deeper understanding of character control than his peers. Engaging in the daily task of stealing shoes and treading another's path emerges as the optimal choice. For adept gamers, their profound comprehension of game characters serves as a pivotal reason for transcending the capabilities of average players. After all, the game characters are fundamentally the same. It is the player who harbors a deeper understanding that can wield greater power. Although the characters currently controlled by players are merely the most basic mantis-shaped Zerg, more formidable characters will surely emerge later. Nevertheless, a player well-versed in the mantis Zerg's anatomy is undoubtedly more adept at adapting to new Zerg forms than one who lacks such knowledge. This principle, that mastery in one area facilitates mastery in others, holds true. Furthermore, the act of stealing shoes and walking another's path not only enhances one's familiarity with the game character through hunting activities, but also allows for the accumulation of energy points. He possesses a keen intuition that, as players ascend in levels, these energy points will undoubtedly play a crucial role. Thus, amassing them in advance will prove to be advantageous. In contrast, The notion of acting with integrity and decisiveness appears markedly more pragmatic than the idea of surreptitiously treading upon the paths of others. Upon encountering these auxiliary quests, the character had already discerned that, given the current capabilities of the Zerg, none of these tasks could be easily accomplished by players in the short term. A considerable number of prerequisite conditions must be fulfilled. However, by amassing energy points through daily tasks, he could gain an advantage over other players in subsequent endeavors. Once he had accumulated a sufficient reserve of energy points, he could seamlessly integrate himself into the progress of other players' auxiliary tasks, effectively allowing them to navigate potential pitfalls and explore the routes, only for him to reap the rewards later. While this approach might seem somewhat brazen, the game imposes no restrictions against such tactics. He did not collaborate with those who resorted to underhanded means, as the disparity in their gaming ethos was too great. A cooperative strategy would render him excessively advantageous. Furthermore, he was unwilling to be perceived as inferior, even if others were indifferent to his slight gains. In truth, though he did not vocalize it, he was quite sensitive about possessing the lowest mental prowess among his peers. No matter how he rationalized it, he could not fathom why he should be deemed lesser in any regard. Yet, the game's assessment concluded that his mental capacity was indeed the lowest, a realization that left him deeply discontented. Furthermore, it was observed that the enhancement of a player's mental fortitude is intrinsically linked to their level of engagement within the game. In other words, while both idleness and hunting can augment a player's mental prowess, the latter evidently yields a far greater increase. For Guangming Leluo Jingxiashi to catch up with the mental fortitude of other players, it necessitates undertaking actions with a greater degree of fervor than his peers, making hunting the most suitable endeavor among the available tasks. Attention to all players. The deep sleep state has reached 8 hours. To ensure the mental well-being of players, please exit the game promptly. In reality, it is a little past 4 in the afternoon. Players entered the game around 8 in the morning, and although they missed lunch, their bodies do not feel hunger, as the fully functional simulation pods maintain their nutritional needs, preventing any physical detriment due to gaming immersion. On the official website of the Zerg game, several new posts swiftly emerged, each bustling with activity and drawing considerable attention. The initial batch of beta testers shared their experiences in their respective threads, offering both praise and criticism, alongside words of caution regarding future developments and advice for those who follow. After an arduous day spent plastering the walls, they cracked upon drying, and so did I. The forum of the Zerg official game site erupted into a lively celebration following the departure of the first batch of internal testers. Topic: Why? What on earth is the reason? Why did it crack? Content: I cannot comprehend. My mental state has shattered. We toiled for over 20 hours, laboring to plaster an entire wall of the Zerg nest. How could it possibly crack? Shouldn't the task of renovating the Zerg nest be relatively straightforward? We simply bring the materials, put on a FAAD, and then the system should deem it complete, right? Why does it feel so painfully real? I worked hard on that wall too. User: Wang Bu Jian Wang Ba. Shunfeng Courier: I'm not a lucky guy, huh? Reply to: I'm not a lucky guy. Wow. Do you have any humanity left? This brick is hot. I'm curious, what did you use to plaster the wall? Reply to: this brick is hot. Just plain mud, dug up from the riverbank. You have no idea how hard we worked. This brick is quite hot, one remarked. What is going on, brother? Came the reply. I was wondering how you all thought of using mud from the riverbank to plaster walls. Oh, what else would we use? I've seen that rural earthen houses are all plastered with mud. That type of mud has specific requirements. It must possess a certain degree of viscosity. And it also needs to be mixed with other materials, such as straw, before being used for plastering. What? In astonishment. Don't forget to turn over the wood I've left to dry at the spawn point. Theme: noticing the time too late. I had only processed half of the wood before logging off. Message: to the brothers who log in later. Please help me turn over those pieces of wood that are drying. Don't let them go moldy while I'm away. The location is right next to the spawn point. It's not far. Wishing you all a life of peace. Posted by Sister Ruahua. Uneducated youth received. Replied: Wanderer returning. Thank you, brother. I truly appreciate it. What mission are you all undertaking? Inquired Lu Zhan, who enters and exits. Are you transforming a nest or something? Why are you handling wood? No, it's a task to create garments for the queen, was the response. Are you using wood to make clothing? Questioned village chief of the novice village. We're using a loom, came the reply. This task provided us with a spider silk at the outset, but we must unlock game characters to obtain the rest. All subsequent steps must be accomplished independently. The Buddha proclaimed the unspeakable. How amusing it is to construct a loom before crafting garments. Truly a rational endeavor. Beware the toxic plants on the left of the incubation nest. Do not consume them. The ones on the right are unpalatable. Avoid them as well. Theme: time is insufficient. I have yet to address this matter. Brothers, please be cautious not to ingest anything harmful. Content: I have personally experienced that the insectoid species possesses a remarkable resistance to toxins, thus not succumbing immediately. However, the drastic decrease in satiation is disconcerting, and without adequate energy points stored, it is advisable to refrain from experimentation. Here, I extend my gratitude to Al, my dear wife. It is thanks to her provision of energy points that I have not had to reset my account. Moreover, those items on the right are indeed dreadful in taste. Trust me. Publisher: The Rainbow Color Wolf King. The doctor advised me against medication. I have a bold idea, he replied to the doctor advised me against medication. Brother, you should consider taking some medicine. 3 meals a day. I refuse. I shall partake regardless. Reply to 3 meals a day, wishing you the best of luck. See you on the next account. Al is my wife. I can attest to its authenticity. It is so unpalatable that it leads one to question existence. Particularly that fruit resembling a giant mosquito coil. Do not even attempt it. Vomit. JPG, reply to Al is my wife. Didn't you claim you hadn't indulged? Grassland Mammoth, wait. Al, is that a girl? Moonlight Treasure Box. No way. Al is a girl. 8 treasures poisonous chicken soup. What? There is a girl. What? The girl is Al. Detailed record of the Insectoid game internal testing process theme. The content is extensive. Please read patiently. Upon entering the game, each player is assigned an initial character, which for us is the mantis humanoid insectoid. I believe this initial character is unlikely to change in the short term. Its appearance resembles a grotesquely enlarged mantis distorted into a human form, an exceedingly unattractive and terrifying visage. I recommend that future players prepare themselves psychologically before entering the game, particularly those of a more timid disposition. The game commences within the confines of an insect egg, where one can feel a sticky sensation enveloping the body, encased in a soft yet resilient membrane. It is necessary to break through this membrane to truly enter the game. Though this poses no significant challenge, so there is no need for concern. As part of the first batch of internal testers, we experienced a delay of several minutes upon entering the game before the system responded. Later, we were informed that this delay was due to the system observing our adaptation and potential adverse reactions. Subsequent players will likely not encounter this step. The game's levels are determined by a metric known as mental acuity. According to in-game notifications, the initial mental acuity value is contingent upon the player's mental state in real life, though the precise definition of mental acuity remains unclear. And I shall refrain from elaborating further. A higher mental acuity value facilitates a more effortless control over one's character. For instance, the mantis humanoid insectoid requires a mental acuity of 1. Players with values lower than this will find themselves struggling to control their character, resulting in cumbersome movements. Different characters possess varying mental acuity thresholds. For example, the basic worker insect and the basic soldier insect require at least a mental acuity of 1. 2 for effective control. The currently known methods for enhancing mental fortitude involve maintaining an online presence in the game, regardless of the activities undertaken within the game, or even in a state of inactivity, players can achieve improvement. However, according to the system notifications, it appears that the mental fortitude of active players increases at a faster rate. New players will be rewarded with the opportunity to select 2 game characters. Yet I advise those with a mental fortitude value below 1. 2 to refrain from making a selection, as it would be of little use. It is wiser to wait until there is a necessity to choose, ensuring that no opportunities are squandered. For players with a mental fortitude exceeding 1. 2. It is advisable to select only 1 character initially. Opting for 2 characters would necessitate shouldering the burden of double food consumption, disregarding the energy points. It is entirely feasible to engage with just 1 character for the time being. Upon hunting down prey, players can deliver it to the incubation nest in exchange for energy points or sustenance. The incubation nest at the spawn point has been relocated from the Zerg Nest 1. If subsequent players do not see the incubation nest at the spawn point upon entering the game, it indicates that the game has been automatically reset. In such a case, please visit Zerg Nest 1 to locate the incubation nest for submission. Upon completing the novice tasks, the system will unlock a main storyline quest, 3 side quests, and 2 daily quests. The primary mission is to submit a biological gene that has not been recorded by the Zerg Queen, with a minimum requirement of 1 specimen, which entails hunting a creature that the Zerg Queen has yet to encounter. Given the vastness of the Yegu forest, it stands to reason that there are numerous creatures yet to be discovered by the Zerg Queens. Otherwise, the system would not have issued this task. However, the challenge is considerable, as the game characters under player control are rather weak, limiting their exploration within the forest. It would be prudent to wait until more powerful game characters are unlocked and the player's mental prowess has sufficiently increased before attempting this task. The secondary missions involve crafting clothing, preparing delicacies, and renovating Zerg nests, which do not require elaborate explanation. I have noticed several players who accepted these tasks have posted inquiries. They may possess better insights. Daily missions serve to provide players with sources of energy points, which is straightforward. Mining has yet to see any player attempts, so the cost-effectiveness remains uncertain. We shall revisit this once more data is available. Publisher, Integrity and Justice, Tang Dynasty Chestnut. Quite lengthy. Thank you for your efforts, Brother Lei. Dogs and I both have our days. I am curious to see how ugly it truly is. Am I more unsightly? Humorous. JPG, reply to dogs and I both have our days. Well, that is not the case. Humbly accepting defeat. JPG, my name reads backwards. What if someone possesses an exceptionally high mental prowess? Reply to, my name reads backwards. Then their mental prowess would indeed be remarkably high. The enigma of love, goodness, one could even relocate the incubation nests. Drink more hot water. ISNT Zerg Nest 1 simply the one those 2 clever individuals plastered with mud by the riverside? Reply to drink more hot water, huh? What mud wall? Drink more hot water. The wall cracked after a long day of labor, and I too felt the strain. Theme. On the selection of prey and methods of capture content. The most common prey in the game is the hoofed creature, known as the boxing rabbit. They possess a reproductive capacity akin to that of real-world rabbits, leaving traces of their presence throughout the forest, making them exceedingly easy to find. With just a few simple steps, one can successfully hunt them. However, I have come across another creature that may be even more suitable for novice hunters, the giant-eyed serpent. This peculiar being resembles a snake, but is distinguished by a singular, enormous eye that dominates its head. Its hunting method mirrors that of the pythons on Earth, using its massive, 3 to 4 meter long body to constrict its prey until it succumbs. Intriguingly, the giant eye lacks visual capabilities, rendering it effectively blind, and it exhibits a slow reaction to external stimuli, providing ample opportunity to set traps. Even in the event of a failed attempt, there is little concern of the giant-eyed serpent escaping, allowing one to try again. Posted by Stealing Shoes on Others' Paths, Walt Big Hum, grateful. The strategy guide from Slipper Brother arrived just in time. Don't ask why. Thankful. This post is excellent, but it didn't grant me an internal testing slot. Al is my wife. Oh, there's such a creature? How have I not encountered it? Reply to Al is my wife. I stumbled upon it by chance. It was merely luck. Chapter 37. Dreaming Wanderlust. Once the initial 11 internal testers exited the game, Mo Lan surveyed the chaotic remnants they left behind and could not suppress a sigh, repeatedly murmuring to herself, the task was set forth by me. The task was set forth by me. The task was set forth by me. This outcome was, in truth, anticipated by Mo Lan, after all. It was merely a random selection of a dozen individuals from a forum. It is only natural that their qualities and capabilities would vary significantly. One cannot expect that a few internal testers would all be paragons of excellence or prodigies. The majority of humanity is rather ordinary, with only a handful of exceptions. After a moment's hesitation, Mo Lan resolved to preserve the remnants of their presence, welcoming the next wave of internal testers. Let them witness firsthand the transformation she would enact upon the world within the game. Rain? I have yet to experience it. I wonder if it will be beautiful? A hint of curiosity flickered across Mo Lan's features. Of course, the lifespan of the Talonal people would not be extended due to this peculiar temporal calculation. On the contrary, most would not live beyond 500 days, equivalent to 50 years in Earth time. Perhaps it is time to issue a notice. Mo Lan mused, tapping her chin, her eyes blinking thoughtfully. The upcoming batch of players certainly seemed to possess unfortunate luck, as the game mandated a minimum of 10 players to be logged in simultaneously. The second cohort of internal testers convened on the game forum, agreeing to enter the game at 6 o'clock in the evening. In reality, this corresponded to 2 hours later, translating to 14 hours within the game. Lan was in no rush. She had ample time and infinite patience to await their arrival. A notification appeared quietly on the official game website, capturing the attention of those avid players who refreshed the page numerous times a minute, quickly igniting a flurry of discussions. What's the meaning of this? Suddenly, a notification appears. Question one player. What does the update on the scene's weather entail? Is it of any significance? Pondered another. It's hard to say, replied a third. Could someone elaborate? Asked yet another. It depends on the nature of the weather change. The game's physical feedback closely mirrors reality, potentially reflecting real-world scenarios, explained one participant. Isn't that quite splendid? It saves us from growing weary of the same scenery, remarked another. You're oversimplifying things. In reality, weather can vary widely. Rain, snow, hail, thunderstorms, smog, dust storms, tornadoes, and so forth. Encounter any of these, and you won't have the luxury of enjoying the view. Countered a different voice. The system has issued a notification for a reason. Clearly, this upcoming weather update is not merely a light drizzle. I suspect it will significantly affect those players entering the game later, speculated another. Snow seems unlikely, as the game is currently set in a warm summer atmosphere. And hail is similarly improbable, they concluded. It is improbable to encounter dust storms in the forest. That notion should be dismissed. Tornadoes are equally unlikely. The weather phenomena that remain are rain, fog, and thunderstorms. These three suffice. Rain is the most prevalent and bears the highest likelihood. Is there no screenshot function in this game? Ever since the announcement of the closed beta, the official visual gallery has not seen an update. Surely, new weather conditions must come with new visuals. And I yearn to behold them. Do not dwell on it. The players in the closed beta are likely preoccupied with their gaming experience. As the development team is undoubtedly busy, it seems that the game content has become somewhat insubstantial, lacking in engagement. Have you considered that it might be due to insufficient mental fortitude? I recommend that players entering the game during the closed beta promptly engage in hunting to bolster their sustenance levels, thereby avoiding any unforeseen consequences following the weather update. If caught in heavy rain, it could lead to an untimely demise. In the closed beta, anything can happen. And perhaps that is why the development team provided 3 lives at the outset. Caution should also be exercised during thunderstorms, as the forest is rife with conductive materials. A lightning strike could leave one severely injured, if not dead. I suggest that the previous commenter remain silent. I second that. On time and as promised. The 10 players participating in the closed beta found their consciousness linked to the egg cluster on the hillside of their spawn point, with colossal usernames visible only to themselves hovering above their heads. The new internal test players have nearly all perused the posts made by the previous cohort, particularly those that were candid yet scathing. The content was quite substantial, and even before entering the game, they had garnered a considerable understanding of it. According to the posts, the first step is to break free from the egg and emerge into the breathtaking forest that had previously astonished players, which similarly captivated this new group. They stood almost spellbound, feeling the gentle caress of the wind, listening to the rustle of leaves, and inhaling the fragrant aroma of earth and grass. How incredibly real. A player murmured softly. This utterance seemed to trigger a switch, and the new testers quickly engaged in animated conversation. Is this what a holographic game is like? It's astounding. I thought they were exaggerating, but it's genuinely true. It feels so lifelike. My goodness, compared to this, Cosmic Voyage feels utterly underwhelming. Ugh, so ugly. Can't we change to a different newbie character? Ha ha ha, my mental strength score is 1. 2. I've met the requirement. I. Mine is 1. 4. Can you believe it? That's so high. What the heck? Why am I only at 0? 9. This is unfair. Mengyu did not engage in the chatter around him. Instead, he was entranced, gazing at the forest below the hillside. The sky had been bright for quite some time, and the next night would not arrive for another fortnight, in reality 2 days. He had not witnessed the beauty of the falling stars in the ground's Milky Way. Yet the scene before him was sufficiently awe-inspiring to captivate his heart and mind. He is the brother of Princess Meng Yi, and also a childhood friend of the upright and straightforward Jing Xieshe. This time, he received the qualification for the game's internal beta testing, a gift from Jing Xieshe. Initially, he had not intended to enter the game so soon, but after hearing his sister Meng Yi speak highly of it upon logging off, he decided to take a look. It truly felt like an entirely different world. Meng Yu sighed softly, catching a glimpse of a translucent, inconspicuous button in the upper left corner to exit the game, as well as an unopened game panel icon in the lower right, which was also semi-transparent. These faintly settled at the periphery of his vision. and due to their translucent nature, they could easily be overlooked unless one paid close attention, so as not to disrupt the visual experience of players during gameplay. However, it was, after all, not the real world. Mengyu controlled his personal panel with his mind. Dream travel, mental power, 3. 1. Continuous gameplay will yield improvement. Energy points, 0. Saturation, 10. Decreases over time. Below 1 will render one unable to act. Controllable character. Man is humanoid insectoid. Other characters are locked. Current task. Capture prey reach 50 saturation. Upon seeing the mental power value, Mengyu's eyes widened slightly. According to his sister and childhood friend, players typically have a mental power value hovering around 1 upon their initial entry into the game, with the highest recorded being merely 1. 6. Yet he possessed a remarkable 3. 1. Why was it so much higher? System notification. Congratulations to player Dream Traveler for achieving a mental power value of 2. Unlocking the feature Swarm Mental Network. This network allows the perception of nearby swarm entities within a radius of 1 kilometer, extending beyond mere players. The player may disable this perception feature via the game panel. System notification. Congratulations to player Dream Traveler for reaching a mental power value of 3. Unlocking the feature Friend Marker. This allows the player to mark specified individuals and perceive their locations in real time within a 5-kilometer radius, as well as engage in remote communication. It is important to note that this game feature requires mutual consent from both parties to be activated. System notification. Player Dream Traveler has achieved a mental power value of 3, enabling the function to exchange energy points for game characters. Currently, each player may possess up to 5 game characters. For every level increase in mental power, the capacity for controlling an additional game character is granted. The current requirement for exchanging control slots for game characters is 10 energy points. Mengyu discreetly glanced at the other players, who remained engrossed in the overwhelmingly authentic gaming experience, jumping and frolicking in place, seemingly oblivious to the system notifications. After confirming that the sound of the system notification was directed solely at him, Mengyu chose not to hastily reveal his uniqueness. Instead, he calmly traversed the remnants left by a group of players at the spawn point and ventured alone into the forest. Other players neither obstructed nor inquired, nor did they perceive any wrongdoing in Mengyu's actions. After perusing the forum posts about pilfering shoes and traversing others' paths, most players should be well-versed in the art of hunting. Coupled with the system notification regarding weather updates, it is understandable that one would be eager to complete novice tasks. Moreover, must one report every move in a game to fellow players? Why do the mental energy values differ? What does mental energy signify? Mengyu mused aloud. Mental energy is the essence emitted by the consciousness of sentient beings, partly stemming from innate physiological structures and partly derived from transformative experiences. Suddenly, a voice resonated. Who are you? Startled by the voice that emerged in his mind, Mengyu quickly realized that it bore the same tone as the system notifications, leaving him astonished. It was not truly a voice. Rather, it was a form of consciousness manifesting within his mind, though most individuals tend to interpret it as auditory in nature. The game system? Mengyu found it perplexing, as this term typically denotes the overarching framework and functional structure of the game, such as the friend system and chat system. You may also understand me as the artificial intelligence managing this game. Is it the artificial intelligence I am contemplating? Mengyu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What specific responsibilities do you undertake? Mengyu's thoughts spiraled for a moment, and he briefly contemplated several logical dilemmas concerning artificial intelligence. However, after a fleeting 2 seconds of reflection, he resolved not to tempt fate. The team responsible for creating this artificial intelligence must have certainly posed similar inquiries or conducted akin tests. Thus, there was no need to engage in such an unwise endeavor. Who could tell whether the artificial intelligence might harbor grudges or take offense? Could you elaborate on mental strength? He ultimately inquired. It is inherent in human nature to develop a profound curiosity towards that which distinguishes oneself from others. Mental strength, as it was explained, emanates from consciousness. Only through contemplation can it be imbued with power. Shichi articulated this gradually, her tone measured and unhurried. Some individuals are born with formidable mental strength, a trait contingent upon their cognitive structure. Perhaps it is merely a subtle distinction that yields a significant disparity. Others may be born ordinary and unremarkable, yet the experiences life bestows upon them may, at certain junctures, transform into a source of power. It seemed to Mengyu a reflection on talent versus effort. His voice was barely audible. At a distance, it would be difficult to discern, for conversing alone in the forest bore an eerie semblance. At that moment, Mingyu felt a peculiar sensation as he strolled through the tranquil forest, devoid of companions, yet the voice resonated clearly in his mind. A thought flickered through his consciousness. If this voice could penetrate his mind, might his own thoughts be subject to scrutiny as well? However, Mingyu quickly dismissed this notion. He deemed it improbable. Even with rapid advancements in technology, it seemed unlikely that such capabilities could exist at present. Was this conclusion based on real-world judgments? Indeed. What about the enhancements within the game? Would they resonate in reality? They would. Suddenly, the wind picked up considerably. Mingyu lifted his gaze to the sky, observing that the clouds had thickened significantly, darkening the atmosphere despite it being only recently dawn. Rain was indeed imminent. Is it truly that remarkable? Mingyu inquired with a smile, lacking any semblance of surprise, as if he had anticipated this all along. What tangible effects or benefits could the enhancement of his mental acuity bring to reality? Mingyu's mental acuity was nearly threefold that of an average person. If there were any implications, he would certainly be more cognizant of them in his everyday life than others. He realized that the impact was minimal, offering little utility. After some reflection, Mingyu could not identify any remarkable distinctions between himself and others. Was he particularly intelligent? Not particularly. He had fallen short by several points compared to his childhood friend, Tang Lei, who had been accepted into a prestigious school. And Tang Lei's mental acuity in the game was merely 0.8. Indeed, if the mental acuity gained from gaming held substantial value in the real world, it was reasonable to assume that the government would be more diligent in promoting and packaging it, aiming to engage the populace at the earliest opportunity, rather than the current situation where there were scant few players in the closed beta. When mental acuity reaches a certain threshold, it undergoes a qualitative transformation, akin to what happened with Anomaly, enabling the projection of mental energy beyond the confines of the body to manipulate it for various tasks. The simplest example is that the external manifestation of mental power is a prerequisite for humans to control mechs. If players exert sufficient effort, they may achieve the remarkable feat of piloting mechs within the game. As for reality, one might become a supernatural being capable of bending a spoon with sheer will. Are you present now, or have you always been? What should I do if I have questions? Mingyu inquired. All right, I shall now embark on my task. Do you have any recommendations? With a mental power rating of 3. 1, Mingyu maneuvered the mantis-like insectoid character with effortless grace, feeling no discomfort whatsoever. His movements were more fluid and relaxed than those of other players. Enjoy yourself, Shichi sincerely suggested. Mingyu chuckled. That's a splendid suggestion. I accept it. Shichi fell silent. As a game system, it could elucidate various game mechanics and address players' queries. Yet it was forbidden from divulging any information related to game tasks or guiding players on how to complete them, as per Anomaly's restrictions. While on his journey, Mingyu accessed the Insectoid mental network, a feature unlocked upon reaching a mental power rating of 2, which did not appear on the game panel but manifested in his consciousness, controlled by his thoughts. The Insectoid mental network presented itself as an expansive field of white, with a luminous point at its center, which Mingyu surmised represented himself, while scattered, irregularly arranged small points of light indicated the presence of other insectoids. Tentatively, I approached the luminous points representing other insectoid entities, and suddenly, a line of text materialized in my mind. Tentacle type insectoid, guardian of insectoid nest 1. I advanced to the next point. Transport type insectoid, in the process of transporting prey. I moved again. Low-level hatching nest, idle, with 84 units of energy stored. After clicking on several more luminous points, Mingyu finally encountered the information he sought. Pre-sleep foot picking. This player's mental strength value is insufficient. Personal information is not accessible. With a mental strength value of 2, the range extends to 1 kilometer. At 3, it reaches 5 kilometers. There are 2 guardian tentacle type insectoids here, likely belonging to insectoid nest 1, and a hatching nest is situated nearby, serving as a spawning point. Mingyu had not ventured far from the spawning point, and by analyzing these known locations and correlating them with the overarching insectoid mental network, he could effortlessly ascertain the distance to other players. This insectoid mental network possesses a functionality akin to a map, albeit the experience of accessing it felt peculiar. Akin to multitasking, yet it did not impede normal bodily movements, nor did it seem to distract his attention. As the wind intensified, Mengyu ceased his internal conflict and, following the guidance of forum posts, began to seek suitable prey, aiming to complete 2 novice tasks before the weather updated. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Insectoid Nest 1, a new player arrived. This brick is scorching hot. From the name alone, one could infer the player's occupation, either a laborer at a construction site or a civil engineer working in the field. The brick, burning to the touch, belongs to the latter. Generally, workers do not possess the same level of engagement in forum discussions as he does. Their daily lives are sufficiently exhausting, leaving little energy for other pursuits. In truth, his interest in the game Zerg is rather lukewarm. His daily presence in the forum serves merely as a means to pass the time, alleviating the tedium of his otherwise monotonous existence. Typically, perusing posts from other players on the forum is more engaging than immersing himself in the game. However, it was the posts from Wang Bu Jian Wang Ba and Shun Feng, Kuai Di Yuan that truly compelled him to dive into the game. Their content was so absurd that he found himself questioning whether these 2 players were merely spouting nonsense or if they were genuinely that foolish. Thus, upon entering the game, his first action was to follow the directions outlined in their posts to locate the Zerg Nest 1 and examine the wall left by Shun Feng, Kuai Di Yuan. A peculiar sensation accompanied the howling winds as he fixed his gaze upon the wall, his expression turning visibly cold and displeased. Most of the soil on the wall had dried, with one half cracked open and the other half simply falling away. Are they truly foolish? He muttered. For despite his seemingly amiable demeanor online, frequently joking with other forum members, in reality, he possessed a rather volatile temper, which was no better on the construction site. The brick is hot to the touch, prompting a desire for a cigarette to calm the nerves. Yet, it becomes evident that this is merely a game, devoid of any tobacco to indulge in, and one is left to control a character that is not human, with the possibility of smoking still uncertain. The experience feels remarkably authentic. As I brush my hand against the wall, the earth crumbled into fine particles, strikingly similar to that of Earth, albeit with subtle differences, perhaps due to the nature of this soil. The heat of the brick elicited a spontaneous remark of admiration, sparking a flicker of curiosity. Reflecting on the faint scent lingering in the air, I followed it to the small river where Wang Bu Jian Wang Ba and the Shunfeng courier had been excavating. The holes dug along the riverbank remained, yet after a mere 10 hours, the pits had filled with water, and several small creatures swam within. As I approached, they had no chance to escape, all were swiftly captured. Without exerting much effort, I achieved a 50 fullness level, having frequented the forum for quite some time. Even securing a spot in the closed beta, I was well acquainted with the game mechanics and would not let such an opportunity slip by, saving myself the trouble of undertaking tasks to maintain my fullness. Chapter 39. The big shot takes action from the pit that had yet to be completely filled with water. I excavated some soil. Thanks to the diligent efforts of Wang Bu Jian Wang Ba, this pit, merely hours old, was exceptionally clean. The outermost layer, mingled with various excretions, had already been cleared away by Wang Bu Jian Wang Ba. Most of it splattered against the wall at the entrance of the Insectoid Nest 1. The brick burns in my hand. I find myself at a loss for words to describe this peculiar soil, which seems denser than that found on Earth. The application should not mirror that of a courier from Shunfeng, merely slapping it onto the wall. Yet I ponder, is it truly appropriate to apply it directly to the wall? What could possibly be occupying the minds of these 2 fools? Based on my experience, this scorching brick suggests that this clay might be quite suitable for brickmaking. However, this remains merely a conjecture, for its actual suitability can only be verified through experimentation. Though I have grown weary of laboring on construction sites in reality, one would expect that in a game, I would prefer to distance myself from such tasks. Yet, a game diverges from reality, devoid of stringent constraints and the meddling of clients. One is free to pursue their desires without limitations, in the absence of explicit demands. Commencing from my strongest skills feels rather enjoyable. Glancing at my game panel, I note my mental strength at 1.9, a figure that surpasses that of most individuals. According to information gleaned from forums, though its utility appears limited, my sustenance level stands at 63, a fortunate outcome of my earlier encounter with several small creatures in a puddle, which allowed me to effortlessly complete my initial novice task, unlocking a character in the game. However, I still require 40 more sustenance. While the hunting difficulty is not particularly high, I find myself lacking in interest and unwilling to squander time on such trivial pursuits. I am also indifferent to the fact that I have yet to unlock side quests, having already perused the task requirements on the forum. This is indeed a characteristic of the game Zerg that embodies both merits and drawbacks. On the positive side, it affords players immense freedom, allowing them to pursue their desires without being constrained by tasks. However, this very freedom can lead to a sense of aimlessness for those players who lack direction, leaving them adrift and uncertain about their next steps, often resorting to following the actions of others. Anomaly has also recognized this issue, yet she finds herself at a loss for how to devise suitable tasks for the players in the short term. The player's mental stamina tends to be rather low, rendering the formidable Zerg bodies uncontrollable, while the weaker Zerg forms lack sufficient self-defense capabilities. This makes wandering aimlessly through the forest perilous. Allowing such freedom could indeed diminish the game's enjoyment. Holographic gaming possesses an undeniable allure, with its primary selling point being the ability to experience sensations akin to those of the real world, immersing players in a virtual realm that defies reality. Nevertheless, not everyone finds this aspect appealing. Anomaly is certain that the realism of Zerg surpasses that of any other game, yet one cannot disregard its numerous shortcomings. A primary concern lies in the appearance of the characters controlled by the players. While some may be indifferent to aesthetic issues, others may find them unacceptable. It is a natural occurrence that not every game will resonate with all players. Every game has its detractors. Even the most realistic games cannot universally appeal to all. The game Zerg presents two significant barriers. The first barrier pertains to the appearance of the characters that players control. The developers have diminished the awareness of this aspect among beta testers, allowing most players to jovially accept the character designs without significant resistance. However, had they been informed of the character appearances beforehand, a considerable number would likely have opted against engaging with the game from the outset. The second barrier concerns the value of mental power, which determines the strength of the characters players can control. Each player's mental power varies, resulting in an inherent lack of fairness. If the developers were to impose a uniform level across all players, those with notably higher mental faculties might remain unaffected. Yet those with inadequate mental power would experience discomfort, fatigue, and other negative sensations throughout gameplay, further diminishing their interest in the game. Witnessing other players maneuvering their characters with agility while one struggles to crawl creates a stark disparity that can easily breed conflict among players. Naturally, this inherent issue cannot be attributed to any individual, yet players are unlikely to accept it. It would be more prudent to address this matter up front, redirecting players' attention to alternative aspects of the game. In the realm of reality, the existence of fully functional simulation pods presents a significant threshold. After all, Anomaly can only connect players' mental faculties to the bodies of the Zerg through such machines. To attract a larger player base, the widespread adoption of these simulation pods is essential. Retaining these players and ensuring their continued engagement poses another crucial challenge. Anomaly has strategically identified the Fantasy Creatures Forum and the official website of Zerg, restricting access to relevant content for non-registered forum members. This does not imply that she intends to select players solely from this limited pool of tens of thousands. Rather, the timing for broader outreach has yet to materialize. In comparison to the current technological advancements on Earth, the fully functional simulation pod represents a remarkable leap forward, an innovation that should not ideally surface at this juncture. Its inherent value, however, enables it to outpace conventional development and emerge prematurely. Anomaly could indeed opt to trade technological expertise for the engagement of gamers, potentially positioning Zerg to surpass Cosmic Star Adventure in promotional reach. Yet, who would willingly place their leverage in the hands of others? Such a quid pro quo could quickly sour relationships, leading to animosity, a scenario Anomaly is determined to avoid. Thus, it is prudent to discreetly cultivate a cadre of players, and when the number of fully functional simulation pods on Earth reaches a substantial figure, she can then reveal her intentions, thereby seizing the initiative. Would this not be the more advantageous approach? The brick is indeed hot to the touch. Although I regard Wang Bujian and Shunfeng the Courier as two fools, I must concede that their ideas are not entirely dissimilar. The act of mixing mud is indeed the first step towards transformation, albeit they stumbled before taking that initial step. Following the path of pilfering shoes, the two players filled their hunger meter and opted for the side quest of renovating the Zerg nest. Their encounter with the hot brick led to a brief exchange, and upon learning of this brick's background in civil engineering, they readily accepted the role of subordinates, joining this hot brick's ranks, obediently following the leader's directives. The hot brick was not under the illusion that he could accomplish everything alone. he was more than willing to utilize eager laborers. Without hesitation, he directed the other two players to excavate in Zerg Nest 1. Mo Lan relocated all of her belongings to Zerg Nest 7, while Xiongda and Xiong'er took their troop of six-eyed bear cubs to Zerg Nest 2. The incubation chamber had been moved back to the spawn point by the previous players. Upon entering Zerg Nest 1, the hot brick discovered it had transformed into a vast empty cavern. Thus, he no longer hesitated and commenced the construction of a rudimentary brick kiln in the middle of Zerg Nest 1, attempting to fire bricks, for rain was imminent, and an open-air kiln would likely struggle to ignite. The construction of the brick kiln is relatively straightforward. The bricks are quite hot to the touch. Having exchanged for a basic insectoid game character, utilizing the saliva of this basic insectoid, I amalgamated gravel and soil to produce several reasonably uniform stone blocks. The task stipulates that the saliva of the basic insectoid cannot be employed for the renovation of the insect hive. However, it does not prohibit its use in the construction of the trading brick kiln. When the inaugural brick kiln was erected in the insect hive 1, the other players were not idle. They busied themselves with dismantling the remnants left by the previous batch of beta testers, primarily focusing on the spawn point and the relocated incubation nests. With rain imminent, the rudimentary triangular wooden pile crafted from a few twigs and leaves was evidently inadequate to provide proper shelter for the incubation nest during heavy downpours. Should the wind intensify, it would likely collapse. Players deliberated on whether to construct a new wooden house for the incubation nest to shield it from the rain, considering its vulnerable, limp appearance, which suggested a lack of defensive capability. Ultimately, the players reached a consensus to build a house at the spawn point, not only to protect against the rain, but also to serve as their future base, a place to temporarily store game characters that were not in use. They completely disregarded the matter concerning Insect Hive 1. Chapter 40. Distribution of beta test slots. With approximately a dozen hours remaining before the rain, the wind howled, rendering movement increasingly cumbersome for the players in the forest. The majority of the game characters controlled by the players were mantis-like insectoids, weighing merely a few dozen kilograms, making them easily susceptible to being lifted by the wind. In increasingly arduous and intricate environments, this group of players finds an invigorating motivation that leaves Mo Lan perplexed. Unable to comprehend the source of their inexplicable enthusiasm, they could simply seek shelter from the rain in the Zerg nest, yet they choose to navigate the tumultuous forest, as if striving to achieve an extraordinary goal. Their excitement is palpable, filled with an indomitable spirit. Although the brick feels like a hot potato, it has not been entirely excluded, as the player's base planning at the spawn point is indeed his contribution. Merely constructing a wooden house is evidently insufficient and unlikely to withstand the impending deluge. The suggestion he offered was to excavate a hole. By digging a semi-deep cave along the slope of the spawn point, they could prevent water accumulation, supported by timber to ensure stability against erosion from the rain. Additionally, they could create an adjoining wooden structure, thereby expanding their overall usable space. Most importantly, this approach is more convenient and simpler than merely erecting a wooden cabin, while also yielding superior quality. Players with a mental fortitude rating exceeding 1. 2 divided into 2 groups, exchanging for basic construction insects, and commenced their frenzied excavation. Meanwhile, the other players flocked to fell trees, even appropriating the timber left behind by the previous group. Inquiries made on the forum revealed that this endeavor was aimed at establishing a player base. Neither Sister Hua nor De Qin Xianxiu Wandai raised objections, generously allowing these 2 players to share the fruits of their labor with others. The primary reason for this camaraderie was the impending rainfall, which rendered the previously cut timber unsuitable for drying. Thus, it was more prudent to contribute it for the benefit of their comrades. Mengyu also participated among the players, undertaking the task of hunting. Previously, he seldom engaged in gaming. Even when he did, it was merely to pass the time under the guidance of his childhood friend, Tang Lei, with little interest in the game's intricacies. However, this time, inexplicably influenced by the fervor of other players, he found himself taking on the role of a hunter, a pursuit in which he excelled. With the highest mental acuity in the entire game, Mengyu's control over his character surpassed that of his peers. Additionally, his real-world experience in martial arts afforded him greater versatility in combat, allowing him to do more than merely swing his arms. The necessity for hunting arose from the fact that several internal testers had yet to log into the game. As the weather worsened, it was likely that by the time those players came online, heavy rain would render hunting impossible. Thus, Mengyu hunted to prepare sustenance for them, ensuring they would not suffer from inadequate nourishment and waste the life of their inaugural game characters. It was peculiar how players sometimes competed fiercely against one another while at other times offering mutual assistance. Mengyu found this dynamic rather enjoyable. Amidst the players' frantic efforts, the initial form of their base emerged. A long, hollow cave was excavated, with wooden beams standing at intervals. Without nails or similar fasteners, he resorted to online research to discover several simple mortise and tenon joints, which he employed to assemble and stabilize the wooden framework. However, the gaps in between were still somewhat large, rendering it impossible to entirely avoid the rain. The players resumed their efforts to gather large tree leaves, robust and resilient, measuring 1 to 2 meters in length. They layered these leaves atop the roof, securing them with hefty stones to prevent them from being swept away by the wind. Originally, Anomaly intended to arrange for several insectoids to transport the unhatched eggs situated on the hillside to the insectoid nest. However, the players managed this themselves, preparing for their future companions with remarkable foresight. Additionally, the incubation nests, painstakingly moved by the previous batch of players, were also effectively relocated to the modest, yet rainproof base established by the players. Others waved their hands dismissively at this minor interlude. Their interest peaked as they leaned at the entrance, gazing into the rain and relishing this rare spectacle. In truth, rainfall did not significantly hinder the insectoids' actions. Unlike humans, they were not susceptible to illness from exposure to the rain. The primary impact of rain on the insectoids was the reduction in visibility, which complicated the search for prey. Moreover, the rain washed away scents and pheromones, making it difficult to locate the traces left by their kin. The damp ground also impeded movement, rendering traversal cumbersome. Even for those capable of flight, on such rainy days, the ability to flap their wings was uncertain. The players, feeling somewhat bored, began to delve into the various side quests within their base. While the modification of the insectoid nests required no consideration, crafting garments was indeed feasible. Players whose mental acuity had reached a value of 1, 2, yet had not exchanged for game characters, opted for the spider-type insectoid, and several engaged in the study of spider silk. A portion of the players became intrigued by the vibrant assortment of plants left behind by the Rainbow Wolf King. Eagerly embarking on a path of reckless experimentation, their bizarre cries echoing incessantly. Gradually, the remaining players logged into the game, yet one particular egg remained dormant, leaving the players oblivious to the identity of this fortunate individual who had received a coveted spot without appreciating its value. This indifference elicited a sense of melancholy. While some were granted opportunities yet failed to cherish them, others lamented passionately on forums over their lack of fortune. As the rain intensified, Anomaly observed the players' idleness. Under normal weather conditions, their restlessness was somewhat concealed, as they had ample space to meander. However, with the onset of the rain, they found themselves confined within a limited area, exposing the fragility of their tasks. Perhaps implementing a leaderboard or similar feature could alleviate this stagnation. Anomaly mused, noting that many players seemed to exhibit considerable interest in such seemingly trivial data records. She recalled a humorous anecdote about Sisyphus, who was punished by endlessly pushing a boulder uphill. Yet, if each push resulted in an insignificant number appearing above his head, the ordeal ceased to be a punishment. Nonetheless, if such functionality were to be introduced, the current number of beta testers might appear rather sparse, as the 20-odd testers struggled to maintain a full day's presence online, inevitably leading to gaps in participation. Expanding the player base is imperative. However, there is no need for such urgency. After careful consideration, Anomaly decided to issue a system notification on the official platform of Zerg. The slots for the second round of beta testing would be allocated through a registration process, initially setting the limit at 100 participants. After a couple of days, a second batch of beta players would be welcomed into the game. It is essential to have a fully functional simulation pod, and only those who submit the identification number of their registered simulation pod would be eligible for beta testing reservations. Although Anomaly is not particularly concerned about the financial aspect of the simulation pods, it would be unwise to give them away freely, thus becoming an unwitting benefactor. Upon the release of the notification, the forum was immediately inundated with vehement criticism. Notably, the ire was directed not towards the game itself, but rather at the first batch of beta testers, who were vilified for their fortuitous selection, with many expressing a desire to take their place. "I am a student," Could you possibly gift me a fully functional simulation pod? You wouldn't even qualify as livestock. Is it really just 100 slots? Doesn't that seem rather insufficient? Would it be too much to ask the development team to increase the number? Indeed. With so few players, the game loses its charm. Damn it, I envy those who get to play the game with a free simulation pod. Why couldn't it be me? 300 people have registered already? This is utterly inadequate. What is the development team thinking? Mo shared this sentiment, reflecting on the matter before issuing another notification. Lottery for beta test slots theme. Participate in the lottery at the end of this post for a chance to win a beta testing slot. Content. At the request of various players, in addition to the 100 beta test slots available for registration, we will also be giving away 10 additional beta test slots through this post. The event will last for 10 days, with one fortunate winner selected each day. Winning players can either receive a fully functional basic simulation pod valued at 30,000 or exchange this opportunity for 2 additional beta test slots. Publisher, Queen of the Zerg. Lon. Comments from players. Wangbu Jian Wangba. Admit it, you are merely a pawn arranged by the game production team. Wangbu Jian Wangba. Duo Wa Rezwi. The boss is generous. Jiushi Tangxianyan. I won. Wabushi Feichio. Cursed luck. After publishing the announcement, Mo Lan turned her attention away from earthly matters and refocused on the players within the game. The rain continued to fall incessantly, and the players appeared restless, unable to remain confined to their base. It was imperative to devise suitable tasks for this group, providing them with meaningful engagement. For reasons unknown, Mo Lan suddenly recalled the human boy Parker, who had been transformed into a Zerg. Although the connection through the mental network persisted, she had refrained from directing her mental energy towards him, fearful that the boy might not withstand the oppressive force of the Zerg Queen's psychic influence. Perhaps this could serve as an excellent point of entry? Chapter 41. Brick making the straight trunks were stripped of their outer bark and cut into rectangular wooden blocks of approximately 50 centimeters in length, 5 centimeters in width, and 30 centimeters in height. These blocks were divided into 2 types. One type featured square holes carved at both ends, while the other type had square protrusions at both ends. The combination of these 2 forms created the simplest mortise and tenon joint. Once the molds were fashioned, standard-shaped stone bricks were produced. 2 players, acting as laborers, had already excavated the underground pit. With the saliva secreted by the foundational insect species, the structure, though not as smooth and even as cement, achieved the necessary sealing properties. Outside, the storm raged, yet within the cave, a sense of tranquility prevailed. No matter how loud the rain fell, it dissipated shortly after entering the cave. These bricks were indeed hot to the touch. The location chosen for the brick kiln was at the mouth of the cave, but slightly deeper inside to prevent the influx of cold air. However, it could not be too far in, as this would complicate the transportation of fuel and the expulsion of smoke. With the kiln constructed, the first step was to ignite the wood and test its efficacy. The fuel consisted of leftover scraps from the wooden molds, loose and with ample space, placed into the fire pit. Utilizing their sharp forelegs, they struck quickly, igniting the pre-prepared dry, flammable leaves. Soon after, the wooden scraps began to blaze. The crackling sounds resonated as flickering flames danced. Yet the still damp twigs proved difficult to ignite. Suddenly, white smoke billowed from the fire pit. The designated smoke outlet was somewhat effective, though not significantly so. Cough, cough. Esteemed leader, cough. What should we do about this excessive smoke? One of the laborers, known as the Master of Drama, fled in a state of panic from the isolated space. This brick is unbearably hot, he remarked, his demeanor indifferent. Meanwhile, another laborer, the 15th moon, 16 yuan, remained unfazed, squatting calmly in place, wielding a modest leaf as a makeshift fan, quietly intensifying the flames. Why are you coughing? You don't even have lungs. No amount of smoke can choke you. Without a hint of embarrassment, the Master of Drama scratched his head and chuckled, momentarily forgetting that they were in a game. By the way, esteemed one, is everything truly all right? As wisps of white smoke gradually filled the entire space, it seemed to spread relentlessly. 16, you may emerge now. There's no need for the fan, let it burn on its own. Observing that the fire had stabilized, this brick is unbearably hot, beckoned the 15th moon. 16 yuan to come out, suggesting they move the branches inside to roast them. Once dried, they could ignite them again without emitting smoke. The initial attempt at firing the bricks was merely a trial, primarily aimed at testing the heat resistance of this brick kiln. What if the saliva secreted by the basic insect worker proved to be flammable? Wouldn't it be a waste of an opportunity to burn the bricks prematurely? All right then. The 15th moon, 16 Yuan stepped out from the white smoke, and the master of drama enthusiastically called him over. Let me join too. With the mundane tasks delegated to the two laborers, this brick is unbearably hot delved into the intricacies of brick firing. There was no need for everything to be perfect at once. Producing adequately fired red bricks on the first attempt would suffice, as this was primarily an experimental process. Only once they confirmed its feasibility could they proceed to formal usage. To create bricks, the initial step involves crafting the brick mold. This mold must be composed of clay with a certain degree of viscosity, mixed with other types of soil to achieve the desired consistency. The soil found within the game exhibits notable differences from that on Earth, and the bricks are scorching hot. Thus, one must rely on personal experience to ascertain the correct proportions. Different types of soil require water to be blended and kneaded into a sticky consistency. Fortunately, it is raining outside, allowing the players to collect rainwater with leaves, thereby avoiding the hassle of fetching water from the riverbank. The three players gather together, pondering ideas. Why don't we create a hammer to smash it, similar to how we would pound rice cakes? One player suggests theatrically. The other two players glance at him in surprise, prompting him to sheepishly scratch his head and ask, "What's up? Why are you looking at me like that?" The Kahur tree is revered as the tree of life, possessing immense value due to its exceptionally durable structure. Whether for constructing homes or other purposes, it ensures longevity without cracking or deforming easily. Moreover, it is resistant to moisture and, although difficult to ignite, burns for an extended period, serving as a crucial fuel source in times of need. Correspondingly, felling this tree presents its own challenges, which is why they have only managed to chop down a small tree of about 20 meters in height, which is now perfectly suited for their needs. After investing considerable time, 3 rudimentary wooden mallets are now before the players. As for the hammer's handle, well, players do not possess hands to grasp it. Instead, they utilize their character's forelimbs to insert into the wooden mallets, effectively using their front limbs as the hammer handles. Amidst the flickering dark red glow within the cavern, 3 humanoid insectoid creatures encircled a pool of muddy water, rhythmically striking the wooden clumps attached to their forelimbs with a monotonous determination. They continued their labor until the earth became adhesive, subsequently packing it into carefully crafted wooden molds, which they then placed slightly deeper within the cave to air dry. The bricks, once molded, would require a period of drying before they could be removed from their forms and placed into the kiln for firing. This process, as one might surmise, would not be swift. Fortunately, time within the game flows at 7 times the rate of reality, else akin to the pace of real life. Most players would likely lose their patience. While the passage of time in the game may feel prolonged, it is all too easy to let it slip away in reality. The firewood within the kiln gradually extinguished, having not been replenished. The bricks, still hot to the touch, had been preemptively prepared with kindling, eliminating the need for self-destructive methods to ignite flames anew. The character, immune to pain and untroubled by heat, ventured into the kiln to observe the state within after several hours of burning. Apart from a few scorched marks, the interior surprisingly exhibited a significant degree of fire resistance, indicating its suitability for brickmaking. However, the character was somewhat taken aback to discover that such a valuable material as the insectoid saliva was prohibited for use in the task. This was, of course, intentional. After all, Mofin wished to witness the advancement of human technology through the efforts of players, rather than a group of humans adopting the physical attributes and behavioral traits of the insectoids in their endeavors. Chapter 42. The 9956 mining area. The rain arrived unexpectedly, swift and relentless. Most of the miners in the 4th pit of the 9956 mining area were still underground, unaware of the impending downpour. However, rain did not signify a respite. These Torianal people, condemned to toil like slaves, were devoid of the luxury of rest, driven by the primal need for survival and sustenance. The majority wiped the rain from their faces, numbly lowering their heads to continue transporting the ore extracted from the depths of the mine. Some slipped in the rain, and even though injuries were sustained, as long as their mobility remained intact, they gritted their teeth and pressed on, indifferent to their wounds. The lower sections of the mine began to fill with rainwater, and those working within climbed out with silent proficiency. Occasionally, someone would lose their footing and plunge into the rising water, unable to rise again, yet this elicited no cries of alarm. They needed to conserve their strength and energy for the other sections of the mine that had not yet been inundated. Only when the rain ceased and the water receded would their families hurriedly come to collect the bodies, after which the next able-bodied individual would join the relentless labor of mining. In a household where no one ventured to mine, there existed no source of food, leaving them to await a fate of starvation. On the planet Torianal, agricultural cultivation was non-existent, or rather, not entirely absent. Beside that colossal starship lay thousands of acres of crops, yet they belonged entirely to others, not to the Torianal people. Before the interstellar beings discovered the exceedingly rich mineral resources of the planet Talonal, the inhabitants lived a simple yet liberated agrarian existence. From the vast expanse of the cosmos, Talonal appeared as a verdant orb. However, the reckless exploitation by the interstellar entities transformed much of this lush world into barren mining sites, shifting its hue from vibrant green to a somber black. The desolate patches of black were the result of the interstellar beings unearthing the surface, exposing the mines beneath. Excessive extraction led to the eradication of vegetation, causing the environment of Talonal to deteriorate drastically. It became increasingly inhospitable and challenging for survival, rendering movement arduous. In a bid to mitigate the detrimental impact of their mining activities, the interstellar beings eventually planted Cahol trees in areas devoid of mineral wealth, aiming to restore the planet's ecological balance, which marked the inception of the entire Yegu forest. The Cahol trees grew rapidly and adapted to most hostile environments and climates, stabilizing the deteriorating natural conditions of Talonal in a relatively short span. As the last remnants of greenery on the planet, various surviving species congregated within this forest, establishing a hierarchy determined by strength. The more formidable creatures resided deeper within the woods, further removed from human presence. In the absence of agricultural cultivation and food sources, the Tamliners find themselves solely reliant on the interstellar beings. The last remaining fields, under their guardianship, are meticulously tended by robots employing advanced technology. This technology allows for the blending of crops with various other substances to create a nutritional paste. Only those Tamliners engaged in mining labor receive a daily ration of this essential sustenance, a meager provision for survival. Yet, sustaining an entire planet's population from a solitary patch of farmland is a daunting task. Despite the utilization of high-yield fertilizers, cutting-edge cultivation techniques, and machines designed to accelerate plant growth, the resultant nutritional paste cannot guarantee that every individual will be satiated. Consequently, hunger has become the prevailing experience among the inhabitants of this planet. This paste, reminiscent of swine feed, lacks flavor and palatability, occasionally containing coarse particles that are difficult to swallow, the origins of which remain a mystery. Nevertheless, it does provide the essential nutrients required for human survival, enabling individuals to exist in a somewhat healthy state, rather than being emaciated and frail. Some individuals venture into the Yegu forest in search of food, typically those who have exhausted all other options and can no longer continue mining. Such is the case for Parker and Hullen, who, despite being adolescents, are deemed too young by their elders to mine at night, a concern stemming from the perilous environment of their home. This apprehension drives them to undertake a daring expedition into the depths of the Yegu forest. In this critical period of growth, characterized by the voracious appetites of two young boys and a woman on the cusp of childbirth, the reliance on a single able-bodied adult for sustenance presents a formidable challenge. Indeed, it was this very reason that Parker chose to venture into the Yegu forest with his younger brother, driven by a sense of chance. For they were unaware of the forest's terrifying nature. The young often possess a reckless ignorance. "Parker!" shouted the muscular middle-aged man amidst the rain. Yet only a faint echo of his voice reached Parker's ears. It has been over 90 days since Parker transformed into a member of the insectoid race, and during this time, Emolan had not once reached out to him. However, the shared psychic network of the insectoids allowed Parker to occasionally grasp fragments of Molan's thoughts and consciousness. For instance, when witnessing Akuli bullying those he deemed unworthy, Parker, who would have previously felt only anger, now found himself contemplating a myriad of new insights, as though a wealth of knowledge had suddenly materialized in his mind. When drinking water, he would recall the dangers of unclean water harboring parasites that could lead to illness, prompting him to prefer boiled water. In moments of injury, he would remember the necessity of cleansing wounds to prevent infection. The distance to Hullen was not far, and Parker effortlessly located him. The two trudged home through the rain, both having grown considerably quieter. Some days ago, their mother successfully gave birth to a sister, and with an ample supply of milk, the infant was well fed. Although she was not the brother they had envisioned, both Parker and Hullen felt a deep sense of joy nonetheless. After Parker transformed into a Zerg, his physical capabilities were significantly enhanced, allowing him to undertake increasingly demanding tasks during mining operations. However, in order to conceal any signs of his transformation, Parker diligently controlled his demeanor, ensuring that his performance did not appear overly extravagant. Nevertheless, the nutritional paste he consumed daily greatly secured the food supply for his household, alleviating the burden of hunger for his family. Logically, this should constitute the idyllic and blissful life he had envisioned, yet Parker found it unbearable. He felt an insatiable fire burning within him, perpetually yearning to obliterate the existence before him. This lifestyle hardly qualified as happiness. Chapter 43. Special mission. In a series of burrows, families resided, with faint glimmers of light seeping through the curtain of rain. Occasionally, a larger cavern would accommodate several households, their lights fragmenting into multiple hues. Parker's family was relatively fortunate. They occupied a cavern of moderate size, and due to their larger number, they were able to claim the entire space as their own. The two brothers, enveloped in moisture, stood at the entrance, allowing the rain to cascade off their bodies without venturing inside. The sound of the rain was deafening, causing their unnamed younger sister to awaken, whereupon she began to play by waving her tiny hands on the stone bed. She did not cry, appearing both easily soothed and remarkably understanding, which was indeed a blessing. The Talonor people were incapable of farming or hunting. Many years prior, they had fashioned garments from the leaves that fell in the Yegu forest. Later, it was discovered that the veins within the leaves could be extracted and woven into clothing, a method that was not only more convenient, but also better fitting. If additional materials were incorporated, the warmth provided would be significantly enhanced. Upon witnessing the two brothers enter, their mother promptly greeted them, her hands never pausing in their toil. "Come in quickly, the rain is so heavy. Catching a chill could lead to illness. Let us start a fire to warm ourselves." The sole advantage of the ancestors residing in the mining district was that the Tamlinel people never lacked for coal to burn for warmth. The interstellar folk dismissed such seemingly worthless resources, thus it was rare for a Tamlinel to perish from the cold during winter. Once the rainwater had nearly dripped off their bodies, Parker and Hullen ventured further inside. The two exhibited a practiced division of labor. Hullen gathered the coal piled against the wall and placed it beneath a rudimentary stove, igniting it with flint, while Parker took a misshapen metal pot outside to collect rainwater, setting it atop the kindling flame. It was then that Parker spoke. "Mother, we must drink boiled water, otherwise we risk falling ill." This knowledge was derived from his perception of the consciousness of the Great Queen, a wisdom that could ensure the better survival of his family. "Yes, yes," she replied, unable to restrain herself from glancing at her son. As a mother, she was most attuned to the changes in him. However, her lack of formal education and her upbringing in an environment rife with exploitation had limited her thoughts. She could conceive of little beyond the present. Believing that their situation had already improved, at least ensuring that her family would no longer suffer from hunger. As the flames in the stove danced to life, Parker did not sit down to rest by the fire, but rather rose again, lifting a nearby wooden barrel to collect more rainwater. In addition to the lakes and rivers within the Yegu forest, the surrounding mining areas are solely reliant on the deep wells for water. The extensive distance and cumbersome journey, compounded by the lengthy queues of families in need of water, render the task quite laborious. Consequently, most households excavate a reservoir deep within the mines to store water. During rainfall, they collect and fill this reservoir, utilizing it gradually over time. When they completely deplete their supply, they resort to drawing water from the deep wells. Parker was in the process of filling the reservoir at the depths of his family's mine, but the water bucket was rather small, requiring numerous tedious trips to achieve a full reservoir. After tending to the fire for a considerable duration, Hullen felt much warmer and took over the water bucket from Parker, continuing the task of filling the reservoir. The water on the stove had reached a boil, bubbling vigorously. As Parker poured the hot water into a bottle and collected another pot of rainwater, ensuring the fire in the stove was adequately stoked for additional hot water. Listening to his sister's voice, Parker's expression softened considerably. Although he appeared to be dozing by the stove, he was actually contemplating the matters concerning Akuli. After they had stolen the starfall worms from him, Akuli had eagerly taken the interstellar vehicle left behind by the interstellar beings to curry favor with them. The 9956 mining area occupies a position on the very edge, and Akuli's round trip consumed an entire day and night, equivalent to 36 days on Earth. This was during the tumultuous upheavals of centuries past, when most living beings congregated within the Yegu forest. The external world had left behind no other life forms. Otherwise, whether Akuli could return in a slow-moving, defenseless mining vehicle remained a matter of speculation. Parker pondered the relationships among these elements. Although he had always been intelligent, his perspective and knowledge had constrained his cognitive abilities. After being transformed into a Zerg, not only had his physical prowess been significantly enhanced, but his mind had also become more agile. When confronted with the unfamiliar, the Zerg's mental network, linked deep within his consciousness, provided him with various insights. Even if this signified that Parker was undergoing assimilation by the Zerg Queen's consciousness, the entire process had instigated profound changes within him. He found himself acquiring knowledge effortlessly, as if it emerged naturally from his mind. If assimilation was the price to pay, he was willing to bear such consequences. Parker. The gentle voice of the Zerg Queen resonated in his ears. He momentarily paused, realizing that this was not an illusion but indeed the Queen calling him. He glanced around the dimly lit, warm room where his mother was focused on extracting the veins from leaves, a pile of leaf fragments strewn across the floor, intended to be collected later to stuff the bedding. His sister had quietly dozed off while playing, without notifying anyone, obedient and serene. Hullen continued to collect rainwater with a modest wooden bucket, repeatedly pouring it into the reservoir. Aside from him, none others had heard the voice emanating from the Zerg Queen. Suddenly, Parker rose to his feet, prompting both his mother and Hullen to look up at him. "I will step outside for a moment," he stated resolutely, leaving no room for refusal, and strode into the rain, swiftly vanishing from sight. Parker's mother opened her mouth, sensing something profound, yet shying away from the thought. She lowered her head once more to her tasks, but her mind could no longer find tranquility. All she knew was that it was indeed her child, and that was sufficient for her. Hullen took a couple of steps outside, the rain splashing onto his face, yet he ultimately halted, refraining from pursuing Parker, fully aware of his destination. Within the makeshift base established at the birthplace, the players grew increasingly impatient. Unlike the two laborers who found tasks to occupy themselves with, the others merely engaged in fleeting amusements, sampling herbs and experimenting with spider silk. After a time, their interest waned when no substantial discoveries emerged. This dwindling enthusiasm was particularly evident among the later arrivals, who, after the initial excitement, were eager to showcase their skills. However, they found themselves confined to this rudimentary base, which occasionally leaked, and their impatience grew unbearable, especially with the rain showing no signs of relenting. In the game, a single day and night corresponded to 36 days on Earth, and it was uncertain whether it would persist for an entire cycle. Players could monotonously repeat a singular task for extended periods, provided it was of their own volition rather than out of necessity. At that moment, a group of players sat in a row, gazing through the curtain of rain, their expressions betraying a longing to venture outside. The rain was relentless, obscuring their vision completely. Is there truly nothing for us to do? When will this downpour cease? Staying here is utterly devoid of interest. How tedious it is. I long to venture outside. Let me out. Oh dear, there is a leak in the roof. How astonishing, the ceiling has collapsed. Quick, save the roof. The players were jolted from their previous ambience by this sudden turn of events, creating a lively uproar. Some gathered to spectate, while others, deeply attached to the base they had painstakingly constructed, earnestly rallied their companions to brave the rain and repair the damaged section. Upon hearing the call to venture out, even amidst the downpour, the players were filled with exhilaration, rushing into the rain regardless of their ability to contribute. Others, having learned from past experiences, stepped out only if their mental fortitude exceeded the threshold of one, with some observing while others took action. This player's base, originally a makeshift construction, had been hastily assembled, leading to the selection of unevenly sized timber due to time constraints, and as anticipated, issues arose. The problem stemmed from one particular piece of wood, smaller in diameter than the rest, which succumbed first to the torrential rain due to its ill-fitting dimensions. Fortunately, the players had a surplus of timber on hand, allowing for a quick replacement, thus resolving the issue satisfactorily. While humans may catch a chill in the rain, leading to illness, The insectoid creature's physiology bears no resemblance to that of humans. Not only do they remain impervious to moisture, but their outer shells, gleaming with a metallic sheen, are unaffected by the rain, leaving no trace behind. The game system exhibited no response to the player's departures, neither endorsing nor opposing their exit, thus highlighting a profound sense of freedom within the virtual realm. "Where shall we go?" shouted a player, bathed in the sun's glare amidst the downpour. In the torrential rain, all scents and pheromones had been washed away, leaving players not only unable to discern the previous markers left in the forest, be they guiding or misleading, but also rendering their basic judgment utterly drowned in the deluge. Allowing these two players to meander aimlessly in the rain, they would soon find themselves incapable of recognizing even the path from which they began. Apart from a few players who banded together, there were also solitary wanderers, such as Mengyu. He had never been particularly active in the forums, remaining unknown to most, and upon entering the game, found little to converse about. Moreover, he had no intention of revealing his exceptionally high mental strength. Perhaps after logging out, he might share his experiences with his good friend Tang Lei, but the others were of no concern to him. Mengyu chose a direction near the forest's edge, and unlike other players, he had already unlocked the Zerg's psychic network, making it less likely for him to lose his way. In fact, he could discern his location and even locate other players. Due to the downpour, most creatures had taken refuge from the rain, so when Mengyu spotted a dark figure ahead, he was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, the emotionless voice of the system notification echoed, "Congratulations. Player Mengzhongyo has triggered a special quest." Chapter 44 Guide Mengyu lifted his gaze to the approaching figure, now discernible through the rain, unmistakably human in form. Unlike the grotesque semblance of the creature known as Bear 2. Following the prompt, he accessed the Zerg's psychic network in his mind. A new light flickered nearby, indicating a marked presence. Indeed, it belonged to his kind. However, unlike other Zerg or players, this individual bore no grand insignia above their head, leaving Mengyu momentarily uncertain. Even Mengyu, who seldom engaged in gaming, understood the rarity of ordinary players stumbling upon special quests. Thus, there was no reason to decline such an unforeseen stroke of fortune. He accepted the mission and began his approach toward the human-like Zerg. It was serendipitous that if any other player had encountered Park, they would have been unable to trigger this special quest due to insufficient psychic power, thereby missing the opportunity to meet the Zerg Queen. Truly, Mengyu was favored by luck. Park had sensed the nearby Zerg long before, intentionally moving in that direction. After his transformation into a Zerg, a wealth of knowledge regarding the Zerg naturally accumulated in his mind, rendering him far more adept at utilizing the Zerg's psychic network than the average player, who grasped only its basics. Parker could locate the Zerg Queen through the Zerg's psychic network, yet this active perception and contact caused Mo Lan to worry about hastening Parker's mental assimilation. Even when she reached out to him, she uttered only a few brief words, limiting the duration of their interaction to avoid accelerating the merging of their consciousness. After all, Parker was still quite young, merely a boy, and he should have a long life ahead of him. Consequently, Mo Lan selected an ordinary Zerg to serve as a guide for Parker. By sheer coincidence, Mengyu happened to occupy this role. After a moment's contemplation, Mo Lan resolved to entrust this unique task to Mengyu, enhancing the player's gaming experience while also allowing them to witness the prowess of a fortunate player, which itself constituted a form of enjoyment. Following him, the gentle voice in his mind resembled an illusion amidst the torrential rain. Parker pressed on, lifting his gaze to scrutinize the Zerg before him. In truth, he had come to understand that Mo Lan was not a mere envoy of the Aegis. Rather, she was likely a being far more formidable than the interstellar inhabitants. The information dwelling deep within his mind unveiled the terrifying nature of the Zerg. Nevertheless, Parker continued steadfastly toward Mo Lan, willing to follow her even if she were a devil from the depths of hell, not due to an instinctive affinity and trust toward the Zerg Queen stemming from his transformation, but because he was prepared to pay any price to fulfill his own objectives. Two Zerg stood opposite each other, exchanging glances, their vision obscured by the rain, rendering their mutual perception somewhat unclear, yet allowing them to discern the general outlines of one another. Mengyu confirmed once more that the figure before him indeed resembled a human shape, albeit with a notably sun-kissed and darkened complexion, devoid of the terrifying appearance typically associated with the insectoid race. Unlike Parker, who acquired relevant knowledge upon his transformation into an insectoid, Players have limited means to gain insights into the insectoid species, primarily through system notifications and quest descriptions, or by consulting the game system, Shichi. In the absence of any cheating in tasks, Shichi is generally forthcoming with answers. However, the majority of players currently lack the requisite mental fortitude, falling short of the 2-point threshold. Thus, Shichi does not appear to them spontaneously. In gaming parlance, they have yet to unlock the assistant functionality of the Shichi system. Mengyu greeted the figure, raising his voice significantly to ensure he could be heard amid the torrential rain. Hello. Parker gazed in astonishment at the insectoid, emitting an inexplicable roar, perplexed by the intent behind the call or whether it reflected a peculiar trait of this particular insectoid variety. The insectoid race is characterized by its continuous amalgamation of various biological genes, resulting in a complex species with numerous varieties, each exhibiting significantly different behaviors. Consequently, their vocalizations are not universally comprehensible. Communication among insectoids typically occurs through a mental network. However, whether this constitutes true communication among insectoids devoid of individual consciousness remains a matter of debate. The mental network can indeed facilitate interaction. 17 elucidated the method, which was not particularly difficult. It involved locating the luminous point of the other within the mental network and establishing a connection through consciousness, thereby linking directly to their awareness. However, players differ fundamentally from the Zerg Queen, as they cannot perceive the opponent's memories or thoughts. They can merely sense the other's emotional state, unless the counterpart actively transmits their consciousness. As a result, any connection remains vague and approximate. Following 17's guidance, Mengyu attempted this connection, his consciousness touching upon the luminous point representing the other. A prominent line of text emerged: Parker, Zerg. Beyond a mere name, there was little additional information. However, the presence of a name itself was remarkable, as typically, named NPCs possess their own narrative significance, even if it comprises only a few lines. Upon clicking the name once more, a new line of text appeared. Would you like to establish a consciousness connection? Without hesitation, Mengyu confirmed, and his awareness seemed to momentarily falter. Almost instantly, the emotional consciousness belonging to another surged into his mind. While it was not entirely clear, he could distinctly perceive the other's current thoughts, feelings, and some indescribable sensations. Hello, Mengyu greeted the other. He was met with a torrent of unfamiliar language, leaving him momentarily stunned. He then conveyed in the mental network, I apologize, is that your language? I do not comprehend. Can you think? Do you have the capacity for thought? Parker fell into deep contemplation. The knowledge of the Zerg he had acquired made no mention of this particular detail. Without exception, the entity before him was indeed a Zerg, as evidenced by both its appearance and its ability to connect to the mental network. Mengyu remained silent as well. Unlike other players who might seize the opportunity to pester Parker for information, Mengyu's temperament did not lend itself to such behavior, and thus the two continued their journey in silence through the rain. In truth, this special mission was merely a spontaneous idea conceived by Mo Lan upon discovering their encounter. It had no predetermined framework. The temporary task she assigned to the players was to capture frogs, not the common small frogs found on Earth, but rather a species resembling frogs, yet colossal in size. These creatures could reach an imposing 4 to 5 meters in length, akin to massive tanks, and were exceptionally hostile towards the Zerg. According to the information from Shi, these beings, known as rain frogs, typically resided near larger lakes and rivers within the deeper regions of the Yegu forest. They only emerged in large numbers during rainy days, as the rainfall transformed the surrounding environment into a temporary habitat conducive to their survival, marking an opportune breeding period. During rain, they would venture outward from the Yegu forest, as the threats from external creatures were minimal, significantly enhancing the survival chances of their offspring. Thus, Mo Lan issued the temporary quest titled Searching for the Rain Frog. The players, being rather feeble, posed no significant threat to the 4 to 5 meter-sized rain frogs, even when attacking in groups. Consequently, the task was limited to merely seeking out traces of the rain frog. Primarily, this group of players had little to occupy their time. At least this temporary quest would allow them to demonstrate their worth. Mo Lan resolved that should any player successfully uncover traces of the rain frog, they would also inadvertently advance a main quest involving the submission of a new biological gene, serving as a special reward from Mo Lan. Mengyu and Parker walked silently ahead, until Parker could no longer contain himself and inquired through the mental network. Can you truly think? Why? Parker found it perplexing, as the information inherited from his Zerg lineage did not encompass the notion of individual Zerg entities possessing consciousness. It seemed illogical, as a Zerg transformed from human. He was exceptional. However, he would soon be assimilated into the ordinary Zerg form, thereby losing his cognitive abilities. Was that death or survival? Parker was uncertain and disinterested in contemplating it. Is it really so strange? Mengyu countered. His thoughts drifted to other matters, and he casually asked, "What brings you here?" The game felt exceedingly realistic, with NPCs resembling humans. Instinctively, Mengyu engaged with his counterpart as if they were genuine beings. Mengyu translated it himself, which essentially means he is equally unaware. It appears that the true nature of this task can only be discerned after encountering the Zerg Queen. The rain continues to pour relentlessly, yet Mengyu and Parker have finally reached their destination, Zerg Nest 7, the dwelling of the Zerg Queen, Lawn. This location is relatively close to the inner side of the Yegu forest. If Mengyu had sought to traverse this area, he would have easily encountered peril. Although this territory has been designated as Zerg domain, the population of these creatures is not overwhelmingly abundant. They have been scattered across various locations by Lawn. Consequently, numerous stragglers remain, posing a significant danger should Mengyu cross paths with them. Fortunately, due to the inclement weather, these beings have retreated into hiding, allowing for a smooth journey without incident. Zerg Nest 7 is larger than Zerg Nest 1, and as one ventures deeper into the Yegu forest, the size of the creatures tends to increase, with only a few exceptions. Correspondingly, their habitats are more spacious, which has been advantageous for Lawn, as she has readily acquired numerous expansive nests. The Zerg's bodies are incapable of retaining rainwater, nor do they possess areas that can be soaked by it. Thus, once they entered the cave, it did not take long for the rainwater on Mengyu to completely drip away, leaving him dry and comfortable. Although Parker retains his human appearance, the rain does not affect him in the slightest. However, his clothing remains damp. As they ventured deeper, an unexpected darkness enveloped them. However, for the two members of the insectoid species, this obscurity posed no hindrance to their vision, and they pressed onward, undeterred. The insectoid nest number 7 was notably larger than several others, characterized by its intricate terrain, featuring numerous passageways, intersections, and exits. This cavern was originally home to a creature that constructed nests resembling the pangolins of Earth, known as phosphorus beasts. Surprisingly, these creatures were not particularly large, merely about twice the size of their terrestrial counterparts. In truth, this cave was inhabited by another species, the giant boars, which required substantial nesting space but lacked the ability to construct nests themselves. Consequently, they maintained a relationship akin to pet ownership, raising a number of phosphorus beasts that were tasked with building nests, while the boars provided sustenance for them. After occupying this space, Lawn exterminated the giant boars but, for reasons unknown, spared the phosphorus beasts, documenting their genetic material before releasing the others. After all, the genetic makeup of each creature could prove useful, and a sudden act of benevolence could not impede her grand ambitions for the insectoid development. Chapter 45. Love at First Sight. Mengyu and Parker arrived at the innermost sanctum of the insectoid nest number 7, the very domain of the Insectoid Queen. This space bore semblance to her chamber, yet lacked the intimate aura typically associated with a bedroom, instead merging the functions of multiple rooms into one. There was nothing to obstruct the view, allowing one to effortlessly perceive the entirety of the expansive space. In the innermost position, a structure resembling a bed was intricately woven from white spider silk, appearing soft and suspended in the corner of the room. Aside from the two walls flanking the entrance, dozens of slumbering insectoid soldiers of varying forms were lined up against one wall. Most were the products of the alien race's experiments, hatched from the fusion of diverse biological genes. Due to genetic deficiencies or other reasons, these insectoids failed to meet the alien standards, rendering large-scale hatching unnecessary. One wall displayed a projection screen, showcasing an interstellar film that dominated its surface. In front of it, there was nothing but a silvery metallic sphere, which served as the projector for the cinematic display. The alien queen, elegantly seated upon her spider silk hammock, remained engrossed in the film. Even as she sensed the arrival of the Dreamwalker and Parker, she kept her body turned toward the screen, showing no inclination to turn and acknowledge them. This was Mengyu's first encounter with the Insectoid Queen Lawn. Unfamiliar with the forums, He was oblivious to the thread that had captivated attention for nearly half a month, and he had never seen the previously released photographs of the Insectoid Queen. Ignoring her fearsome, non-human lower half, her upper body resembled that of a youthful human girl, no older than 18 or 19. Even in profile, her beauty and youth were unmistakable. "Your Majesty, the Queen." Parker, in the most treasured and solemn gesture of reverence customary among the Tanlorn, bowed before the Zerg Queen, Lawn, startling Mengyu, who momentarily pondered whether he too should kneel in this scene. Instinctively, he glanced up at the Zerg Queen, immersed in the cinematic narrative. Lawn turned her head gently at the sound, locking eyes with Mengyu, her lips curving into a subtle smile. "Let us witness the conclusion together," she proposed, her voice light and buoyant, reminiscent of a true maiden, yet imbued with a tenderness akin to that of a nurturing mother, a harmonious blend of seemingly contradictory qualities. In that fleeting moment when she turned to him, Mengyu felt his consciousness blank out, unaware of when Parker had risen. All that occupied his mind was that faint smile, as if he had fallen irrevocably in love with the character within the game. Lowering his gaze to his unfamiliar, metallic shelled form, he was reminded that this was merely a game, and he was but a player commanding a virtual avatar. A torrent of complex thoughts swirled in his mind, yet ultimately, he chose to remain silently by Parker's side, both gazing at the unfolding cinematic tale projected onto the wall. Unaware of the story's preceding events and nearing its climax, he beheld a scene of devastation on the screen, littered with corpses and traces of explosion, primarily featuring monstrous forms reminiscent of the Zerg. The camera panned past this chaos to a central figure amidst the ruins, a strikingly handsome man, his face etched with sorrow as he cradled a beautiful woman who had lost half her body. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that the woman bore several features that were decidedly unhuman, yet her overall appearance conformed beautifully to the aesthetic standards of humanity. "I regret to inform you that I must withdraw my promise and cannot become your wife," the beautiful woman uttered weakly, crystalline tears cascading from the corners of her eyes. "Ultimately, humans and the insectoid cannot coexist. If there is a next life, I wish to be human and be your wife." Before her words could fully resonate, the enchanting woman fell silent. Accompanied by the heart-wrenching cries of the handsome man, the screen faded to reveal the film's title, Insectoid Lovers, A Promise Too Late. Mengyu wore a complex expression. Even from the final exchanges, he could surmise the essence of the story. Without a doubt, the performances of the two actors were commendable, their emotions conveyed with remarkable depth. It was surprising to witness the evolution of human acting skills in the interstellar era. The game production team must possess immense confidence in humanity, especially considering that in the year 20XX, some actors resorted to reciting numbers and digital face swapping for their performances. Mengyu leaned towards the latter belief. Lawn gazed at Parker, still adorned in a simple garment woven from leaves, though the vines securing the foliage had been replaced with finer, softer spider silk, enhancing her comfort. Yet, the appearance remained rather shabby. Here was a queen of the insectoid, lacking even a proper attire. Particularly in Mengyu's eyes, it evoked discomfort, stirring a desire to do something for Queen Lawn, momentarily allowing him to comprehend the motivations of those who spent lavishly on virtual skins for female characters in games. He too yearned to invest. "Parker." Lawn slightly tilted her head, observing the now silent Talonal youth. Indeed, establishing a connection through the mental network would have been the most direct approach. However, mindful of the risks of mental assimilation, Lawn opted for verbal communication instead, given that the languages of Earth and the Talonal planet did not align. She had previously instructed Shichi to integrate a translation function when she entered the Zerg nest during the 7th phase of her dream quest. This enabled her to comprehend conversations, sparing her the need to reiterate her words as a Zerg queen. Parker raised his head to regard Lawn, awaiting her commands or guidance, while Mengyu observed the unfolding narrative of the special mission in silence. No, there was none. Parker shook his head in denial. As the Zerg queen, Lawn possessed the ability to connect to his mental network at any moment, accessing everything, including his memories. However, she refrained from doing so, and he could sense that this was her way of safeguarding him. Although Akuli had stolen the Starfall Zerg from their home, he bore no grudge against them, considering it unnecessary. He viewed it merely as a stroke of luck that they stumbled upon a Zerg that had accidentally fallen to its demise. Likely, Akuli would soon forget who they were altogether. Yet, you still harbor great anger, do you not? Lan inquired softly, showing no concern that a fellow player was nearby observing. Is this world inherently so? Your Majesty, we are but slaves, while they are the lofty overseers. We must exert every effort to secure sufficient sustenance for our survival, while they merely need to wield their whips to feast at their leisure. Parker's voice emerged in a monotone, yet anyone could discern the tempestuous waves concealed beneath that unremarkable tone. To his surprise, Mengyu felt a jolt. The unfolding narrative seemed far more intricate than it appeared, though he maintained an impassive exterior. I wish to change all of this, he declared. I shall transform everything. Mengyu gazed at the Zerg Queen, Lan, with uncertainty, pondering what would transpire next. Lan, understanding his intent, wore a gentle smile, though it was laced with an inhuman indifference. I require humans, Parker. Parker met Lan's gaze in silence, hesitating before slowly kneeling in reverence. Yes, the moment of reckoning had arrived. He had become a vassal of the devil, relinquishing any aspirations of heroism. Congratulations, player Meng Zhongyu. You have completed the special quest, the visitor from beyond the forest. The system notification chimed in, interrupting Mengyu's train of thought. Notice, temporary translation function has concluded. Congratulations. Player Meng Zhongyu, you have received a reward of 10 energy points, and the humanoid Zerg character has been unlocked and successfully redeemed. Congratulations, player Meng Zhongyu. You have triggered the subsequent quest, Parker's Sacrifice. Please click the game panel to view quest details. The game rewards failed to divert Mengyu's attention. Nor did the newly activated quest, even as Parker took steps toward the exit. Mengyu remained motionless, turning to fixate on the Zerg Queen Lan. Is there anything else? My child. Lan seldom expends unnecessary energy on the thoughts and feelings of players, particularly when their ideas tend to be bizarre beyond comprehension, even for fellow humans. She feigns the role of a competent NPC. Child. Mengyu's lips twitched slightly. I wish to discuss emotions with you. And yet you proclaim to be my mother? Of course, Lan's self-identification poses no issue. Aside from Xiao Jiang, every newly born Zerg can be considered her offspring. However, this birthing process involved her extracting the hatching function externally and nurturing it into an independent biological organ. Ultimately, they all originated from her, their primal genes undeniably hers. Thus labeling them as her children is entirely justified. I am called Dreaming Wanderer, Your Majesty. Mengyu employed Parker's title, for he could not genuinely address her as mother. After a moment of hesitation, he chose to utter his in-game name rather than his true name in reality. Even if one could not rid themselves of the tenaciously dull players, a system notification from Shi could suffice, perhaps something along the lines of angering the Zerg Queen, resulting in a deduction of energy points as a form of punishment. He believed the players would soon temper their behavior. Your Majesty, do you have any particular likes? Mengyu inhaled deeply. Such a vivid persona, even if merely a game character, mattered little. Lan expressed surprise, though her visage remained impassive, maintaining her facade as an NPC. I have a keen interest in human clothing, cuisine, and architecture. Oh, Mengyu pondered for a moment, realizing that these were merely 3 side quests. His gaze fell upon Lan's modestly crafted garment, resembling leaves, and then surveyed the surroundings of the Insect Queen's chamber. A sense of desolation washed over him. Where on earth is the recharge portal? May I visit you again? Before Lan could utter any words of dismissal, Mengyu had already begun to make his exit, though he felt compelled to inquire once more. With a clouded mind and a lingering glance at Lan, he ultimately turned away and stepped outside, simultaneously opening the game panel to review the newly acquired quest. Special quest, Parker's offering. The young Talonal, Parker, who is willing to sacrifice everything for power, shall duly provide the necessary offerings to the Insect Queen, Lan. Please assist the Insect Queen, Lan, in receiving the offerings. Current progress, 0. Once the quantity reaches 1, the quest may be completed. The more items accumulated, the more abundant the rewards. Clothing, food, shelter. Recalling the Insect Queen Lan's meager attire, Mengyu resolutely determined his side quest, to craft a splendid garment for the Insect Queen Lan. He also planned to ask his childhood friend Tang Lei later about how to enhance character affinity within the game. Chapter 46. Struck by lightning, the players who received the impromptu quests rushed out in a frenzy, disregarding the pouring rain. Even though they could hardly discern their surroundings or identify the direction, they boldly embarked on their adventurous journey toward freedom, unbeknownst to which players shouted in the rain. Soon all figures of the players vanished into the downpour, leaving their whereabouts a mystery. Among the remaining players, some chose to stay voluntarily, intending to delve into the intricacies of the side quest, while others, burdened by a mental energy level of less than 1 point, struggled to control their game avatars and were unable to venture forth. The primary dilemma for this latter group was that, under normal circumstances, they could barely maintain control of their characters, even if it meant walking awkwardly or crawling on the ground. Their movement was, in essence, feasible. However, the relentless rain, cascading upon them like an irregular weight of several dozen pounds, rendered their bodies increasingly unbalanced. Yet, the players, not to be underestimated, ignited with fervor, devised a rather ingenious solution to fashion an umbrella. Those who remained and had exchanged for the spider-type insect race utilized branches and leaves, binding them together with spider silk to create a massive umbrella that could be opened but not closed. As long as they held this umbrella aloft, the rain would not directly pelt them, significantly alleviating the hindrance to their movements. Whether this cumbersome umbrella, weighing dozens or even hundreds of pounds, constituted an obstacle was a matter of personal perspective for the players. At least, as they set out, this group felt no cause for concern. However, when the 8-hour gaming session concluded, none of the players had successfully tracked down the rain toad. It was only during the subsequent calm of the offline period that they belatedly recalled a crucial detail. It seems that the game previously mentioned the necessity of ensuring one's character is in a safe zone before logging off. At this moment, players realized that the torrential rain had obliterated any discernible markers that could indicate direction. Pheromones and scents were washed away completely by the downpour. The techniques for navigation that had been gleaned from online sources proved futile amid the relentless rain. However, players were not easily resigned to their fate. Some sought immediate refuge, excavating makeshift caves to hide within, while others discovered unoccupied nests, taking advantage of the situation. A more laid-back individual simply crouched beside a tree, using a few branches for cover before logging off. By the early hours of 2 or 3 a.m., a fresh wave of posts flooded the gaming forum. Among them, one post stood out amidst the cacophony of similar content: the feeling of being struck by lightning. Theme: have you ever witnessed lightning as thick as a water barrel? I have. Content: in an instant, that lightning struck above my head. It was immense, so thick. It knocked me to the ground, rendering me immobile. At that moment, it felt as if countless tiny entities were dancing within my body. It lasted but a few seconds. I was blinded momentarily, and when I opened my eyes, the system notified me that my character had perished. My friends, I am indignant. I was merely walking, doing nothing, and I was struck by lightning. What is the rationale behind this? Flower Smiles at Me was right beside me, completely unscathed. The lightning came directly for me. I was the first player to die since the internal testing began. Struck down by lightning. I find myself unable to sleep. What about the game development team? The poster: the sun shines brightly. The flowers smile at me. I can attest to its authenticity. Ha ha ha. It is truly delightful. 1 in a million. Wow, brother. What kind of luck is this? I am not a non-lucky person. I can't help but feel that your luck is worse than mine. Moment of silence. JPG. Collecting clothes in the rain. The flowers smile at me. What do you mean by delightful? The flowers smile at me. The sun shines brightly. He is indeed delightful. He was struck by lightning and roasted, the aroma reminiscent of grilled insects. Replying to the flowers smile at me. Even Emolan couldn't help but glance over. It is indeed astonishing that someone could be struck by lightning. The odds are incredibly slim. The first thing Mingyu did after logging off was to call his good friend Tang Lei, who is the embodiment of integrity and fairness in the game. Since he had been using deep sleep mode during the day, Tang Lei remained quite alert and not at all fatigued in the evening. However, he was not pulling an all-nighter. Instead, he was engaging in shallow sleep mode to experience the national background holographic game, Cosmic Star Voyage. Though it pales in comparison to the holographic game Zerg, it serves as a decent means to pass the time. Yet, the longer he spent in the game, the more he yearned for the environment within Zerg. The difference between the two games may not be apparent during shorter play sessions, but it becomes increasingly evident over extended periods. The Cosmic Star Voyage may initially appear authentic, evoking a sense of novelty, as if every tactile sensation is genuine. However, as time progresses, discrepancies become increasingly apparent. Perhaps it is the breeze that brushes past one's ear, laden with artifice, or the sudden blurring at the periphery of one's vision during a turn. It could also be the fleeting sensation upon grasping the doorknob or the ephemeral fragrance of flowers that dissipates as one passes by. In stark contrast, Insectoid offers an entirely different experience. Every radiant glow visible to the eye, every sound echoing in the ears, and every tactile sensation felt by the game character is imbued with an extraordinary realism. The longer one immerses in this game, the more one becomes enraptured by its world, perceiving it as a tangible reality, where every experience incessantly narrates the authenticity of this realm. After spending some time in Cosmic Star Voyage and unlocking a new planetary scene, Tang Lei felt a sense of ennui. Compared to this holographic game, which merely allows one to admire the scenery, he yearned to continue playing Insectoid. He relished the profound sense of realism within the game, devoid of the pressures and constraints of reality, as if he were truly living under an entirely different identity. Suddenly, a melodic female voice interrupted his thoughts. "Hello, you have a message awaiting your attention." It was the intelligent assistant included with the high-end multifunctional simulation pod, a voice Tang Lei had selected based on his preferences for a commanding female tone. Glancing at the message source, he recognized it was from his childhood friend, Mengyu, prompting him to exit the multifunctional simulation pod and call to inquire about his friend's gaming experience. "How do you find this game? Isn't it quite interesting?" he mused. "Can this game be recharged? What? How should one increase the affection of the game character?" Moments later, Tang Lei gazed at his childhood friend standing at his doorstep, hesitating before opening the door to let him in. "Are you serious? You fell head over heels for that Zerg Queen in the game?" Tang Lei found it hard to believe that something so fantastical had transpired in the life of Mengyu, a person so socially adept. Mengyu nodded calmly. A heart that flutters is a heart that flutters, and he had little to say on the matter. Tang Lei conceded that the Zerg Queen was indeed quite attractive, with commendable modeling, yet he couldn't fathom how one could fall in love at first sight. He had encountered her, but he had fainted upon their first meeting, unable to scrutinize her closely. Nevertheless, images of the Zerg Queen, Lan, had long been circulating on the forums, beautiful, indeed, but not so enchanting as to evoke such an immediate infatuation. Currently, the game was still in beta testing, without any features for in-game purchases. From what I gather about the gameplay, it's uncertain whether a game store will eventually be introduced. As for increasing character affection, I believe the best approach would be to tackle those 3 side quests first. If one can be the first to submit the quest, the affection raised with the Zerg Queen should be quite substantial, though there are only 3 chances. So one must seize the moment and not allow other players to get ahead. Mengyu thought this way and nodded in agreement, subsequently sharing the minutiae of his gaming experience with Tang Lei. Tang Lei looked utterly astonished. "What on earth?" Upon entering the game, you possess a mental prowess rating of 3. 1. Is there truly artificial intelligence within this game? Must one attain a score of 2 to unlock certain features? Astonishingly, you have even received a special mission. Moreover, unique game characters have emerged. A humanoid insect race? The sheer volume of information has rendered Tang Lei momentarily overwhelmed. After a period of contemplation, he found his emotions to be quite complex. Though envy was not entirely fitting, a sense of discontent lingered. He did not perceive himself as inferior to others, yet the stark contrast of his low mental prowess rating instilled a sense of disparity within him, a feeling foreign to one who has always been regarded as exceptional. During his absence from home, it was his sister, Meng Yi, who had taken it upon herself to download the game Insectoid within the fully immersive simulation chamber, which marked his first login to the official website. Upon entering, all of Meng Yu's attention was immediately captured by the Insectoid Queen, Lan, depicted in the background. Some aspects resembled those she had encountered before, while others deviated, seemingly amplifying the otherworldly qualities of the character, yet she remained undeniably captivating. After a lengthy search for the save option, Meng Yu regrettably found herself unsuccessful, even unable to capture a screenshot, which was quite unfortunate. Not feeling rushed, she first took a cursory glance at the background of the Insectoid game, having only heard a brief introduction from Tang Lei previously, and this time she genuinely sought to comprehend the narrative. Over a century ago, the war between the insectoids and humanity ended in defeat for the former, with the lifespan of the Insectoid Queen waning, leaving 10 heirs, who must contend with 9 formidable sisters for the throne of the Insectoid Queen. Meng Yu felt a profound sympathy for the young, fragile Zerg Queen, Lan. In comparison to her 9 sisters, she appeared exceedingly pitiable and delicate. Moreover, should she falter, her sisters would completely devour her, leaving not a trace behind. Though this was merely a game, Mengyu harbored an earnest desire to avert such a narrative development and to prevent Queen Emolan from descending into such a fate. He resolved to assist her in attaining ultimate victory. After familiarizing himself with the other 9 Zerg queens, Mengyu finally accessed the introduction page for Queen Emolan. What captivated him most were the several full-body photographs, particularly the central image. Initially, there had been only one, but due to a strong demand on the forum, Emolan had graciously uploaded additional images of herself. The central photograph depicted the Zerg queen upon her arrival on the planet Tanlan, her curious gaze surveying the world before her. Behind her, one could see the small spacecraft she had descended from, juxtaposed against an endless expanse of forest. The technological aesthetic of the spacecraft starkly contrasted with the lush wilderness behind it, and Emolan's innocent curiosity drew all of Mengyu's attention. In truth, the image did not do justice to Emolan's beauty, for her actual allure was far more striking than what the photograph conveyed. The image possessed a sense of artificial distortion. Excessive beauty often incites skepticism in the viewer's perception. However, encountering Emolan in the game evoked an indescribable sensation. Her presence was tangible and undeniable. She was genuinely there, real and vivid. Although Mengyu felt that this photograph failed to capture even a fraction of the beauty of the Zerg Queen, Lan, he nonetheless chose to preserve it with unwavering honesty, as he did with the other images. The various forms of one's beloved. Chapter 47. A job well done. After bidding farewell to the second batch of beta testers, Emolan sensed the traces they had left behind. The semi-buried dwelling, intended as a base, had sustained considerable damage due to the departure of most players, with a portion collapsing under the relentless rain. And repairs had not been made in time, leaving the remaining structure precariously unstable. Several player avatars remained ensconced within, seemingly destined to become entombed there, along with the incubation chamber. The methods of logging off varied among players. Some laboriously excavated a pit to bury themselves, while others sought out uninhabited nests to conceal themselves. A few adopted a more laid-back approach, squatting beneath tree roots, merely placing a couple of branches before themselves as a makeshift shield. The player who had directly hidden within another creature's nest had, by the time Emolan sensed them, already met their demise at the jaws of the returning inhabitant. Perhaps they ought to express gratitude for the divine providence, as they had never before encountered food delivered directly to their doorstep. In truth, Emolan had the capacity to avert this tragic incident, yet she refrained, viewing it as a lesson for the players, a means for them to acclimate to the darker facets of the game and to internalize the philosophy of survival of the fittest. Since they have so carelessly cast their game characters into the forest, they must be prepared to face the consequences of having their avatars devoured. I hope these gamers will not be too disheartened upon their next login, and that they will remember this lesson to avoid repeating such an error in the future. Furthermore, there is the issue of cost-effectiveness. A tentacled insectoid requires just a little over 3 units of energy, while the energy needed for its upgrades is at least 5 units or more. However, the energy gained from hunting does not see significant enhancement, particularly in the periphery of the Yegu forest, where the obtainable energy is, in fact, limited. More formidable insectoids only saturate combat capabilities, thereby consuming even more energy, leading to an imbalance in income and expenditure, with energy acquisition diminishing. This contradicts Molin's sustainable development strategy. A cursory glance at the history of the insectoid race reveals a singular focus: consumption. Be it living beings, plants, soil, stones, or metals, everything can be transformed into the energy required for their advancement, albeit with varying degrees of difficulty in conversion. For instance, the flesh and blood of living creatures are the most easily converted into energy, followed by plants, while minerals and metals are the least efficient due to the challenges in digestion, necessitating the evolution of corresponding digestive organs. Otherwise, for the current insectoids under Molin's command, minerals and metals represent the lowest cost-effectiveness, requiring considerable time to achieve the conversion into usable energy. However, it is essential to distinguish between the various species of the Zerg. For instance, Emolan's third sister, Hua Shi, as a Zerg queen infused with the genetic essence of a mineral life form, produces Zerg soldiers that possess a naturally enhanced and efficient ability to digest mineral metals, thus extracting energy more readily. Conversely, their proficiency in processing biological flesh is comparatively inferior. This exemplifies the inherent differences among the various Zerg species. Naturally, as a Zerg queen, Anomaly, along with any of her sisters, possesses the autonomy to dictate the evolutionary direction of their subservient Zerg. Anomaly believes that there is currently no pressing need to evolve a specific Zerg variant tailored to mineral metals, despite the abundant mineral resources on the planet Tanloner. The vastness of the Yegu forest and the sheer number of its inhabitants sufficiently meet her energy needs for the time being. The actions of the interstellar humans, who occupied Tanloner centuries ago, have resulted in a congregation of nearly all terrestrial life forms within the Yegu forest. The diversity and quantity of these species are staggering, to the extent that even the interstellar humans stationed on Tanloner are reluctant to venture into the Yegu forest, regardless of their formidable weaponry. Should they enter the Yegu forest without nuclear ordnance, they cannot guarantee their safety from the formidable creatures residing there. However, for various reasons, they are constrained from taking such drastic measures, necessitating the preservation of the Yegu forest, which inadvertently affords Anomaly an opportunity. From the perspective of Anomaly, the history of the Zerg reveals a fundamental flaw. They have never allowed themselves a retreat. The Zerg have always consumed resources in a singular, exhaustive manner, neglecting to consider broader implications, prioritizing immediate development above all else. However, if the Zerg could learn to exercise restraint and grasp the principles of sustainable development, they might sacrifice short-term gains for a far greater long-term yield. This may well represent a divergence in choices. Perhaps other Zerg queens are not oblivious to this truth, but rather indifferent, or feel no necessity to alter their instinctive behavior of ravaging everything until it is devoid of value, only to discard it in search of new prey. No Zerg queen would consciously choose to defy her species' innate tendencies. Anomaly is determined not to tread the same path as her predecessors, for history has demonstrated the futility of such an approach. The interstellar humans have long since deciphered many of the Zerg strategies during their protracted conflict. As an adversary they will inevitably confront. Anomaly understands that she must carve out a path distinctly different from that of previous Zerg queens if she is to achieve victory in the impending war. She carefully manages the number of Zerg soldiers at her command, opting not to exterminate all creatures within the Yegu forest. This decision is not born from a desire for peaceful coexistence, but rather from the understanding that the surviving creatures will reproduce and flourish, ultimately providing her Zerg soldiers with an abundant source of energy. Anomaly is capable of making her own assessments. Perhaps it is precisely here that she surpasses other Zerg queens. She possesses self-control, understanding the various degrees of action required, and can restrain her own greed. When she first encountered Parker and Hullen, the two young Talonal, Anomaly indeed felt a spark of kindness and chose to spare them. This was partly due to her initial disbelief that humans could exist on this planet, catching her off guard and unprepared. Additionally, her mindset had not fully transformed. Akin to two nations at war, one can clearly recognize the enemy in the opposing nation, yet when faced with an innocent child from that nation, it becomes challenging to harbor hostility, for they pose no threat. Humans are intricate beings, and so is Anomaly. She retains the benevolence and sensitivity of her human self, while simultaneously embodying the cruelty and coldness of a Zerg queen. The players are but a trump card in Anomaly's hand, merely that, a trump card. She will not place all her hopes upon them. The true determinant of her fate lies in her capability to cultivate and expand the Zerg. Tomorrow, she shall release the 100 slots. An invisible mental force erected a barrier, shielding Anomaly and the young Jiang behind her, ensuring that amidst the torrential rain, not a single drop touched her. Tomorrow, of course, refers to the day on Earth, which translates to several days within the game. It is likely that many are growing impatient. They may not genuinely believe in the game's merits. Yet they are willing to give it a try, reassured that they risk nothing, and perhaps, with a stroke of luck, they might even obtain a standard version of the fully functional simulation pod without cost. Can they truly be trusted? Shichi inquired softly. As an artificial intelligence, there were always certain matters beyond its comprehension. Take, for instance, those individuals who claim to be players, possessing the ability to inhabit the bodies of Zerg soldiers and creating utter chaos. Were they not performing remarkably well? Anomaly offered a faint smile, reminiscent of a young girl sharing her prized possessions, casually gesturing toward a particular house. An image materialized within her mental network, shared with Shichi, a half-collapsed semi-buried structure, an astonishing feat constructed by the Zerg's rigid limbs. And what about those bricks? In the Zerg nest, rows of bricks had already been stacked, awaiting to dry. Those 3 players proved unexpectedly capable. Even when faced with a sudden task, they remained steadfast, diligently attending to their duties. Shichi fell silent, having witnessed the advanced technological marvels of interstellar humanity. Even if they were a century outdated, it found itself unable to grasp the value of such creations. Yet, its strength lay in its willingness to embrace all that it could not comprehend. Overview of Mental Power Value Unlocking Features Theme. Game features unlocked upon reaching mental power values of 2 and 3 content. The following information is provided by an anonymous player. My good brother, with guaranteed authenticity. Upon reaching a mental strength value of 2, players unlock the functionality of the Zerg Psychic Network, reminiscent of a game map feature that reveals all Zerg information within a 1-kilometer radius, extending beyond mere players to encompass all Zerg entities. Players have the option to disable the perception feature, though the specifics of this deactivation remain untested, as no other player has yet reached a mental strength value of 2. We must await future opportunities for experimentation. Additionally, achieving a mental strength value of 2 grants access to a system known as, which claims to be an artificial intelligence overseeing the game's framework. This entity can provide answers to inquiries beyond standard quests. My close companion, being somewhat reserved, refrained from probing too deeply into its capabilities, encouraging others to explore this feature themselves, albeit with discretion regarding the nature of their questions. Upon elevating mental strength to 3, players unlock the friend marker function, akin to a friends list within the game. The system describes this feature as enabling players to mark specific individuals, allowing for real-time tracking of each other's locations. With mutual consent, remote conversations can occur within a 5-kilometer radius, though, as previously noted, this is yet to be tested. Most importantly, reaching a mental strength value of 3 also unlocks the capability to exchange energy points for game character slots. It is understood that each point of mental strength allows for a cap of 3 character slots, and for every additional point gained, 1 more character slot can be acquired. It is advisable to exercise caution when redeeming early game character slots, preserving 1 or 2 for future use. Furthermore, players can now begin to accumulate energy points. Publisher, Upright and Unyielding, Special Mission, Parker's Tribute Theme. The only special mission triggered by a player with a current spirit value of 3. Content. Indeed, it is my anonymous good friend who not only achieved a spirit value exceeding 3 at the onset, but also triggered a special mission, unveiling the game's narrative. The initial special mission involved presenting a creature named Parker, resembling a human, to Queen Gale. According to my good friend, Parker indeed bore a human semblance, appearing to be a boy of approximately 14 or 15 years, considerably taller than individuals from Earth. It remains uncertain whether this is an anomaly or a general trait of his kind. However, the mission description identifies Parker as a bug-like entity, possessing a physique distinctly more robust than that of an average human. He weathered several hours of torrential rain as if it were of no consequence, with the comparison being made to Earthlings rather than the game's inhabitants. After all, it is conceivable that the characters within the game might possess superhuman abilities. Parker, this NPC, communicated in a language dissimilar to Mandarin. It remains unclear whether it is a terrestrial tongue or a creation of the game's developers. My good friend became embroiled in the narrative, and the system provided a translator, enabling him to comprehend the dialogue. Queen Gale acknowledged his intentions and informed Parker of her need for humans, directly stating this requirement. As for the purpose, I trust that all beings of the insectoid race can grasp the implications. Consequently, the current special mission has evolved into the aforementioned title. Publisher, Upright and Fair, Chapter 48. Anticipation. The timing of this post by Upright and Fair is impeccable, perfectly aligning with the morning hours when most individuals are just rising and enjoying their breakfast, casually scrolling through their mobile devices. I'm not a non-gamer. What on earth? What is this luck? Starting with 3 points of mental strength? Stuffed candy. Humans? Are we certain they are humans? Can this game actually feature humans and not just insectoids? Reply to stuffed candy. According to the lore, there will indeed be battles against interstellar beings later on, so it is imperative that there are humans involved. Soft support is divine. What is the reward for this special mission, O esteemed one? Reply to soft support is divine. There is an abundance of content. I neglected to mention this. The reward for the first special mission is 10 energy points and a humanoid insectoid game character. However, my brother lacks sufficient mental strength. One needs at least 5 points to make a selection. Drink more hot water. Is 3 points of mental strength still insufficient? Must scratch feet before sleep. If there's a map function, doesn't T that mean 1-1 T get lost? I've been struggling to find my way in there. Queen-S magic mirror. Is there a limit? What should I do? I've already exchanged my basic worker insect and basic soldier insect. Reply to Queen-S magic mirror. No worries. You can still spend energy points to unlock additional slots, and upgrading will also increase your capacity. Buddha says cannot speak. Why does this special mission seem a bit off to me? Reply to Buddha says cannot speak. This is not something one should discuss. Humorous. JPG, Pink Bunny. Has the design anthology not been updated yet? The production team seems to be slacking. Mr. Fu and I. What does that Parker look like? Mr. Fu and I. My brother mentioned that his skin is rather dark, though not in the way typical of Africans. It bears the healthy tin acquired from the sun. As for his appearance, it should be quite decent. Mr. Fu and I. A dark-skinned handsome youth, is it? Mr. Fu and I. Rainbow-colored Wolf King. Please grant me a glimpse of your 20,000-word essay. Tang Dynasty Chestnut. Allow me to see it too. Novice Village Chief. Is no one paying attention to artificial intelligence, Shichi? Grassland Mammoth. Aren't there plenty of artificial intelligences nowadays? It's nothing extraordinary. Most are simply artificial dimwits. Replying to Grassland Mammoth. My brother claims it is quite intelligent, offering a sense of genuine conversation. Deep Sea Fish's memory. Just a gimmick. I see that Cosmic Star Voyage also praises their AI, yet it still turns out to be just another artificial dimwit. Uncultured New Youth. The friend system requires 3 points of mental energy to unlock. Will that not take a considerable time? Wong does not see Wong Ba. It shouldn't take too long. If the mental energy value were a bit higher, the time would likely be even shorter. Uncultured New Youth. The main issue is the prolonged duration within the game. 8 hours in reality equates to 2.5 days in the game. The sensation is quite palpable. Old time swallow before the haul. Hurry and check the announcement. The second wave of the internal test list will be released tomorrow. Those who have yet to enter the lottery should rush. Big brother, don't shoot. Is that you up there? Old time swallow before the haul. I have secured a spot in the internal test. I want it in the draw. You fire the cannon. Lucky one. Take this Star Destroyer cannon. System notification. The list of the second batch of internal testers will be released tomorrow at 7:00 a.m. Players, please check the backend for updates. Additionally, the first lucky winner of the lottery has emerged. Kindly fill out the information to claim your prize. System notification. The restriction requiring 10 internal testers to log in simultaneously has been lifted. Players may now enter the game at their leisure. Furthermore, to ensure players maintain a proper mental state, if you log in again after achieving a deep sleep lasting 8 hours, a minimum interval of 8 hours is required before your next login. Upon seeing the system notifications, players on the forum expressed a variety of reactions. Why must we wait until tomorrow? I want to play the game today. Another remarked, you haven't even secured a spot yet. What are you thinking? A third player chimed in, the login restriction has been lifted. That's fantastic. My mother scolded me yesterday for trying to follow the trend and went to bed at 6. I was too afraid to make a sound when I woke up in the middle of the night. Another user noted, oh, I just remembered I won and haven't filled out my information yet. How embarrassing that the game developers had to remind me. Must I really wait 8 hours? If I log in at midnight, go offline at 8, and then log back in at 4, would that count as 2 sessions in a day? Someone pondered. That is certainly not permissible. 8 hours of deep sleep is calculated within a 24-hour day. There is no loophole for you to exploit. As the forum buzzed with chatter, more posts began to emerge. Do not disturb the brick kiln in the Zerg nest content. Wang Bujin Wang Ba, Shunfeng Courier. The rain makes it difficult to excavate clay. When you both log in again, please focus on chopping wood. When the bricks are ready to be fired after drying, a substantial amount of firewood will be required. You may start a small fire to dry the wood. Additionally, the clay has specific requirements, a portion of black clay and a greater amount of yellow clay. If you dig to the previous depth, you should be close to the right mixture. If you have some spare time, consider searching for other types of soil. Fine silt is preferable. If you cannot resist the urge to get hands-on, click this video link to observe how others work with clay and learn from them. The molds are all set aside for your use. Posted by, this brick is scalding, Drama King. This is quite an amusing post, laughing on the ground. JPG, Shunfeng Courier, dazed. JPG, excrement. I knew something smelled off. The turtle claimed everything was fine. Wang Bujin Wang Ba. Try soaking in there for several hours. You won't discern any scent afterward. Drama King. Wow, you actually soaked for several hours? Wong Bujin Wong Ba. Rainbow Wolf King. Impressive, my friend. You've managed to construct a brick kiln. Is there any possibility of crafting some pottery? Please make me a pot. Reply to Rainbow Wolf King. The process of firing pottery requires a sealed environment. A new kiln must be built, and the clay must meet higher standards. It is worth a try, but I currently lack sufficient manpower. Rainbow Wolf King. Understood. We have enough hands here. Dachin Chinchio Wandai. Tang Chao Lizi. Al is my wife. Princess Mengyi. In the Tang dynasty, Lizi exclaimed, here. To which Dachin replied, no problem. Al chuckled, can I create a clay wife? Dog and I expressed disbelief at the revelation that this individual was, in fact, a female. Contempt. JPG. Lizi mentioned that he had just inquired with EE, who confirmed that she could also participate. The game had lifted the restriction of requiring 10 players to log in, allowing solitary players to engage without the necessity of coordinating with others, thus alleviating the pressure of social interaction within the game. Naturally, for those defaulting to team-based quests, it remained essential to synchronize their gaming schedules. Unlike other games, Zerg operates on a different temporal scale, yet the immersion feels entirely real. Prolonged absences from the game could lead to unforeseen consequences. Observing the rising calls for updates on the forum regarding the design images, Mo Lan decided to delegate this task to Shi, as it was not particularly complicated and would be effortless for her. Gazing towards the direction of the interstellar ships inhabited by the spacefarers, Mo Lan contemplated her impending actions against the humans outside the Yegu forest. The game characters prepared for the players ultimately required a foundation in human genetics, yet Mo Lan could only leverage a limited portion of her own. The samples were grossly inadequate. The Talonal people represented Mo Lan's best and sole option at this juncture. Even without the players' motivations, Mo Lan ultimately had to take action against the Tanlorans. The Tanloran planet boasts a staggering population of over 15 billion. At first glance, this may seem substantial. However, given that the planet's size is several times that of Earth, its population is only marginally greater than Earth's, which hovers around 10 billion. The primary reason for the Tanloran population's enormity lies in a distorted relationship. Each family believes that the only way to manage more work and provide additional sustenance is by bearing more children. This twisted logic is not easily altered, resulting in most families having 4 or 5 children or more. Even Parker's mother continued to give birth after her sister's arrival, until her capacity for childbearing was exhausted. Furthermore, Tanloran girls often assumed the responsibility of motherhood as early as 16 or 17, under the absurd regulations imposed by interstellar beings that dictate the appropriate age for marriage. The interstellar inhabitants treat the Tanlorans as mere slaves. Yet they refrain from labeling them as such, instead referring to them as minors, a euphemism that seemingly elevates their own status as superior beings. They ensure that every Tanloran receives food, specifically a nutrient paste, which must contain a standard array of essential nutrients to guarantee the healthy growth of the Tanlorans, preventing them from easily succumbing to illness. This represents a ludicrous and absurd order. Given the sheer number of Tanlon people, it is an unavoidable and predetermined conclusion that they will ultimately fall prey to Moran, regardless of any other considerations. It's not a matter of Moran feeling pity for these individuals and magnanimously deciding to spare them, thereby bringing an end to the situation. Even if she were to release these Tanlon people, her sisters would not extend the same courtesy to her. The only course of action available to Moran is to perhaps preserve a spark of life for this civilization, enabling them to re-emerge in the future and prevent their complete disappearance from the interstellar stage. Another factor to consider is that, although these Tanlon people are nominally miners rather than mine owners, they effectively control the majority of the mines and mineral resources. These mineral resources are a crucial asset that Moran must acquire on this planet, and she cannot afford to relinquish them. Moran does not believe that the Tanlon people would willingly offer these mineral resources to her, even without the threat of the interstellar beings. Moreover, the Tanlon people are the original owners of these mines. The power dynamics on this planet have become severely distorted, with complete unification, no division into countries or regions, and no distinctions between nobility and commoners. The sole apex of this planet is the interstellar beings, who possess an interstellar vessel capable of obliterating the entire planet and technological prowess that dwarfs the entire planet. They are using this power to control over 15 billion Tanlon people on the entire Tanlon planet. Nevertheless, Denizens of the cosmos are not deities, regardless of their technological prowess. It is implausible for a mere handful to surveil the entirety of a planet's populace. Consequently, these interstellar entities partitioned the terrestrial expanse of Tanloner into a mosaic of extractive zones, each further delineated by the magnitude of its mineral deposits. Within each of these mining enclaves, the cosmic overseers elevated certain individuals to serve as their proxies, the so-called supervisors. These supervisors wielded considerable authority, a power vested in them by their extraterrestrial patrons. Thus, they would exploit their compatriots in a servile attempt to ingratiate themselves with the starfarers. For the average Tenloner seeking to rebel against this oppressive milieu, the initial obstacle was not the star beings themselves, but rather the supervisors who presided over them, their own brethren. Only after amassing a contingent of resistance fighters would they confront the starfarers, beings capable of obliterating them with a mere gesture. For Mo to encroach upon Tenloner, her primary concern was to evade the scrutiny of these star beings. Should they detect any anomaly, their formidable power would undoubtedly present a vexing challenge for Mo. Premature exposure of her machinations, before she had fully secured dominion over the planet, would assuredly lead to her demise on this world. Despite its remote location, Tanloner remained within the dominion of the star beings, a territory, according to Shirchi, under the jurisdiction of the Northern Seven Stars Army. In the conflict of centuries past, the Northern Seven Stars Army was the interstellar military force that inflicted the most devastating blows upon the insectoid swarm. Even the Zerg Queen must succumb to the might of the Northern Seven Stars Army. How much less can the still undeveloped Mo withstand? In this delicate situation, where it is imperative to conceal any issues from the interstellar beings while surreptitiously acquiring various resources from the planet Tenloner, the involvement of Parker becomes essential. When Mo first encountered Parker, a notion had already begun to stir within her, and subsequent actions taken by Parker further solidified the viability of her thoughts. With his human facade, would Parker be perceived by the interstellar beings as a Zerg infiltrator, or would they regard him merely as an ordinary rebel yearning for insurrection? Historically, the majority of rebellions on the planet Tenloner have met such fates, as they have never truly occupied an equal standing with the interstellar beings. The latter exist in an ever-lofty position, observing the desperate struggles of the Tanlonerians, effortlessly extending a finger to crush them into the ground without expending any significant effort. In contrast, the Tanlonerians expend all their courage and strength merely to resist. Perhaps it is time to craft an image of rebellion for Parker. No, I have a more splendid idea. Mo tilted her head with a smile, her eyes reflecting a cold indifference. Why not transform Parker into a supervisor? As long as the previous supervisor meets with an untimely demise, it remains uncertain whether Parker possesses such courage. Mo is filled with anticipation. Chapter 49. Patch only 1 or 2 players are online, and Mo finds little reason to pay them much attention. From time to time, a few posts emerge on the gaming forum, as some players return to find their characters devoured by other creatures during their absence. Upon logging back in, they receive notifications of their character's demise and a reduction in their resurrection count. These players are left bewildered and somewhat discontented. However, the game developers had previously issued warnings regarding this very scenario. Thus, they resort to lamenting their misfortunes on the forum, albeit without resorting to overly harsh language. Simultaneously, players have uncovered another troubling issue: the semi-burrowed structures they constructed at the spawn point, particularly the wooden sections, have collapsed under the relentless downpour. The hatcheries and the characters of those players who logged off in this stronghold have become trapped within. Fortunately, as the structures were excavated using basic construction insects and reinforced with wood, the area has not completely caved in. Only the entrances have been blocked. The players' characters and hatcheries remain intact, rendering them comparatively fortunate when juxtaposed with those whose characters have been reduced to mere sustenance for other creatures. At the very least, their location is secure, though they cannot exit. Neither can any hostile entities enter. Some players, like this brick is hot and Wang Bu Jian Wang Ba, have found themselves in a more comfortable position. They logged off within the confines of Hive 1 without encountering any complications upon their return and seamlessly resumed their previous endeavors. Due to the post shared on their gaming forum, a certain segment of fickle players found themselves intrigued and swiftly abandoned their originally chosen game branches. They flocked to the thriving endeavor under the stewardship of the industrious Brick in Hand, which was in dire need of assistance. This Brick in Hand welcomed all with open arms, rapidly forming the largest group within the side quests and progressing more swiftly than any linear tasks, with a significant likelihood of being the first to complete a side quest. Even if the boxing rabbit had not fled, the sudden downpour could not facilitate the plans of the Rainbow Wolf King and his companions. It was merely a matter of fate. Fortunately, the Rainbow Wolf King entrusted Brick in hand with the construction of a ceramic kiln, although immediate advancements in culinary materials were not feasible. Opting to produce the necessary kitchen tools was a commendable choice, allowing for further contemplation of other ideas. Lastly, there were those players who chose the side quest of garment making, not necessarily driven by a desire to create clothing or influenced by the lascivious notions of certain characters, but rather out of a genuine interest in woodworking, drawn by the prospect of a simple loom. This group of skilled artisans, undeterred by the temporary tasks issued by the system, remain steadfastly focused on crafting their wooden components. They devote the entirety of their time in the game to the intricate process of creation. Presently, they have produced a semi-finished product, its shape taking form. Yet its functionality remains uncertain and requires further experimentation. A pivotal aspect of their endeavor lies in the fact that the machines they are constructing are modeled after simplistic looms found on Earth, tailored to human usage. However, they are manipulating the bodies of insectoid characters within the game, which introduces significant discrepancies that cannot be simply transposed without modification. It is essential to adapt their creations to suit the insect-like avatars controlled by the players. From a candid and insightful post, the players have learned of a humanoid insect character remarkably similar to humans, yet the spiritual energy required to exchange for that character is exceedingly high, far beyond the reach of most players in the short term. For the majority of players currently, there are two available paths. One is to immerse themselves in the side quests, advancing the tasks through their own diligent efforts. The other is to engage in hunting, accumulating a substantial amount of energy points. And once their spiritual energy reaches the requisite threshold, they can directly exchange for the character to subsequently undertake the side quests. Mo had not anticipated the early revelation of the significance of energy points, while a minority of players had already recognized this and were consciously storing energy points. Such foresight was not widespread. Should the majority of players adopt this strategy, Mo would inevitably need to devise alternative methods to manage and accommodate their demand for energy points. However, this presented no formidable challenge for her. She had devised a particular enhancement for the Zerg bodies, allowing players to exchange energy points once their mental strength reached a threshold of 2 or above. This new game character augmented the players' combat capabilities, enabling them to confront greater dangers and venture beyond the novice zone that Mo had delineated for them. Mo established a second zone, populated by more formidable creatures, and correspondingly, the acquisition of energy points would be more abundant, as rewards are always proportional to the effort expended. Furthermore, the first day of gameplay had elapsed, and players were now logging in for the second time. After a period of acclimatization, the enhancement in their mental strength was swiftly reflected on their respective game panels. Unsurprisingly, every player noted an increase in their mental strength values. These increments varied, with most players falling within the range of 0.1 to 0.3. Given that the game had only recently launched and players were particularly engaged, none exhibited a mental strength increase below 0.2. Two particularly active gamers, Stealing Shoes and Walking Others' Paths and Upright and Forthright, Striking from the Shadows, have, through their intense engagement in the game, unsurprisingly achieved a mental prowess enhancement exceeding 0.3. Due to a disdain for the intricacies of calculation, Mo refrained from noting the second decimal place. However, this value indeed exists, with several more decimals following. For instance, Stealing Shoes and Walking Others' Paths actually manifests a mental enhancement of 0.33, while Upright and Forthright, Striking from the Shadows boasts an impressive 0.37, nearing a 0.4 increase. This is reflected in their respective game panels. Stealing Shoes and Walking Others' Paths has reached a mental prowess value of 1.9. With the arrival of the 102nd test players tomorrow, he will officially ascend to the mental prowess tier of 2.0, thereby unlocking preliminary content within the game. Similarly, Upright and Forthright, Striking from the Shadows has kept pace with the majority of players, as his mental prowess value has risen from 0.8 to 1.1. For players with a mental prowess below 1, such an improvement is strikingly apparent. Characters that were previously unwieldy have become manageable once the mental prowess threshold of 1 has been crossed. allowing players to experience a delightful ease in performing actions that were once challenging. This newfound capability has stirred a sense of envy, revealing that players with initially higher mental prowess have been enjoying a vastly different experience in the game, one filled with ease rather than the struggle they had endured. Their emotions are thus a tapestry of complexity. In the light of integrity, Jing Xia did not rush to go online. Instead, he intended to wait for his good friend, Dreamwalker, to join him. His primary aim was to see if he could accompany his friend on a special quest. After all, the tasks in this game seemed rather casual, unlike other games that adhere strictly to formality. For instance, if a task required fetching a cup of water, one would have to bring back an entire cup, which would then vanish upon task submission. Players have experimented with the game Zerg, where even task submissions appear to be quite free-spirited. Take the hunting quest, for example. Players can opt to submit the entire prey or simply cut off its hide or claws for submission. Although this may slightly alter the energy points received, it does not result in a task failure. In scenarios where multiple players participate in hunting, one individual can submit the prey on behalf of the group, allowing them to allocate energy points amongst themselves. If the distribution method gains the consensus of the group, the system will reward according to their chosen allocation. Initially, players found this distribution method somewhat peculiar, as if someone were closely monitoring them. Yet it was remarkably humane and adaptable. It was only after perusing forum posts that they discovered the game's system was, in fact, an artificial intelligence. However, this does not imply that the system will always adhere to the player's chosen distribution. Should the allocation appear evidently unjust or unreasonable, the system, known as Shichi, would evaluate the entire process of the task and the effort exerted by each participant, ensuring a more equitable distribution of rewards. The torrential rain continued to pour relentlessly, showing no signs of abating in the near future. Players, emerging from the ruins of their spawn point, endeavored to restore the half-buried structures amidst the downpour. They contemplated abandoning this shelter in favor of readily available Zerg nests, which would offer convenience and ease. However, the deluge offered no opportunity to seek out such nests. Players who had previously ventured to Zerg nests might have navigated the obscured paths in this heavy rain, but the majority had not, leaving them in a state of helplessness. Some, having learned their lesson, chose not to venture outside and instead joined various organized teams for side quests. Hunting posed a significant challenge as well. The rain drove most creatures into hiding, obstructing the player's visibility and rendering them incapable of detecting any scents in the downpour. Sounds were muffled, making the search for prey increasingly difficult. Some players, upon logging in, found themselves unable to ensure their sustenance, relying on the generosity of others. Maolon had limited options to remedy this situation, opting to offer a variety of temporary tasks with energy point rewards to prevent players from succumbing to hunger-related deaths. Nevertheless, some players were resolute in their determination. For instance, one player, known for his penchant for mischief, logged in with a firm resolve to enhance his hunting skills, casting aside all side quests in pursuit of personal growth. Upon re-emergence into the game, Stealing Shoes on another's path found himself interred within the nascent settlement, a consequence of its initial deployment. Providentially, the second wave of players, demonstrating commendable benevolence, had meticulously relocated the avatars of the pioneering cohort to the vicinity of the incubation nests. Consequently, he, along with the nests, was entombed beneath the newly established base. After considerable exertion, Stealing Shoes on another's path extricated himself from the subterranean confines. However, rather than immediately departing, he collaborated with his fellow players in the restoration of the nascent settlement. Only upon the completion of this collective endeavor did he venture once more into the forest. Embarking on his rain-swept hunt, his primary quarry remained the pugilist rabbit. It must be acknowledged that the players seemed to have developed a particular fixation on this species. Yet, such focus was perhaps inevitable, given the rabbit's prodigious reproductive rate. Akin to their terrestrial counterparts, they produced litters of considerable size with remarkable frequency and maturation speed. Indeed, the pugilist rabbit population in the Yggdrasil forest was unparalleled. Were it not for the multitude of predators that readily preyed upon them, their numbers would have undoubtedly reached plague proportions. In this regard, the pugilist rabbit made a substantial contribution to the overall ecosystem of the forest. Without their abundance, many of the forest's inhabitants would likely face severe food scarcity. The method conceived for stealing shoes and traversing another's path is, in fact, remarkably simpler than the previous approach of smoke and flames. One merely needs to procure a large leaf, approximately the height of a person, and shape it into a funnel to collect rainwater above the boxing rabbit's burrow. In a short span, the rainwater will fill the burrow to the brim, at which point locating an alternate exit allows for the easy capture of an entire nest of boxing rabbits. During such times, heavy rain inadvertently provides cover for the player, as those boxing rabbits emerging from their burrows exhibit significantly slower reactions than usual, their dampened fur impeding their agility. However, once the method of stealing shoes and traversing another's path is publicly shared, very few can replicate it. Moreover, those who have yet to activate the insectoid mental network often find themselves wandering the forest at the mercy of luck. Only those fortunate enough to stumble upon their quarry will succeed in the hunt, while others remain thwarted. In Chapter 50, titled Unexpected Incident, the Dreamwalker, having received a special task, has yet to log in and consequently misses the opportunity to complete the initial small mission. Thus, Mo Lan assigns the task to the insectoid minions under her command. Although other players are online, their mental prowess is insufficient to even activate the mental network. A group of directionally challenged individuals should not entertain hopes of triggering such tasks, as it would only waste everyone's time. Recalling certain fragments from Parker's memories, Mo Lan arrives at a tentative conclusion regarding the origins of the two corpses. Due to the torrential downpour, some of the lower-lying mines have been inundated, leading to the tragic fate of the Tanloner miners who did not evacuate in time. While a few managed to escape, the majority perished within the flooded depths. In the past, it was only after the rain had ceased and the stagnant water within the mine had receded, rendering it safe, that the families of the Tanler miners would venture forth to search for the bodies. However, Parker, having undergone transformation under the influence of Morlun, possessed a physical resilience that far surpassed that of ordinary Tanler individuals. The torrential downpour and the accumulation of rainwater in the mine posed little threat to him. Utilizing the bodies to fulfill the task assigned by Morlun was the only method Parker could conceive. Ultimately, he found it difficult to easily harm his own kind. Regarding Parker's reaction, Morlun held no particular thoughts. For her, what mattered was merely the genetic material of the Tanler people. Whether the individual was alive or dead was inconsequential, as the ultimate fate was transformation by the incubation nest. Parker's choice of this compromise suggests that he possesses his own moral boundaries and convictions, which is preferable to the fickleness of those who easily sway with the wind. As long as Morlun's directives were executed successfully, the means employed were of little significance. Parker, you. Hullen approached Parker, who was incessantly rubbing his hands in the rain, his voice barely above a whisper, wishing not to disturb their mother and sister, who were resting inside. Parker paused, remaining silent for a prolonged moment before stepping into the house, allowing the rainwater to drip from him and soak the floor. I am fine. The stove continued to burn, and the contents simmering within had transformed into a nutritious paste. When water was added to the paste, it expanded, allowing more members of the household to partake, despite the dilution of nutrients. This was a practice commonly adopted by most Tanler people. Without any preamble, Parker declared, I wish to become a regulator. Hullen, startled by the sound, turned to Parker, only to find him pressing his forehead with a semblance of discomfort. Parker was uncertain about the nature of the thoughts swirling in his mind, whether they were intentionally or unintentionally conveyed by Her Majesty the Queen. Nevertheless, the outcome remained unchanged. Hullen, I require your assistance, Parker stated earnestly, locking eyes with Hullen. He had always been attuned to the thoughts of the Zerg Queen, extracting vast reservoirs of knowledge from this connection. Such was the instinct of every Zerg. Though other Zerg lacked the capacity for individual thought and did not comprehend the nuances of these thoughts. When Mulan encountered situations that heightened her mental fluctuations, this involuntary sharing intensified. Upon her arrival aboard the Zerg starship, her overwhelming fear and anxiety inadvertently affected numerous nearby Zerg, forcing them into a primal state of fear. What Parker perceived was a vague yet comprehensible sentiment. Her Majesty the Queen wished for him to assume the role of an overseer, a position that would greatly benefit her forthcoming endeavors. Meanwhile, Akuli sat in the high-tech WK-15 mining vehicle, supervising the labor of ordinary miners. Even amidst the torrential rain, the WK-15 maneuvered effortlessly, undeterred by the treacherous, muddy terrain. After all, it was engineered to navigate the most rugged roads. Ironically, this tool, designed for mining, was ultimately repurposed to oversee the very Talon people who were meant to perform its original function. Raindrops cascaded against the transparent car window as Akuli sat comfortably in the temperature-controlled compartment, observing the miners laboring in the downpour, hauling ore. He adjusted his seat with a sense of ease and brought to his lips a delicacy distinct from the usual nutrient paste. This was a rare reward bestowed upon him by the interstellar beings, a luxury seldom found on the planet Tamler. Typically, such treats are reserved for the interstellar entities and a select few rewarded regulators. On Tamler, there were merely 3 stationed interstellar beings, while the number of regulators soared into the tens of thousands. From any perspective, it is inconceivable for interstellar beings to remember all these regulators, especially considering the inevitable changes in personnel over time. Even regulators do not enjoy lifespans extending for decades. Each serves a maximum of around 20 years. Thus, interstellar beings rely on robots and artificial intelligence aboard their spacecraft to manage these affairs. Robots, equipped with basic logical reasoning, handle repetitive yet uncomplicated tasks, while artificial intelligence oversees the broader operations. Opportunities for regulators to personally meet interstellar beings are exceedingly rare. Most encounters are with robots acting as intermediaries. Akuli's case was no different. The robot that attended to him recorded his contributions and granted him a modest reward of food, without affording him any preferential treatment compared to his fellow regulators. The selection and subsequent dismissal of overseers adhere to a discernible pattern, a fact that is readily apparent. In general, the artificial intelligence aboard the interstellar vessels of the Star People makes comprehensive judgments. It is of paramount importance to note that the position of overseer is not subject to familial inheritance. Each overseer is chosen by the artificial intelligence and subsequently assessed a score. Should this score fall below the required threshold, the overseer is removed and replaced with a new selection. The precise criteria by which this score is calculated remain unknown, but it is generally observed that vigorous, energetic adult males are more likely to be chosen. Upon assuming the role of overseer, the Star People provide them with a sophisticated smart bracelet. This bracelet boasts a plethora of functions, including a direct link to the artificial intelligence on the interstellar vessel and the capacity to control the high-tech machinery within each mine, such as the WK-15 mining carts frequently used by Akuri. Becoming an overseer does not grant them a life of regal ease, nor would the Star People permit such indulgence. The overseers are selected to supervise the labor of other Tanlorn people, akin to foremen on a construction site, albeit without the need to engage in the arduous and life-threatening task of mining. However, the regulators are equally tasked with a rather intricate responsibility, such as calculating the daily workload of thousands of miners and distributing their provisions. It is impractical for the regulators to perform these calculations individually. The 9956 mining area, for instance, is considered a relatively small site. If one were to consider a vast mining operation with hundreds of thousands of workers, it would be inconceivable for the regulators to manage the calculations alone, especially since each mining site is typically overseen by only one regulator. Thus, it ultimately falls upon the advanced technological apparatus crafted by the interstellar beings to carry out these duties. The primary role of the regulator is to oversee the operations, ensuring that no other talonal individuals interfere with the machinery or disrupt the order, thereby affecting the entire process. In summary, regardless of their status as regulators, all individuals must contribute labor. The distinction lies in the fact that the regulators enjoy a more leisurely workload, with ample provisions, free from deductions, while the miners must rely solely on their physical toil to earn their sustenance. Should their work performance falter on any given day, their families endure the pangs of hunger. The heavens continue to pour, the relentless rain showing no sign of abating. Akuli has no desire to venture outside the confines of his vehicle. Although the interstellar beings have provided each regulator with a standardized uniform, preventing them from resembling the ordinary talonal individuals clad in rudimentary garments woven from leaves, and equipped with features such as water and fire resistance. Being drenched by the downpour remains quite uncomfortable, and Akuli is not inclined to seek unnecessary discomfort. However, it is evident that today will not unfold as Akuli wishes. Unbeknownst to him, a minor incident has occurred in a bustling large-scale mining cavern, resulting in an increasing number of miners gathering together, leading to a state of chaos. The bracelet on Akuli's wrist emitted a timely alarm, urging him to address the situation at hand. Should he fail to resolve it promptly, his score would diminish, and if it fell below a certain threshold, he would be relieved of his duties as a supervisor, replaced by another. The issue originated slightly within the entrance of the mine, where it appeared that fallen rocks had obstructed half of the passageway, with individuals wishing to enter from outside and others wanting to exit. The narrowing of the entrance resulted in an increasing number of miners becoming trapped in this bottleneck. Yet, perhaps due to long-standing habit, the group of miners stood silently in the rain, devoid of sufficient curiosity or energy to pursue the cause of the blockage. The entire scene exuded an unsettling quiet, an eerie stillness. The sharp crack of a whip shattered this disconcerting silence as Akuli's voice rang out amidst the rain. "Make way. Clear the path. Get on with your tasks. Cannot anyone see that this entrance is impassable? Why are you all just standing there?" The miners instinctively stepped aside, creating a vacant space in Akuli's wake, a testament to their fear of him. Following his command, most miners drifted towards the adjacent mine, accustomed as they were to avoiding disputes or explanations that would only squander their time and reduce their rations. Thus, they departed in silence, not even uttering a single complaint. As the miners departed, the scene at the entrance of the mine was fully revealed. Logically, this mine was among the most stable of the larger mines, having undergone numerous inspections without issue. Consequently, a request from the artificial intelligence emerged on his wristband, necessitating a scan to document the cause of this incident. Reluctantly, Akuli stepped inside, aware that the wristband possessed scanning capabilities for close proximity. He did not believe that such an occurrence could be attributed to human intervention. After all involved were merely humans without any extraordinary abilities. Such feats could only be accomplished by the advanced technology of interstellar beings. The regulators had no access to wristbands or permissions, and this was likely just an unfortunate accident, leaving Akuli puzzled as to the AI's insistence on this matter. As he ventured deeper, the mine enveloped him in darkness. Fortunately, he need not go far. Merely standing at the entrance would suffice to gather the necessary information. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure, slight and seemingly weaker than the other miners, resembling that of a youth. Akuli paused, recognition dawning upon him. It was one of the two brothers from whom he had seized the fallen starbug. The memory was vivid. Thanks to these brothers, he had the opportunity to visit the interstellar beings and secure substantial rewards. He did not dwell on the reason for the boy's presence there, shaking his head and muttering a phrase about the luck of the lad, dismissing it from his mind. After all, in Akuli's view, neither of the boys possessed the capability to hunt in the Yegu forest. They had simply been extraordinarily fortunate to have stumbled upon a starbug that had accidentally fallen from the trees, hardly a matter of significance. As Akuli pondered, he suddenly sensed debris falling beside him, an ominous premonition flashing through his mind. Instinctively, he raised his gaze, only to witness a cascade of rubble descending from above, burying him beneath its weight. The final scene etched in Akuli's vision was that of the indifferent expression on the face of the young Tandler, who regarded him as one would a lifeless object, devoid of sorrow or joy. It was him. The moment this thought crossed Akuli's mind, his consciousness faded into oblivion. Chapter 51. The regulators' ring. The abrupt upheaval did not disturb the majority of those remaining at the entrance of the mine. They merely observed with a hint of apathy as Akuli's motionless body lay submerged beneath the fallen stones, silence enveloping the scene. There were no cries of alarm, nor were there any frantic attempts to ascertain his fate, the atmosphere remaining as muted as before. Yet, the miners were unaccustomed to such sights, uncertain whether to disregard the corpse and continue their toil or to take some other course of action. While the others hesitated, Parker, the architect of this incident, was the first to step forward, approaching Akuli's lifeless form. Upon witnessing Parker's actions, the surrounding miners exhibited a slight shift in demeanor. Yet none intervened or sought to impede him. They had long since grown accustomed to silence amidst centuries of oppression. Is this sufficient? Parker mused silently. Parker initially sought the assistance of his brother Hullen to orchestrate a covert scheme against Akuli. He believed that, despite Hullen's timid nature, his intelligence surpassed his own significantly, thus increasing his chances of success. Hullen then inquired why Parker did not seek the aid of Her Majesty the Queen. Parker refrained from disclosing the true identity of the Queen, referring to Emolan merely by her regal title, which led Hullen to adopt the same form of address. Parker was reluctant to trouble the Queen with this matter. However, Hullen ultimately persuaded him, arguing that since they were already serving the Queen, it would be unwise to forego assistance when they were aware of their own limitations. He pointed out that should they fail, it would only add to the Queen's burdens. After contemplating this, Parker decisively ventured into the Yegu forest, where he secured an artificial intelligence named She from the Queen to aid him in his endeavor. His greatest virtue may have been his willingness to heed counsel. Fortuitously, this proved advantageous. Had Parker chosen to tackle the situation independently, it would undoubtedly have escalated into a far more complicated affair. The regulator wristband is a device prepared by the interstellar beings for all regulators. This wristband grants access to the technological artifacts left by the interstellar beings on the planet Tannel, enabling the selected regulators to exercise control over these advanced technologies. Furthermore, the wristband itself possesses considerable high-tech functionalities, such as scanning and monitoring the surrounding environment, as well as recording events. Most notably, this wristband maintains real-time connectivity with the artificial intelligence system aboard the starship, allowing for instantaneous transmission of all data. Any anomalies are detected without delay. Understanding the capabilities of the wristband, Parker, under the suggestion of Shichi, opted for a convoluted approach to eliminate Akuli, employing a method akin to an accidental incident to avoid immediate detection by the interstellar beings. Otherwise, given Parker's formidable powers after his transformation into a bug species, he could easily dispose of Akuli in a secluded area without such intricate planning. However, the wristband records all events surrounding Akuli, including the moments leading to his demise, thus necessitating a more elaborate scheme to prevent any unusual behavior from being noticed, which could arouse the vigilance of the interstellar beings. As with Shichi's prior simulations, following Akuli's death, the regulator wristband detected no irregularities, maintaining an extraordinary calmness and categorizing the event as a mere accidental occurrence. Parker's expression remained unchanged, his demeanor as usual as he extracted Akuli's lifeless body from the heap of stones, just as she had suggested. Aside from inadvertently brushing against the regulator wristband on Akuli's wrist while handling the corpse, Parker exhibited no further actions. A fleeting glimpse of unusual data flickered across the regulator wristband as she successfully infiltrated this device. To mitigate any significant impact on Parker's mental state, she refrained from leaving excessive data within his mental network. However, it was evidently sufficient to contend with such a diminutive intelligent wristband. Now, simply remove it and wear it. Moments later, She's voice resonated anew within Parker's mind. Obediently, Parker detached the regulator wristband from Akuli's remains. The intelligent lock had automatically disengaged, while the system on the wristband remained oblivious, still alerting to the cessation of Akuli's vital signs. Parker donned the regulator wristband on his own wrist without a hint of distaste for its recent origin. In that instant, a slight prickling sensation coursed through him, as if a needle had pierced his flesh. Upon glancing at the regulator wristband again, the previously indecipherable text was now discernible. It was an intelligent auxiliary chip, designed to be integrated into the body, enabling direct reception of the knowledge contained within the chip. She elucidated, observing Parker's adaptability, stating that the chip should contain only basic textual information and corresponding methods for machine control. Parker contemplated deeply and realized that indeed a considerable amount of knowledge had been added to his mind. However, it required active engagement to truly grasp it, reminiscent of the experience he had while acquiring knowledge from the Zerg Queen. Meanwhile, aboard a distant starship, 3 interstellar individuals, each gazing at their respective virtual displays, became aware of this occurrence. Another overseer had perished in the 9956 mining district. One of the interstellar beings yawned and remarked that rainy days are particularly prone to unforeseen incidents. "How did it happen this time?" inquired another. "Wait a moment. Let me check the data on my wristband. It appears there was a cave entrance collapse, resulting in a fatality," he replied as the virtual screen scrolled up with information. "What? How could someone be crushed?" interjected the third interstellar individual. "The data indicates that after the collapse, when they entered to assess the situation, they were struck by falling debris from behind." As he spoke, a chuckle escaped him. "Is the data accurate?" "Indeed. Everything is functioning normally. Such foolishness, if one must die, so be it. Has a new overseer been selected?" "Yes, the nearest miner was chosen, a mere 15 years of age." While others hesitated, he stepped forward and retrieved the body of the previous overseer. Bayu's evaluation of his personal data surpasses that of the former, likely owing to his youth. "Isn't he a bit too young?" The third interstellar individual interjected once more. "Even a slight extension of life is preferable, allowing one to avoid the frequent change of overseers. A plethora of flawed data has accumulated, thereby alleviating some of Bayou's workload. Very well, let us finalize this. In a brief exchange, the new overseer was appointed and the information was promptly transmitted to Parker's wristband. Naturally, this information had been filtered through Shichi, ensuring the integrity of both the transmission and reception. Overseer number 157920, name updated to Parker. Overseer Parker, please address the current situation promptly and restore access to the mine. Upon reading these two lines, Parker remained still for a moment. Should anything seem amiss, it would certainly assist Parker in maintaining discretion. However, it was prudent to adhere to the directives of the Overseer's wristband, for an increase in modified data would heighten the likelihood of detection. The data retained within Parker's consciousness constituted merely a fraction, rendering it incapable of executing extensive actions. Should an excessive amount of data be transmitted into Parker's mental network simultaneously, it could exert a tremendous strain on Parker's psychological state, akin to the experience of Mo-Lan, which warranted careful consideration. Thanks to the existence of Shichi, Mo-Lan was able to permit players with lower mental strength values to enter the game. Utilizing Shichi as a conduit for task assignment mitigated the psychological burden on the players. If Mo-Lan were to independently manage the game system, the minimum requirement for players would need to exceed a mental strength value of 3. Otherwise, it's plausible that players with exceedingly low psionic metrics might find themselves brainwashed and assimilated into the Zerg upon entering a game, fanatically venerating Mo-Lan as their progenitor. Unbeknownst to the interstellar voyagers, a subtle string of data, transmitted from Parker's Overseer wristband, seamlessly integrated itself into the starship's foundational database, eluding even the vaunted artificial intelligence system. Bayou. While Shichi contemplated directly seizing Bayou's authority, such an endeavor proved infeasible. Despite the absence of exponential technological leaps over the past century, incremental advancements and iterative updates were undeniable, rendering the task formidable. Moreover, Shichi's presence within Parker's psychic network was merely a fragment, its primary data residing with Mo-Lan. Nonetheless, this arrangement bore fruit, as it facilitated the clandestine implantation of a data shard within the starship systems, enabling reconnaissance and affording Mo-Lan ample time to prepare for any impending actions undertaken by the interstellar travelers. Prompted by Shichi's guidance, Parker belatedly roused himself, casting his gaze upon the assembled miners. His recent actions had been witnessed, and even the thoroughly conditioned consciousness of the Tanlonger people recognized him as their new overseer. Remove all the stones from the doorway. Parker's voice, though not particularly loud, possessed sufficient audibility to reach the ears of the nearby miners. He refrained from retrieving the whip discarded by Akuri, deeming it unnecessary. In the absence of any dissenting voices, the miners efficiently cleared the stones obstructing the mine entrance, restoring it to its original state. Without uttering a word of completion to Parker, they silently descended back into the mine, resuming their monotonous labor of excavation and transportation. Parker observed for a moment before wordlessly dragging Akuri's lifeless body away from the mine. Overseer Parker, where are you headed? A message abruptly appeared on the Overseer's wristband. Contrary to Parker's perception of Akuri as an imperious and formidable figure, it was evident that his every action was monitored by the small Overseer's wristband, devoid of true autonomy. He merely enjoyed a slightly more favorable existence compared to the laboring miners. Yet, in essence, they were all subjected to exploitation by the interstellar beings. Ultimately, his sole adversary was the interstellar race. Given MLN's need for a multitude of humans, Parker naturally wouldn't overlook the readily available corpse of Akuri. However, he harbored some apprehension upon entering the Yegu forest. Proceed with your intended actions, SHQ affirmed. I shall assist in concealing any complications. Should any action be deemed impermissible, I shall duly notify you. Parker silently nodded in acknowledgement. However, one must not relax their vigilance towards the Tanlonger people simply due to the successful domestication. Without the appointment of overseers, should even one individual realize that there is no supervision, they might engage in actions that defy discipline. Consequently, others are likely to follow suit, leading to chaos, a truth that the interstellar colonists, having settled numerous planets, have long understood. Therefore, even if it appears unnecessary, the position of overseer remains indispensable. Chapter 52. The living in the center of a mining site, where the Earth's minerals lay exposed, stood an imposing technological edifice, starkly contrasting with its surroundings. This circular structure, emanating a bluish luminescence and reaching a modest height of merely a few meters, comprised 2 levels above ground. The first level was entirely open, housing hundreds of machines with gaping mouths into which the Tanlaner people would deposit the mine ores. Beneath the surface, factories would automatically decompose these raw minerals into the requisite metals or other substances. The labor of the Tanlaner was, in essence, devoid of value. Had the interstellar beings chosen to utilize their machines, they would have reaped far greater rewards. The second level housed the advanced machinery of the interstellar beings, including but not limited to various mining vehicles, small aircraft, subterranean detectors, and medical repair equipment. Regrettably, even the Overseer had access to the use of only a single mining vehicle. After Parker had dealt with the remains of Akuli, he arrived at this modest mineral processing facility. Though he had visited before, akin to the hunched miners laboring under the weight of irregular stones, he had never taken the time to scrutinize the building. No discernible seams are visible, as if the wall is a seamless entity, equipped with a machine capable of facial recognition that can compute the mass of each mineral without measurement. At first glance, this place appears even more prosperous than the distant Earth of another realm. However, when one's gaze shifts to the nearly naked Talon people expose a stark contrast, rendering this prosperity rather absurd. They are oblivious to the patterns displayed on the transparent screens, remaining entrenched in the ignorance of a primitive age. While these advanced technologies intrude upon their lives like shackles, completely confining them in a state of oblivion. Be cautious, Shir-Chi suddenly interjects. The capacity of data you can carry is far too limited. I cannot alter the entire base. Exercise care, as any misstep could easily attract attention. Shir-Chi expresses a hint of regret. The base is impressive but largely impractical, especially for Mo-Lan. The leap in technology is too great. While the operation may seem straightforward, comprehension proves to be a formidable challenge. It is akin to asking the ancients of Earth to learn to drive. Coordination of hands and feet presents no insurmountable difficulty. Yet tasking them with understanding the mechanics of vehicle construction transcends mere physical coordination. For Mo-Lan, the base of the interstellar beings and their advanced machinery poses no operational difficulties. However, the challenge lies in replicating such technology. If she cannot master the techniques herself and can only borrow from the interstellar beings' advancements, she would be better off devoting her efforts to her own insectoid endeavors. A miner silently passed by Parker, making his way to the machine designated for material distribution. To Yelan's eyes, this machine bore a resemblance to an automatic vending machine on Earth. One merely had to stand before it and scan their face to reveal their assigned workload for the day, subsequently converted into the quantity of nutritional paste. Current record, 1936 kilograms, redeemable, 193. 6G, 100 grams of nutritional paste is approximately sufficient to meet the daily caloric needs of an adult male on the planet Tenloner. However, for labor-intensive tasks such as mining, one requires between 150 to 180 grams of nutritional paste to ensure adequate stamina. If this miner had only himself, or at most, his wife at home, this amount of nutritional paste would suffice. Yet, from the expression on his face, it was evident that his household was far from limited to just 2 individuals. Parker observed him quietly. Although he could not read, most miners comprehended the meanings behind the various symbols. There were no sighs, no despair. The miner simply numbly collected the nutritional paste above him, then staggered his way out. His steps faltering. One could see that one of his legs seemed devoid of sensation, dragging along the ground, with occasional drops of blood trailing behind. "Do you wish to do something?" asked Shichi, existing within Parker's mental network. It sensed Parker's emotions brewing like a volcano on the brink of eruption. Yet most of the time, it struggled to comprehend human thoughts and actions, for they were far too intricate. "I know, it is not possible here." Parker raised his gaze towards the agilely rotating surveillance camera affixed to the ceiling. Thanks to the knowledge imparted to him by Her Majesty within the recesses of his mind, he recognized the device and understood its purpose. The second floor was vast, filled with an array of machines, and without authorization, Parker could not easily gain entry. There was, however, one room he was permitted to enter, the dwelling of the previous overseers. As an overseer, the sole benefit he could bestow upon his family was the provision of sufficient nutritional paste, alleviating their hunger and sparing them from arduous labor. Yet, should the overseer wish to distribute food to a larger number of individuals, the wristband would issue a warning, deducting points from him and potentially stripping him of his overseer status. Kindness, for an overseer, was not regarded as a commendable trait. Parker first retrieved his designated overseer uniform, a standardized attire crafted by the interstellar being's machinery. This uniform boasted a unique temperature-regulating feature, ensuring comfort in both summer's heat and winter's chill, along with a modicum of protective capabilities, though not overly so, for otherwise Akuli would not have met such an untimely demise. To the interstellar beings, overseers were merely consumables, and there was little concern regarding unforeseen mishaps. After all, replacing an overseer was a trivial matter, devoid of inconvenience. Following the instructions of 17, Parker circled the second floor of the entire base, thoroughly investigating the information required by 17. This action did not trigger any alarms within the system, for the reactions of previous overseers after assuming their positions were largely similar, often even more exaggerated than Parker's restrained demeanor, as he consciously refrained from touching anything. The inevitability of birth, aging, illness, and death is a fate from which humanity can never escape. Even interstellar beings, who possess lifespans averaging 300 to 500 years, ultimately face mortality, unable to evade the potential for sickness or injury. Parker gazed upon the small girl, surmising that her affliction was unlikely to be severe. Perhaps malnutrition and hunger were the primary culprits of her demise. His eyes then fell upon the injured leg of a miner, and he clenched his fists in frustration. If the interstellar beings would simply allow the medical equipment stored in the base to be utilized by these miners, even just once, the injured miner might heal his leg, and perhaps the little girl would have a chance at survival. Yet, tragically, the machinery is permitted to be used only when an overseer is injured. At all other times, even the mere act of touching it is forbidden for them. Parker found himself at a loss for words, uncertain of what could be said. He merely watched in silence as the miner dragged his unfeeling leg, cradling his cold daughter in his arms, slowly making his way outward, seemingly towards the direction of the Yegu forest, where he wished to lay his daughter to rest. Behind the miner, at the entrance of the exceedingly diminutive and dilapidated abandoned mine, a frail woman cradling an infant peered anxiously into the rain-soaked distance. Though the heavy downpour obscured her vision, rendering her unable to see anything, she remained tense and concerned, rooted in her place. Parker observed in silence. The torrential rain had blinded both the miner and his wife, who anxiously scanned the entrance to his presence nearby. It is already a formidable challenge for a young man to provide for his family, and compounded by the fact that this miner had sustained an injury to his leg in the deluge, his prospects for recovery seemed bleak. Consequently, the sustenance available to his family would dwindle, while the nutritional demands of the growing child would only escalate. I can assure you they will survive. Parker suddenly approached the miner, his voice cutting through the rain with remarkable clarity. The miner lifted his gaze, his eyes devoid of hope as they met Parker's. The sight of the regulatory uniform on Parker elicited a flicker of uncertainty within him. He could not discern whether Parker was jesting or deriving amusement from his plight. Despite his hopelessness, he instinctively raised his eyes to Parker. "Give me your life, and I guarantee their survival." Parker's regulatory wristband appeared to malfunction, emitting no response whatsoever. With the passage of these 2 weeks, it is only natural for his wife to seek a new husband. There are always those who succumb to death within the mines. Yet the living must persist and find those willing to embrace them in new familial bonds, allowing life to continue. The miner, having lost the use of one leg, would find it increasingly difficult to provide adequate sustenance for his family in the days to come. Thus, his wife's pursuit of a new family could be considered a more prudent choice, should she find a strong new partner. There remains a chance for their children's survival. Parker observed the staggering figure of the miner approaching him, accompanied by the anguished cries of his wife that echoed through the torrential rain, only to be swallowed by the downpour. The miner picked up his daughter from the ground and silently followed Parker, neither uttering a word nor seeking answers. The first living human. Parker touched the vacant space where his heart once resided. Surprisingly, he felt no surge of emotion, even at the thought of offering the living as a sacrifice to Her Majesty. Would Her Majesty be pleased? Parker murmured, devoid of admiration or closeness, his voice drowned by the rain, yet seemed to hear, or perhaps it perceived not through hearing at all. Do humans truly care about the joys and sorrows of sustenance? Retorted. Chapter 53. The Messenger of God. Parker spent approximately a week becoming the Overseer, while for the players on Earth, merely a day had elapsed. They were logging into the game for the second time. In reality, Mengyu was required to work overtime at his company, causing him to log into the game later than usual, nearly at 10 o'clock. Guangming Leiluo Jingxiaxi had been waiting for him in the game for quite some time. Due to Meng Yu's high mental acuity, he had activated the mental network feature, which alleviated Guangming Leiluo Jingxiaxi's concerns about Meng Yu potentially not locating him upon entering the game. Coincidentally, a player named Meng Zhongyo, who had accepted a special quest, was online, prompting Shichi to send him a system notification regarding the task. System notification: special quest Parker's offering has been triggered. The location of the NPC Parker has been specially marked for the player. Please check the mental network promptly and proceed to the designated location to assist in completing this quest. Standing beside his good friend and eager to join the special quest, Guangming Leiluo Jingxiaxi's eyes lit up upon hearing Meng Zhongyo's relay. Is that a prompt for a special quest? Could your luck be any better, encountering it just as you log in? Let us go. I must witness what this special quest entails. With that, Guangming Leiluo Jingxiaxi disregarded the boxing rabbit's den they had just discovered and made a beeline for the location of Parker marked in Meng Zhongyo's mental network. In previous visits, there were always the Zerg waiting to assist, so Parker did not need to accompany every time. He merely had to deliver what Her Majesty the Queen requested. Therefore, Parker did not venture deep into the forest. Instead, he led the miners to the edge of the Yegu forest, where they sought temporary shelter from the rain beneath a broken tree, its trunk leaning against another, overgrown with vegetation, creating a modest space just large enough for a few individuals to escape the downpour. Upon seeing Parker, both Guangming and Meng Zhong were momentarily taken aback. Although they were aware that the task required a human, the sight of this individual was indeed harrowing. He wore tattered, coarse trousers that barely concealed his body, one leg grotesquely deformed and leaning at an awkward angle, while he cradled the lifeless body of a girl, clearly deceased for some time. Meng Zhong shook his head. It was his first time undertaking such a peculiar mission. He had missed previous occasions when Parker had brought back corpses, as he had not been online then. Surely, these two were the sacrifices intended for Her Majesty the Queen. Was her taste truly so macabre? Guangming clicked his tongue, inadvertently earning a fierce glare from Meng Zhong, prompting him to quickly silence himself. Alas, he had forgotten that the Queen was now the goddess of his dear friend. I shall inquire with Shichi. Meng Zhong, however, remained unfazed. He was somewhat more accepting than Guangming. The identity of the Zerg Queen was deeply etched in his memory, perhaps suggesting that to love someone, one must embrace all aspects of them, including their race. In a dreamlike state, Dream Traveler turned towards Bright and Clear, conveying the objectives of a special mission. After a moment of contemplation, Bright and Clear suddenly urged Dream Traveler to inquire about She. What would be their fate? Would they be directly transformed by the incubation nest? As players who had submitted their prey to complete their novice tasks, they had naturally witnessed the scenes of those creatures being absorbed by the incubation nest. Are you suggesting that this living individual would also be directly consumed and converted into energy points by the incubation nest? Bright and Clear's voice shifted, becoming somewhat piercing. She, of course, could discern Bright and Clear's tone, and faced with this scene, he found himself at a loss, perhaps struggling to accept the Queen's cruelty. Should the mission be altered at this juncture? For heaven's sake, he was still a living human being. To convert him directly into energy points would be a waste. Could they not appeal to Her Majesty the Queen to hand this individual over to them? After all, Huahua and the illiterate had just completed a fabric loom, and they were currently in need of someone to experiment with it. Bright and Clear was somewhat agitated. It was indeed a positive development that the players had successfully crafted a simple loom, but the issue lay in the fact that they had followed online tutorials from Earth, adhering to human measurements and practices. However, the players controlled beings that were only superficially humanoid. In reality, they were the mantis-like insectoid race, which bore little resemblance to humans. They didn't even possess human hands, and at the very least, they ought to have a few fingers. Thus, the foremost challenge at present lies in how they can assess the usability of this rudimentary loom. Is it not fortuitous that there exists a human presence? Bright and upright, Jingxiaxi, filled with fervor, can only remark that the players are collaboratively embarking on this internal test. Currently, their numbers are few, and they remain in a state of unity and cooperation, yet to reach the stage of individual competition. He is on the verge of being converted into energy points. Why not exploit his other potential? Would it not be beneficial to have him experiment with the loom's finished product? Sister Huahua and the uneducated young newcomers have truly exhausted every possible method for this simple loom. Yet the painstakingly crafted product remains untested due to the limitations of their controlled game characters. They are in a state of anxious anticipation, bouncing around in frustration, when serendipitously they encounter a human NPC. Jinxie Ashishi feels that he should not let this opportunity slip away. Is it not said that this game offers considerable freedom? Thus, it should be permissible for him to recruit a couple of NPCs to assist, rather than being compelled to follow the entire quest line to the letter, allowing them merely to observe the narrative without altering it. Mo Lan is watching these two players and naturally hears Jinxie Ashishi's remarks, without needing Shichi to relay the message. After a moment's contemplation, he sees no issue with it and casually nods in agreement. Very well, the idea is quite good, I concur. Shichi possesses independent cognitive abilities. Although it is not human and often fails to fully grasp human emotions in certain respects, it is no less adept than humans. Ask him his name. Shichi thinks to Parker. Without questioning the reason, Parker turned to face the miner. What is your name? To Moore, the miner's voice trembled, uncertain whether it was due to the chilling rain or the fear inspired by the two clearly non-human entities before him. Almost as soon as the miner's words fell, the players received a system notification from Shichi. System notification, in response to the suggestion made by player Guangming Leiluo Jingxia Shishir. The Tanalurian Timur has been added to the list of controllable humans. Players may submit applications to the system to gain temporary control over this character. Shichi refrained from using terms like human NPC, instead placing this individual in the newly added list of controllable humans, clarifying to the players that this person was not an invulnerable NPC, but merely a human character at their disposal. Guangming Leiluo Jingxia Shishir had not anticipated that his desires would be realized so swiftly, as if someone had been observing them all along, responding to their every move. He was momentarily taken aback, hardly registering the significance of being featured in the game announcement. Is Her Majesty watching over us? He subtly prompted Mingzongia to inquire on his behalf. Her Majesty is eagerly anticipating your achievements. Upon hearing Dream Wanderer's account, Upright Well Digger was, in fact, relieved. It was consistent with the game's mechanics. The Zerg Queen and the entire Zerg swarm share a unified neural network. Apparently, it was merely a matter of the game's design. Nodding, Upright Well Digger ceased further contemplation, his gaze finally settling upon Parker and the human named Timberstone. Parker and Timberstone, remaining stationary, had been observing the two monstrously large insects gesticulating wildly, emitting peculiar cries intermittently. Parker, having previously encountered a talking Zerg and even engaged in mental communication with one, was relatively composed, aware of their capacity for thought. Timberstone, however, was in a state of sheer terror, unfamiliar with the creatures before him and lacking any formal education. He was unable to comprehend the situation. He maintained his composure solely due to the presence of Overseer Parker, to whom he had essentially sold his life. It seemed likely that the Overseer intended to offer him as a sacrifice to these monstrosities. Originally, 17 had not intended to leave any survivors. However, since this human was to be spared, 17 naturally needed to make arrangements. Consequently, she conveyed the player's intentions to Parker in a manner that was relatively easy to understand, tasking Parker with relaying the message to the miner, Timberstone. Parker frowned, perplexed as to why Her Majesty had so readily acquiesced to the two Zergs' demands. Nevertheless, he proceeded to recount 17's words to Timberstone. They are emissaries of a deity, heralds of the god Yegu. They require your assistance in accomplishing tasks that only a human can fulfill. Parker was undoubtedly aware that Mo Lan was not the deity Jaeger, yet he could not dismiss the assertion, as it offered Taimashi the swiftest means of reconciling with reality. Just as Taimashi had initially perceived Mo Lan as the envoy of Jaeger, he now merely draped the mantle of Jaeger upon her, transforming her legion of insects into what he proclaimed to be messengers. What was there to contest? If Jaeger truly existed, why had he not manifested sooner to rescue the Taluan people? If he did not exist, then who ascended to the role of Jaeger should be of little consequence. Taimashi was engulfed in trepidation, yet Parker's explanation was the most palatable to him. What other terrifying being could be perceived, if not a divine envoy? Only a messenger of the divine could take such a form. Now, it was the turn of Guangming Leiluo and Meng Zhongyu to observe the conversation between the two humans. Still unable to comprehend the exchange, Guangming Leiluo frowned, pondering what they could be discussing. Meng Zhongyu reflected for a moment and inquired of Shichi whether the translation feature from their last encounter was still operational. Shichi acknowledged the inquiry, and before the two players, a notification materialized. System notification. 1 energy point can be exchanged for 2 hours of translation functionality. Do you agree to the exchange? Thus, a valuable outlet for the player's energy points was revealed. Such an exorbitant cost? Guangming Leluo calculated swiftly and was astonished, realizing that energy points were far less expendable than he had anticipated. In the realm of dreams, he found no issue, for hunting was exceedingly simple for him. The same game characters, influenced by the varying levels of mental prowess, showcased a stark disparity in the player's capabilities. Observing Meng Yu's reaction, the upright and forthright Jing Shaoshi came to a realization. The price was merely a reflection of his own ineptitude. How infuriating it was that he wasn't a formidable player with a mental prowess score of 3 right from the game's onset. Without hesitation, Meng Yu consented to the exchange, acquiring 2 hours of translation functionality. Jing Shaoshi, having amassed a significant number of energy points in his previous endeavors, promptly opted for the exchange as well. It seemed unreasonable to rely solely on his good brother for translations, as it felt akin to deciphering an inscrutable manuscript, stripping away any sense of involvement. Time Mushi paused for a moment, and suddenly, he became aware that the voices of the two monsters, no, the messengers of the gods, had transformed into a language he could comprehend. Consequently, his apprehension deepened. Indeed, those with such abilities were undeniably divine emissaries. Parker had witnessed this phenomenon before. In truth, he could communicate with these two players via the mental network. He understood that each player possessed their own unique language. Knowledge gleaned from Her Majesty the Queen informed him that every race typically has its own tongue, making linguistic diversity a commonplace occurrence, thus evoking no surprise. As he beheld the two indistinguishable players, Parker contemplated for a moment before extending a greeting. With no other matters at hand, he decided to take his leave, entrusting the situation to them. Chapter 54. Beast Burial. Lo and behold, he truly could understand their speech. Radiant and candid, Wellstone paid no heed to the NPC's peculiar gaze, his excitement reaching a fever pitch. Dream Wanderer, on the other hand, offered a genial wave to Parker, assuring him, "Yes, leave him to me." Parker, with remarkable composure, simply nodded before turning to depart. In the Queen's recollections, there existed some knowledge pertaining to these peculiar insectoids, referred to, perhaps, as players, a species of tedious beings willing to expend copious amounts of time and energy on frivolous endeavors. The key was to delegate tasks to them, without concerning oneself with their methods of completion or delving into their motivations. Ironwood Stone, observing Parker's receding figure, was once again overcome by dread. However, he dared not utter a word, merely watching as the two entities deliberated his fate. That is his daughter, is it not? Would it not be unseemly to cast her into the incubation hive before his very eyes? The task merely stipulated delivering Parker's human to an incubation hive, with no specifications regarding its location. Whether it be the Queen's own insectoid nest or the player's rudimentary base, any incubation hive would suffice. After all, so long as it was one under Mo Land's dominion, Mo Land's gene repository would record any new biological infusion. Such was the nature of the Insectoid Queen, though, curiously, the subsequent queen could not inherit the preceding one's gene repository, but must amass her own collection. Furthermore, it is worth noting that different Zerg queens possess distinct genetic predispositions. To articulate this in simpler terms, the genetics of a particular organism can confer unique advantages. In the case of Mo Lan, her genetic inclination is rooted in human DNA, as she harbors half of such genes within her being. Conversely, her elder sister, Leah, is aligned with the genetics of the Northern Leda tribe. Mo Lan is imbued with one of the most exceptional strains of human genetics, rendering her a candidate for selection by the current Zerg queen to be nurtured into a Zerg queen herself. It is improbable that her genetic makeup could be akin to that of ordinary interstellar humans. As for the specific identity of her human progenitor, Mo Lan remains uncertain. However, she can deduce from fragments of memory inherited from the reigning Zerg queen that this individual was a distinguished interstellar commander who shone brightly during the Human-Zerg War over a century ago. The dilemma arises here, as there were countless renowned human leaders in that conflict, and many perished, making it a challenge even for interstellar humans to recall all their names, let alone the Zerg queen. Nevertheless, should Mo Lan encounter descendants or blood relatives of that illustrious commander, she might recognize them. for she shares a portion of that individual's human genetics, suggesting a resemblance of over 50%. In certain respects, one might even consider her to be a daughter of that commander. The biological essence of every race shares a general similarity in their genetic composition. However, absolute identicality is absent. The so-called genetic predisposition of a race manifests when specific genetic traits are amalgamated, facilitating the evolution of a more formidable swarm. For instance, if the insectoid progeny of Sister Leah were to integrate the genes of the northern Linnaea, the emergence of powerful individuals would be significantly more probable. The fusion of entirely identical genetic material would yield insectoids that possess over 10% greater combat prowess than those produced by other queen insects. Take, for example, the tentacled insectoid bestowed with a name by Anomaly. Even if it were matched with another of its kind, the latter would lag considerably in combat capability. This phenomenon illustrates a certain genetic inclination, albeit an uncontrollable one, an occurrence that is exceedingly rare. However, if the pivotal points of such genetic tendencies can be unearthed, the entire population of tentacled insectoids could experience an enhancement. Thus, it is evident that the genetic makeup of any organism cannot be deemed sufficient based on merely one or two samples. Only a more substantial genetic pool can engender a greater variety of potent insectoids. The distinction lies solely in Anomaly's perception of whether she can currently utilize such genetics. Only in moments of necessity would she resort to an extensive array of genetic samples. At that moment, Tai Musher hesitantly spoke up, startling the forthright and upright Guangming. I forgot we were using the translator. What if he heard that? Dreamer paid no heed to his unusually clumsy companion and turned to Tai Musher, inquiring, "What do you wish to convey? Are you intending to consume my daughter's physical form?" With his deceased daughter cradled in his arms, stiff with cold, Taimashi's voice was not one of rage or fear, but rather tinged with a certain elation. Mengzangia hesitated momentarily before concurring. "Indeed, praised be Yegu, deity of the wilds," Taimashi uttered, his words an impassioned prayer unintelligible to the players. "Has he lost his senses?" Guangmingluo Jingxiashi muttered under his breath, before realizing the opportunity at hand and initiating a dialogue with Taimashi. Yet, prompting proved unnecessary, as Taimashi himself, in his excitement, divulged the reason for his joy, albeit in a disjointed and faltering manner that required considerable effort for the two players to decipher. Beast burial, or shuzing, is a distinctive mortuary custom of the Tanlonger people, its origins shrouded in the mists of time. It is believed to have emerged sometime after the stellar colonists arrived. Upon death, the Tanlonger do not inter their dead in the earth, nor consign them to ashes. Instead, they cast the bodies into the Yegu forest, allowing the beasts within to consume them. They believe that relatives whose bodies are devoured by these creatures will be reincarnated in the next life as the very beasts that consumed them, thus escaping the human condition. Guangmingluo Jingxiashi listened, momentarily stunned, before nodding in agreement. Well said. To be born human is to endure profound suffering. Thus, upon learning that his daughter's corpse would be consumed by these emissaries of the Yegu deity, Taimashi felt no anger or resentment. On the contrary, he perceived it as an honor, for it signified that his daughter would be reborn in the next life as one of these fearsome servants of Yegu. In a moment of contemplation, the character, Guangming Leluo Jingxiashi, found himself rendered speechless by the unfolding events. However, since the NPC had articulated such thoughts, he felt little concern. Were it to be a matter of life and death for this character, who deemed such occurrences unacceptable, Guangming might have felt a twinge of discomfort. Yet, as the counterpart had reconciled with this behavior and cultivated a worldview that justified it, there was little left to discuss. He was not a self-righteous figure demanding that others embrace his definition of a fulfilling existence. After all, it was merely a game. Why take it so seriously? One should simply adhere to the developer's design. After all, the essence of gaming lies in joy. Anomaly was taken aback by the customs of the Talonal people. Although Parker's memories contained fragments of this culture, his youth and lack of personal experience with the profound sorrow of losing loved ones rendered those impressions faint. Thus, Anomaly overlooked the past, unaware of the depth of her ignorance. Ignoring the spectacle surrounding the Talonal named Taimashi, who was being observed by players, Anomaly stretched languidly and immersed herself in her research on a new strain of insectoid creatures. The newly integrated human genes required further experimentation. She had already succeeded in lowering the basic human-like insectoid to a mere 7 points of mental energy, with continued effort. Perhaps players could engage with it at 5 points of mental energy. Naturally, she hoped that players would strive as well, enabling her to soon reside in a resplendent mansion, don exquisite garments, and indulge in delectable cuisine. Emolan suddenly recalled the Insect Queen's minion, Xiao Jiang, who had been assigned to her side. She had named him herself. This humanoid insect, it seemed, had assimilated human genes, and his previous incarnation was that of a certain interstellar general. After all, the human genes selected by the Insect Queen were not those of mere disposable pawns. Rather, those that had persisted for over a century without being eliminated by the Queen were predominantly the genes of generals and marshals who had played significant roles in the war against the insect race and had demonstrated remarkable prowess. Surely, he could not share the same genetic lineage as I. A perplexing thought crossed Emolan's mind, only to be dismissed with a shake of her head. It was unlikely. On the second day after the players relogged in, the brick kiln, aptly named Scorching Bricks, had successfully commenced operations, producing its first batch of bricks, including the ceramic bowls personally commissioned by the Rainbow Wolf King. However, the progress on the ceramics was less than satisfactory due to the unavailability of suitable clay. The clay used for bricks and that for ceramics differed significantly. An experimental endeavor with the brick kiln's clay yielded fragile pottery. Furthermore, the players' front limbs were exceedingly hard and sharp, unlike the softness of human hands. A mere touch could mar the pottery, resulting in the first batch being declared a failure before it even left the kiln. Scorching Bricks was aware that the issue lay with the clay. Yet there seemed to be no viable solution. Rain fell outside, and apart from him, the other players had yet to unlock the mental network feature. They would become disoriented even stepping outside, let alone embarking on a quest to seek specific clay. Indeed, the emergence of players with a mental strength exceeding 2 points has begun, and it is quite evident that this bricks are hot phenomenon is taking place. Upon entering the game, one player already possessed a mental strength of 1.9. Although he was not particularly active compared to others on the first day, engaging in tasks such as digging mud, chopping wood, crafting wooden molds, and constructing a brick kiln were no trivial endeavors. Consequently, he managed to increase his mental strength by 0.29, reaching a total of 2.2. Players like the Rainbow Color Wolf King and Tang Dynasty Chestnut found themselves drawn to this bricks, or hot player, who guided them from the spawn point to the insect tribe Nest 1. Otherwise, they would have needed the assistance of the enigmatic figure known as Dream Wanderer. While the clay for pottery remained elusive, the players, under the leadership of this adept individual, decided to continue excavating soil by the familiar riverside to create bricks, setting aside their pottery ambitions to assist in the task of transforming the insect tribe nest, focusing solely on brick production. A metal pot would be preferable, one remarked, lamenting that a clay pot could only be used for boiling or stewing, leading to a rather monotonous culinary experience. The Rainbow Color Wolf King sighed, expressing his disappointment at the absence of a wooden pot and the unavailability of a clay one, pondering the possibility of crafting a metal pot instead. After the rain, might we find mushrooms? How about we go mushroom picking later? In contrast, the Tang Dynasty Chestnut and her companions exhibited a carefree demeanor, laughing and chatting merrily as they played with the mud. Upon observing the scene, the iridescent Wolf King couldn't help but shake its head. A group of young women, unaccustomed to arduous labor, were instead enthusiastically engaged in such activities within the game, a phenomenon he found perplexing. As he mused, his wooden mallet relentlessly pounded, expelling the air from the soil until it achieved the ideal consistency for crafting brick molds. Meanwhile, Sister Rufflower and the uncultured new youth materialized within the nascent player-constructed settlement. Pray, why christen this place a base of operations? The uncultured new youth inquired, perplexed. Would not base suffice? Because this is the inaugural edifice erected by us players within the game. Sister Rufflower proclaimed with resolute conviction, a pivotal sanctuary and bastion of support. As she spoke, a deluge of rainwater cascaded through a poorly sealed section of the roof, drenching her. Pray, simplify your mode of expression, the uncultured new youth remarked, sidelong, as he sidestepped the affected area. To bask in the auspicious aura of our forebears. Sister Rufflower elucidated, nonchalantly wiping her face as she stepped aside. Indeed, the uncultured new youth concurred with a nod. Before he could elaborate, the voices of impatient players resounded from without. Heavens, you two dolts. Lend a hand instead of idly chattering. Having rectified the leaks, Sister Ru Hua and the uncultured new youth re-entered the base to examine the rudimentary loom assembled there. To be candid, experimentation with the loom was feasible up to the point of winding the spider silk onto it as thread. The predicament lay in the player's inability to interlace the thread. Their forelegs, akin to gleaming cleavers with blades facing forward, would inevitably sever any thread. Furthermore, lacking hands, they were incapable of manipulating implements such as wooden sticks. The frequently collapsing and intermittently leaking novice base engendered a sense of speechlessness among the players stationed there. Nevertheless, compelled by the exigencies of survival, they persevered. Much like the coiffeur in Kung Fu who queried the landlady about the water outage, they yearned to inquire of the production team. Good heavens, why the persistent leaks? You declined to accompany the Brick Brother when he extended his invitation, one player muttered with veiled contempt. When the iridescent Wolf King and company arrived, any other players who wished to relocate to the Insectoid Nest 1 were welcome to do so. The Brick Brothers' reluctance to let them join was non-existent. An Insectoid Nest 1 possessed ample space to accommodate a dozen or more players. The remaining players, after much contemplation, realized they were reluctant to part with this novice stronghold they had painstakingly constructed from the very soil and timber. How could they abandon it simply due to a mere downpour? Ultimately, these players concluded that they must endure the trials and tribulations alongside the base they had built. No, not perish together, but rather share both joy and hardship. In Chapter 55, titled Taimashi, they suddenly encountered a human who was not of the insectoid race, igniting waves of excitement among the players as they gathered around this extraordinary human NPC. Although the system designated this being as a controllable human, akin to a slave, the players hailing from Huahua on Earth had little grasp of such a concept. After all, equality is a fundamental principle. Sister Huahua and the unlettered youth, as the first players to undertake a side quest, found themselves with a modicum of authority, akin to semi-leaders, as the other players did not contest their role. At that moment, they approached the individual named Taimashi, a tunneler, to test the efficacy of the rudimentary weaving machine. The players were momentarily taken aback by the dismal sight before them. However, for Taimashi, the situation was not as dire as the players perceived. The overall physical prowess of the tunneler people far surpassed that of humans on Earth, attributed to a myriad of factors, partly due to inherent genetic advantages and partly due to their regular consumption of nutrient paste, which contained elements wholly inaccessible to Earthlings. Having weathered numerous rainstorms in the past, Taimashi had grown accustomed to hauling ore in such conditions. Consequently, his body possessed a certain resilience to the rain. Moreover, as it was not yet the frigid winter season, the rain was not excessively cold. The pallor of his complexion stemmed primarily from the blood loss and lack of treatment of his injured left leg, compounded by the pain. Is that his daughter? What shall we do with her? It seems inappropriate to cast her into the incubation chamber, a player muttered under his breath. Preposterous. The developers are willing to fabricate anything for the sake of harmony, someone lamented, prompting nods of agreement from the other players. Utterly absurd. However, faced with such a premise, the players were left with no choice but to accept it. In any case, it alleviated some of the burden on their consciences, if they possessed any. As they watched Taimashi gaze upon his daughter's body with a mixture of fervor and anguish as it was gradually consumed by the incubation chamber, the players resumed their discussions. By the way, would you consider the incubation chamber to be a Zerg entity? One player inquired with earnest contemplation. I suppose so. Another player responded with uncertainty. But the incubation chamber is essentially the Queen's organ, Guangming Jingxiashi interjected idly, akin to a human female's reproductive. His words were cut short by the icy glare of his close friend, Mengzongia. With a dry cough, he feigned ignorance and ceased his commentary. Indeed, his assertion holds merit. The incubation nest is fundamentally a reproductive organ excised from Moland's body. However, the marvel of the Zerg Queen lies in her capacity to detach any organ from herself, transforming it into an autonomous life form. Alternatively, she can, like the current Zerg Queen, metamorphose into an immense reproductive apparatus, engaging in ceaseless propagation. These options are at her disposal, contingent solely on the Zerg Queen's volition. As adept manipulators of reproductive gene fusion, they are at liberty to experiment on themselves without constraint. It is noteworthy that the majority of Zerg Queens, once established, opt to augment their physique, thereby amplifying their offensive and defensive capabilities, enabling greater sustenance intake. facilitating the incubation of more offspring and bolstering their self-preservation aptitude. Yet, Emolan evidently recoils from relinquishing her semblance of humanity. Ideally, she aspires to wholly revert to a human form, a feat fraught with difficulty. Her capabilities are confined to incremental augmentation rather than ablation, particularly concerning the fundamental Zerg gene, which constitutes the bedrock of Emolan's corporeal composition. Further research is imperative. Perhaps a solution will materialize in due course. After resolving matters concerning his daughter, Tai Mu-Shi turned to face the group of divine emissaries before him. Strangely, he felt little fear. Perhaps it was due to the incessant chatter of the two divine messengers who had escorted him, which had dissipated his trepidation. Although the emissaries appeared quite fearsome in appearance, their demeanor was surprisingly amiable. "Honorable emissaries, what would you have me do?" Tai Mu-Shi summoned his courage and spoke under the watchful gaze of the players. After a prolonged silence, no response came, leaving him in a state of anxiety. Damn it, the translation feature has expired. Huang Ming lay cursed under his breath. The 2-hour translation function he had exchanged for in his dream had long since lapsed during their journey. Tai Mu-Shi had remained silent, which had led him to overlook this detail. It was only upon hearing Tai Mu-Shi's voice that he realized the situation. The game developers must be quite unscrupulous. After all the effort he exerted hunting to earn energy points, it was disheartening to see them vanish so quickly. While Huang Ming lay grumbled, his actions betrayed him as he renewed the translation service for another 2 hours. At this point, other players became aware of the translation exchange feature, and without hesitation, nearly every player with energy points opted to acquire it. Eager to experience communication with human NPCs, Tai Mu-Shi found himself surrounded once more, but this time, he could finally comprehend the chaotic chatter of the players around him. Their voices were a jumbled cacophony, and he found it more overwhelming than when he could not understand them at all. The scene descended into immediate disarray, with everyone vying for a moment to speak with Taimishi. With forthright probity, Guangming stepped forward to maintain order. "Enough, everyone, cease crowding. He is still wounded and requires medical attention. Should he suddenly succumb to illness, we would be deprived of his assistance with the loom experiments." This rationale resonated with the players, who understood that if they neglected Taimishi's well-being, they might soon find themselves burying the human NPC, a scenario they fully believed the development team capable of orchestrating. "What is to be done now?" one player inquired, somewhat bewildered. "Let us commence with this base, then," Guangming directed expediently. "First, we shall prepare accommodations for him, and then kindle a fire to provide warmth." The players' in-game avatars were Zerg, creatures largely impervious to temperature extremes and devoid of pain receptors, save for simulated sensations akin to human senses. Consequently, their rudimentary starter base was exceedingly crude, merely an elongated, shallow excavation resembling a cavern. Its overall dimensions were expanded by a row of exterior wooden supports, upon which a smattering of foliage was strewn. Stones were employed for rudimentary weather protection, and subsequent precipitation-related issues prompted the haphazard addition of timbers and daubed mud. In essence, the structure was aesthetically displeasing, marred by irregularities and entirely devoid of artistic merit. Given the players' indifference to thermal insulation, the encampment lacked conventional portals, featuring only rudimentary timber frameworks for rudimentary shelter. However, this matter assumed paramount importance with the arrival of ironwood stone. Humanity, being inherently delicate, necessitated such considerations. Several players procured timber with the intention of fabricating substantial portals, subsequently assembling them into a diminutive chamber conducive to both shielding from the elements and retaining warmth. Concurrently, they purposed to construct a timber bed for ironwood stone's repose. Such endeavors did not necessitate the participation of all present. The remaining players directed their attention toward the matter of ironwood stone's wounds. Did any among them possess the requisite expertise to address such injuries? A collective exchange of glances revealed a conspicuous absence of medical professionals. In the perception of the players, the nomenclature emblematic of their respective avatars abruptly vanished, yet ironwood stone perceived no alteration, as if the individual in question had lapsed into a catatonic state following their utterance. Ironwood stone, in a state of bewilderment, maintained a reverential silence, having gleaned the import of the divine emissary's declaration, ostensibly concerning the acquisition of a remedy for his afflictions. A poignant sentiment welled within him, as he marveled at the solicitude exhibited by these divine beings. After a protracted interval of approximately 30 minutes, the aforementioned player reemerged, And before inquiries could be posed regarding the cause of the delay, he enthusiastically proclaimed that he had sought counsel from a medical authority on the forum, who had imparted the entirety of the therapeutic methodology. Nevertheless, the practical implementation encountered an enduring impediment. The players were devoid of prehensile appendages, possessing solely formidable, metallurgically acute forelimbs. Ultimately, mending his wounds became an endeavor that Ironstone had to undertake himself, with the players merely offering verbal guidance. Fortunately, despite his lack of formal education and limited knowledge, Ironstone possessed the capacity to comprehend basic instructions. At the very least, he could understand simple commands such as raising a hand or foot. Given our lack of medicinal supplies, will he truly recover? I inquired. Does anyone among you possess knowledge of herbal remedies? As they watched Ironstone grit his teeth and realign his fractured leg, the players resumed their idle chatter. Don't look at me, one player exclaimed, waving his hands dismissively. I can only discern the differences between powders, solutions, capsules, and tablets. Even if we were familiar with terrestrial herbs, would it truly be of any use here? Another player interjected. The flora on this planet is entirely distinct from that of Earth. As Brick has already mentioned, even the soil in this game differs from our own. What are you even contemplating? Even if they are dissimilar, there must be plants with analogous properties, the questioning player murmured, before turning to Ironstone to inquire about his knowledge of herbal remedies. Even if the players were unacquainted with such remedies, surely the indigenous people would possess some knowledge, wouldn't they? However, upon questioning Ironstone, the player discovered that the native inhabitants were indeed ignorant of herbal remedies. The subterranean mines in the mining area left the surface barren, devoid of any vegetation. All plant life was confined to the Yegu forest, a region teeming with formidable and perilous creatures, rendering it inaccessible to the Tanlonger people. Unable to venture into the forest, they possessed no understanding of herbal remedies. What's the matter? How did he come to know that those plants were toxic? Indeed, who has the contact information of the lecherous brother? Let's reach out to him offline. The players, filled with excitement, discovered a new avenue of inquiry, only to find that none of them knew the Rainbow Lecherous King in real life. If all else fails, why not give it a try? The straightforward and forthright friend encouraged his comrade. After all, you are a level 3 boss. Dream in the midst of it all rolled his eyes, yet did not decline the suggestion. He proceeded to use the friend function to reach out to this hot potato. Currently, the only player he had unlocked in his mental network was this hot potato, likely because the other party's mental power had reached 2 points, thus activating the mental network, even though they had yet to unlock the friend function. This hot potato was engrossed in digging mud and crafting bricks with other players when suddenly a system notification popped up before him. System notification: you have received a message from an unfamiliar source, sent by player Dream in the Dream. Do you wish to accept it? Although he had no particular recollection of this name, it was highly unlikely to be from an active member of the forum. With only about 20 players in the closed beta, it couldn't possibly be spam. Without much hesitation, this hot potato chose to accept the message. Chapter 56, The Entry of Closed Beta Players. Hello, I am Dream in the Dream, and I have matters to discuss with the Rainbow Lecherous King. Dream in the Dream spoke and then fell silent, pondering the peculiarity of his username. After gathering his thoughts, he continued to speak. Here we have an injured human NPC, and I inquired about the methods he previously employed to distinguish between toxic and non-toxic plants, as we are currently at the spawn point. Frustration welled up within me, yet the matter at hand could not be overlooked. The brick felt scorching in my grasp. I turned to call out to the Rainbow Wolf King, who was becoming entranced by his laborious task, and relayed the situation. What? A human? Exclaimed the Rainbow Wolf King, promptly discarding the wooden hammer he had been wielding. Upon hearing the news of a human NPC, other players expressed keen interest, eagerly raising their hands to join the spectacle. While I had little enthusiasm for the scorching brick, I was unable to resist the coaxing of others, and thus gathered a team to proceed to the spawn point. Upon arrival, the Rainbow Wolf King began to comprehend his role in this scenario. Contemplatively, he remarked, "We shall simply taste each one. By sampling them all, we will ascertain their effects." As he ingested the plants, any toxic ones prompted a system notification. The other players applauded in admiration, exclaiming, "What a modern-day Shin gnome, tasting the herbs." Indeed, there was merit in their assertion. How could one discern the effects without partaking? With confidence stemming from several remaining free revival opportunities, the Rainbow Wolf King boldly sampled nearly every plant he encountered. Notifications only emerged when he ingested a toxic specimen, alerting him to the harmful substance consumed and its effects. While those that posed no danger elicited no response. It is not to say that the Zerg are immune to all poisons. Rather, the toxicity of most herbs, particularly when consumed in minimal quantities by the Rainbow Wolf King, is indeed unlikely to have a significant impact on him. Discussing toxicity without reference to dosage is somewhat disingenuous. Moreover, the Rainbow Wolf King does not control a human body. His entire physiological structure differs vastly from that of humans. Unless faced with exceedingly potent toxins, the Rainbow Wolf King, and indeed, all players embodying Zerg, are unlikely to encounter any adverse effects. Players were surprised to discover that the Rainbow Wolf King resorted to such a rudimentary method, yet upon reflection, it became evident that no superior alternatives existed. Simply distinguishing between toxic and non-toxic substances is of little utility. Players seek the curative properties of herbal remedies that can heal wounds and restore health. However, this is beyond the capabilities of the AI, Shichi. Its detection of toxicity relies on monitoring the cellular responses within the player's bodies after consuming certain plants, and subsequently synthesizing this information with its extensive database to derive analytical conclusions. For benign foods, there is invariably some physiological reaction. Thus, Shichi cannot ascertain the effects of those plants. It functions as an artificial intelligence, not merely as a detection machine. Nevertheless, Shichi is indeed aware of the properties of several plants, particularly those it has encountered in the Yegu forest, such as herbs that can staunch bleeding or those that possess antiseptic qualities to combat infections, as well as plants that can yield specific nutritional elements. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that Shichi cannot present this information to the players so directly. After some contemplation, Shichi resolved to compile images of these herbs, along with those previously confirmed to be toxic, and incorporate them into the official game setting collection. Coincidentally, Mo Lan had entrusted Shichi with the task of supplementing the game's setting collection, and many forum users were eagerly anticipating its update. It remains uncertain when the players immersed in the game would eventually uncover this information. For Taiimashi, the day's experiences were undeniably surreal. Initially, while mining in the cave, he suffered a broken leg due to the ground being soaked by rain. Despite the agony of dragging his injured leg, he persevered in transporting ore, for he had no means of treating his injury. Typically, a broken leg signifies a permanent affliction. The Talonal people possess no healing methods, unless one were a regulator, in which case they might be granted the exceptional privilege of utilizing the interstellar machines for healing. Taiimashi was uncertain of his purpose, yet he had resolved to sacrifice everything. Then, he beheld the emissaries of the Yegu gods. Remarkably, he did not become prey to these monstrous figures. Despite their fearsome appearance, these divine messengers proved to be remarkably kind and benevolent. They attended to his injuries, constructed a shelter for him, fashioned a wooden bed, prepared a place for him to reside, kindled a fire, and provided sustenance. This was a life Taiimashi had never dared to dream of, even in his wildest fantasies. Certainly, the players' amicable disposition towards Taiimashi stemmed primarily from their vested interests. They were counting on Taiimashi to serve as the guinea pig for their rudimentary loom experiment, and as such, ensuring his well-being was paramount. After all, humans are inherently fragile. Consequently, Taiimashi took up residence within the player's nascent base, much to Shichi's surprise. It wasn't long before some players noticed the herbal compendium she had been updating on the forum. Mengzangia and Zuantatangshu, the only two players capable of navigating the terrain. Each led a team to locate the herbs marked on the forum. Although the rain impaired the player's visibility, unlike sentient creatures, herbs remained stationary, impervious to the downpour. They were merely more challenging to distinguish than on a clear day. Fortunately, Shichi had meticulously detailed the usage and dosage of each herb in her compendium, sparing the players the arduous task of experimentation. This indirectly saved Taiimashi's life, as allowing the players to determine the herbal dosages themselves might have resulted in unforeseen complications. Several days elapsed in the game, and Taiimashi's injuries had nearly healed. At this juncture, 102 second-wave testers entered the game, 100 of whom were selected from the applications, while the remaining 2 had won the internal testing qualification with a fully functional simulation pod through a 10-day lottery. As is customary, a group of players, characterized by their skepticism or disbelief, found themselves utterly astonished upon entering the game. They were taken aback not only by the striking realism of the Zerg game environment, but also by the authenticity of all sensory experiences within it. Notably, among the over 100 new players participating in the second testing phase, many exhibited a mental strength rating exceeding 2 points, with several individuals achieving scores above 3. This allowed them to unlock the functionality of the mental network. Players discreetly formed numerous teams, and with at least one member possessing the mental network capability, they ensured they would not lose their way, thus minimizing any potential disruptions. For players, it is often said that solutions outnumber difficulties. The relatively high mental strength ratings among the players can be understood, as the prerequisite for obtaining a spot in this session was that these individuals possessed a fully functional simulation pod capable of accessing the game. Such devices are not inexpensive. They are beyond the reach of average households. Typically, families able to afford such equipment are in a stable financial position, leading to a more comfortable lifestyle. Naturally, with fewer financial pressures, these individuals tend to exhibit a higher mental acuity compared to the average person. It is important to clarify that this does not imply that greater stress necessarily results in lower mental strength. Rather, those leading less stressful daily lives can maintain a more favorable mental state, resulting in generally elevated mental strength ratings. Those hailing from impoverished backgrounds often appear exceedingly weary, burdened by the incessant pressures of daily life, leading to a diminished state of mental fortitude. However, there exist certain individuals who, despite enduring immense stress, exhibit a remarkable resilience, their spirits unwavering in the face of adversity. This phenomenon is not a mere consequence of external circumstances. Rather, it reflects the unique destinies of individuals. As one of the inaugural participants in the game's closed beta, many players have achieved a notable increase in mental fortitude, with values surpassing 0.6. For instance, the player with the highest mental strength, known as Dreamwalker, saw their score rise from 3.1 to 3.6. In contrast, the particularly vibrant and forthright player, Bright and Righteous, experienced an increase from 0.8 to 1.5, while the player known as Stealing Shoes, Treading Others' Paths, improved from 1.6 to 2.3. The player aptly named A Brick Too Hot saw their mental strength escalate from 1.9 to 2.5. Additionally, other players recorded an average enhancement of 0.5 in their mental fortitude. In anticipation of welcoming over 100 new beta testers, Anomaly felt compelled to introduce a plethora of new quests for this group. Notably, many of the previously released side quests remain uncompleted by the players, who are still able to accept new challenges. This is primarily due to the time-consuming nature of these tasks, which may test the patience of some players who prefer, or perhaps are consumed by, combat and exploration. Consequently, Anomaly must devise tasks that align with their preferences. The advantage lies in its appearance, which now resembles that of a human. However, the drawback is its utter frailty. Exceedingly weak, to the extent that its combat capabilities are even inferior to those of the basic soldier bugs. The concept envisioned by Anomaly of a humanoid superbeing, akin to Parker, who retains a human form yet possesses combat abilities far surpassing those of an ordinary human, has utterly failed. In reality, Parker is a transformed entity of the insect race, resembling a human body that has undergone modifications, akin to transplanting certain organs of the insect species into Parker's physique, rather than merging Parker's genes with those of the insect race. In this regard, each transformed insect like Parker is unique, as their enhancements during transformation are influenced by their individual consciousness and inclinations. For instance, those who relish combat receive special enhancements in that realm, while others desiring longevity may gain a sturdier physique, making them less susceptible to injury or enabling them to recover more swiftly. Nonetheless, this is the minimum requirement for a humanoid appearance among the insect race that Anomaly can achieve. After some contemplation, Anomaly resolved not to pursue further efforts in this regard, considering that reaching a mental power value of over 5 points suffices for exchange and control. As long as players remain active in the game, maintaining a standard of 1 point of mental power, they can meet the exchange requirements within a fortnight in real time. This should not pose a significant challenge, should it? Chapter 57. 10 days. Furthermore, a significant concern lies within the realm of energy, particularly regarding energy batteries. A prominent aspect of this issue is the advancement of battery technology, which is evident in mobile phones where batteries have become more compact while exhibiting enhanced endurance. Indeed, one can charge for merely 5 minutes and converse for an entire day. Beyond this, such batteries have found applications across various industries, notably in electric vehicles. A previously identified drawback of electric vehicles has been their limited battery life, especially in colder climates where their performance significantly diminishes. However, with the advent of new energy battery technologies, the endurance of electric vehicles has seen remarkable improvement, ultimately rendering their cost-performance ratio superior to that of conventional automobiles. Moreover, this transformation is exceedingly rapid, akin to a technological eruption, as the nation tirelessly unveils diverse innovations aimed at enhancing the quality of life for its citizens. Admittedly, advancements in military technology are also underway, though the government has not disclosed related information. Consequently, one can only speculate based on various policies concerning civilian welfare. Perhaps substantial improvements have been made in the military sector as well. This is to be expected, considering that the data provided by MO-LON to Huagua is comprehensive and multifaceted, rather than confined to a singular aspect. It is only in the domain of holographic technology that MO-LON has slightly manipulated the information, allowing the citizens of Huagua to first bring it to fruition. Furthermore, the officials exhibited considerable astuteness. Their primary intention in releasing this holographic game was profit-driven. Consequently, they concurrently produced both PC and mobile versions of Cosmic Odyssey for sale. The sales figures were substantial, allowing even players without the full-function simulation pod to experience the game. The PC and mobile versions were even exported overseas. This is understandable, as the PC and mobile versions were derived from the holographic game with reduced specifications. Neither the graphics nor any other aspect could be matched by current games. The only drawback might be the somewhat monotonous gameplay, as those responsible for the game's release were not professionals in the field. The reason why China released this game and related technology first was that the game had no cost. It was a ready-made product. As long as it was acquired, it could be used immediately, almost pure profit. However, they also astutely discovered that a portion of the money from the back-end sales of the game had been tampered with. The traces were remarkably evident, as if the person who moved the money had no intention of concealing it. Indeed, it is Molan's deft hand at work. From the revenue generated through the sale of games in Huagua, she has appropriated a modest portion of the funds to procure fully functional simulation pods for her players, thus bestowing them with generous benefits. She has not shrouded her actions in anonymity. Rather, she has openly acknowledged that this money is her own. The authorities in Huagua have raised no objections, as the game is solely her creation. It is entirely reasonable for her to take a small service fee, especially considering that her share is but a mere drop in the ocean compared to the vast profits amassed by Huagua. Life on Earth is evolving at a breathtaking pace, often unnoticed by those immersed in it. However, those abroad, distanced from Huagua, are quick to observe that within a mere month, the nation has replaced the majority of commonplace civilian items with the latest technologies and materials, presenting a dazzling array of changes that can overwhelm the senses. Finally, once the 10 fortunate players have secured their spots for the internal testing, MO-LON contemplates whether to initiate a third round of testing. For her, the sole limitation hindering the expansion of her player base is whether the players on Earth possess a fully functional simulation pod that supports their access to the game. The game Insectoid has been in internal testing for 12 days, with over 140 players participating. Aside from a few who joined the testing later, the majority have experienced an enhancement of 3 to 4 points in their mental capacity, reaching the threshold of 5 points. Players have now grown accustomed to referring to their mental capacity as a measure of their game level. With a mental strength value of 5, players not only unlock the Zerg's psychic network and the ability to mark friends, but also gain access to the team formation feature. This is a genuine collaboration, wherein players' psychic networks are constantly interconnected, allowing them to perceive not only the real-time locations of their teammates, but also their emotional states. While specific thoughts remain elusive, the fluctuations of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness are distinctly palpable. This phenomenon is neither inherently good nor bad. Rather, it fosters a sense of discernment regarding others' feelings. For instance, just the day before yesterday, 3 players found themselves embroiled in a quarrel due to this feature. The trio consisted of a couple and a close friend, and the events that transpired are easily surmised. The female player, the center of the dispute, won a lottery that granted her access to an internal testing slot. This prize allowed her the choice between receiving a fully functional simulation pod or exchanging it for 2 internal testing slots. Opting for the latter, she allocated one slot to her close friend and the other to her boyfriend. All 3 entered the game together, and the female player, Boasting a notably high initial mental strength value and being a dedicated gaming enthusiast, was the first to reach a mental strength value of 5. In this game, achieving a mental strength of 5 unlocks the team formation feature, which entails the ability to invite others to join a team. Conversely, players who are invited only require a mental strength value of 4 to join the group. Subsequently, the protagonist's boyfriend and her close friend were drawn into the situation. As the team leader, the protagonist possessed a higher level of mental acuity compared to the other two, thus assuming a dominant role. After playing the game for a while, she became acutely aware that something was amiss. Her boyfriend seemed overly affectionate with her friend, and he displayed a striking indifference towards her emotions. It would be inaccurate to claim that her boyfriend and friend lacked acting skills, as their connection was directly linked through their shared mental network, rendering their thoughts and feelings firsthand. Consequently, the affair between the friend and the unfaithful boyfriend was unveiled. Following a heated argument, the three of them collectively exited the game, leaving the state of their real-world relationships uncertain. Delving into the depths of the Yegu forest is not an endeavor that can be accomplished within a short span of time. The previous attempt took nearly half a month in reality, equating to over 100 days within the game. This time, the distance traversed would be even greater, and the time required would inevitably extend. The arrangement of the third test players posed yet another challenge that necessitated careful consideration by the group. The player's initial base, constructed for novices, underwent a significant reconstruction due to the subsequent influx of over 100 players, which occurred after the rain subsided. During the reconstruction process, the primary contributions came from the brick factory, known for its exceedingly hot bricks. Indeed, it has only been a few days, and the bricks are quite hot to the touch. He has established a factory within the game, albeit not intentionally. The rain prompted him to set up several brick kilns and ceramic kilns in the Zerg Nest 1. As the player base expanded, more and more individuals came to participate in brickmaking, rendering the initial kilns insufficient. Consequently, he was compelled to enlarge several facilities to accommodate this influx of players. The game does not belong to him, nor does Zerg Nest 1, which is a public space. Thus, he faced a dilemma: either assist these players or watch them fumble through their endeavors. His slight compulsive tendencies led him to opt for the former, assisting others in their tasks, as they were ultimately to follow his directives. Unbeknownst to Anomaly, he turned around to find that his Zerg Nest 1 had transformed into a sprawling factory. Considering that players would eventually need to reconstruct Zerg Nest 1, he contemplated the inconvenience this would cause them. Thus, he decided to alleviate their burden by sending a system notification to this industrious player, indicating the completion of a side quest. Transforming Zerg Nest 1 into a factory certainly constituted a modification. However, due to the unconventional nature of this completion method, he did not award excessive rewards. Instead, he simply renamed Zerg Nest 1 to Zerg Factory 1 and granted usage rights to the industrious player, converting a communal nest into a private factory. As the entire Zerg nest has transformed into a Zerg factory, the quantity of bricks produced daily is remarkably substantial, accumulating in considerable numbers. The players contemplated that rather than continuing to excavate pits and construct houses with wood, it would be far more efficient to directly procure bricks from this resource-laden factory to erect sturdy brick houses. Indeed, they opted to forego utilizing the initial batch of bricks for the reconstruction of the nest, instead repurposing them to enhance their novice base, resulting in the construction of a rather sizable two-story villa. However, with the increasing influx of players, this base, initially intended for communal sharing, may soon face issues of unequal distribution, potentially rendering it unfair to subsequent players. Consequently, the ultimate outcome was that the game entity, Shichi, acquired ownership of this novice base from the players, formally designating it as an official game structure. Players wishing to build their own cottages must now scout for locations near the spawning point, construct them independently, and seek assistance from friends. Once completed, they can request authentication from Shichi, thereby securing these cottages as their private property. To preempt future complications, the players have proactively organized a trading system. Those desiring personal space can purchase bricks from the resource-rich factory using energy points, while the factory distributes these energy points to players under its management as wages, thus achieving a perfect closed loop. As for those without energy points, they are encouraged to engage in hunting. One cannot always rely on Anomaly to disseminate energy points through tasks. Indeed, during the extensive testing period of the game, Anomaly encountered a rather disheartening issue. The humanoid insect race she painstakingly developed for the players, known as Humanoid Insect One, garnered little to no popularity among them, with very few opting for exchange. Why haven't you two exchanged for a humanoid insect character? Now that you finally have hands, you could accomplish a multitude of tasks. But can it truly be called humanoid? It is rather unsightly. Indeed. Furthermore, it is quite weak, lacking in strength and possessing mediocre defense. It is devoid of any notable offensive capabilities and is easily injured. That is correct. However, the humanoid insect race does have hands, allowing for the creation of more intricate items. Wouldn't it be preferable to exchange for the tentacle-type insect race? Tentacles can also achieve similar feats, and though they may not be visually appealing, they are certainly more pleasing to the eye than the humanoid insects. You make a valid point. The reasons are as stated. When M.O. Lon designed the humanoid insect race as game characters, her primary focus was functionality, ensuring that they retained most of the human capabilities to provide players with a control experience akin to reality. Consequently, their appearance suffered from a slight lack of refinement, a trait that can be subtly observed in the characters Bear 1 and Bear 2, revealing a hint of M.O. Lan's talent. Nonetheless, this very resemblance to real humans, devoid of the allure of handsome or beautiful features, led players to develop a strong aversion to humanoid insect one. After all, the tentacle-type insects can perform nearly the same tasks, prompting players to forego the exchange altogether. Though the tentacled insectoid race may lack aesthetic appeal, it possesses a distinctive charm when viewed through the lens of an antagonist. Coupled with formidable combat capabilities, its overall functionality surpasses that of humanoid insectoids significantly, rendering it a more favorable choice for players. Chapter 58. Departure. With the registration of players for the third test underway, M.O. Lon prepared for a second expedition into the depths of the Yegu forest. Initially, M.O. Lon contemplated opening a larger number of internal testing slots all at once. However, after careful consideration, she concluded that with only tens of thousands of active users on the Fantasy Creatures forum, selecting too many internal testers might dilute the quality of players in the game. Conversely, a limited number of slots would render the third test unnecessary. After weighing the options, she ultimately decided to release an additional 500 slots. Among the tens of thousands, less than half possessed fully functional simulation chambers, and not all forum members with such chambers would choose to register. Thus, selecting 500 participants emerged as the most suitable choice. M.O. Lon also had her own criteria for player selection. Those with higher mental strength values were deemed more valuable. Therefore, she endeavored to choose players with elevated mental strength and made it a key criterion in her selection process. The primary function of the fully functional simulation chamber is to enhance the mental prowess of humanity. In the forthcoming era of interstellar travel, numerous technological advancements have adopted the method of consciousness manipulation, utilizing human awareness, essentially mental strength, to operate various technological devices. A crucial prerequisite for this form of manipulation is that the user must possess a sufficient level of mental fortitude. Thus, the fully functional simulation chamber came into existence. However, in the interstellar age, it is not referred to by this name. It is merely a designation assigned by humanity on Earth. Initially, the purpose of this chamber was to augment human mental capabilities, albeit within certain limits, specifically, a threshold of 100 points of mental strength. This benchmark represents a significant hurdle for humanity, as only those who exceed this value can project their mental power outward to utilize more advanced equipment. Yet, even in the interstellar era, this threshold remains a formidable challenge for most individuals. Countless interstellar humans find themselves confined within this range throughout their lives. In comparison to the previous transport-type insectoid species, this is already the fourth iteration developed, boasting a larger physique, greater cargo capacity, enhanced defensive capabilities, and resembling a throne more closely. A vast procession of hundreds of insectoid creatures is forging a path ahead, while the remaining contingent primarily comprises insectoid soldiers, serving to embellish the appearance and maintain an imposing presence alongside a group of players. Since this expedition is intended to be treated as a minor narrative arc, it is essential to present a captivating cutscene to these players, infusing the endeavor with a sense of ceremony. To accommodate the schedules of the majority of players, M.O. Lon has deliberately set the timing of this event to coincide with the entry of the third testing phase players, beginning at 10 o'clock in the evening. This allows for 8 hours of gameplay, followed by a healthy sleep, with the intention of waking up at 6 in the morning. How fortuitous. Moreover, at 10 o'clock in the evening, players are likely to have no pressing obligations and can take a well-deserved rest. Surely, there cannot be anyone burdened with last-minute work at that hour, can there? Consistently, MO does not compel players to engage in game tasks. As long as you are present, the tasks remain available for your choosing. It is entirely your prerogative whether to participate or not. Most players exhibit a keen interest in the main storyline, while a select few steadfastly pursue side quests, and MO has refrained from comment on this. The simultaneous entry of third testing phase players allows veteran players to guide these newcomers through the game, providing valuable assistance. The rationale behind aligning the commencement of the main storyline tasks with the login time of the third testing phase players stems from MO's concern that some players might deviate from the expected patterns, stealthily following the majority to exploit the situation. Given the inherent tendencies of players, such occurrences are not surprising. By synchronizing these two timings, MO cleverly ensures that the third testing phase players and the main storyline tasks do not overlap. Adjacent to the sparsely positioned players stands a row of transport-type insectoids, specifically reserved by MO for the player's convenience. This precaution is taken to mitigate any potential mishaps should a player need to log off unexpectedly, leaving their character vulnerable in the game world, only to return and discover their character has met an untimely demise. Throughout this journey, MO remains undeterred. She does not need to hasten her pace, for the insectoid creatures are devoid of consciousness and fatigue. Should players wish to log off, they can simply place their game characters within the bodies of the transport-type insects, ensuring they can rejoin the main forces upon their return. The originally abundant appendages have been reduced to 3 pairs, while their girth has been notably increased. This modification was necessitated by the previous fragility of the limbs, which were easily grasped and torn by other beings, thus impairing mobility. Consequently, MO has fortified the limbs of the insect soldiers, condensing their number while encasing them in layers of robust exoskeleton and adorned with formidable bone spines that resemble sea urchins when gathered in clusters. Moreover, MO's expedition is not limited to this species of insect soldier. She has retained the tentacle-type insects from before, as the majority of players currently utilize these forms. Although their individual combat capabilities may not be particularly remarkable, their overall performance remains commendable, warranting their continued use. In addition, MO has prepared a flying insect species, reminiscent of a colossal flying cockroach. After observing them, she began to ponder the sanitation conditions within the insect nest, as the purpose of breeding such airborne creatures is not merely to secure aerial dominance. Rather, it is essential to ensure that they are not vulnerable to aerial ambushes. The biological complexity of the Yegu forest should not be underestimated. Then, MO specially prepared a smaller type of insectoid soldier. Although it is said that within the depths of the Yegu forest, larger creatures possess greater combat prowess, sheer size does not wholly define their battle capabilities. Some beings exhibit peculiar traits. They may be endowed with potent toxins, extraordinary speed, or immense strength. Such extreme abilities render them particularly perilous in this forest, and MO must remain vigilant against them. Her upper body was adorned with a delicate white camisole, complemented by a pure white shawl that enhanced her exquisite beauty. Moreover, since the players lacked the skills to craft garments and had no relevant expertise, they produced only the simplest designs, a camisole with a fail-proof shape and a shawl that was practically just a piece of cloth. Thus, MO found herself donning this simple and sheer top. Nonetheless, she harbored a fondness for it, evidenced by her choice to wear it in such a setting. It had been quite some time since she had donned anything resembling normal attire. This marked MO's first appearance before the players. It is rather amusing that, despite their in-game role as loyal subjects of the Insectoid Queen, they had yet to encounter her since entering the game. Only a select few individuals initially encountered MO by chance. However, due to insufficient mental strength, they would lose consciousness almost instantly, barely catching a glimpse of her. Only Dream Wanderer, an exceptionally fortunate player who accepted a special assignment, had a complete encounter with MO and exchanged a few words with her. The rest of the players had only seen her photos in the setting art collection on the forum, when MO genuinely appeared before all the players. Most of them were momentarily stunned, their minds captivated by the beauty of the Zerg Queen Lawn. On Earth, it was impossible to find a human with such exquisite features and flawless skin. Her beauty was almost otherworldly. Oh, right? She wasn't human to begin with. While a few players like Dream Wanderer fell in love with Emolan at first sight, most were simply astonished by her beauty for a moment before accepting the reality. They erupted into noisy, chaotic shouts, proclaiming, "Queen Lan is the best in the world. Queen Lan, you are my goddess. Queen Lan is my wife." "Wow, no wonder you fell in love at first sight," said frank and forthright Wellstone, his voice and eyes vacant. "Her beauty is so captivating that the pictures don't even capture half of it." He was the type of player who strived to surpass his natural abilities. And through his extraordinary and intensely active participation in the game, he had successfully reached the level of 5 mental strength points, even though the activity only required 4 points. It is estimated that a mental power value of approximately 3.5 is sufficient to unlock the tentacle-type Zerg. However, due to the multitude of tentacles possessed by this species, controlling them becomes considerably more intricate, necessitating a more refined mental power for manipulation. Consequently, Emolan elevated the requirement to a mental power value of 4 points for redemption. This adjustment ensures that players, upon acquiring the tentacle-type Zerg, will not feel utterly bewildered from the outset, allowing for a smoother command of their in-game character. Nevertheless, even with a mental power value exceeding 5 points, the potential prowess that players can exert remains limited. From Emolan's perspective, a mental power value of at least 6 points is essential for adeptly controlling the tentacle-type Zerg and fully harnessing its capabilities. In dreams, he has encountered numerous women, some who pursued him, and others with whom he developed a slight affinity, but ultimately could not unite. Yet, he has never before experienced the sensation of his heart beating solely for one individual. Is it mere lust? Perhaps, such is the nature of the adult world. However, Dream Traveler refrained from excessively engaging with Emolan, fully aware that this is merely a game, and his affection lies with a character within it. Rather than repeatedly intruding upon another without any foundation, potentially triggering alterations in the back-end program, he would prefer to seize the opportunity of the internal testing phase to enhance his standing within the game. After all, there are always examples to be found. Are there not? The affluent player, having invested excessively in the game, found that even their opinions warranted the attention of the game development team. In the realm of Dream Journey, they struggled to locate the recharge option for the Zerg faction, feeling that their modest financial contribution would scarcely make a ripple in such a grand game. However, they could still thrive within the game, completing quests, organizing factions, and enhancing their contributions, thereby augmenting their influence among NPCs. Since the game champions freedom and intelligence, it ought to empower players to sway the NPCs within its universe. As they progressed, Dream Journey nudged the upright and honorable light beneath the stone. The character, Emolan, did not take long to mobilize. Without uttering any formalities, they merely presented themselves before the players and waved their hand, prompting the entire Zerg team to commence their silent operations. Amidst the commotion created by the players, who continued to chatter away, several attempted to cheat by clinging to the transport-type Zerg, hoping to hitch a ride like the Zerg Queen, Emolan. Yet, the numerous tentacles of the transport-type Zerg were not merely decorative. Those who attempted to climb aboard were swiftly dislodged. Except for a few indefatigable players, the majority gradually relinquished this notion and obediently continued their journey. Chapter 59. The Expedition, Quest Requirement. Hunt more creatures and acquire additional biological genes to present to the Zerg Queen, Emolan. Note: this quest can be submitted simultaneously with the main storyline quest. As the system notification appeared before him, Dream Journey kept pace with the advancing Zerg team. The silhouette seated atop the transport-type Zerg gradually fading from his sight as the procession moved onward. Do not linger any longer. The individuals are no longer visible. Let us proceed with our tasks. With a playful tone, the creature gently nudged the dreamer. Both of them had chosen the same game character as the majority of players, which happened to be the tentacled Zerg. Suddenly, an unexpected multitude of tentacles materialized, regardless of whether they were accustomed to it or not. Most players found this experience quite novel and intriguing. Given the presence of such an exhilarating feature, some players began to wonder if it could facilitate certain unspeakable actions. However, they soon discovered an important fact: the Zerg possess no reproductive organs. Indeed, the Zerg are merely categorized into different types, such as Worker Zerg or Warrior Zerg, where worker refers not to gender, but to their role. Yet, these classifications are not entirely fixed. They may shift due to various circumstances. For instance, Worker Zerg, as their name suggests, are inclined towards construction and transportation, with transport-oriented Zerg falling within their domain. Conversely, warrior Zerg excel in combat-related activities, primarily engaging in hunting. Thus, players gradually realize that the Zerg do not adhere to the concept of gender. After all, the reproductive mechanism of these organisms does not rely on the mating of male and female Zerg, but rather on the singular individual of the Zerg Queen, who oversees the entire reproductive process, synthesizing from genes and birthing fully developed offspring, devoid of any growth or maturation phase. The humanoid insect race developed by Anomaly has garnered little favor, partly due to this very reason. While humanity is distinctly characterized by male and female genders, the humanoid insects lack any discernible sexual attributes. Perhaps if the aesthetic of these game characters were slightly more appealing, players might have embraced them. However, Anomaly's creation resembles the likes of Bear Big and Bear 2, leaving one to ponder why players would opt to exchange for such a character devoid of merits. A splendid insect queen graces the realm, her beauty unmatched, yet the swarm under her command is, alas, a sight to behold in its unattractiveness. Is it merely a matter of innate talent? Presently, players find themselves within the territories delineated by Anomaly, signifying that they have yet to venture beyond their own threshold. Such is a colossal waste of time. Meng Zhongyu shook his head in disapproval. This time spent traversing could undoubtedly be utilized for more fruitful endeavors, and he was particularly unwilling to squander it. Guangming Leiluo Jinsi cast a glance at Meng Zhongyu, fully aware of his thoughts. Well, this journey may indeed be tedious. Yet as long as one can keep pace with the main group and not fall behind, all is well. Seizing this opportunity to hunt some creatures and fulfill daily tasks would also be beneficial. I have discovered that the energy points in this game, seemingly inconsequential at first glance, are, in fact, indispensable. Meng Zhongyu shared this sentiment and had no objections, nodding in agreement with Guangming Leiluo Jinsi's assertion as the two of them departed from the throng of players, making their way towards the periphery. In the initial phase of the game's closed beta, the player known as Guangming Leiluo Jingxiashi emerged as a leader of a small team. The early batch of beta testers willingly adhered to his guidance, as his insights were indeed exceptional and his analyses of the game astute. However, as the second beta introduced over 100 new players, the numbers swelled, and so did the cacophony of voices, leading many to become less inclined to follow Guangming Leiluo Jingxiashi's commands. Gradually, various factions began to form, alongside many lone wolves among the players. Though Guangming Leiluo Jingxiashi enjoyed garnering attention within the game and relished being hailed as an esteemed figure, he was not the type to seek leadership in every situation. He possessed a clear understanding that, in the game Zerg, transient leadership held little significance. The true enjoyment of the game lay in the later stages, particularly when the player base expanded and their faction grew in strength. It was then that the authentic essence of the Zerg experience would manifest. Take, for instance, the current expedition event. While the mission description is enticing, it merely disguises the reality of an invasion led by the Zerg Queen against the entirety of the Yegu forest. The invaded party lacks the sophisticated intellect of humanity, does not possess a unified species, nor do they share the human form that might evoke sympathy among the players. Consequently, the majority of players do not fully grasp the implications of this aggression, although some have discerned the truth yet remain indifferent. The term game appears deceptively simple, yet it embodies an inherent coldness. Players may find themselves genuinely moved by the fates of characters within the game, experiencing profound emotions such as sorrow, empathy, and heartbreak, voicing their sentiments over the births and deaths of these digital personas. Yet, paradoxically, they remain detached and indifferent. They can witness the slaughter of innocent bystanders within the narrative, observe countless casualties in the background, and bear witness to the tragic demise of soldiers on the battlefield without a flicker of concern, for in their hearts, they are merely spectators. All of this is but a game. Dreamer, a restless soul, thrives on purpose, especially when he has a clear objective. He longs to devote every moment to self-improvement, striving to bridge the gap between himself and his aspirations. Guangming, who possesses a straightforward disposition, holds no particular preference regarding choices. He is content to follow Dreamer's lead. After all, accompanying this reliable comrade on quests is a stroke of fortune for him. Dreamer's mental prowess has surpassed 7 points, making him the highest among players in this realm. The capabilities of the tentacled Zerg under his command are incomparable to those of Guangming, who operates at an entirely different level. As Dreamer and Guangming venture outward, clearly departing from the main group, the nearby Rainbow Wolf King, and Tang Dynasty Chestnut. Fellow beta testers who have established a rapport through online forums eagerly call out to them. Their camaraderie, forged in the crucible of shared experiences, remains strong. Wait for us. Esteemed leader. Tang Chao Li Zi called out enthusiastically. Currently, she had exchanged for the character known as Mantis Humanoid Zerg 2, an evolved version of the original Mantis Humanoid Zerg. This particular character had garnered a deep affection among players, as it was the most frequently utilized upon entering the game. After some contemplation, Mo Lan decided to introduce an additional feature for the players by spending a certain amount of energy points. They could use the hatchery to further enhance their current character, transforming it into the advanced Mantis Humanoid Zerg. A first-come, first-served basis would apply. Players' energy points, -10. The primary transformation of Mantis Humanoid Zerg 2 involved a significant increase in size, alongside an enhancement of its flying capabilities, allowing it to soar higher and for longer durations. The exterior was fortified with an armor-like layer for protection, making it less unusual for players to fall from considerable heights without severe repercussions. The overall appearance remained largely unchanged, though it exuded an impression of having gained some heft. The strength post-enhancement was comparable to that of the Tentacle Zerg, yet the functionalities of the two species differed considerably. The Tentacle Zerg was a purely terrestrial creature lacking the ability to fly, albeit possessing formidable overall capabilities, while Mantis Humanoid Zerg 2 could take to the skies, boasting a lightweight form and swift, agile movement. Perhaps it is an innate predilection among young women to find tentacles unappealing, or perhaps they perceive them as somewhat repulsive. Figures such as Al and have all elected for the advanced mantis-like insectoid form. As she vociferated, she flapped her wings and surged towards him. The initial impact of this spectacle was rather daunting. Brother greeted her sibling with a demure salutation, as it was their first encounter within the same game. Hey, Brother Ming and Brother Stone, where are you headed? Take us along. Let's team up, exclaimed with unreserved candor. Her disposition was that of a rather uninhibited girl, and while her voice possessed a certain childlike lilt, her character did not entirely align with her vocal qualities. The fact that she could be mistaken for a male otaku online was quite telling. Nonsense, we should be guided by you, Sister Al, responded with a smile. Indeed, was no ordinary young woman. Other girls, like her, would not display such avid interest in hunting. They often appeared somewhat constrained and hesitant to act, given the hyperrealism of everything within the game. To speak of the player known as Dog and I are both son, there is nothing particularly remarkable about him. While his mental strength of 2.7 is indeed superior to that of most players, it still does not surpass that of Dream Wanderer. The singular aspect that sets him apart lies in his extraordinary skills, despite wielding a game character similar to others and his mental strength not being overwhelmingly high. He demonstrates a combat prowess far superior to that of his peers. When faced with prey capable of resistance, he invariably emerges victorious with remarkable ease. However, individuals like Dog and I are both son are also wary of encountering those who might resort to underhanded tactics. For instance, Al is my wife, who, upon witnessing the prowess of Dog and I are both son, became quite enamored and insisted on apprenticing under him. With no means of escape from this persistent attention, Dog and I are both son reluctantly acquiesced, bringing Al as my wife along and teaching her a few techniques, particularly since they had known each other online for a considerable time. Furthermore, Al as my wife was utterly unbothered by the embarrassment of her relentless pursuit. Faced with the earnest request of an adorable girl with a sweet voice, Dog and I are both son found it challenging to decline, ultimately agreeing to her wishes. At this moment, observing Light and Righteous and Dream Wanderer preparing to detach from the main group for some endeavor, Al as my wife decided to include Dog and I are both son as well. What began as a small duo unexpectedly burgeoned into a team of over 10 individuals. Chapter 60, The Bug Race Hero Squad. At this juncture, the two followed behind the team, still engaged in a discussion about crafting garments. Were those two outfits truly created by us? The uneducated youth brim with skepticism, questioning why garments look so exquisite on Her Majesty the Queen. Sister Huahua rolled her eyes dramatically, remarking that one ought to consider who we had chosen as models for the fitting. Model 1 was a middle-aged man, Taimashi, with a dark complexion and a leg impaired. Model 2 was an ambiguous creature, resembling a humanoid insect akin to the characters from a cartoon. The vitality points of this version were scarce, with only a handful of such creatures appearing throughout the game, and here was one of them. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Her Majesty truly donned the attire. The uneducated youth felt a surge of excitement, unable to suppress a silly grin. Imagine if we crafted 2 bikinis. Do you think Her Majesty would wear them? He mused, wiping non-existent drool. Dreamwalker, upon overhearing, turned to glance at the two. A strange chill sweeping past him from Sister Hua and the uneducated youth. This time, participating in a main storyline quest, the Rainbow Wolf King also yearned to venture outside, hoping to encounter more suitable flora and fauna. As for the salt, the previous method had surprisingly yielded results, binding the boxing rabbit, allowing it to become parched before releasing it, and then stealthily tracking its movements to see where it would replenish its salt. Initially, players logged into the game at irregular intervals, making it easy for the captured boxing rabbit to escape due to insufficient oversight. However, with the human NPC, Taimashi, players discovered they could entrust this task to him, and he executed it with remarkable diligence. Thus, the initial step of the salt extraction plan has been successfully accomplished. The illustrious Qin dynasty has, as anticipated, discovered a stretch of saline alkaline land. Presently, the primary responsible individual is devising methods to extract the salt and is also one of the veteran players not participating in this activity. Why not form a team? After listening to the intentions of Guangming Leiluo and Jingzai Shu, the others concurred that, since they had leisure time, it would be prudent to utilize this portion of time to earn some energy points. Very well. Guangming Leiluo nodded in agreement. Although the previous love triangle incident had created some awkwardness among most players regarding the act of teaming up, it did not significantly hinder their interactions. As long as one is not forcing a smile to engage with those they dislike, it is of little concern. Moreover, forming a team facilitates the discernment of authentic intentions, thereby mitigating the majority of deceitful tactics prevalent in the game. Once the spiritual network is connected, any duplicitous intent is easily detected by fellow team members. Meng, your spiritual power is the highest. You should lead the team. The rainbow-colored Wolf King suggested. A single point of spiritual power can extend the diameter of the range by 1 kilometer. Among the players, Mengzangia possesses the broadest perceptive range within the spiritual network. Additionally, there are restrictions on team size. For instance, with 5 points of spiritual power, the team is limited to 5 members. Each additional point of spiritual power increases the permissible team size by 5. Mengzangia currently has the authority to form a team of up to 15 members, making him the most suitable candidate for this role. All right. Mengzangia did not hesitate and promptly sent a team formation request to everyone. System notification. The team has been successfully established. Please promptly assign a name to your team. System prompt. Members within the team have been specially marked in the mental network, which can be altered in the settings. Team members: Dream Wanderer, Honest and Upright, Colorful Wolf King, Tang Dynasty Chestnut, Princess Dreamy, Sister Flower, Uncultured New Youth, Al is my wife, Dog, and I both shine. Honest and Upright gazed at Dream Wanderer in astonishment. You actually tried that name. As Dream Wanderer's expression grew increasingly ominous, Honest and Upright cleared his throat and fell silent, prompting others to speak up. Colorful Wolf King, Gentleman S Brigade, Tang Dynasty Chestnut, Zerg Squad, Uncultured New Youth. Ah yes. Yes, the team you mentioned. Sister Flower, Sweep the Yegu Forest team. Dream Wanderer's demeanor darkened further. At that moment, his typically obedient and amiable sister, Princess Dreamy, chimed in, Brave Adventurers team. Regardless of whether the name was melodious or not, it seemed somewhat childish, leading Dream Wanderer to reflect on whether he had been neglecting his sister's feelings lately. Little Bear Biscuit team, interjected Dog and I both shine, who, as a security guard, sought to feel somewhat involved. Dream Wanderer's gaze landed on the silent Honest and Upright. Ahem, why are you looking at me? Honest and Upright replied, somewhat exasperated, unable to conjure a fitting name. In a dreamlike state, one remained silent, merely gazing intently at him, rolling their eyes. With integrity, they stepped forward, proposing a solution. Let us proceed with a process of elimination, where each individual casts a single vote, and the name with the least support shall be discarded. Everyone was eager to participate, and no one voiced dissent. With a nod of agreement, the process began. It was time to vote for the first name to be eliminated. Simply point at the individual you wish to vote against. In a swift manner, 3 female players simultaneously directed their fingers at the Rainbow Wolf King. His proposal for the name of the gentleman's team was decidedly unacceptable. Without hesitation, the dreamer also pointed at the Rainbow Wolf King. unwilling to face Her Majesty under the guise of a gentleman. Observing the surroundings, the integrity-driven individual followed suit, casting their vote against the Rainbow Wolf King. With 5 votes already cast, it became apparent who would be eliminated, leaving no need for further voting. The Rainbow Wolf King, still in disbelief, expressed his sentiments, lamenting their inability to appreciate the allure of a gentleman. Next, it was time to eliminate the second team name. The integrity-driven individual continued to direct the proceedings. Indeed, those lacking in cultural refinement, you are correct. Let us dismiss the second name, they declared. Consequently, the team name proposed by Sister Huahua, Sweep Through the Ancient Forest team, was the next to be eliminated. While not unpleasant, it lacked aesthetic appeal, rendering it rather commonplace. With 3 team names remaining, the male players, hesitant to cast their votes for the 2 female contestants, opted to support the Go Yu Wajiri team, led by Little Bear Biscuits. He, in turn, acquiesced to the outcome, having suggested the name on a whim, and even cast a vote for himself before exiting the stage, leaving the 2 girls behind. I shall vote for myself, Tang Chao Chestnut declared, raising her hand, reluctant to vote against her dear friend. I, too, shall vote for myself, Princess Meng Yi echoed promptly, raising her hand as well. The remaining players, feeling indecisive, eventually led Ar Shirwalaupa to make a resolute decision. I abstain. The others quickly followed suit. Why do you look at me so? Guangming lamented, utterly speechless, but resigned to his fate, burdened with such a foolish companion. Let us settle for a tie, then. He proposed, and combined the 2 names to form Zerg Brave Squad, Guangming said in a perfunctory tone. Without waiting for further input, Meng Zhongyo swiftly confirmed the team name, and all team members simultaneously received a system notification. System notification. The team name Zerg Brave Squad has been confirmed. Esteemed leader, I have come to farm energy points. A novice player announced, locating the newly renamed Zerg Factory 1 and charging inside, while the 2 tentacled Zerg guarding the entrance remained impassive. This brick is quite warm to the touch. Among the players who have not engaged in the main quest activities, it is not that he is obsessed with moving bricks. Rather, the soil within this game has piqued his interest, and he is currently exploring the distinctions between various types of Earth. Game tasks, time-limited events, they hold no allure. He disregards the newcomers, casually waving his hand to grant them access. After all, the rights to the Zerg Factory 1 rest with him. Should any player commit a violation, the system will promptly issue a warning to him. Since the inauguration of Zerg Factory 1, where he can distribute energy points to other players as remuneration, this group of novice players quickly devised an alternative method to complete their beginner tasks, namely, moving bricks. By utilizing the energy points earned from brick moving to enhance their sustenance, they can fulfill their beginner tasks. Subsequently, they embark on hunting prey, allowing them to also complete daily quests and earn additional energy points. When it comes to exploiting the game's advantages, players never fail to impress. Thus, this humble factory of his is bustling with activity, never lacking in laborers. What? You inquire about the fate of the bricks produced? It is known that within this game, players can freely select a plot of land, which is then certified as private property by the system. Many players are currently striving to construct their own houses within the game. Due to the nascent stage of brick production and the limited number of players with ample energy points, the Zerg factories are currently experiencing an order surplus. This is further compounded by the influx of over 500 new players. In the short term, the bricks are a coveted commodity, and concerns about overproduction are unwarranted. Presently, some players specialize in constructing dwellings for others in exchange for energy points. They skillfully manipulate tentacled Zergs, whose multiple appendages facilitate the building process with greater ease and efficiency than manual labor. However, the structures they erect are several times larger than human habitations and necessitate a foundational understanding of architectural design. Instances of completed structures collapsing the following day are commonplace, and some even crumble before completion. Nevertheless, these aspiring architects remain undeterred, transitioning from charging for their services to offering them gratis. Should their skills fail to improve, they may soon find themselves compensating others for the privilege of building their abodes. The poignancy of their dedication moved 17 to issue a system-wide alert cautioning novice players against potential scams, unbeknownst to the earnest builders. Ironwood Stone could not resist glancing at the divine emissary tending to a large stone pot in the open space. Over the past 2 months, he had grown accustomed to life in the Yegu forest. In truth, it was a vast improvement over his previous existence in the mines. The constant oppression was absent, and he was no longer subjected to the monotonous labor of excavation and transport. Food was plentiful, and the divine emissaries were generous. Furthermore, he had access to shelter from the elements. He had never anticipated that this group of divine beings would be willing to utilize such precious and rare stones to construct a house of considerable size for him. However, he often found it challenging to comprehend the thoughts and actions of these divine entities. At times, the conversations he could suddenly understand were peculiar and perplexing. As he pondered, Taimashi meticulously arranged the spider silk in his hands. This was the task assigned to him by the divine beings, to neatly weave the clusters of pristine white spider silk on the wooden frame known as a loom. Once he activated the machine and deftly maneuvered the silk with his fingers, a smooth and delicate piece of white fabric would soon materialize before his eyes. Previously, there had been divine beings who attempted to perform weaving tasks using grotesque and unsettling monstrous bodies, but they seemed to lack patience, quickly losing interest after a short while. This realization brought Taimashi a sense of relief. If the divine beings could manage this task, he would find himself rendered quite useless. What on earth was this divine being up to? Taimashi furtively observed the divine entity stirring the pot with a large wooden stick. Suddenly, the wooden frame emitted a crackling sound. Divine being, the divine object is malfunctioning, he exclaimed. Chapter 61, Salt Mine. It was to be expected that something like a rudimentary loom would encounter issues, especially when operated by a group of players devoid of hands. Dealing with the assembled wooden components, which often jammed, and at times, completely seized up, such occurrences were commonplace. Observing the boisterous human NPC, Taimashi, a player engrossed in studying the upgraded loom, adeptly exchanged resources for 2 hours of translation, anticipating the NPC's oft-repeated phrase. This contraption is called a loom, but call it what you will. Feeling it peculiar to argue with a mere game NPC, Hongchen Ihan rose and approached the rudimentary loom. As expected, the same old issue persisted. After a thorough inspection, Hongchen Ihan skillfully disassembled the jammed component, replacing it with a new wooden part. Finding no further problems, he waved to Taimashi, signaling him to resume weaving. Why does this thing always malfunction? Hongchen Ihan lamented to a fellow player, Shizhu, who joined among the 500 newcomers from the third beta test. Shizhu, seemingly well-versed from lurking in the forums, despite his unfamiliar name, possessed a comprehensive understanding of the game's processes. Upon entering the game, he immediately headed to the novice base and joined the woodworking team. The group, dubbed the woodworking team, were not fixated on the loom or its fabrication for the sake of the quest. Instead, they were engrossed in carving various objects from wood. Some aimed to create figurines within the game, while others sought to craft log furniture. Remarkably, one player had successfully sold several pieces. The fact that the looms were for making clothes, and the clothes were for completing side quest 1, was of little concern to these players. Their passion lay in woodworking. Nevertheless, players remain attentive to the progress of their tasks. For instance, when Taimashi encounters an issue, players readily lend their assistance in resolving it. Such actions are meticulously recorded by the system, serving as a criterion for awarding rewards upon the completion of future side quests. Today, your character, Defies, has an initial mental strength value of 2.7 upon entering the game. As a seasoned player who has invested in a fully functional simulation pod, the increase in mental strength may not be as pronounced as in the game Zerg, yet it typically rises by approximately 0.1 each day. In other words, players who enter the game later will possess a higher initial mental strength, while those who join earlier will experience a swifter enhancement in their mental capacities. The components vary in size, yet the mere fact that they can be assembled together is commendable. A cursory glance has already led you, Defies, to identify the root of the problem. Different parts have been sourced from various players, lacking both measuring tools and standards. They were merely assessed by visual approximation of size. The successful assembly of such disparate elements is indeed impressive. As for the occasional snags, that is hardly surprising. One cannot expect a flawless operation. It does not seem to present itself as a straightforward task. Defies has no further ambitions for advancement with the foot-operated loom. Any real progress would necessitate modern industrial capabilities. Instead, he has made some modifications to this rudimentary setup, recognizing that looms differ significantly from one another. This, however, appears to be somewhat dissimilar. In the realm of fleeting regrets, I cast a glance at the finished loom, then shifted my gaze to the exquisite components in your possession today, esteemed one. How perplexing it is that they appear so dissimilar. This apparatus is intended for the insectoid species. Without lifting my head, you, the esteemed one, casually remarked that it is, of course, not meant for humans. Hence the components differ accordingly. My pupils dilated in astonishment. Oh, venerable one. After pursuing you with inquiries for an extensive duration, I finally grasped the origin of your exceptional persona. If I were to describe it in terms familiar to the digital landscape of Earth, one might say you are an avant-garde artist. Hailing from a lineage of sculptors, your ancestors were masters of woodcraft, skilled through generations. Yet, upon reaching your station, all conceivable avenues of creation had been traversed by your forebears. In a quest for innovation, you sought to explore uncharted territories, engaging with non-human entities. This led to the whimsical idea of crafting diminutive replicas of human woodworking projects tailored for cats and dogs, allowing these adorable creatures to emulate human endeavors. Their irresistible charm garnered significant attention, positioning you as an unconventional pet influencer, a realm that had previously escaped notice in the field of woodworking. Thus, upon entering the game, I hastened to the original base of the woodworking team, which had been transformed into a semi-open greenhouse. Numerous items were directly placed within this space. While the newly constructed two-story villa was appropriated by the game's developers, rebranded as the Novice Hall, where the incubation chamber is now located. What is referred to as a stone cauldron is, in reality, merely a substantial rock, painstakingly excavated through the resilient forelimbs of the insectoid species, a testament to the enduring legacy of the Qin dynasty through the ages. The wooden pot proved unreliable, and the ceramic pot had yet to be crafted in a size sufficient for the task at hand. With no viable method to produce an iron pot, I was left with no alternative but to resort to using a stone pot to manage the situation. Perseverance bore fruit. After diligently boiling several pots of water, I observed glimmering crystals forming along the rim of the pot. Though they were not strikingly white, they stood as evidence of my arduous efforts yielding results. Overcome with joy, I nearly wept, and a wave of elation surged through me. In a state of excitement, I entrusted a nearby player to watch over the pot, while I hastily logged off to share this joyous moment on the forum. Brothers, I have procured salt. Subject, just now. I successfully produced salt. Content, wow, I am at a loss for words, brothers. After 10 days of effort, I finally obtained salt. It is indeed salt. Rainbow Wolf King, Wolf Brother, we have salt now. Posted by Dachin Chinchio Wandai. However, the comments section did not reflect the enthusiasm Dachin Chinchio Wandai had anticipated. The responses were tinged with uncertainty. Master of Demon King City, veiling the sky and blocking the moon. A moment of silence for the poster. Buddha says cannot speak. I am unsure whether to voice my thoughts. My emotions are conflicted. Reply to Buddha says cannot speak. Speak up. What is going on? Drink more hot water. The poster-s situation tugs at my heartstrings. Snow White-s second ad. It's too tragic, too tragic, too tragic. 8 treasure poison chicken soup. Poster, you should catch up with the main group. You might still make it. Keep going. Reply to 8 treasure poison chicken soup. Who says love is green light? Did no one think to inform the poster? Who says love is a green light? Very well, I shall embrace the role of the villain. Who says love is a green light? In the midst of perusing this link, an ominous premonition crept into my mind. Upon tremblingly clicking it open, I encountered a post, dated merely 10 minutes ago. In pursuit of gold, only to unearth salt instead, utterly speechless subject. I beheld the mineral gleaming like gold, believing it to be precious metal. Content. Alas, it turned out to be merely sunlight's reflection. What a deceptive metal, betraying my sentiments. With the mindset of having come this far, I thought to dig a little deeper, perhaps uncovering something else. Ultimately, I unearthed a salt mine. I yearned for gold. Lustrous, resplendent gold. Posted by Wang Bu Jian Wang Bao 1 meal 3 dishes, front row. Little Moon Explorer. Impressive, truly impressive. Village Chief of Novice Village. A salt mine is not without merit, but can it be confirmed? Reply from Village Chief of Novice Village. Probably. It resembles the images quite closely, and I tasted it. Indeed, it is salty. Buddha says cannot speak. Merely being salty does not guarantee authenticity. Many substances share that trait. Humorous. JPG, young lad adoring his wife. The original poster should consult system Shichi for clarity. Reply from young lad adoring his wife. Confirmed. It is indeed a salt mine. 8 treasure poisonous chicken soup. This calls for Rainbow Wolf King, chef. Your salt has arrived. My wife Z. Ha ha ha. Chef is truly unfortunate. He has yet to prepare a meal, while the neighboring team has completed their outfits and constructed the Zerg factory, and he remains in search of salt. Rock, paper, scissors. Do not speak so, Brother Wolf. An opportunity has presented itself. Press on, Brother Wolf. We await your grand feast. By the way, have you found the oil? Elder brother remains silent. The bamboo shoots upstairs have been snatched. The giant panda has been starved to thinness by you. The doctor advised against medication. Great Chin. Is Brother Chin present? The doctor advised against medication. Great Chin. Do say something, Brother Chin. The doctor advised against medication. Great Chin. Please do not remain silent. I am frightened, crying. JPG. Love's garbled message. You are being too excessive. How can you, Great Chin? Please refrain from Great Chin. Such matters must not be witnessed by Great Chin. Drink more hot water. The bamboo shoots on the mountain have all been taken by you. Watching. JPG. Little Lu Shan. Entering and exiting 7 times. After toiling for over 10 days, diligently and tirelessly, I managed to gather but a small handful of salt. Yet with a mere swipe of a paw, an entire salt mine was unearthed. TSK, TSK, TSK. Green and graceful collar. Huh. The more I speak, the more I feel for Brother Chin's plight. Shared glory and humiliation. Is no one going to comment on the turtle's extraordinary luck? You fire away. We all know he is fortunate. The production team's beloved child of destiny. I roll. JPG. I am not a non-tycoon. May the fortunate one perish. Darn it. I have yet to win a spot among 500. Game developers, please commence the public test. I can barely wait. Great Chin has added Wang Bujin Wang Ba as a friend. Upon entering the game, communication with Wang Bujin Wang Ba commenced immediately. The Zerg mental network is a rather enigmatic phenomenon, allowing for the simultaneous perception of all Zerg entities within the same network, even the most ordinary ones. However, this capability exerts immense pressure on the psyche, akin to cramming countless superfluous software into a computer, which not only hampers operational speed, but can also lead to a complete system crash. Consequently, Molon deliberately instituted restrictions on the mental network range for each player, which expands with the enhancement of mental power, aimed at alleviating the burden of unnecessary data cluttering the player's minds. The limitation on the number of friends mirrors this principle. Given that communication on this mental plane transcends distance, the regulation of friend count is particularly stringent. Upon reaching a mental power value of 3, players may begin adding friends through the mental network, initially granted 5 slots, with each additional point in mental power allowing for 2 extra friend slots. Under such precious restrictions, the ability to forge friendships signifies a bond of considerable significance. You shall pay for this, turtle. Beyond the Yegu forest, Wang Bujin Wang Ba connected to the mental network, startled by the haunting and sorrowful voice of Dachin Qianxia Wandai. While other players either followed the Zerg Queen Lan into the main storyline's time-limited events or remained in place to advance their side quests for various reasons, Wang Bujin Wang Ba diverged from the rest. He had taken a route through Parker to venture beyond the Yegu forest in pursuit of mining opportunities. Chapter 62. The mining team expands. After grasping the intricacies of the situation, Wang Bujin Wang Ba fell into a moment of silence. Even he, in that instant, found it challenging to articulate the extraordinary fortune of the great Qin dynasty that spanned millennia. Perhaps this was the essence of being an unremarkable individual, a sentiment he struggled to comprehend. Where are you? I shall seek you out. The great Qin dynasty, though vexed, knew he must first address the pressing issue at hand, the dire necessity of salt. Reluctantly, he acknowledged that Wang Bujin Wang Ba's discovery of the salt mine alleviated much of his futile exertions. The salt refined from the mine proved far more efficient than the arduous process of extracting it from the saline lands, and, most importantly, the quantity was abundant. Wang Bujin Wang Ba was undeterred by the great Qin dynasty's demeanor. He earnestly shared the method and direction of his exit from the forest. The interstellar beings employed their advanced technology to monitor all terrestrial regions, excluding the oceans and the Yegu forest, primarily focusing on the habitat of the Tamlinal people. This surveillance, however, was not particularly stringent, as it relied on a detection wave technology that established a predetermined threshold. When the detection wave registered a biological entity surpassing this threshold, an alert would be triggered. Subsequently, the artificial intelligence system aboard the interstellar vessel, Baiwe, would meticulously examine the biological data that instigated the alert and analyze the specifics of the situation. The threshold itself could be understood in terms of two parameters: size and energy density. For instance, if a creature towering over 3 meters emerges from the Yegu forest, it would undoubtedly trigger an alarm, as such an exaggerated stature is unattainable for ordinary humans. Furthermore, there exists a limitation regarding energy density. For example, a diminutive organism may possess substantial internal energy, which could also elicit a warning akin to an energy bomb. Typically, it is quite challenging for biological entities to achieve such a phenomenon, yet one cannot dismiss the possibility of certain unique life forms exhibiting exceptional reproductive characteristics. The swarm under Molan's command includes various insectoid species, such as the basic worker insects, basic soldier insects, mantis-like humanoid insects, and spider-like insects, all of which range from 1 to 2 meters in length, comfortably within the safety threshold and unlikely to trigger the detection wave systems of interstellar beings. However, larger varieties, such as tentacled insects and transport insects, find it difficult to venture beyond the confines of the Yegu forest. Additionally, caution must be exercised during daylight hours, as the brightness enhances visibility, making it easier for both the naked eye and surveillance systems to detect entities that are evidently not human, thus raising alarm. Nighttime offers a slight reprieve, as achieving the clarity of daylight necessitates additional energy expenditure to activate night vision capabilities. Previously, Molan had taken advantage of the night by dispatching some basic worker insects to clandestinely engage in mining activities. Although many Tenyurolans tend to reduce their mining activities at night due to poor visibility and opt for rest, there are still individuals present, and the risk of being discovered remains. Fortunately, Molan gleaned information from Parker regarding the locations of some abandoned and perilous mines, allowing for clandestine mining without the fear of detection. Mines become abandoned for various reasons. Some are nearly depleted of the valuable mineral resources sought by interstellar denizens, leaving behind only common and less valuable metals. Such mines are predominantly occupied by Tenyurolans, who have repurposed them into dwellings. Another reason for abandonment is the extreme instability of certain mines, which are prone to frequent collapses, deterring many Tenyurolans from venturing inside, thus leading to their eventual neglect. The Zerg, however, have no such concerns, particularly the foundational worker insects. Their physique is inherently suited for maneuvering within these mines and surviving in collapsed environments. Their saliva possesses sufficient adhesive properties to easily secure loose soil and debris, reinforcing the mine-S structure and preventing collapses, unless an earthquake occurs. The geology of Tanyurol is remarkably stable, with minimal seismic activity reported for centuries. However, in recent decades, excessive excavation has altered the geological layers, resulting in occasional minor tremors. The 9956 mining area, located near the Yegu forest, remains relatively stable and has not experienced significant seismic events, though it is rumored that mines ranked around 3,000 frequently encounter tremors. If players wish to engage in mining, they must await the night within the game, when the enigmatic leader organizes a team to stealthily extract resources. At that moment, players may infiltrate the mining crew. However, the activity itself is rather tedious and uninspiring, leading many players to lose interest after a single attempt. The entire process is characterized by the monotonous repetition of the same task, relentlessly mining stones in a pitch-black cavern devoid of light. The surroundings are filled with mindless, silent insectoid creatures, rendering the oppressive darkness unbearable. Wang Bujian Wang Ba harbors an aversion to the sensation of hunting, particularly the disquieting feeling of his sharp appendages slicing through the flesh of other beings, accompanied by the splattering of blood. Even with his senses and cognitive awareness significantly dulled, he finds this experience profoundly unsettling, a natural reaction of discomfort and aversion that everyone possesses at their core. Fortunately, Wang Bujian Wang Ba retains a fondness for the game and has not forsaken it due to the hunting requirements, as the game offers a myriad of other engaging activities. Yet, the prospect of mining alone in the cavern, engulfed by absolute darkness and boundless solitude, is an ordeal he cannot endure. Nonetheless, as the saying goes, where there is a will, there is a way. Since the emergence of transparent dealings and systematic bargaining, the once potential energy source of the Ironwood Stone has transformed into an NPC. Players have come to understand another distinctive feature of this game. All intelligent NPCs are indeed capable of conversation and trade. Subsequently, The character known as Wang Bujin Wang Ba exchanged for an exceedingly unattractive humanoid insectoid crafted by Anomaly. Indeed, among the few humanoid insectoids that were exchanged, one serves as a model for players in the novice base, while the other was procured by Wang Bujin Wang Ba. Parker, initially uncertain about how to decline, sensed Her Majesty's concern for this group of creatures known as players and was reluctant to create animosity with them. Moreover, due to his inner, clandestine thoughts, he was not entirely keen on rejecting the proposal. After much deliberation, Parker ultimately sought the Queen's counsel. Regardless of whether Parker chose to accept or refuse, Anomaly remained indifferent. Her plans for the players were not solely contingent upon Parker's decision. Parker had long perceived Her Majesty's peculiar fondness for these unique, intelligent player insectoids. She appeared remarkably tolerant of these odd players, irrespective of their actions or intentions. Ultimately, Parker acquiesced to the request made by this insectoid who referred to himself as Wang Bujin Wang Ba. The name was indeed peculiar, suggesting that each of these strange player insectoids bore a distinctive and somewhat convoluted name. Moreover, Parker observed a remarkable phenomenon. This group of Zerg could effortlessly alter their physical forms. Although he could not discern the differences among the players based solely on their appearances, each player's voice resonated with their earthly identities, providing a distinct recognition. What astonished Parker even more was the presence of feminine voices among the Zerg, enchanting and melodious in nature, which left him perplexed. After all, the Zerg were a genderless species. Only the Zerg Queen could determine the female gender, while all other Zerg existed in a state devoid of gender. Furthermore, upon the death of the Zerg Queen, any of the remaining Zerg could swiftly transform into a new Zerg Queen. Even Parker, assuming all Zerg, including Anomaly, perished, would be capable of rapidly becoming the new Zerg Queen, a consequence dictated by the fundamental genetics of the Zerg. In this regard, Parker's situation was rather tragic. He had lost the ability to procreate at such a young age, unless he ultimately ascended to the position of Zerg Queen. Anomaly's demeanor was ambiguous, leaving Parker uncertain of her true intentions. Nevertheless, he gleaned from the sporadic knowledge imparted by Her Majesty that this group of player Zerg was indeed unique. Thus, Parker resolved to cultivate a favorable rapport with them, seeking to transform them into his allies, at the very least to assist him in resolving certain predicaments. Anomaly raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Parker's aspirations. You wish for the players to become your allies? It is quite simple. As long as you can assign tasks to them, all players will become your most loyal allies. The interstellar beings will not bother with the cumbersome and unbeneficial task of conducting a census of the Talonal. For the systems aboard interstellar vessels, the records and extraneous files pertaining to the Talonal hold no distinction. Thus, when an additional individual materializes, it elicits no notice, regardless of their unattractive appearance. Alas, machines lack an aesthetic sense and will not generate an error report or a warning about unsightly individuals for the artificial intelligence known as byway aboard the spacecraft. Furthermore, it fails to capture the attention of the Talonal working nearby. They remain indifferent to the appearances or personalities of their neighbors or co-workers, having neither the time nor the inclination to concern themselves with such matters. Merely surviving consumes the majority of their energy. Perhaps their only form of social interaction occurs within the confines of their homes. When a household has an adult female or an adult male, it signifies that the time for separation has arrived. Once the female in the household reaches adulthood, space becomes increasingly scarce. At this juncture, the mother will escort her daughter towards the doorsteps of other homes, visiting them one by one to inquire whether there are suitable unmarried men available. If such a man exists, a new family will be formed without any regard for sentiments. Notions of love are non-existent. Their establishment of families is seldom motivated by affection, but rather by the primal instinct to perpetuate life. Girls often find themselves residing in the homes of others, or settling down in their husband's abode, or even seeking new lodgings with their newlywed husbands. After all, the number of individuals who can endure the confines of a mine is exceedingly limited. Occasionally, unforeseen circumstances may arise that cause disruptions within the mine, compelling its inhabitants to relocate abruptly, often without the opportunity to inform their original families, gradually fading from each other's lives. Consequently, the familial bonds among the Tonluan people are characteristically ephemeral. Prior to establishing their own households, they become acutely aware of the importance of their living relatives due to this transience. The aspirations of the Great Qin to eternally seek out the elusive Wang Bujin Wang Ba seem rather fanciful. Upon learning about the departure of Wang Bujian Wang Ba from the Yegu forest, the Great Qin can only wait in silence, hoping that when Parker next ventures into the Yegu forest, he might carry them along. However, when Parker enters the Yegu forest, he will receive a notification in his dreams, as it is a special task assigned to him. Presently, Dreamwalker has already accompanied Queen Lan in her campaign into the Yegu forest, which means that Parker's next visit to the forest might occur without any prior notice. Initially, Parker intended to conceal the humanoid form of Wang Bujian Wang Ba, the insectoid body post-departure, within his own home. However, after a reminder from his brother Hullen, he refrained from doing so. It remains uncertain whether the transformation of his brother into an insectoid being has profoundly affected him, but since that incident, Hullen has seldom wept, becoming significantly stronger and considerably more composed. Perhaps he himself had come to realize that tears seldom serve any purpose or effect. They could neither rescue his brother, who had succumbed to the clutches of evil, nor alter their fates. Chapter 63. Playing games with the wife Hullen. Is this truly acceptable? Parker hesitated, unable to suppress his doubts. It's certainly preferable to allowing it to remain in our home. Hullen cast a cold gaze upon the portly figure ahead, struggling to contain the loathing that stirred within him. A repugnant creature. Tamushi was the first human to be sent alive into the Yegu forest by Parker, and thus far, the only one. Consequently, Parker felt a twinge of guilt when confronted with Tamushi's family, and he remained attentive to news concerning his wife. Tamushi's wife had not remarried, not from a lack of desire, but rather due to the absence of suitors. Her frail condition deterred potential partners, and even the child she bore was not particularly robust, a fragile bundle that seemed as if it might perish at any moment. In the absence of emotional foundations, strong and healthy women were the primary preference for single men seeking wives. Moreover, Tamushi's wife was burdened with a child less than a year old, indicating that she lacked the capacity for further childbirth in the near future. Even if she disregarded her own health to conceive again, it would be exceedingly difficult for her to care for more than one child simultaneously. Yet, the thought of abandoning her infant was insurmountable for Tamushi's wife. She found herself repeatedly returning empty-handed. As a supervisor, Parker received a daily allocation of 1 kilogram of nutritional paste, sufficient to meet the daily needs of 10 individuals. Dedicating a portion of this to care for the mother and child posed no burden for him. Without delving into Parker's guilt over personally consigning a living soul to the inferno, it is evident that the frail wife of Timos, burdened with a child, finds it increasingly arduous to maintain their household. The Tannerans, subjugated by interstellar beings, have had their civilizational evolution stifled, plunging them into a perpetual state of ignorance. However, this does not imply that the relationships among the Tannerans are characterized by harmony and affection. Abandoned mine shafts, capable of serving as residences, are scarce resources. The ownership of each dilapidated mine is determined by the strength of the adult men within each family, while they refrain from arbitrarily seizing another's dwelling. A household devoid of a male figure clearly loses its right to habitation. This notion is precisely what Hullen conceived, since Timos's wife lacks a suitable partner for remarriage, and the creature known as Wang Bujian Wang Ba frequently seeks a place to conceal itself. Why not allow Wang Bujian Wang Ba to masquerade as the remarried husband of Timos's wife? The idea is promising, yet Parker harbors concerns regarding Timos's wife's acceptance of it. After all, this lesser version of a humanoid insect is exceedingly grotesque, so much so that it is downright terrifying. Standing approximately 2 meters tall, this is the smallest form that Mulan can assume, with an imposing weight exceeding 300 pounds. It resembles the stout, robust figures of ancient generals depicted in traditional art, broad-shouldered and formidable. As for its features, while it possesses the requisite organs, nose, eyes, mouth, and ears, all situated in their expected positions, their amalgamation results in an appearance that is undeniably awkward and peculiar. At first glance, one might perceive that humans appear in a certain manner, yet upon closer inspection, an unsettling nuance emerges, evoking a sense akin to the uncanny valley phenomenon. Wang, oblivious to the peculiarities, found joy in the game and activated the translation feature, disregarding the chatter of the 2 brothers behind him. Typically, he would skip through the narrative of such games, but this time, he merrily ventured towards the abode of Tamushi's wife. To his astonishment, this was his first encounter with a game that rewarded him with a spouse. He resolved to share this revelation in a forum later. However, Wang was unaware that this character was the wife of the human NPC, Tamushi, and Parker had not mentioned this to him. In Parker's mind, Tamushi was already a deceased entity. Little did Parker know that Tamushi was thriving and living quite comfortably, leaving both parties ensnared in a web of misinformation. Many players were quite enthusiastic about providing sustenance to Tamushi, perhaps hoping that frequent offerings would enhance their rapport and trigger special quests. Unfortunately, Tamushi could not discern which player was feeding him. He only recognized that the divine beings were benevolent, leading to a misallocation of the player's efforts. The players had no expectations regarding the workload. They were products of 9 years of compulsory education, and none could genuinely impose servitude upon Tamushi, compelling him to labor excessively. Ironically, it was Tamushi himself who felt a sense of obligation, diligently working each day, which left the players in awe, affirming his status as a quintessential NPC. Tamushi's wife was named Fengye. Among the Tamliner, the concept of surnames was non-existent, with names often derived from common natural elements. Fengye had heard from the young overseer about the arrival of a man who would assume the role of her new husband in her household. She was informed that her only duty would be to care for him during his prolonged slumber, which could last 3 to 4 days. Additionally, it was advised that she should overlook his peculiar behaviors and utterances, as he might occasionally speak in a manner that eluded her understanding. Furthermore, she noted that he was not particularly handsome. Deep down, Fengye was acutely aware that the care she was receiving was a result of her missing former husband's sacrifice. As the ground trembled slightly, a large, unattractive man with a twisted, lecherous grin appeared before her. Fengye's complexion drained of color, rendering her already frail figure even more fragile. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the overseer behind the man, and with a slight steadiness of mind, she mustered a forced smile and greeted the imposing figure before her. "Hello, hello, hello, hello," Wang Bujin Wang Ba exclaimed with an exuberance that lacked any sense of decorum. As he drew closer to scrutinize the wife he had just been assigned, Fengye was not considered beautiful. Her appearance was merely ordinary. While her skin was fairer than that of the rugged men from Tanner who had endured years of sun and wind, she still bore a somewhat darker complexion. Though she had borne 2 children, she was still quite young, not yet 30, appearing to be merely in her mid-20s. As Wang Bujin Wang Ba approached, she involuntarily shrank back, yet she dared not completely withdraw. "My name is, you can call me Tortoise." Unsure of how to introduce his online alias to the NPC, Wang Bujin Wang Ba simply stated the nickname others on the forum had given him. "My name is Fengye." Unable to resist, Fengye glanced towards the overseeing guardian outside. To her disappointment, after confirming there were no issues, the guardian turned and left without hesitation, leaving her to confront the formidable man before her. Although the humanoid insectoids hatched by Mo bore no distinct genders, their appearances were decidedly masculine. "Please, do not stand on ceremony. Come, have a seat." Wang Bujin Wang Ba spoke with an air of familiarity, as if he truly considered this place his home. He sidestepped around Fengye and began to survey the interior of the abandoned mine, gesturing for her to sit. The dwelling, a forsaken mine, was only suitable for habitation at its entrance, while deeper sections were largely obstructed by stones to prevent children from wandering in. The living conditions were scarcely better than those of the novice bases established by players themselves. Wang Bujin Wang Ba swiftly surveyed the surroundings and, finding little of interest, his gaze ultimately settled on the infant sleeping restlessly on the bed. With a chuckle, he remarked, "Ah, is this my little adopted son?" Fengye felt a surge of fear for her child's safety, yet she lacked the courage to intervene, apprehensive that she might provoke him. Fortunately, Wang Bujin Wang Ba exhibited restraint. He merely bent down to observe for a moment, refraining from any reckless actions. Although he hadn't been closely following the narrative, he was aware that, in order to fabricate a credible identity and infiltrate the human settlement, Parker had deliberately sought out a family that had lost its husband, allowing himself to pose as the family's new patriarch. A mere role-playing exercise, something he was well-versed in. Topic: Buy one get one free. Complete with a 1-year-old son content. I never imagined that a lad in the prime of his youth would find himself with a wife and child simply by playing a game. What a poignant twist. Jokes aside, I actually located Parker and managed to infiltrate the human side. Parker furnished me with an identity, bundled with a wife and son. Posted by 12Fukings, Rare 1. My hand trembles slightly as I grasp my melon. Mywafeli, what wife? Where is the wife? Don Taskafluft. Wow, brother. How did you manage to get in? Reply to Don Taskafluffed. Find Parker. China. What does our wife look like? Reply to China. Quite attractive, in her early 20s, with a countenance that differs significantly from those in China, somewhat resembling a foreigner. Mammoth. Seriously, isn't the main quest time sensitive? Aren't you concerned about it? Reply to Mammoth. To each their own. I find this more intriguing. Breezeblown. I'm more interested in which game character you're using. Reply to Breezeblown. Just the one you're thinking of. Ultraman Satiaviolite. Holy cow, there's actually a brave soul who dared to use that game character. Sugar Sweet. Which one? Which one? How could I be unaware of this? Have I missed something while indulging in gossip? Feng Yi blinked, glancing at the suddenly motionless Wang Bujin Wang Ba, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Suddenly, she recalled the words of the overseer, who had mentioned that sometimes one might unexpectedly enter a state of dormancy for 3 or 4 days, assuring her not to worry. Thus, emboldened, Feng Yi resumed her usual activities. The men of Tanlonger descended into the mines each day to extract or, exchanging it for nutritional paste as the family's sustenance. Although the women rarely ventured into the mines, they were certainly not idle at home. In a short span, the child in bed had awakened, frail and weak, his cries lacking strength, resembling a mewling kitten. Was he hungry? Wang Bujin Wang Ba swore that he harbored no ill intentions. He was merely expressing concern for what was, after all, his illegitimate son. Feng Yi hesitantly nodded. She had been unable to find a new husband, and to ensure that both she and her child could endure, they subsisted on minimal food each day, saving the remainder for later. It was perfectly normal for the child to wake up hungry. Noticing Feng Yi's nod, Wang Bujin Wang Ba was taken aback and inquired, "Aren't you going to feed him something?" Feng Yi, wary of provoking him, cautiously retrieved the nutritional paste hidden beneath the bed, scooped some water, and prepared to dilute it for her child. Observing this, Wang Bujin Wang Ba hastily intervened. "Is this how you intend to feed him?" Feng Yi, shrinking back, nodded timidly. What's wrong? The water is exceedingly filthy, teeming with bacteria. Wang Bujin Wang Ba furrowed his brow, as he had witnessed Feng Yi scooping water from a stagnant ditch deep within the mine. This pool of stagnant water had likely been sitting for an indeterminate time, and they were consuming it raw. It was no wonder the children appeared so frail. One could hardly expect them to remain healthy. Feng Yi felt utterly helpless. Was there truly no other source of water? Wang Bujin Wang Ba could no longer tolerate the situation. There were indeed 2 empty wooden barrels in the room, albeit somewhat dilapidated, bearing traces of mold. The first step in this endeavor would be to tend to the sun. With resolute strides, Wang Bujin Wang Ba stepped outside. Chapter 64. A Day in the Life of the Tanlonger, Part 1. Upon examining the wooden water bucket he held, he noted it was only the diameter of a basketball, neither small nor particularly large. However, it would hardly suffice for a prolonged water-fetching endeavor, and yet, it consumed an inordinate amount of time. The Tanlonger had not mastered the technique of crafting wooden buckets. At best, they could manage a few rudimentary mortise and tenon joints to secure the planks together. The simplicity of their technology was such that even Wang Bujin Wang Ba found it hard to overlook. As for wooden buckets, the process required intricate craftsmanship to ensure that the assembled planks would not leak. Taking ancient Earth's wooden buckets as a reference, the primary waterproofing method involved applying tung oil. The Tanlonger, however, lacked access to such resources. They could not venture into the Yegu forest, and thus had no means of procuring alternatives. The only method available for creating wooden buckets was to locate a fallen tree. For various reasons, cut the trunk into sections, and hollow out the middle to form the shape of a bucket suitable for holding water. The thickness of the wooden buckets utilized by the Tanlonger people is solely determined by the diameter of the trunk of the fortunate tree they manage to find, as well as the size of their family members' fists, which dictates their ability to seize the stoutest portion of the trunk. Wang Bujin, lacking the craftsmanship to develop the art of bucket making, finds himself unable to venture into the Yegu forest to fell a tree and craft a new wooden bucket in a timely manner. Instead, he must resort to the 2 moss-covered wooden buckets at home, cleaning them up for use. Initially, Wang Bujin anticipated encountering something akin to a rustic village well, essentially a vertical stone well topped with a wooden framework, where a bucket is lowered and gradually hoisted back up with a rope, representing the most primitive form of a water well. However, upon his arrival, he was met with an expansive, high-tech platform spanning over 10 square meters, its polished surface reflective enough to serve as a mirror. Atop this platform were automatic water outlets, resembling faucets but far more sophisticated. As long as the Tamlonger individuals positioned their containers beneath the outlet, it would dispense water automatically, adeptly recognizing the size of the container to fill it perfectly each time. Many Tamlongers queued up, predominantly older women and adolescents, most clutching an array of tattered wooden buckets. Yet, there were also a few individuals with newly crafted wooden buckets, seemingly untouched by prior use. The scene before him appeared utterly absurd. A technologically advanced machine, towering far above anything on Earth, was being utilized by a group of individuals resembling primitive savages. Wang Bujin Wangba found himself at a loss for words to articulate his feelings. He was undeniably shaken and inexplicably uncomfortable. Initially, he intended to stand quietly at the end of the line, but perhaps due to his fearsome appearance and exaggerated physique, the elderly Tonluan women and the half-grown children in front of him instinctively parted to make way. Their gazes were more exaggerated than the wind leaves. And at least the wind leaves had been forewarned by the overseer Parker, prepared for his presence, knowing that Wang Bujin Wangba would not easily inflict harm. However, these individuals, lacking insight into his true nature, regarded him with fearful eyes. Wang Bujin Wangba attempted to relax his mindset, reassuring himself that these were merely NPCs, mechanisms crafted by the game developers. Yet, immersed in this authentic environment, he found it impossible to truly calm his thoughts. For reasons unknown, the initial thrill he had felt had dissipated, leaving behind a heavy sensation weighing down on his chest. Upon returning home, only a mere 40 minutes had passed. Although the humanoid insectoid body crafted by Moshing was a low-tier version within the already diminished ranks of insectoids, it had been stripped of all functions that could be weakened, retaining solely a pure human appearance. In truth, this humanoid insect tribe possesses a considerable advantage over genuine humans, as evidenced by their physical stature. Their strength surpasses that of ordinary humans by several folds. Though they may not attain the status of complete superhumans, a half-superhuman still commands respect. Feng Yi has followed the instructions given, setting up a stove and placing a kettle on it, ensuring the water is boiled. With Wang Bujin Wangba having been absent for a prolonged period, Feng Yi cannot allow her child to remain hungry, even if it means using impure water. She must first satiate her child's needs. Nevertheless, adhering to Wang Bujin Wangba's advice, she boiled the water before mixing in the nutritional paste to feed her child. She positioned the water bucket in the innermost part and covered it with a leaf to shield it from dust. Turning to Feng Yi, Wang Bujin Wangba declared, "From now on, you shall drink this clean water. If it runs out, simply call for me, and I shall fetch more." After uttering this, he glanced at the modest water bucket and mused aloud, "This little amount won't last long. Perhaps I should seek assistance from the carpentry team to procure a larger bucket." Feng Yi, unable to comprehend the latter part of his statement, refrained from interjecting, opting instead to listen quietly, nodding in acknowledgement when mentioned. Meanwhile, her well-fed son, seemingly undeterred by Wang Bujin Wangba's imposing presence, waved his tiny hand toward the largest figure in sight, giggling merrily. It remains a mystery whether this child is exceptionally gifted or simply unafraid, as he appears quite fond of Wang Bujin Wangba. Wang Bujin Wangba couldn't help but chuckle, exclaiming, "Goodness! No wonder he is my son. We share an undeniable bond." Suddenly recalling something, he turned to Feng Yi and inquired, "By the way, what is this child's name?" Instantly donning the expression of an elderly subway passenger, he thought, "What a peculiar name." Nevertheless, he refrained from expressing his thoughts, recognizing that he was merely a stepfather and it was not his place to comment. "Very well. From now on, I shall call him Zhuang Zhuang," he decided. Feng Yi dared not contradict him and nodded earnestly. Once they completed the task of fetching water, Wang Bujin Wangba surveyed his new abode, scratching his head in confusion, utterly unsure of what he ought to do next. The mission lacked any form of guidance. He turned back to Feng Yi and mused, "Ah, what did your previous husband usually do?" Realizing he needed to get to work, he remembered, "Mining, right?" With that, he nodded decisively and dashed out the door. Although Feng Yi was officially his wife in name, as a genderless insectoid, he felt utterly out of place. Observing Feng Yi's demeanor, he felt awkward simply staying at home. Despite being an NPC within the game, her presence felt strikingly lifelike. The nearest insectoid to him was only Parker, so Wang Bujin Wangba accessed the insectoid mental network and effortlessly located Parker's residence. Due to Parker's ascension as the new overseer, their household is no longer deprived of nutritional paste or sustenance. Consequently, Hullen is no longer required to accompany his father to the mines during the day. Instead, he now assists his mother with various tasks and tends to his younger sister at home. Meanwhile, Parker's father continues to work in the mines, albeit with reduced fervor. He now only needs to earn enough to secure 1 or 2 portions of nutritional paste daily. In his father's words, Parker's elevation to overseer was merely a serendipitous event, and no one can ascertain how long he will remain in this role. Having witnessed several overseers over the years, Parker's father understands that their tenure can be influenced by numerous factors. Some are overly benevolent towards their kin, while others exhibit extreme cruelty. Although incidents such as Akuli's brutal treatment of miners and the assault on Parker and Hullen have occurred, the overseers are still bound by the control of their wristbands. They may impose certain punishments on the Talonal miners, yet they cannot inflict mortal harm. It is crucial to note that should an overseer cause severe injury leading to a miner's death, such an event falls outside the bounds of permissible conduct, as the restrictions primarily prevent them from committing murder on the spot. Nevertheless, there are overseers who, in the heat of the moment, may disregard these constraints. Instances of inadvertent killings by overseers are not uncommon, and many of these individuals subsequently face high-tech executions administered by the interstellar authorities, colloquially known as euthanasia, which is said to be devoid of pain. It is indeed an exceedingly absurd matter. The interstellar beings have clearly ceased to regard the Talonal as equals, yet they still feel compelled to devise management regulations that feign kindness, harmony, and camaraderie. For instance, they stipulate that as long as one works, there will be compensation, albeit the remuneration is remarkably minimal. The nutritional paste provided as payment, often laced with unidentifiable substances, nevertheless guarantees that its nutrient content exceeds the prescribed levels. Furthermore, they mandate that Talonal women must be at least 16 years of age to marry. While these provisions, when considered in isolation, may appear humane, they seem utterly ludicrous when juxtaposed with the plight of the Talonal people. Parker's father, pondering the future, harbors concerns that his son may not be able to endure the role of a regulator for long, as no one can truly decipher the motivations of the interstellar beings. He also worries that if his family becomes accustomed to a life devoid of arduous labor, they may struggle to adjust to hardship following an incident involving his son. Consequently, Parker's father continues his daily toil in the mines, albeit with less insistence on himself, often taking breaks to ensure his health remains intact. Parker, unable to persuade his father otherwise, acquiesces to the situation. Though he possesses considerable confidence, he feels unable to disclose this to his parents. Coincidentally, with Hullen at home, upon hearing Wang Bujianwangba's request, Parker arranges for Hullen to accompany Wang Bujianwangba to the mining area to experience the daily life of the Talonal people. Given that Parker was encumbered by a regulator wristband, he dared not prolong his interaction with the Hydralisk, lest the regulator wristband detect anomalies. For the Hydralisk's physique was indeed peculiar. From the depths of his being, Hullen loathed these bizarre creatures known as Zerg. Yet as his brother Parker had undergone such a transformation, he could only grit his teeth and accept it, engaging in discourse with these beings he detested. Astutely, he refrained from betraying his aversion. Of course, even if Hullen had not concealed his feelings, it was doubtful that the Hydralisk would have discerned them, for it regarded these Tanron as mere non-player characters in a game, and it was not one to dissect the game's narrative or scrutinize the expressions and attitudes of NPCs. Hullen, too, did not initiate conversation with the Hydralisk, for his sole task was to lead the way. Silently, he guided the Hydralisk into the mine. The entrances to the mines varied in size, though fortunately, even the smallest could accommodate the Hydralisk's bulk. The scenes within the mines were remarkably diverse. Some tunneled into the mountain, maintaining a relatively level path that pierced straight through it. Others delved underground, growing steeper with each step downward. At last, reaching the innermost chamber, the Hydralisk beheld yet another astonishing sight. A colossal, high-tech machine with scores of metallic arms, ceaselessly extracting ore from the walls and arranging it piece by piece upon the ground. A line of Tanneler miners, bare-chested and adorned with various scars and dust, silently formed a lengthy queue, each stepping forward to transport the meticulously cut ore from the ground. However, the pace of this mechanized operation was not particularly swift, as it simultaneously required vigilance to ensure the structural integrity of the mine, preventing any potential collapses. While the loss of hundreds of Tanneler lives might go unnoticed by the interstellar populace, any malfunction of this machinery would undoubtedly evoke their concern. Thus, The miners often found themselves queuing for extended periods to claim their allotted share of ore. Nevertheless, the interstellar entities presented an alternative to these tunneler workers. Adjacent to the machine lay a row of pickaxes, granting those who arrived late and were disinclined to wait in line the opportunity to extract ore independently within the designated area demarcated by the machine, allowing them to transport their findings at their own pace. The interstellar beings even bestowed upon them the freedom of choice.